Rules? What rules? Sato ignored most of what Maya had just said. His focus zeroed in on the one thing that mattered, the word rules. That word alone was enough to shift his entire demeanor. It was a competition, after all, and every competition had rules. Understanding them wasn't just important, it was critical. No matter how strong you were, if you didn't know the rules, you could walk straight into a trap. One misstep and you'd lose everything. Maya had let something slip, the rules for the second phase of the rookie competition. And that was all Sato needed to hear. From the way she spoke, it was clear very few knew about them. Even he, a close subordinate of Giovanni, hadn't heard a whisper. That meant the information was under lockdown. Yet somehow Maya had access. No doubt thanks to her connections. She was backed by a powerful faction inside Team Rocket. People like her always got the early scoop. Sato wasn't surprised. Whether in war or games, fairness was a luxury. At best, you got relative fairness. Maya gave him a sweet, knowing smile, clearly expecting his interest. He didn't play coy. This alliance you mentioned, it's because the rules put you at a disadvantage, right? He asked, eyes sharp. You need someone to cover your back. Fine. I'll hear you out. Tell me what you know, and if it checks out, I'll consider teaming up. Maya's smile faltered just a bit. She had hoped to keep the upper hand longer, but she baited the hook, and Sato was nibbling. Close enough. All right, she said with a sigh. Just remember this moment when things get ugly. Because they will. She pouted, disappointed she couldn't get Sato to pledge himself outright. Still, a tentative agreement was better than none. She leaned in and began to speak. What she revealed made Sato's expression darken by the second. The second phase would be held on a massive, uninhabited island deep within the Orange Archipelago. Roughly 500,000 square kilometers in size, the island was cloaked in year-round sea fog and surrounded by violent whirlpools. It didn't exist on any official maps. Team Rocket had stumbled upon it by accident. Despite its isolation, the island was a treasure trove. Untouched jungles, rich natural resources, and a staggering population of powerful wild Pokémon, many with ancestral bloodlines. These Pokémon weren't just strong, they were elite. More feral, more primal. It had taken Team Rocket years to explore the island, and despite several attempts to build permanent outposts, they were always met with destruction. The island was ruled by a wild Dragonite of champion-level strength, known only as the King. Beneath him were 4 regional lords, each nearly as strong, each commanding swarms of ferocious Pokémon. Even Rocket's elite trainers had fallen trying to tame the island. Eventually, a tense truce was struck. Team Rocket was allowed to explore the island, but only under strict conditions. No bases, no land claims, no expansion. And now, this island would be the battleground for Phase 2. Maya's voice turned grim as she explained the rules. The phase would last 3 weeks. Each participant was only allowed to bring 6 Pokémon of their choosing, but could only carry 1 at the start. The rest, along with critical supplies, had to be earned. How? By hunting down other participants and stealing their number tags. Each trainer would be given a unique ID tag. Lose it, and you were instantly disqualified, regardless of how many points you had. But if you stole another's tag, you earned 1 point. To survive, you needed to collect at least 5 points and still possess your own tag at the end of the phase. Only then would you advance. The stakes were even higher. Points from Phase 2 would determine your advantage in Phase 3, a direct combat tournament. The higher your score, the better your placement. The top score would automatically qualify for the finals. Sato took a moment to absorb it all. Wild Pokémon stronger than anything outside. Ruthless competitors. A brutal point system. And one rule above all, don't lose your tag. It wasn't just a test of strength anymore. It was a game of survival. And now that he knew the rules, he understood why Maya wanted an alliance. Not to win, to survive. No matter how many points you earn, once your number tag is gone, it's over. That's why alliances aren't optional, they're necessary. Maya's words hung in the air like a warning bell. Sato's brow furrowed, his mind racing. He wasn't just surprised, he was disturbed. The rules weren't just harsh. They were cutthroat. Now it all made sense. Why Maya had approached him so urgently. In a contest like this, raw power alone wasn't enough. Even the strongest could be brought down if surrounded. And you didn't have to be defeated, you just had to be robbed. Your tag gone, your chance is finished. Sodto could already picture how things would unfold. Weaker participants would band together for safety in numbers. Meanwhile, strong solo players like himself would be prime targets. A lone wolf might be powerful, but numbers could, and would, overwhelm. Especially at the start of the phase, when each participant only had access to a single Pokémon. If enough people ganged up on you, you'd never even get the chance to fight back. And with lethal force strictly forbidden, the risk for attackers was practically non-existent. No one was going to die, which meant there was nothing stopping the weak from targeting the strong. That's just how people were. Pack mentality. If they couldn't win alone, they'd join hands and topple the giants first, then sort things out among themselves later. Sodto knew that logic. It was ruthless, but rational. If the strong wanted to survive, they'd have to do the same, form alliances of their own. Thin the herd, strike first, and save the infighting for later. But there was a problem: pride. Strong trainers rarely cooperated. They were arrogant, overconfident, and territorial. Unity was difficult when everyone thought they were the alpha. Sodto had a hunch. Most of the standout participants were likely second-generation elites, heirs of powerful factions, or hand-picked prodigies raised within Team Rocket's inner circles. People like Marlos, like Janine. He knew their type: sharp minds, sharper egos, but emotionally brittle. The kind who looked down on outsiders, especially ones who hadn't been born into privilege. Getting those people to work together? Not a chance in hell. He glanced at Maya, now noticeably more subdued, and spoke bluntly. You're one of Lady Sabrina's direct subordinates, right? So why not team up with her other agents? Wouldn't they be more reliable than a newcomer like me? Maya hesitated. Her smile faded. You probably don't know this, she said quietly, but I only awakened my psychic powers a year ago. Before that, I was just some street rat in Saffron, barely scraping by. Her voice was calm, but her eyes betrayed the weight behind her words. My psychic potential is weak. People with stronger abilities, better pedigrees, they never saw me as an equal. I was lucky Sabrina even took me in. But among her guard, I don't belong. She looked away, face shadowed by old shame. Her rise in status hadn't shielded her from isolation. If anything, it magnified it. In a world ruled by hierarchies and hidden rivalries, Maya had found herself trapped between two worlds, too gifted for the streets, too ordinary for the elites. The thought of allying with those highborn psychic prodigies had never crossed her mind. She knew exactly how they saw her, how they would use her, then discard her. That's why she had chosen Sodto. Not because she was desperate, because he was like her, a midstream recruit, a fighter who had clawed his way up without a golden ladder, someone who understood. More importantly, she recognized Sato's potential. And with him, she might just have a real shot at surviving this nightmare of tournament. Sodto was quiet for a moment, then smiled faintly. He reached out his hand. I get it. All right, I accept your offer. Let's work together, Maya. Her expression brightened instantly. That bitter edge in her eyes vanished as she took his hand. I knew you'd say yes. Here's to a solid partnership, Mr. Sodto. Their hands clasped, sealing a silent pact between outcasts. With the alliance confirmed, the tension between them eased. Maya began sharing everything she knew: routes, resource points, known strongholds, even speculation about possible drop zones. They spent nearly an hour mapping out their survival plan. Maya's insights were sharper than Sodto expected. She had clearly prepared for this. Eventually, she rose to leave. With a nod, she called out her alakazam, formerly a Kadabra, and in a flash of light, vanished. Sodto blinked at the spot where she had stood. Psychics really are something else, he muttered, staring out toward the sea. One teleport, and she's halfway across the island. If nothing else, I won't have to worry about getting ambushed right out the gate. But truthfully, that wasn't the main reason he'd agreed. It was Maya's ability to recon. She'd been trained by Sabrina. Her Pokémon likely had tracking skills, early warning abilities, maybe even future sight or psychic tagging. Those tools were invaluable. and her teleport could serve as an emergency extraction if he was ever outnumbered. A psychic ally that was worth far more than brute strength in this twisted game. Sodto turned away from the sea, his expression now cold and focused. 6 Pokémon, 3 weeks, and only one chance. He recalled his team, leaving only Crobat out. Then, with a quiet breath, he leapt onto Crobat's back. Let's go. Cinnabar first. We've got a lot to prepare for. With a powerful flap of wings, they vanished into the sky.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In the bustling town of Cinnabar, inside a large battle facility packed with noise and spectators, Sodto was engaged in a fierce Pokémon battle with another trainer on the A-Zone battlefield. On the rocky terrain of the battlefield, a Growlithe engulfed in flames was locked in a heated clash against a Rhyhorn cloaked in thick rock armor. Compared to the Rhyhorn, which was as massive and imposing as a heavily armored tank, even though Growlithe was more developed than average, it still looked incredibly small, like a child facing off against an adult. Faced with Rhyhorn's wild and relentless charges, Growlithe had no choice but to repeatedly evade its attacks. Fortunately, Growlithe was fast enough to dodge each of Rhyhorn's ferocious strikes. But even so, it remained in a difficult position. Rhyhorn's charges were not only vicious but also backed by explosive power and endurance that didn't match its bulky frame. Even when it missed, it left Growlithe with no opening to counterattack. Every time Growlithe dodged a charge and prepared to retaliate with a burst of flame, the next wave of Rhyhorn's assault would already be upon him. Relying on its natural rock typing to resist fire-type moves, its heavy stone armor powered by rock energy, and the glaring, earthy yellow horn on its snout, Rhyhorn, whose ability was Rock Head, didn't fear Growlithe's flamethrower at all when using Double Edge. It charged through the flames head-on. Under its trainer's command, the ground-type energy wrapped around its horn began to spin rapidly, forming a swirling yellow vortex centered on the horn, surrounded by whirling white air currents. This Rhyhorn was clearly powerful. With its trainer's careful nurturing, it had mastered the skill of multitasking, executing Drill Run and Double Edge simultaneously. Note: Rock Head. This ability prevents recoil damage from the Pokémon's own moves. Note: Double Edge, a normal-type physical move, power 120. The user receives significant recoil damage. Note: Drill Run, a ground-type physical move, power 80. The user drills into the opponent while spinning, with a high critical hit ratio. Growlithe's flamethrower was significantly weakened by the spinning energy vortex on Rhyhorn's horn, and the remaining flame was almost entirely neutralized by its thick stone armor. Seeing the tank-like Rhyhorn charge so fiercely again, Growlithe had no choice but to abandon the brief counterattack and quickly leap aside. Both Sodto and Growlithe were well aware that a Rhyhorn using Double Edge was like a semi-truck with its accelerator floored. Growlithe in comparison was just a regular person standing in the way. If Growlithe took a direct hit, the consequences would be disastrous. Once again, Growlithe narrowly avoided Rhyhorn's rampaging charge. Its massive body couldn't break in time, and its head slammed into a large rock behind where Growlithe had just been. A moment later, boom! A deafening crash rang out. The massive boulder, nearly twice Rhyhorn's size, was instantly shattered by the impact of its head. Chunks of rock exploded in all directions. And yet, Rhyhorn acted as if nothing had happened. As its momentum slowed, it sharply turned and began another charge toward Growlithe, dodging falling debris mid-air. Flamethrower. By this point, under Sodto's command, Growlithe had already retreated to another boulder. A searing orange-red jet of flame shot from its mouth, hot enough to distort the air, and hit the charging Rhyhorn squarely. Futile struggle. Keep using Drill Run with Double Edge. Go, Rhyhorn. Seeing Sodto once again use boulders to try to injure his Rhyhorn, the opposing trainer sneered and shouted with contempt. However, this time the trainer had grown impatient. He didn't notice that the boulder Sodto had guided Growlithe to was part of a trap. Roar. With a glint in its eyes, Rhyhorn roared in response. Then, as if receiving a subtle signal from its trainer, the muscles in Rhyhorn's legs swelled suddenly, its limbs doubled in thickness. In an instant, its speed surged. If it was a freight truck before, now it was a full-throttle bullet train. Deep, heavy hoofprints formed on the ground behind it as Rhyhorn's sharp horn tore through Growlithe's flamethrower, closing in with astonishing speed. The sudden burst of speed caught both Sodto and Growlithe by surprise. Unfortunately for Rhyhorn, despite its acceleration, it was still not fast enough in Growlithe's eyes. With the cumulative boost from flame charge, Growlithe had reached the maximum 6-stage speed increase. Rhyhorn's boost couldn't make up that kind of gap. A sharp whoosh sliced through the air. Just before Rhyhorn could strike, Growlithe's eyes narrowed, its muscles tensed, and with explosive power, it vanished, leaving behind only a brief afterimage. A moment later, Rhyhorn crashed into the boulder. Like the others before it, the rock exploded under the force, unable to halt its charge. But this time, things were different. There were more boulders behind this one. From an aerial view of the battlefield, one could see that behind Growlithe were 7 or 8 boulders lined up in a near straight row. Around them lay the debris of shattered rocks, evidence of Sodto's ongoing strategy. A single boulder couldn't stop Rhyhorn's charge, but the combined resistance of several managed to do just that. For the first time, Rhyhorn's charge was hindered. After smashing through 4 boulders, its momentum dropped sharply, and it came to a stop in front of the 5th. To make matters worse, its horn had become lodged in the rock it couldn't pull free immediately. Finally paid off. Now's our chance. Growlithe, Flamethrower, full power. After being chased around the field, Growlithe, the fire-type Pokémon, was already burning with frustration. Hearing Sato's command, its flames roared to life. In an instant, the flames around Growlithe flared and shifted color from orange-red to pale white. The temperature surged by at least 200 to 300 degrees Celsius, and the nearby fragments of stone even showed signs of melting. A massive jet of pale-tinged orange flame erupted from Growlithe's mouth, striking Rhyhorn directly on the rear. Rhea. Under the intense heat, Rhyhorn's relatively soft backside turned bright red like a baboon's and it let out a blood-curdling scream. It was clear Growlithe had hit a vital spot, possibly even endangering its, well, essential bits. In the end, with low special defense, Rhyhorn's rear bloomed from the flamethrower, its eyes rolled back, and it collapsed in a dead faint. After commanding Growlithe to defeat a Rhyhorn, Sato quickly left the battlefield with him and headed to the exclusive rest area for challengers to recuperate. Once Growlithe had eaten several gem-grade poke blocks to recover his strength, and after Bellossom healed his injuries, Sato returned to the field with him, ready to face the next opponent. Since finishing his morning training, Sato had come to this largest battle arena in Cinnabar Island and had been entering match after match using Growlithe. As of the previous round, Growlithe had already participated in 8 battles at this arena, with a current record of 6 wins and 2 losses. In all 8 matches, Growlithe, currently at level 38, faced opponents of the same level range, every single one being elite class Pokémon at level 30 and above. Although these intense same level battles hadn't pushed him past level 38 yet, Sato estimated Growlithe was very close to reaching level 39. Indeed, Sato's main goal in coming to the battlefield was to squeeze out every last bit of potential that Growlithe had before evolving by using a large number of Pokémon battles to do so. From the Pokédex data he remembered, Sato knew that Growlithe would naturally learn Heat Wave at level 41, and then Outrage at level 43. Note: Heat Wave, Fire-type special move, 95 power. Effect: attacks the opponent with searing air. May inflict burn. Note: Outrage, Dragon-type physical move, 120 power. Effect: unleashes a powerful flurry of attacks for a few turns, then causes confusion. Both Heat Wave and Outrage are extremely rare and powerful moves, especially Outrage, which can serve as a trump card for a counterattack at critical moments. Sato could already imagine that once Growlithe mastered these 2 moves, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap, especially after learning Outrage. His power would skyrocket instantly. That was precisely why, even though Growlithe was already level 38, Sato had not yet used the mutated Firestone to evolve him into Arcanine. A major reason was because of this. Sato knew that once Growlithe evolved into Arcanine, he would no longer be able to learn Heat Wave and Outrage by leveling up. For Arcanine to learn those moves, the only option would be via TMS. While the Heat Wave TM was potentially attainable thanks to Sato's financial resources, the Outrage TM, being Dragon-type, was virtually impossible to get. It was even rarer than TMS like Mystical Fire, Taunt, or Heal Pulse. In fact, Sato suspected that the Outrage TM didn't even exist in the Pokémon world and could only be learned through tutelage. And the only places capable of teaching such a move were powerful dragon specialist factions like the Dragon Clan in Johto, the Draconid people in Hone, and the Village of Dragons in Unova. But clearly, Sato didn't have the kind of influence needed to get these ancient and prestigious powers to teach Outrage to his Arcanine. After all, dragon types are only weak to dragon, ice, and fairy type moves. These dragon-type specialist factions would almost never help outsiders to teach their Pokémon Outrage, a devastating move that counters dragon types. Especially not to a Pokémon like Arcanine, who can naturally learn the powerful move Extreme Speed via leveling up. These groups would be even less likely to allow Outrage to be taught in that case. Note: Extreme Speed, normal type physical move, 80 power. Effect: a lightning fast dash attack that always goes first. To put it simply, Extreme Speed is a powerful upgrade to Quick Attack. While Quick Attack only has +1 priority and 40 power, Extreme Speed has +2 priority and 80 power. Everyone knows that Quick Attack is incredibly useful in real battles. It pairs well with close-range moves, allowing fast engagement, and it enhances the damage of follow-up attacks via instant acceleration. For example, during his time in Hone, Ash often had Pikachu use Quick Attack with Volt Tackle. Though a common combo, its effectiveness was undeniable. As the upgraded version, Extreme Speed enhances a Pokémon's burst speed even more. Once used, it almost guarantees a speed advantage over the opponent. Note: this is why Dragonite is so formidable even without Mega Evolution. Once it learns Extreme Speed, its massive stats as a Dragon type allow it to dominate most Pokémon in actual combat. Now imagine this if Arcanine masters the multitasking skill of split-second reaction, and then combines Extreme Speed with Outrage. It could become a dragon-slaying monster feared by all Dragon types. A 120 power Outrage under type advantage paired with the speed and pressure of Extreme Speed would one-shot most Dragon-type Pokémon instantly. After hearing from Maya about the rules of the second stage of the rookie competition, Sodto had already decided to bring Growlithe as his main Pokémon for that initial phase. As for why he wasn't bringing his mainstays like Swampert, Crobat, or Bellossom, the reason was simple. After exploring the tropical jungle, he learned that Swampert, Crobat, and Bellossom were all disadvantaged in that terrain. The tropical rainforest undoubtedly housed large numbers of grass-type Pokémon, which would spell disaster for Swampert due to its 4x grass-type weakness. It might be awkward to admit, but that was a hard truth Sodto learned the day he nearly died to a cunning Shiftry. As for Crobat, its greatest strength speed in flight would be heavily restricted by the dense vegetation. Once entangled by, say, countless vine whips, escape would be nearly impossible. Then there was Bellossom. Despite being a grass type and an excellent healer, her deterrent power would be minimal against the jungle's numerous other grass and bug types. In short, Sodto had concluded that in order to survive in a rainforest teeming with grass and bug-type Pokémon, fire types were the best option. And among all fire types, Growlithe was undoubtedly outstanding. For the following reasons. Growlithe knows a large number of powerful fire-type moves no fear when surrounded by grass or bug types. Just burn them all down. It is an excellent scout with a strong innate sense of loyalty and protectiveness. With Growlithe standing guard, Sodto could rest easy. Once Growlithe evolve into Arcanine, not only will his power soar, but Sodto will also have a strong land-based mount in the jungle. With that, Growlithe would cover offense, reconnaissance, and emergency evacuation when facing overwhelming enemies. Considering all of this, Sodto was now eager to use frequent Pokémon battles to uncover Growlithe's full potential. His current goal was singular: push Growlithe to level 43 as soon as possible, then use the mutated top-grade Firestone to evolve him into Arcanine and greatly boost his base stats. As long as Growlithe successfully reaches level 43 and then evolves Viaduct that Firestone, Sodto was confident he'd hold a massive early game advantage in the next round of the tournament. In the heart of Cinnabar Island, inside a large battle facility. On Battlefield B, Sodto was now commanding his Growlithe, whose body was engulfed in bright orange flames, in an intense match against a female trainer's massive Onix. At present, Growlithe was clearly exhausted, though only lightly injured. Onix, on the other hand, still had some stamina left, but large parts of its body were scorched black, severely burned. Finish it. Use hidden power. As Growlithe narrowly dodged another barrage of falling rocks from Rock Slide, Sodto immediately issued a counterattack command. At his trainer's words, the orange flames cloaking Growlithe were swiftly retracted into his thick fur. Then, several emerald green energy orbs formed and began to circle around him. The next second, under Growlithe's control, the multitude of emerald green orbs' hidden power, grass shot toward the massive Onix like a machine gun. Onix had just used Rock Slide with all its strength and was still in the vulnerable gap between old power spent and new strength not yet summoned. Add in the severe burns, it stood no chance of dodging. Facing Growlithe's hidden power, Grass, a move that had quadruple effectiveness against it, the already critically injured Onix couldn't hold on any longer. With a roar of frustration, it collapsed to the ground. Well done, Growlithe. You've worked hard, come back and rest. As the battle ended, Sodto immediately recalled the exhausted Growlithe into its Pokeball. Amid loud applause from the spectators, he stepped down from the platform. Though Sodto was eager to level up Growlithe, he also understood the need for balance. Pushing the Pokémon too hard would only ruin it, something he was careful to avoid. Fortunately, Cinnabar Island was crowded with trainers, including many elite ones. Sodto had no shortage of training opponents here. So, after 30 battles and 24 wins, Sodto allowed his now level 40 Growlithe to rest and sent him to the Pokémon Center nearby for the most comprehensive premium treatment available. Around 5 p.m., Cinnabar Pokémon Center. Sir, your Growlithe has been fully healed. However, he's been in too many battles today. Though all the internal injuries have been treated, I strongly advise against any more intense battles within the next 12 hours. A visibly tired Nurse Joy and Urchancy pushed the now revitalized Growlithe out of the VIP treatment room on a cart. Her tone held a note of reprimand. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, both of you. Sodto gently picked Growlithe up from the cart and gave Nurse Joy a sincere nod of gratitude. Seeing Growlithe happily licking Sodto's cheek with his pink tongue, Nurse Joy believed his words. After all, this was a trainer who willingly spent 100,000 Poke dollars on high-level treatment for his Pokémon, clearly wanting to give them nothing but the best. With her anger gone, Nurse Joy gave Sodto a small nod before turning and heading back to her medical duties. 12 hours, huh, well, can't argue with a professional. Get some good rest, Growlithe. Once Nurse Joy had left, Sodto set Growlithe down and patted his head helplessly. Then, he walked out of the Pokémon Center with him. Afterward, Sodto prepared dinner for his Pokémon. To reward Growlithe for a hard day's work, he took him to an upscale barbecue restaurant and ordered the finest grilled veal. When it came to food, Pokémon were always excited, especially when it involved delicious grilled meat. Even Arbok was in a good mood, and with mischievous little Pico causing a ruckus in the private booth, the atmosphere was full of life. Unsurprisingly, with the gluttonous Swampert present, the restaurant owner and chefs had a painful yet oddly joyful time serving them. As always, happy times flew by. After dinner, Sodto returned to the Pokémon Center and contacted Elsa, who was all the way in Lily Cove City in the Hone region. That's right, because the second stage of the rookie competition only allowed 6 designated Pokémon. Sato had to finalize his team in advance. After much thought, he made his selection. His 6 Pokémon for the second stage would be Swampert, Crobat, Bellossom, Growlithe, Ditto, and Shiny Beautifully. Swampert, Crobat, Bellossom, and Growlithe were must-haves. As for Ditto and Shiny Beautifully, Sato had added them after thorough consideration. Ditto had always been central to Sato's disguise strategies. Without Ditto, his survivability would drop by at least 30%. At the beginning of the tournament, when trainers were only allowed to use 1 Pokémon, Sato was extremely vulnerable. Even with 2, it was difficult to escape ambushes. That's why Ditto was crucial. With Ditto's transformation ability and the trainer ID tags of defeated opponents, Sato could effortlessly disguise himself and blend into weak trainer groups. Most contestants came from various regions and barely knew each other, so it was easy for Sato to infiltrate those groups. This way, even in the later stages of the tournament, he could rely on weaker groups as cover and avoid direct confrontations with stronger solo opponents. Sato deeply understood the principle of strength in numbers. On such a perilous island, relying solely on one's own strength wasn't enough. Teaming up was almost a necessity. And more importantly, while the island was full of danger, it was equally rich in opportunity and undeveloped treasure trove. With the right disguise, Sato could leverage the strength of other Team Rocket members to go treasure hunting. As for why he chose Shiny Beautifully over Arbok, Sato believed that as the queen of bug types, Shiny Beautifully would allow him to survive better in a tropical jungle. Bug-type Pokémon were everywhere in such environments. With her natural authority, Shiny Beautifully could intimidate many of them, helping Sato avoid unnecessary trouble. Also, Sato intended to use the second stage of the tournament to further train Shiny Beautifully. Being a bug/flying type Pokémon, she had a huge advantage in the tropical jungle where grass and bug types were abundant. In terms of 4 ratings, Shiny Beautifully was second only to Swampert. That said a lot about her capabilities. Even more important was that Sato trusted Shiny Beautifully far more than Arbok. After all, he hadn't had Arbok for very long. Arbok was still a wild and unruly serpent. Without the bond built over time or the pressure of Swampert's authority, Sato found it hard to trust this cold-blooded killer. Shiny Beautifully was different. Sato had raised her from scratch. Her loyalty was unquestionable. He could trust her to watch his back. To ensure nothing went wrong, Sato had to consider every detail and eliminate every potential risk for the second stage of the rookie competition. Right now, Sato had 8 Pokémon on him: Crobat, Bellossom, Swampert, Ditto, Growlithe, Pika, Meowth, and Arbok. Including the Shiny Beautifully that was about to be transferred over, that would make 9 Pokémon in total, which meant he had to quickly deal with Pika, Meowth, and Arbok somehow. There was no doubt Pika was going to be entrusted to the gorgeous and reliable Elsa. In fact, Pika, who naturally had a fondness for beautiful creatures, was quite taken with Elsa. He didn't mind at all being temporarily left in her care. As for Meowth and Arbok, now that was a headache. Meowth had, without a doubt, landed himself squarely on Elsa's blacklist. There was no way he could be left with her again. And Arbok? That terrifying, venomous serpent didn't even need discussion. His danger and trouble levels far surpassed Meowth's. The idea of dumping him on Elsa made even Sato feel like it was crossing a line. With no better option, Sato finally decided to temporarily house Meowth and Arbok at the most reputable and best-rated Pokémon daycare center in Cinnabar. Meowth might have a few quirks, but nothing major. As for Arbok, you really need to be careful with him. His temper isn't exactly mild. Both Pokémon need to follow the daily schedule exactly as written, and also, before leaving, Sato gave the daycare caretaker endless instructions. He talked for over half an hour before finally leaving, still looking quite anxious. But since Sato had just dropped a hefty deposit of 2 million Poke dollars in care and service fees, the male caretaker was nothing if not enthusiastic. Though overwhelmed by Sato's barrage of instructions, the man still took out a small notebook and carefully jotted everything down in detail. And as it turned out, he would be very grateful for that notebook in the days to come. Those notes were practically a matter of life and death. Once the arrangements for Pika, Meowth, and Arbok were complete, Sato released Crobat and had him fly toward the harbor. When it came to professional medical advice, Sato knew better than to ignore it. Growlithe's condition was a bit unique, so he wasn't going to let it battle again for the next 12 hours. But that didn't mean preparations for the second stage of the rookie competition could come to a halt. According to Maya's explanation, Team Rocket would temporarily store all belongings of the participants during the match, and each contestant would be given a designated storage bag, a set of equipment, and limited supplies. In other words, players weren't allowed to bring their own items into the tournament. Well, not entirely. Contestants could bring in a few personal items. After all, wealth was a kind of power. Completely banning pay-to-win strategies would be unfair to some very well-funded participants. And such a ban would undoubtedly spark outrage among the elite second gens and Team Rocket's core circle of trainers. However, the items contestants could bring in didn't include standard supplies, spatial gear, or high-damage tools. And whatever they brought had to fit within the tournament's designated bag. Note, the tournament-issued spatial bag has a maximum volume of only 2 cubic meters, very small. Yes, this rule significantly nerfed pay-to-win tactics, drastically lowering the overall power level of wealthy players. But there was still room to work around it. With enough money, you could stuff some very nice things into that tiny 2 cubic meter space. Cinnabar Island was a technological hub in the Kanto region, ranking high in scientific advancement across the Pokémon world. It was also heavily influenced by capital forces, which meant you could always find some rare, high-end tech here that you wouldn't see anywhere else. Of course, if you went through official channels, outsiders had little chance of acquiring those high-end items from the tech centers. You might even get caught. So if you wanted to get your hands on the good stuff from Cinnabar's tech labs, you had to go through special channels. Unfortunately, the only real downside to these special channels was the sky-high price tags. Yes, the special channels were none other than the black market. Cinnabar Island's black market was massive and thriving. Its prosperity was largely thanks to the many mad scientists in the region. Most of the materials they needed for their secret experiments were banned by the Pokémon League, so the black market was their only option. In return, these perpetually broke, or bald, mad scientists would occasionally sell off the fruits of their experiments. This twisted kind of mutual benefit was one of the main reasons why the Cinnabar black market thrived. Sodto, with a current liquid net worth of over 300 million Poke dollars, was absolutely a pay-to-win participant in this rookie tournament and among the top tier, no less. So, in order to make the most of his financial advantage and secure maximum benefits in the tournament, Sodto was about to enter full-on shopping mode tonight. Money had to be spent to turn into actual power. If he didn't use it now, his wealth would just be a bunch of useless numbers for the next 3 weeks of the island tournament. Cinnabar's black market was located at the harbor specifically, on an enormous luxury cruise ship docked at the pier. Whenever the market opened, the ship would sail a bit offshore to evade prying eyes and dodge Pokémon League patrols. Once Sodto arrived at the docks, he quickly and skillfully found a broker selling tickets to the black market cruise. Inside one of the small boats docked at the port, heavily guarded by bodyguards at every passage, Sodto now sat in a well-lit cabin, negotiating with a chubby, good-natured-looking man. Will there be good stuff tonight? I mean the kind with serious tech behind it. And if so, where should I go to buy it? Wearing a human skin mask crafted by Ditto, Sodto smiled as he handed over 100,000 Poke dollars in cash for a ticket to the black market cruise. Then, he casually placed another stack of cash worth another 100,000 on the table. The chubby broker squinted at him, silent, staring. That silence made a few of the muscular guards in the room shift forward slightly, eyes locked on Sodto like hawks. Then, finally, when Sodto placed a rare gold coin worth at least 500,000 Poke dollars on the table, the broker's eyes lit up, and he grinned. Of course, you're in luck tonight. A batch of premium goods just arrived on board. The deals are happening on the top floor. When you get there, just tell the staff the word fatty, they'll take you to the right room. As he spoke, the chubby broker nonchalantly swept both the stack of cash and the gold coin off the table and into his own pocket. Thick clouds veiled the bright moon and stars, casting the night sky in a dim, misty gray. Yet, the port of Cinnabar remained brightly lit as always. People moved about the harbor, bustling with various motives, creating a lively and noisy scene. Wearing all black and a human skin mask crafted from Ditto, Sodto blended seamlessly into the crowd. Moving steadily and calmly, he made his way toward the largest luxury cruise ship currently docked at the pier. A pure white gangway connected the ship to the dock, flanked on both ends by rows of burly sailors standing guard in decorated uniforms. Though the sailors kept their eyes forward, they radiated an intimidating aura that silently warned outsiders to stay back. The curious onlookers, lacking tickets, dared not approach the gangway too closely. It was Sunday, the day of the week when the luxury cruise ship hosted its elite banquet, so there were noticeably more guests tonight than usual. At the gangway entrance, a few overwhelmed attendants were sweating profusely while handing out various masquerade masks to guests. Their professional smiles had grown stiff and forced from overuse. Sodto followed the flow of boarding passengers and exchanged a ticket worth 100,000 Poke dollars for a gleaming golden mask and a banquet admission stub marked 6969. Under the guidance of a smiling but clearly exhausted female attendant, Sodto entered the lavish cruise ship and stepped into the grand ballroom where the banquet was already underway. Inside, elegant decorations filled the hall. Tables were neatly arranged with an abundance of gourmet food and fine wines. A large orchestra on the central stage played graceful and soothing music that resonated throughout the hall. Unfortunately, while the banquet itself was splendid and the staff enthusiastic, the guests clearly weren't here for the wine or food. Conversations were minimal, everyone was minding their own business. Observing this peculiar atmosphere, Sodto smiled faintly beneath his golden mask. He ignored the lavish offerings and instead found an empty chair nearby. Sitting down, he leaned back and closed his eyes to rest. Roughly 10 minutes later, a loud chime rang through the ballroom, 9:00 p.m. Simultaneously, the music came to an abrupt stop. A sharp blast from the ship's horn followed, accompanied by a slight tremor beneath their feet. The ship had set sail. The real banquet had just begun. Many guests, clearly regulars, promptly exited the hall with practiced ease and headed straight toward their destinations. Newcomers, meanwhile, were guided by the enthusiastic staff and gradually made their way to their assigned locations. Having visited many black markets before, Sodto was well versed in how things worked. Without saying much, he asked a nearby attendant to take him to the top deck of the ship. Upon reaching the top, Sodto approached a higher-ranking attendant stationed along the upper corridor and whispered the secret passphrase given to him by the chubby broker. As soon as the attendant heard the code, his previously stern expression relaxed. He gave a courteous bow and gestured for Sodto to follow him. The attendant led Sodto through a series of twists and turns along the top deck corridor before finally stopping in front of a secluded room. A dozen other attendants were already stationed nearby. Upon Sodto's arrival, they all gave him a slight bow before returning to their disciplined, statue-like stance. Please, go in. The items you're looking for are inside, the attendant said with a polite gesture and a faint smile. Once he finished speaking, his expression returned to neutral as he joined the other silent attendants by the corridor wall. This cruise ship doubling as a black market. Who on earth is running this operation? These attendants all have thick calluses on their palms, steady gaits, and iron discipline. They even carry an unmistakable scent of blood. They're not just servers, they're trained soldiers. A black market staffed by soldiers? That's deep water. Sodto gave the stone-faced attendants a subtle glance, inwardly surprised, but chose not to dwell on it. He pushed the door open and walked in. The room was fairly spacious but had clearly been specially remodeled to resemble a store. All merchandise was sorted into display cases with glass panels, organized for both showcasing and sale. There weren't a huge variety of items, but the majority were standardized weapons. As Sodto walked past them, he skimmed the accompanying product descriptions and immediately felt a twinge of alarm. There was no question these were all high-tech weapons. Their design targets were clearly Pokémon. The destructive potential was terrifying. A few of the weapons particularly caught Sodto's interest. For example, there was a small handgun powered by a piece of thunderstone at its core. According to its description, this pistol was called a thunder laser gun. It fired energy bullets infused with concentrated electric-type energy. These bullets packed a punch comparable to a full-power thunderbolt from an elite electric-type Pokémon. Upon impact, they even caused small-scale energy explosions. As long as the thunderstone's energy wasn't depleted and the barrel didn't overheat, the gun could fire continuously. Frankly speaking, a well-trained soldier armed with this handgun could go toe-to-toe with an elite-level Pokémon. Even against a pseudo-elite 4-level water type, it could still pose a threat, especially from range. Of course, it didn't come cheap. The price tag, 50 million Poke dollars. Additionally, the thunderstone powering it had to be of at least high-grade quality. The sheer cost made it clear this was a weapon that literally let money fight Pokémon. Sodto didn't believe he was more capable than a trained soldier, but he was confident his physical condition was well above average and he had bullet time, which meant he likely had a real edge when it came to shooting. If he wielded this thunder laser gun with his bullet time ability, he wouldn't be just another trainer powerless against Pokémon in a fight. Aside from the thunder laser gun, Sodto also took a liking to another weapon, the Vulcan grenade. It was a hand grenade packed with highly concentrated fire-type energy using advanced technology. Despite being only the size of a small apple, its destructive power, according to the description, was enough to turn a 2-story building into a blazing inferno in seconds. The burst of heat could exceed 1,000 degrees Celsius. Used at the right moment, this tiny grenade could seriously wound a pseudo-elite 4-level Pokémon in an instant. Against Grass Dash, Steel Dash, or Ice-type Pokémon, it might even result in a one-hit kill. To describe its power, it was comparable to a full-strength Blast Burn used by a pseudo-elite 4-level starter Fire-type Pokémon. Note, Blast Burn, a Fire-type special attack, 150 base power. Effect, a fiery explosion engulfs the opponent. The user cannot move the next turn. The Vulcan grenade was also outrageously expensive, each one cost 10 million Poke dollars. When Sodto saw it, his first thought was, money bomb. Still, despite its price, Sodto believed the Vulcan grenade was worth it. Compared to the thunder laser gun, it was far more flexible, anyone could throw it effectively. If not for the restrictions against carrying such high-damage weaponry, Sodto would have definitely gritted his teeth and bought 7 or 8 as trump cards. He knew full well that in the dense, bug and grass-type infested tropical rainforests, this money bomb would be devastating. No grass or bug-type Pokémon could survive in front of such fiery wealth. Lastly, among the weapons on display, one in particular caught Sodto's attention, a gun capable of firing a special beam from the arm, called the Petrification gun. As the name implies, this gun's function is to petrify living beings. Any creature struck by its unique energy beam would become petrified. However, while the description made it sound formidable, this so-called petrification didn't literally turn a creature into lifeless stone. It merely immobilized the target for a certain duration. In essence, it was more like an advanced version of a tranquilizer gun. Though the name was a bit exaggerated, the sight of the petrification gun immediately reminded Sodto of a very famous villain. That villain was none other than Hunter J, a Pokémon huntress who wielded a salamence and operated primarily in the Sinnoh region. Sodto remembered that she wielded a similar high-tech weapon. However, the technology she used was clearly far superior to the petrification gun before him. According to the brochure, this gun could at most petrify Pokémon below the pseudo-elite 4 level, and the effect lasted no more than 10 minutes. Hunter J's weapon, on the other hand, could transform living beings into gold-like statues. Without special tools to reverse the process, restoration was nearly impossible, and it even worked on some legendary Pokémon. Sodto suspected there was a deeper connection between this petrification gun and Hunter J's high-tech weapon. He had a strong feeling that the weapon Hunter J wielded was likely a future, enhanced version of this gun. Whether in the anime or special episodes, Sodto had rarely seen humans using advanced weapons in combat. Most battles were still fought using Pokémon trained by their trainers. It was something that had initially disappointed him. After all, the technological level in the Pokémon world seemed incredibly advanced. Humans should have been able to counter Pokémon with science alone. But after arriving in the Pokémon world, Sato realized that it wasn't that humans lacked the ability to develop high-tech weapons. It was just that, compared to creating such costly weapons to fight wild Pokémon, training and commanding Pokémon through battle was a far more cost-effective and efficient approach. In short, it wasn't that high-tech weapons were ineffective, they were just extremely expensive for both making and using, making large-scale usage nearly impossible. Furthermore, when dealing with such mysterious creatures, ordinary humans holding advanced weapons often couldn't land effective hits on Pokémon. Pokémon weren't mindless beasts. Once they suffered a loss, they would quickly adapt to counter human tactics. With just a light touch or by firing off any number of bizarre long-range moves, they could reduce a weapon worth tens of millions of Poké dollars into a pile of scrap and then deal with unprotected humans at their leisure. In conclusion, even with advanced technology, Pokémon were vastly superior in individual combat capability. In the Pokémon world, becoming a trainer was far more promising than being a regular tech-savvy human. While the current trend in the Pokémon world prioritized trainers with science playing a supporting role, Sato believed the potential of scientific development for humanity was still enormous. Take Hunter J's top-tier weapon, for instance, capable of even petrifying some legendary Pokémon. If ordinary people could each possess one, then as long as no super legendary Pokémon appeared, regular legendaries would be easy to capture. However, Sato figured this idea was unrealistic. That kind of weapon was likely astronomically expensive, and the materials required were surely rare beyond measure. Not to mention, even Hunter J herself only had one. If her subordinates each had one too, then even Ash's plot armor and his aura of making every opponent act irrationally wouldn't help, he'd be captured instantly. Without a doubt, the weapon in Hunter J's hands was of legendary caliber. It was precisely because of this weapon that she could operate so smoothly up until she crossed paths with Ash. Now, Sato couldn't help but wonder if he could obtain such a weapon, then even when facing powerful legendary Pokémon in the future, he might stand a chance at capturing them, even if his own team wasn't strong enough to defeat them. To this day, Sato was keenly aware that the reason he had made such progress in such a short while was largely thanks to the system within him granting him an uncanny ability to identify rare and valuable things. But currently, the system remained mostly inactive due to insufficient energy. Sato couldn't imagine how powerful it would be if fully charged. From his exploration so far, he had discovered that only a legendary Pokémon's primal energy could recharge the system. Therefore, if Sato wanted to unlock more powerful system features or obtain mythical items like the Mew Gene Enhancement Serum, he would need to embark on a journey to capture legendary Pokémon. That said, he figured average legendary Pokémon probably didn't possess primal energy. To obtain it, he'd have to go after the truly powerful ones. Unfortunately, if he were to grow at a normal pace, it would take him at least 2 to 3 years to build enough strength to advance to the Elite Four level and form a team capable of capturing a powerful legendary. After all, capturing a strong legendary wasn't just risky because of the Pokémon's counterattacks, it also involved dealing with do-gooder trainers like Ash and pressure from the League and others. But if he had a weapon like Hunter J's, he could attempt to capture powerful legendary Pokémon much earlier and reduce many unpredictable risks. All it would take was one good shot, and everything would be settled. That's how powerful the gun was. These two guns are definitely related. If I follow this trail, there's a chance I could get my hands on Hunter J's gun. If the opportunity arises, I must try to contact the scientist who created this petrification gun. He's currently in Cinnabar Island. Just imagining the possibility set Sato's eyes ablaze. His mind raced as he considered how he might acquire a high-tech weapon like Hunter J's. Unfortunately, this was still a black market one backed by powerful individuals. With his current strength, there was no way he could interrogate the staff or managers here and learn which scientist in Cinnabar Island had made the petrification gun. Luckily, Sato knew that there was still plenty of time before Cinnabar Island would be destroyed in a massive volcanic eruption. He would have many chances in the future to locate the scientist responsible for creating it. Incidentally, even though the petrification gun was rather mediocre in terms of performance, its price was a staggering 500 million Poké dollars. This immediately crushed Sato's thoughts of buying the gun to use as a means to connect with the scientist who built it. Compared to the wide array of high-tech weapons, the number of high-tech armors displayed in the room was far more limited, barely more than a dozen items in total. It was understandable. Most people who wandered the black market were desperados of various sorts, never knowing when they might die. Naturally, investing in powerful offensive weapons was considered far more cost-effective. In just the short time Sato had been standing there, several mysterious buyers wearing the same golden masks had already splurged and purchased multiple high-powered weapons. Among them, the Vulcan grenade, essentially a money bomb, was the most popular. Many of the buyers had picked up 7 or 8 of them. Sato figured these people were either about to go all out in some deadly confrontation or were planning to use these tools to make a massive fortune. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so willing to drop that much money on such extravagant gear. As much as it pained him, Sato realized he didn't count for much in this room in terms of wealth. With his current finances, he could at best afford a few high-tech weapons. Luckily, Sato hadn't come here this time to buy destructive weapons. His main purpose was to find armor that could enhance his survival capabilities in the wild. In fact, no matter the world, weapons always advance faster than armor. Compared to the cost-effective high-tech weapons available here, the high-tech armor felt a bit lackluster. Sato noticed that not a single piece of armor on display could withstand even one of the high-tech weapons in the room. In other words, the spears on sale here could easily pierce through the shields also on sale. Perhaps because of this, even the most ruthless black market merchants didn't dare to set the armor prices so high that no one would consider them. The high-tech armor here was priced on average at only 1/5 the cost of the high-tech weapons. In this shop where most product prices were outrageously inflated, the relatively low price tags on armor stood out like a crane among chickens. Sato walked a full circle around the glass cabinet displaying the armor and committed the general functions of the limited selection to memory. After careful consideration, he finalized the armor pieces he intended to buy. The first item he chose was a special type of fabric. According to the description, this cloth was made from the fur fibers of various powerful Pokémon. It boasted numerous advantages: lightweight, elastic, breathable, easy to wash, quick drying, wear-resistant, heat-resistant, warm, and highly resistant to electricity. Most importantly, its defensive capabilities were quite reliable. From the promotional video shown in the display, Sato could clearly see that this fabric could withstand many Pokémon attacks. At the very least, against lower power moves like Razor Leaf, Poison Sting, or Thunder Shock, it could take multiple hits without issue. Clearly, clothing made from this fabric belonged to the top tier of personal protective wear in the Pokémon world. Sato estimated that wearing gear made of this fabric would boost his survival chances in the wild by at least 20%. Naturally, with all those advantages, the fabric came at a steep price: 5 million Poké per square meter. By standard textile measurements, a full bolt of cloth cost 91 million Poké. Note, a standard bolt measures approximately 13 meters in length and 1.4 meters in width. Sato wasn't planning to buy an entire bolt. Typically, one bolt could make 6 outfits, and he only needed 3 to rotate through. So, he decided to buy half a bolt of this specialty fabric, which still cost him a hefty 45.5 million Poké. After swiping his card to confirm the payment, he received the half bolt of fabric from a young, beautiful female clerk. Black market merchants were as ruthless as ever. They only sold the cloth and didn't provide any tailoring services. If Sato wanted to get new outfits quickly, he'd have to spend a lot more to hire a skilled tailor. Next on Sato's list was a pair of running shoes. At first glance, they looked completely ordinary, but their functions reminded Sato of the special running shoes that Ruby had received from his father Norman in the Pokémon Adventures manga. According to the description, these shoes had several advantages: durable, sturdy, breathable, waterproof, fireproof, and shockproof. The soles even featured a mini anti-gravity system and various speed-boosting tech gadgets. Put simply, even an old and frail person could run like the wind in these. They could easily outpace a sprinter like Bolt at full speed. Aside from greatly increasing movement speed, the shoes also allowed short-duration hovering. That meant even if the wearer accidentally fell from a height, as long as they landed feet first, they could descend safely without fear of injury. One more feature: the shoes could instantly boost the wearer's leg strength. By twisting the switch on the shoe, combined with its internal shock absorption system, the wearer could easily kick down a tree with one strike and come out unscathed. In short, they were very much like the high-tech kicks worn by a certain little anime detective, giving the wearer instant superpowered legs. Despite the steep price tag of 30 million Poké, Sato didn't hesitate. He swiped his card immediately. When faced with an unstoppable enemy, speed could be your best chance at survival. Especially when moving in a group. So long as you ran faster than the others, your odds of survival skyrocketed. After buying the shoes, Sato moved toward what looked like an ordinary sleeping bag, his final high-tech armor purchase. The sleeping bag's standout feature was camouflage. Its surface was made of a special optical material. As soon as it was placed anywhere, it would shift color like a chameleon to blend seamlessly into its surroundings. To further enhance its concealment, the scientists had added automatic scent filtration and odor-blocking features. As long as someone was hiding inside, even Pokémon with highly sensitive noses would struggle to detect them. No doubt, once Sato had this sleeping bag, he could sleep peacefully outdoors even without any Pokémon standing guard. In a dangerous environment, a device that could offer restful sleep was absolutely essential. After all, if you were constantly anxious and sleep-deprived, you'd break down even without an enemy defeating you. The sleeping bag's tech level was clearly higher than both the fabric and the shoes, and its price reflected that 50 million Poké. Still, Sato didn't hesitate and happily paid the cost. After buying all 3 pieces of high-end armor, Sato couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain for his wallet. Together, the purchases had cost him 120 million Poké, reducing his liquid balance to just a bit over 200 million. However, just as Sato was about to step away, he glanced back at a nearby glass case that had attracted almost no attention from other buyers. His foot froze mid-step. At that moment, Sato's eyes locked onto an item inside the display case. A flicker of intense greed flashed in his eyes. In this room filled with high-tech equipment, aside from advanced weapons and armor, there existed another category of high-tech product. This one, however, belonged to the field of biology, an exceptionally advanced and mysterious invention that ordinary people found difficult to understand. Yes, these products were generally known as serums. Yet, the serums currently on display in the room found themselves in a rather awkward position compared to the high-tech armor. Why? Because they were concocted by mad scientists using unknown methods, and without the support of substantial clinical data, both their efficacy and side effects remained largely a mystery. As a result, these serums were akin to a lottery. If luck was on your side, they could bring unimaginable benefits. But if your luck ran dry, they might cause irreversible damage or even sudden death. Still, the materials used in creating these serums were clearly extremely rare and valuable. Because of this, even shady merchants who trafficked in them didn't want to suffer losses. They were sold at roughly their cost price. Even so, their prices remained sky-high. So high, in fact, that they might as well have been decorative pieces left untouched and ignored by most. Uncertain effects and exorbitant prices. Perhaps only a true fool would consider buying one. After all, while outlaws may be unafraid of death, no one wanted to die a pointless death. However, at this very moment, Sato's attention was entirely absorbed by one item, a serum that every other customer had treated as mere decoration. It was an astonishingly expensive serum labeled at 50 million Poke dollars. On the surface, it looked no different from the kind of standard medicine you'd see in any hospital. And yet, there it lay quietly in a neglected glass display case. To most, this item called the Awakening Serum was a terrifying poison with unpredictable risks. But in Sato's eyes, it was a wondrous, almost mythical creation. It was a key, one that could unlock a brand new world. After using his system's appraisal ability to examine the serum, Sato became convinced that the person who had created it was a genius far ahead of their time. Awakening Serum, Appraisal Data. Item, Awakening Serum. Effect, 20% chance of awakening psychic powers in an ordinary person by enhancing their mental energy. Side effects, none. Description, a miraculous serum developed by a mad scientist desperate to become a psychic. After exhausting all his resources on rare materials, he only managed to craft 2 vials. Unfortunately, the first one failed to activate and was deemed a failure. The second was sold at a bargain to a black market merchant who now deeply regrets that decision. Even if the success rate is only 20%, the fact that it can awaken psychic powers in an ordinary person without side effects is already enough to bet everything on, Sato thought, his heart pounding with excitement after confirming the appraisal results multiple times. Yes, Sato had already learned from Maya, a naturally awakened psychic, that those who forcibly awaken psychic powers through external means typically have poor talent and limited potential. But that didn't diminish his enthusiasm. Why? Because ever since witnessing Sabrina's insane psychic powers firsthand in Saffron City, he had harbored a deep and burning envy of psychics. Now, seeing the serum that offered a chance no matter how slim of turning an ordinary person into a psychic, that long-buried seed of envy exploded to life and instantly grew into a massive, flourishing tree in his heart. Sato's mind was now entirely consumed by one thought: buy the Awakening Serum. Try it immediately. Spending 50 million Poke dollars for a shot at becoming a psychic? Worth it. To Sato, if he could really become a psychic for just 50 million Poke dollars, it would be the bargain of a lifetime. Even if his psychic powers ended up being weak, he would still be a psychic, and that meant he would finally be able to wield the one psychic ability he had always admired the most: telepathy. Maya had told him that telepathy wasn't considered a high-tier psychic ability. It was more of a fundamental skill, something that even those with poor talent could learn. What stood out most in Sato's memory wasn't that psychics could silently interfere with their opponents like how Sabrina would often cheat during battles. It was that they were born with the ability to give commands without speaking. Yes, thanks to telepathy, psychic trainers didn't need to speak when issuing commands to their Pokémon. They just had to think, and their Pokémon would know what to do. This was precisely why psychic trainers were such a headache to others. Elusive, that was the word most regular trainers used to describe psychic trainers after facing them in battle. Because without hearing your opponent call out commands, how could you possibly predict their next move? As far as Sato was concerned, if he could just learn telepathy, the psychic ability that offered such a massive tactical advantage in battle, he would be more than satisfied. Those other flashy powers like teleportation, future sight, or telekinesis, he honestly didn't care about those at all. Sato was confident that if he mastered telepathy, his win rate in future battles would increase by at least 30%. In fact, he had never even fantasized about the high-level powers like teleportation or telekinesis. Everything indicated that such abilities required exceptionally rare psychic talent. That said, he didn't think it mattered if he couldn't use those advanced powers so long as his psychic-type Pokémon could. He guessed that the reason the Awakening Serum had only a 20% success rate was largely because it didn't significantly enhance a person's mental energy. To put it in numbers, if the average person had a base mental strength of 5, then psychics typically had 10 or more. So, if a person's mental strength could be boosted to 10, they could awaken psychic powers. The serum's function was to increase a person's mental strength, but the exact boost was uncertain. All that was known was that the upper and lower limits were low. Sato guessed the increase ranged between 1 and 5. So even if you got lucky and awakened, your talent would likely be on the low end of the scale. Still, not everyone started with a base of 5. Some people naturally had 3, 4, or even 6, 7, 8, or 9. 5 just happened to be the most common. This meant that people with slightly above average mental strength had a significantly better shot at awakening. And if Sodto did become a psychic, he would enjoy another massive benefit, the chance to earn the loyalty of powerful psychic-type Pokémon. Psychic Pokémon were generally high-intelligence species. If it weren't for their difficulty reproducing and their low interest in creating offspring, the Pokémon world might not have had room left for humans. With base mental strength in the double digits, these Pokémon were extremely proud creatures. In terms of obsession and stubbornness, even dragon types couldn't compare. To most psychic Pokémon, the idea of being caught and commanded by a human whose intellect they vastly outclassed was humiliating, about as insulting as a human being ordered around by a gorilla. Could they accept that? Absolutely not. Their pride wouldn't allow it. To most psychic Pokémon, only human psychics could be considered worthy equals. So being defeated and captured by one wasn't seen as disgraceful at all. In fact, many young psychic types would actively seek out human psychics. If they found someone who matched their ideals, they would willingly become that person's Pokémon. Psychic types weren't stupid. Many of them knew that human trainers could help them grow stronger at a much faster rate. They just didn't want to follow any ordinary trainer out of sheer stubborn pride. Under the waiter's enthusiastic yet slightly dazed gaze, Sodto swiped his card without hesitation and handed over 50 million Poke dollars. In return, he received a syringe-like vial containing a drug said to open the door to an entirely new world for ordinary people. After acquiring the awakening serum, Sodto didn't linger in the room for even a moment. He quickly exited, and with the help of the staff member who had led him here earlier, he left the top deck of the cruise ship altogether. Upon reaching the deck, Sodto didn't wait for the cruise to return to the Cinnabar Island port. Instead, he summoned Crobat on the spot and had it carry him back toward town. In truth, the cruise ship had only sailed a few nautical miles from the Cinnabar Island harbor before coming to a stop at sea. With Crobat's assistance, it didn't take long for Sodto to return to the island. But the first thing Sodto did upon his return wasn't to find a secluded place to use the awakening serum. Instead, he went around asking where the best clothing store in town was. He had already received a mission update on his communicator. No later than the afternoon after tomorrow, Team Rocket would summon all those who had advanced past the first phase of the rookie competition for a gathering. That meant Sodto had to act fast. He needed to find a skilled tailor and have them make 3 outfits using the special materials he had just spent a fortune on. Fortunately, this didn't take long. After paying a 1 million Poke dollar production fee, Sodto left a high-end tailor shop in downtown Cinnabar. The owner promised the clothes would be ready by the morning of the day after tomorrow. With the clothing matter settled, Sodto checked into a luxury hotel in the city center and booked a room for 2 nights. Although the system's analysis had confirmed that the awakening serum had no side effects, Sodto didn't want to take chances. He posted Swampert and Crobat in the room to stand guard, took the vial out of his dimensional backpack, and downed the drug in one gulp. The liquid, clear as nightfall, tasted just like plain water, completely flavorless. 10 seconds passed. A minute passed. 10 minutes passed. But the drug seemed to be taking its sweet time. Sodto felt nothing. No reaction whatsoever. Don't tell me that was really just water? Even if it failed, there should have been some kind of reaction, right? It's been 11 minutes already and still nothing. Sodto eyed the now empty glass vial suspiciously. When he had first drunk it, he'd been both excited and anxious. But after all this time with no change, he was starting to doubt it was real. If he hadn't verified the drug himself before taking it, he'd think he'd just been scammed with a fake. Another 10 or so minutes passed. Still nothing. Sodto gave a bitter laugh. He figured he'd simply run into the drug's failure rate. It had been nearly 30 minutes. If it were going to work, it would have by now. But from beginning to end, there had been no change. I guess when the info said no side effects, it meant literally nothing happens. Ugh. There goes 50 million Poke dollars down the drain. A failure's a failure, but why does it feel like my heart just got stabbed? Damn it, I really was looking forward to it. Realizing there was no more hope, Sodto slumped in disappointment and stood up from his chair with a sigh. But just as he stood, the world in front of him began to twist and warp in a strange and eerie way. A splitting pain then exploded inside his head, as if something were tearing through his brain. Despite this, Sodto's willpower was extraordinary. He didn't scream, nor did he pass out immediately from the agony. He braced both hands on the desk, clenched his jaw, and held on for dear life. His face contorted in pain, turning almost monstrous. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying brightness, and faint, dim blue light flickered within them. At the same time, his heart began to race uncontrollably. It felt like he'd just sprinted several kilometers. His chest felt like it was about to burst. Moments later, his entire face flushed red, and his body was drenched in sweat, like he'd just stepped out of a shower fully clothed. Time ticked by slowly. Sodto had no idea how long he endured the torment. All he knew was that he was utterly exhausted, barely clinging to consciousness. Then darkness came. His mind blanked out, and he collapsed to the soaked floor. When Sodto regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a soft bed. Outside, dawn had already broken, and sunlight pierced through the white gauze curtains, gently illuminating the room. Swampert and Crobat, who had remained faithfully at his bedside, immediately let out delighted cries when they saw him awaken. They rushed forward, visibly anxious over their trainer who had collapsed so suddenly the night before. It's already 8 a.m. Looks like I didn't manage to hold out in the end. I must have passed out from the pain, and Swampert and Crobat carried me to the bed after that. Sato turned his head with difficulty to glance at the vintage clock hanging in the room, quickly piecing together what must have happened after he lost consciousness. Thanks for looking after me last night. I'm fine now, cough, cough. He raised a trembling hand to pat the worried Swampert and Crobat, his voice hoarse and dry. The moment he spoke, his throat felt like sandpaper. A wave of dry coughs racked his chest. With Swampert supporting him carefully, Sato, still feeling completely drained, got out of bed. He grabbed a glass and shuffled over to the water dispenser. After gulping down 8 full glasses of water enough to bloat his stomach, Sato finally felt his throat moisten again, and his body started to feel alive, the hydration slowly restoring his strength. Did I succeed, or not? I don't feel any different. Inside the bathroom, with hot water pouring down from the large shoryad, Sato stood there naked, letting the heat soothe his aching muscles. He wiped the fog off the mirror and stared blankly at his reflection. Now that he'd regained some energy, Sato began carefully examining himself. He was certain he had overcome the 20% success rate of the awakening serum. He had to be a psychic now, and yet, ever since he'd stepped into the shower due to the unbearable stench on his body, he hadn't noticed any meaningful changes. Sure, he felt a bit more mentally refreshed than usual, and his eyes did seem slightly brighter, but that was it. So far, nothing suggested he was now a psychic. He couldn't even perform the most basic psychic feat, bending a spoon. If not for the faint trace of dull blue psychic energy flickering on the spoon's surface, Sato would have started questioning whether he'd actually awakened at all. He stared intensely at the tiny spoon in his hand until the blood vessels in his eyes bulged and he was practically cross-eyed, but the spoon didn't move an inch. Maybe my psychic aptitude is just that awful. I'll ask Maya when I get a chance. I need a real expert to verify this kind of thing. Faced with such an awkward result, Sato could only give up with a defeated sigh, his heart full of resentment toward the tiny spoon in his hand. Even though he'd been mentally prepared for this possibility, deep down he'd still harbored a sliver of hope that he might awaken with powerful psychic talent. But reality was harsh. He wasn't some protagonist beloved by the world like Sabrina. He was just an ordinary person who had relied on external means to awaken his powers, nothing more. Having weathered extreme highs and lows, Sato's mental resilience was rock solid. He quickly shoved aside the fact that he couldn't awaken any exceptional psychic talents and instead chose to look on the bright side. No matter what, I was able to spend 50 million Poke dollars to become a psychic. Honestly, I hit the jackpot. Sure, the talent is a bit lacking, but that's okay. As long as I can learn telepathy in the future, it's enough. A person should know contentment. I shouldn't get stuck on this. After thoroughly thinking things through from a positive angle, the gloom in Sato's heart melted away like snow in spring. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Refreshed after a hot shower, Sato stepped out of the bathroom. He quickly dried himself with a towel and got dressed, then left his room without wasting a second. He was fully aware that now was not the time to obsess over psychic abilities. What he needed to do was raise Growlithe's level to 43 before the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Growlithe was currently at level 40, but he only had about a day and a half left. Gaining 3 more levels after level 40 in such a short period wouldn't be easy. After all, Growlithe wasn't just a string of data in a game, he was a living, breathing Pokémon who could get tired and injured. There was a physical limit to what his body could handle. Even so, Sato was determined to try. After a hearty breakfast, he immediately took Growlithe toward the battle arenas. At the large battle complex, on the battlefield in Zone C, Growlithe, now level 40, launched into a winning streak the moment he arrived. In a 3-on-3 match, Growlithe used Flame Charge to push his speed to the limit and finished things off with a lightning-fast Flame Wheel, knocking out a Persian and securing an impressive 3-win streak. Half an hour later, wearing his blazing battle armor, Growlithe nimbly maneuvered through the battlefield and, without taking a single hit, kite a level 41 Machoke into submission. The win marked his stunning 7th victory in a row. An hour later, Growlithe, now on an 11-win streak, finally met his toughest opponent yet, a Redon that could use Surf. Despite Sato's expert commands and Growlithe giving it his all, the significant type disadvantage and slight level gap led to their first loss, defeated by the level 43 Redon. The streak came to an end. As if it were fate, Growlithe encountered the same Redon again after another hour of effort under Sato's sharp command. This time, after another fresh 11-win streak, they faced off once more on the 12th match. Once again, Growlithe found himself at a major disadvantage from the start. The opponent repeatedly used wide-range icy wind attacks, crippling Growlithe's usual hit-and-run speed tactics before they could even take shape. But under Sato's direction, the battered and bruised Growlithe finally seized an opportunity and turned the tables. With a reversal executed at the brink of collapse, he brought down the level 43 Redon, stunning the entire crowd with an unbelievable comeback. The win secured an awe-inspiring 12-win streak. Sato spent nearly the entire day at the battle complex, directing Growlithe through one opponent after another, while trying to take as little damage as possible. Though they suffered defeats, the victories far outnumbered them. As Sato continued winning battles using only Growlithe, his name gradually began to spread around the venue. Some enthusiastic spectators even began affectionately calling him the dog lover extraordinaire. Thanks to his growing reputation, more and more challengers came seeking him out. Unfortunately, most of them were nobodies hoping to piggyback off his fame. Still, Sato was in no position to be picky. He accepted every challenge, using the high-intensity battles to relentlessly push Growlithe's pre-evolution potential to its limits. As a fire-type Pokémon, Growlithe was naturally combative and had a far stronger desire to grow stronger than most Pokémon. With gem-grade Pokeblocks rapidly restoring his stamina and Bellossom providing excellent healing, Growlithe kept up a high fighting spirit and didn't complain once. By the end of the day, Sodto had directed Growlithe through an astonishing 72 battles of varying intensity with a win rate of over 80%. It was, without exaggeration, a small miracle. Though the consequence of this feat was another scolding and eye roll from Nurse Joy, and Growlithe being forced to rest for 12 hours to fully recover, the effort paid off. Growlithe had reached level 42, just one step away from their goal of level 43. At 8 p.m., inside an upscale cafe, Sodto sat reading a Pokémon training book while waiting for someone who was still nowhere to be seen. Are all women naturally late? We agreed to meet here at 7:30. It's past 8 already. She's not standing me up, is she? Sodto put the book down and took a sip from the cup of freshly ground coffee that had long gone cold. Glancing at the time displayed on his Team Rocket wristwatch, he frowned, clearly somewhat irritated. But since he was the one needing help this time, he forced himself to stay patient. He signaled the server to bring a third cup of coffee and picked up his book again. The person he was anxiously waiting for was none other than his temporary ally, Maya. Since Growlithe could no longer fight for the day and there was nothing else urgent to attend to, Sodto decided to make good use of the rare free time to consult with Maya, a certified psychic, about some psychic-related matters. However, it had already been over half an hour, and his so-called temporary mentor still hadn't shown up. Fortunately, after another 10 or so minutes, Maya finally arrived. She was wearing a black dress, oversized sunglasses, and a large face mask that covered nearly her entire face. But Sodto immediately noticed that something was off. Her posture was unnatural. Her right leg moved with far less range than her left, with a slight twitch to it. Clearly, she was injured. What happened to you? You don't look so good. Sodto gave her a careful once-over. When he caught a faint whiff of blood coming from her, the irritation he'd felt just moments ago vanished completely. He quickly asked in a soft voice, I might have to withdraw from this competition, Mr. Sodto. Maya was silent for a moment. Then she took off her sunglasses and mask, revealing a swollen, bruised face and a blackened eye. What she said next made Sodto's expression change drastically. When Sodto saw his ally show up in such a miserable state right before the competition was about to begin, an inexplicable fury flared in his chest, causing his anger to spike. Now that he and Maya were allies, someone hitting her was basically the same as slapping him in the face. Looking at Maya's once pretty face now swollen and badly bruised, Sodto himself felt humiliated, as if he'd been slapped across the face several times. Who did this to you? Especially after hearing what she had just said, Sodto's face turned ice cold. He brought his hands together and propped up his chin, then asked with a chilling tone and a gaze full of murderous intent as Maya, now wearing her sunglasses and mask again, sat opposite him. Although Sodto knew that his alliance with Maya was one of mutual benefit, he couldn't deny that she had helped him a great deal. She had shown genuine sincerity, leaking many key pieces of information to him ahead of time, allowing him to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming match. So in Sodto's mind, Maya was a decent ally. On a scale of 1 to 10, she was at least a 7 worth continuing to work with. But now, this ally had been beaten up and was even suggesting she might quit. That caught Sodto off guard. In his plans, Maya played a crucial role. Without her, while the plan wouldn't collapse entirely, at least half of it would. Having a teammate who could teleport was invaluable. Even if her direct combat power wasn't great, her presence would drastically improve the team's survivability. Many dangerous scenarios could become completely manageable. In short, Maya was now an important ally to Sodto, one he had to do his best to keep around. He couldn't afford to just let her go. Who else could it be? My dear colleagues, of course. They found me today. Sure, they said they'd welcome me back, but their real condition was that I act like their attendant. So I told them off, and this is what happened. Maya seemed quite satisfied with Sodto's current attitude as an ally. She didn't hide anything and gritted her teeth as she recounted the full story of how she got beaten up. But clearly, Maya wasn't a delicate little flower. She didn't cry, and her emotions remained stable. Unlike the average girl who might tearfully complain, she calmly explained what had happened and never once asked Sodto to avenge her. If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. As long as it's within my ability, I'll do it. Sodto could tell from her words that Maya intended to take revenge herself and wasn't counting on him. Still, after thinking it over, he decided to offer his support anyway. In that case, I won't be polite about it. I plan to eliminate that bastard during the second stage of the tournament myself. All you need to do is hold off these 2 people, leave him to me. As payment, I'll follow your lead for the rest of the tournament. Though she said it plainly, Maya clearly knew her own limitations. She understood that she probably couldn't pull this off on her own. So when Sodto made the offer, she didn't hesitate. She immediately laid out her request. As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly took 3 photographs from her person and laid them on the table. She picked up one and pushed the other 2 towards Sodto. This woman really does know how to play the game. Watching her agree without hesitation and pull out the photos so quickly, Sodto's expression twitched slightly. He realized he might have just walked into her trap. Clearly, Maya never actually intended to quit the competition. Otherwise, why would she be planning to eliminate the guy who beat her? Still, even though he knew she might have baited him, Sodto felt relieved. As long as she wasn't actually quitting, everything else could be negotiated. After all, since they were allies, it wouldn't be right for Sodto to reap all the benefits. Naturally, he had to let Maya use him a little too. Mutual benefit was the foundation of long-term cooperation. Still, that was assuming she didn't bring him enemies he couldn't afford to offend. Sodto nodded toward Maya and turned his attention to the photo she'd picked up. In the photo was a handsome blonde boy, about 15 years old, with strikingly good looks and a pair of charming, fox-like eyes. He was laughing brightly in the picture, radiating sunny energy. There was no doubt this handsome blonde boy was a total heartthrob, the kind of Prince Charming that thousands of girls dreamed of. Sodto's first thought upon seeing the photo was that Maya had been dumped by the guy and probably after he'd taken full advantage of her, incurring her fury. I'm not some love-struck idiot. I won't deny that I had a bit of a crush on him when we first met, but that was in the past. I'm telling you, this guy's a scumbag, a sadist with a twisted streak. As a psychic, Maya had sharp insight. With just a glance at Sodto's expression and gaze, she already knew what he was thinking and huffed discontentedly. Ahem. I see. Got it. So who is he? What's his strength? Sodto, ever thick-skinned, kept a straight face and nodded before calmly asking for the guy's background. I won't hide it, his name is Ailes. Like me, he's one of Sabrina's top subordinates. But unlike me, his psychic talent is exceptional. On the surface, he's a top-tier elite-level trainer, but if he goes all out, even a pseudo-elite 4-level trainer might not be his match. As she spoke, Maya's expression darkened, but she still clearly laid out everything she knew about Ailes. To summarize, here's what Sodto learned from Maya. Ailes' true strength was close to the pseudo-elite 4 level. He likely had a Gallade at the same level. He was a twisted sadist who liked abusing girls. After digesting the info on Ailes, Sodto turned his attention to the remaining 2 photos on the table. Ailes was Maya's target. All he had to do was support her, he didn't have to confront the guy himself. His true opponents were the 2 people in the other photos. As soon as Sodto laid eyes on them, his expression grew grim. Even just from the photos, he could tell these 2 wouldn't be easy to deal with. Both were women. Judging by their nearly identical appearances, they were twin sisters. What was rare was that both of them had excellent figures and looks. But the most unbelievable part? The photos showed them both levitating with psychic powers. Twins. Gorgeous. And psychics. The odds of all 3 happening at once were astronomically low. But perhaps precisely because it was so rare, these twin psychic sisters were definitely not to be messed with. Just like Sabrina, they were roses with thorns. They're the psychic sisters Isa, the elder sister, and Misa, the younger one. Just like me, they also serve under Lady Sabrina. Seeing Sodto's attention shift to the 2 photographs on the table, Maya began to calmly and steadily introduce the rare pair of twin psychics featured in the images. Perhaps due to having once been bitter rivals in some sense, Maya knew the twin sisters far better than she did her enemy, Ailes. So when it came to Isa and Misa, she could speak in much greater detail. However, the more Maya delved into the twins' background, the more furrowed Sato's brow became. His expression turned increasingly grave as he stared at the photos on the table. From Maya's account, Sodto gleaned several key facts about the psychic sisters. First, while Isa and Misa both possessed psychic abilities, their innate talent wasn't particularly high, even somewhat inferior to Maya's. Individually, each of them was about on par with an average elite-level trainer. However, when combined with their psychic abilities, they could rival top-tier elite trainers. Second, and this was the most crucial point, the 2 sisters shared identical genetic material. Because of this, their mental resonance had reached an astonishingly perfect 100%. In other words, their psychic energy could be shared between them. To simplify, if a normal psychic's mental energy had a capacity of 1, then someone like Sabrina, a born psychic prodigy, might have a base mental capacity of 2. Isa and Misa, being ordinary psychics, each had a capacity of 1. But due to their near-perfect mental synchronization, their energies could be stacked together. Which meant that, if they chose to, Isa and Misa could effectively merge into a single entity, a lower-grade version of Sabrina. The reason they were considered low-grade compared to Sabrina was because of their average psychic aptitude. Unlike Sabrina, whose exceptional talent allowed her mental power to grow rapidly, the twins' growth was much slower. Still, that didn't make them any less dangerous. Individually they might not stand out, but when they joined forces, they became a powerful psychic with formidable mental strength. Third, the sisters shared a natural psychic link. Within a certain distance, they could understand each other's thoughts without speaking or even using telepathy. Their coordination was among the best in the world. Taking all this into account, it was easy for Sodto to conclude that Isa and Misa were absolute masters of double battles. Individually, they might be no more than average elite-level trainers. But together, they could easily overpower even pseudo-elite 4-level trainers with their coordination and mental synergy. Now, this formidable pair of psychic twins would be his opponents. Sodto couldn't help but feel immense pressure. A part of him even began considering ditching Maya and working solo. In truth, if it had only been Ailes, Maya could have escaped even if she couldn't defeat him. But because of the unexpected interference from the psychic sisters, she ended up captured. So in Maya's heart, it was the twin sisters she hated most, not Ailes. But due to her current lack of strength, she had settled for taking revenge on Ailes, the one who had personally tormented her. You just need to stall them for a little while, no need to go all out. I'll take care of Ails myself. By the way, why did you ask me here today? Is there something you need my help with? Seeing Sato's face grow increasingly grim with her explanation, Maya realized she had pushed too far. She quickly softened her request and shifted the topic. Sato's expression lightened slightly at her change of tone. If he only needed to stall the sisters for a short time, it might be doable. Still risky, though when the two fought as one, they were essentially a miniature Sabrina, and escaping them wouldn't be easy. But with the right approach, Maya's request wasn't entirely unreasonable. Now that he understood the sisters' abilities, Sato's first instinct was to divide and conquer. If he could take one of them out, the other's threat level would drop significantly. Here's the situation. Temporarily setting aside Maya's request, Sato organized his thoughts and began explaining how he became a psychic and asked her several questions about psychic powers in general. To convince Maya that he truly had become a psychic, Sato once again crossed his eyes and focused his mental energy on the spoon in his hand. No way. Your luck is insane. Sure, it's the lowest level of psychic talent, but there's no doubt about it, you are a psychic now. You can train your mental energy through meditation. Maya was utterly stunned when she saw the faint blue psychic energy coiling around the spoon in Sato's hand. Her expression became complicated, full of disbelief and envy. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, that dim blue aura wrapped around the spoon, or sensed the faint psychic wave coming from Sato herself, Maya would have assumed he was playing a prank on her. But reality was undeniable. Sato was now a psychic with a base mental strength of at least 10. Aside from shock, Maya was overwhelmed with jealousy and frustration. She knew how valuable that awakening potion Sato drank was. Even psychics could benefit from that potion, especially ones like her, whose natural mental strength wasn't particularly high. It would have been a game changer. Maya couldn't help thinking, if only I had taken that potion instead, my base mental strength of 13 could have jumped to 15. But now that Sato had consumed it, that dream was gone. And while a difference of 2 points 13 to 15 might seem small, it was actually vast. Maya had learned from the Queen of Psychics, Sabrina herself, that a natural mental strength of 10 to 14 was considered low-level talent, 15 to 19 counted as mid-level talent, 20 to 24 fell into the high-level category. As for those born with a mental strength of 25 or above, they were so rare in history you could count them on one hand. A psychic's talent determined the efficiency of their meditation training. This was the primary limiting factor for every psychic's growth. If the numbers were put into perspective, a low-level psychic trained at a base efficiency of 1, a mid-level psychic trained at 10, and a high-level psychic like Sabrina, 100. Sabrina's natural mental strength was 22, putting her firmly in the high-level bracket. It was thanks to this incredible gift that her mental strength grew at an astounding rate. At a young age, she had already become a powerful psychic with a terrifying mental capacity, reaching a height most psychics could never hope to attain in their entire lives. Now that things had come to this point, there was no use in saying anything more. Maya was a strong-minded and resilient woman. She quickly pulled herself out of her dazed, heartbroken state, though the way she looked at Sato was still full of envy, jealousy, and frustration. You don't have to be so disappointed. Maybe the scientist who created that drug is still alive. It's not like you'll never have the chance to get it yourself someday. Seeing Maya looking at him like that, Sato felt even more convinced that he had truly hit the jackpot. In an attempt to ease her feelings and also to steer the conversation back toward useful intel on psychics, he forced a smile and offered a few words of comfort. Of course, despite what he said, Sato knew full well it was basically impossible. Let's put aside how hard it was to even create such a drug in the first place. Even if someone managed to recreate it, the failure rate was terrifyingly high. It could easily be dismissed as a failed product, causing someone to repeat the same disastrous mistakes. In this world, aside from Sato, who had the benefit of a cheat-like system, there was probably no one else capable of knowing the effects of a psychic-enhancing drug without conducting extensive clinical trials. If you ever come across something that amazing again, and if there's any left, you have to let me know. I'd trade everything I own for it. Maya felt much better after Sato's attempt to console her. She nodded solemnly as she spoke, secretly vowing to visit the underground black markets more often in hopes of getting lucky. Had Sato known what Maya was thinking right then, he definitely would have regretted those comforting words. One line from him might just leave Maya buried in debt for the rest of her life. After Sato agreed to help her deal with Ails, Maya's opinion of him had improved significantly. As a result, when she began explaining psychic-related information to him, she held nothing back and told him everything she knew. In truth, intel about psychics was rarely a tightly kept secret. That was because most psychics adhered to a tradition of guiding their juniors. Rather than a tradition, it was more accurate to call it a duty. Since ancient times, psychics had always been extremely rare among humans. As humanity's strongest defenders, their social status was lofty, but the dangers they faced far exceeded those of other professions. Due to their limited numbers and the high mortality rate from constant sacrifice, many powerful psychic lineages were wiped out. Later, certain visionary psychics, determined to protect humanity and preserve their profession's legacy, began setting aside past grievances. They stopped hoarding knowledge and instead passed down everything they had learned to the next generation. Since even those legendary figures were willing to do this, their successors naturally followed suit. While a few bad apples existed, the tradition had been passed down by most psychics over the generations. So, even if Maya had chosen not to share anything with Sodto, it was highly likely that he would eventually find a few reputable psychics who'd provide him with similar information anyway. At present, Maya was only a beginner psychic herself. But with someone like Sabrina as her teacher, she had a solid grasp of the basics, things like meditation methods and beginner-level psychic techniques. Over the course of about half an hour, Maya shared all the essential knowledge about psychics with Sodto. She even gave him a psychic training book written personally by Sabrina, as well as some instruments for measuring psychic power. The book by Sabrina was just a photocopy and an abridged one at that, meant only for beginner-level psychics. Still, for someone like Sodto, who had abysmal natural talent in the field, it was more than enough to last him a long time. If Sodto never stumbled upon some miraculous opportunity, this one book alone would probably be all he could rely on for the rest of his life. As for the tools that measured psychic power, they were blue marble-sized crystals known as mind beads. According to Maya, these mind beads were made from a special material capable of storing psychic energy. They were very simple to use. All a psychic had to do was channel telekinesis, the most basic form of psychic projection, into a bead. The bead would absorb the released energy and glow in response. One glowing mind bead equaled 1 unit of psychic power. By counting how many beads lit up, a psychic's total power level could be measured with precision. Since Sodto hadn't undergone any formal meditation training, testing him with the beads now would accurately reveal his innate psychic power. After conducting a quick test and determining Sodto's natural power level, Maya was quietly delighted. Meanwhile, Sodto's face turned grim. According to the results, he had one of the worst psychic aptitudes possible. Yes, Sodto's innate psychic power was only 10, just enough to meet the bare minimum required for a normal person to awaken as a psychic. After thousands of years of development, the psychic profession had evolved into a well-structured system. Psychics were divided into 5 tiers: apprentice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and master. These ranks were determined entirely by one's psychic power value. Apprentice, 10 to 100. Beginner, 100 to 500. Intermediate, 500 to 5,000. Advanced, 5,000 to 20,000. Master, over 20,000. According to Maya, Sodto's rate of improvement through meditation would be incredibly slow. Even if he meditated without eating or sleeping, it might take him an entire month just to raise his psychic power by 1 point. That meant, without any special breakthroughs or miraculous encounters, he'd likely remain a beginner-level psychic for life. Advancing to intermediate would be almost impossible. By comparison, Maya's innate psychic power was 13. Just 3 points higher than Sodto's, but her meditation efficiency was 7 or 8 times faster. In her own words, she had a real shot at breaking past the first psychic barrier and reaching the intermediate level in her lifetime. When there's no comparison, there's no pain. Maya had always been the one feeling inadequate. But now that the tables had turned and she got to be the one with the upper hand, she felt great. Well, it is what it is. It's fine. As long as I can learn telepathy, I'll be satisfied. Yep. That's all I want. Upon learning how bad his talent really was, Sodto tried to console himself and force an optimistic mindset, but it wasn't working today. Because he had just learned that even telepathy, a supposedly basic psychic technique, wasn't as easy to learn as he thought. The prerequisite was a psychic power of 50, and he only had 10. If what Maya said was accurate, that he'd need a full month of non-stop meditation to raise his power by a single point, then he'd need at least 40 months to reach the requirement for telepathy. That was over 3 years, and that's assuming he did nothing but meditate, without eating or sleeping. In reality, it might take him 5 to 6 years just to reach 50 points. With that cruel reality staring him in the face, Sodto simply couldn't bring himself to feel optimistic anymore. After Maya finished telling Sodto everything she knew about psychics, she casually came up with an excuse and quickly left the cafe. Sodto, on the other hand, remained in the quiet cafe a while longer. He read through the books on psychic abilities that Maya had left behind for about half an hour, then placed a 500 poke dollar bill on the table before also taking his leave. Afterward, Sodto and his Pokémon enjoyed a hearty late-night meal. Following a quick wash-up, he collapsed into bed and fell into a deep sleep. The night passed uneventfully. By noon the next day, Sodto stepped out of a private bank in the center of Cinnabar Island. As soon as he came out, he released Crobat and had it take him up into the sky, flying swiftly eastward. The reason Sodto had gone to the bank was simple. He wanted to store his storage backpack containing a large number of valuable items there for safekeeping. He just didn't trust Team Rocket's so-called secure storage enough to risk it. That morning, Sodto had received an assembly notice through his Team Rocket-issued watch. It ordered him to arrive at the third uninhabited island east of Cinnabar Island before 5 p.m. In other words, the second phase of the rookie competition would officially begin after 5 p.m. According to the rules, Sodto had to submit most of his belongings to the organization for safekeeping, leaving only a few essentials. So, to prevent any potential exposure of his secrets, Sodto chose to entrust the bank with his valuables instead. After all, that oversized space backpack currently stored at the bank contained some extremely rare and expensive items, the 2 invaluable TMS gifted by Professor Oak, a hoard of treasure looted from the Sea Serpent gang's Heiduo and others, and even the recently acquired Keystone. While Sodto wasn't the type to assume the worst of people, it never hurt to be cautious. If some Team Rocket members saw those treasures, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be tempted. Losing any of those would be a heartbreaking blow. Those items were crucial assets for Sato's future rise to power. At the moment, the only things left in his storage equipment were the mutated Firestone for evolving Growlithe, a set of clothing made from special fabric, a pair of high-tech running shoes, and a high-tech sleeping bag. The rest were all cheap daily use items. Unfortunately, despite his efforts all morning, Growlithe's level remained stubbornly at 42, a fact that left Sato somewhat disappointed. But there was no helping it. After level 40, Pokémon needed massive amounts of battle experience to level up. The rapid gains of the 20s and 30s were long gone. Sato had no choice but to let Growlithe complete its evolution on that perilous, mysterious island. It was just past 4 p.m. when Sato set off. Though it was a bit early, he'd always been cautious by nature. Arriving ahead of time was a way to prepare for any unforeseen events. With Crobat's help, Sato reached the designated assembly point half an hour early. By then, a few others had already gathered on the beach of the uninhabited island. Judging by the Team Rocket watches on their wrists, these casually dressed individuals were all participants in the second phase of the rookie competition, just like Sato. Most of them didn't know each other. Given their status as competitors, they maintained a guarded distance, watching each other warily. Sato's arrival quickly drew attention. Multiple pairs of hostile eyes locked onto him the moment he stepped onto the beach. Even with his solid composure, Sato couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine under the weight of that collective hostility. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, he promptly raised his right hand and revealed the Team Rocket watch on his wrist. Only then did the other members withdraw their aggressive stares, signaling to their Pokémon to stand down while continuing to stay alert. The beach was spacious. Sato picked a shady coconut tree at random, pulled a small wooden chair from his space bag, and sat down beneath it. Then, putting on a show, he pulled out a fashion magazine and pretended to read, though in reality he was secretly observing the others nearby. Unfortunately, he didn't spot anyone he recognized, no Maya, or anyone else he knew. In fact, after receiving the notification that morning, Sato had contacted Maya to ask about her situation. It turned out that she had also been summoned, but their meeting times and locations didn't align. Still, it didn't take much thought for Sato to understand why. According to Maya, who had access to some inside information, there were a total of 1,521 rookies who had made it through the first phase. With that many people, gathering everyone at once would be far too conspicuous. Sato guessed that Team Rocket leadership had planned to ferry the participants to the mysterious island in batches. Maya's group had been called 2 hours earlier than his. By now, she was probably already far out at sea. As the appointed time drew near, more and more Team Rocket members gathered on the beach. Among the late arrivals, Sato unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. It was Tanya, who had joined the pewter branch of Team Rocket the same time as he did. They'd interacted a few times, so Sato had a deep impression of her. She arrived riding a well-developed Blastoise. According to Sato's system analysis, this Blastoise was level 39 and had quite a number of moves installed via TM. If he wasn't mistaken, Tanya had been the first in their batch to tame a Pokémon. The starter egg she received was likely a Squirtle egg, which had now evolved into this purple-grade Blastoise with an impressive individual value of 157. Team Rocket had always been strict about discipline. If they said to gather at 5 p.m., it would definitely happen precisely at 5 p.m. Sure enough, when the watches of everyone on the beach hit 5 o'clock, a man in an elite Team Rocket uniform descended from the sky on a majestic Pidgeot. This elite member was clearly a powerful trainer. His Pidgeot, level 52, radiated a powerful presence that quickly silenced the chatter on the beach. "I won't waste time with introductions," the man said, wearing windproof goggles and exuding a cold demeanor. "From here on out, just keep up with me, rookies." With that, he directed his Pidgeot eastward and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was already far ahead, leaving behind a beach full of stunned and silent Team Rocket recruits. Although no one knew what kind of trick this mysterious Team Rocket elite was playing, the moment he blinked ahead and flew out a long distance, the other Rocket members on the beach immediately released their flying mounts to give chase. Every Team Rocket member who had made it to the second stage of the competition was naturally quite strong. Except for a few who were severely specialized in certain areas, most of them had some kind of flying Pokémon mount at their disposal. In an instant, a long line of Team Rocket members filled the sky like a soaring dragon. Of course, in the Kanto region, 7 or 8 out of every 10 Team Rocket members rode either a Pidgeot or a Fearow as their flying mount. Among this airborne procession, Sato was the only one riding a Crobat, and he was also flying right at the front. Naturally, he stood out like a sore thumb. However, Sato himself appeared utterly unfazed. With his wind goggles on, he silently commanded his Crobat to keep pace with the Team Rocket elite ahead, who was riding a Pidgeot at the Sodto Elite 4 level. At first, the Team Rocket Elite's Pidgeot wasn't flying at an especially fast speed, so Sato and the others with flying mounts could still keep up. But gradually, as time passed, the Pidgeot under the Rocket Elite began to speed up. The once tightly packed air formation began to stretch out, and the gaps between each rider widened more and more. By now, aside from Sato with his Crobat, only a few others riding Pidgeots were able to stay close behind the Team Rocket Elite. Without a doubt, Sato and those few riders made up the fastest first echelon of the aerial procession. The rest could only trail behind from afar. Facing the fierce headwinds, Sato turned to glance around. Within a 300 to 400 meter radius, only a dozen or so riders remained. The rest had already fallen far behind, reduced to tiny black dots in the distance. Is he taking us somewhere else? But his Pidgeot is flying faster and faster, some people won't be able to keep up. So the test has already begun, this must be the first challenge. Seeing this, Sodto silently pondered the intentions of the Team Rocket elite who had spoken only a single sentence back on the beach and remained silent ever since. This conclusion felt almost inevitable. He inwardly thanked his luck. His Golbat had evolved into a Crobat back at the port in Pallet Town. Without this upgrade both in terms of flight speed and endurance he would have been left in the dust a long time ago, now languishing at the rear of the group or even unable to keep up entirely. And for those who couldn't keep up, the consequence was simple: being unable to locate the actual rendezvous point would mean instant elimination. If Sodto was right, people were already beginning to drop out. He had carefully counted back on the beach, there had been exactly 100 Team Rocket members assembled. But if the Team Rocket elite at the front kept pushing his Pidgeot to accelerate, then, aside from the dozen or so top-tier flyers in the first echelon, only a handful in the leading edge of the second echelon might barely keep up. That meant before the real competition had even fully begun, at least half the participants would be eliminated. Fortunately, the Team Rocket elite didn't appear to be trying to eliminate half the field right away. Noticing how few people were still trailing him, he intentionally slowed his Pidgeot down. Still, this reduced speed was still quite fast for those in the second or third echelon. Without pushing themselves to the limit, they risked falling behind again. Even though the flight speed had decreased instead of increasing, the contestants now faced a new problem: endurance. From the start of the flight to now, Sodto and the other contestants had been flying for more than an hour. The distance traveled was already several hundred kilometers. Maintaining such high-speed flight for over an hour was exhausting even for large flying Pokémon. For smaller mounts like Pidgeotto or Spearow who hadn't yet evolved into their final forms, it was even worse. At this point, Sodto could see even fewer Team Rocket members behind him, less than half of what he had seen earlier. After another dozen minutes of this grueling endurance test, the sky finally began to darken. Just as Sodto noticed his Crobat slowing due to fatigue, the Team Rocket elite ahead who had long widened the gap began to descend rapidly, heading toward a small island in the middle of the sea. Whew! Finally, a break. Seeing the Rocket elite finally choosing to stop, Sodto let out a long breath of relief. Like the other few riders on Pidgeots, he quickly directed his Crobat to descend from high altitude. "We'll rest here for half an hour." Still cold and curt, the Team Rocket elite dropped that single sentence after Sodto and the other contestants landed on the island. Without explaining anything further, he simply walked off to find a place to rest. Sodto and the others were thoroughly exhausted. Seeing the man act so aloof and having realized by now that this long-distance flight was indeed a test, they wisely chose not to disturb him and instead quickly found places to rest and recover with their Pokémon. As the Rocket elite rested on the island, more Team Rocket members from the tail end of the first echelon and the middle of the second echelon trickled in. But after a few more minutes, no one else arrived. The darkening night sky remained empty. Leaning against a coconut tree, Sodto carefully counted. Excluding the Team Rocket elite who wasn't a contestant, there were only 58 people left on the beach. This long-distance flight had eliminated 42 contestants in one blow, a staggering 40% dropout rate. Such a high elimination rate cast a heavy shadow over the minds of those who had barely made it through. The atmosphere on the beach was somber. Sodto had no time to worry about anyone else. Even though he was one of the few who had stayed close to the Team Rocket elite the whole way, his condition was far from good. Both of his shoulders were throbbing with pain. Without any kind of specialized flying gear, Crobat had flown the entire time by clutching Sodto's shoulders. This kind of passenger carrying method was fine for a short time, but over such a long flight, even if Crobat could hold out, Sodto's shoulders couldn't withstand the constant pulling and pressure. "This is a painful reminder that I have to develop proper flying gear for Crobat in the future," Sodto muttered through gritted teeth as he rubbed some high-grade medicinal ointment onto his severely bruised shoulders. "You really did show up, Sodto. I knew you wouldn't miss the rookie competition. But where've you been all this while? I haven't seen you around the base at all." Just as Sodto was finishing up with the medicine and preparing to release his Bellossom to accelerate his healing, a pleasant, melodic voice suddenly came from behind him. Due to the pressing time constraints, Sodto didn't pause his next move even after hearing the sudden voice behind him. Instead, he calmly took out a Pokeball containing Bellossom and released her. Once Bellossom began using grassy terrain at the spot to heal him and he finished bandaging his injuries, Sodto finally turned around slowly, his gaze falling upon the uninvited guest who was now being tightly watched by Crobat. That unexpected visitor was a stunningly beautiful woman, someone Sodto recognized as the only familiar face among the gathered participants, Tanya. Perhaps because of Sodto's indifference, or the fact that she was being stared down by a massive bat Pokémon, the woman in the pale yellow elite trainer uniform looked visibly displeased. "Long time no see, Tanya. What brings you to me now? But let me remind you, we're competitors now. Some things are better left unsaid, lest they sour the mood." Sodto had never been one to judge by appearances. Though Tanya was undeniably beautiful, that didn't affect his attitude in the slightest. He merely gave her a curt nod and responded in a slightly distant tone. They may have known each other, but their only real interaction had been a simple transaction. He'd sold her some poke blocks. There was no real familiarity between them. In fact, much like Sodto, Tanya was one of the few participants who managed to keep up with the elite rocket operative leading the challenge. Her flying mount was a Pidgeot and a high-level one at that, reaching level 42. Among all the competitors with Pidgeot, hers was the strongest. Throughout the entire flight, Tanya had been the closest one, trailing behind the elite rocket trainer. Naturally, Sodto had noticed her early on, and it went without saying that Tanya had also identified him by the cravat he used as a flying mount. Yet, along the way, Sodto noticed she never once tried to acknowledge or approach him. In fact, she had even shown a strange hint of hostility. Several times, Sodto had attempted to follow behind her Pidgeot to conserve Crabat's stamina, but she'd quickly instructed her Pokémon to shake him off. Sodto didn't take offense at Tanya's unwillingness to let him tail her. After all, they weren't close, and more importantly, they were direct competitors. But now, seeing Tanya suddenly greet him with such warmth, Sodto couldn't help but feel annoyed, and he didn't bother hiding it. What's more, Sodto saw through her intentions immediately. She was here because she wanted something from him. It was obvious this long-distance flight had been incredibly draining on all flying Pokémon, even on robust mounts like Pidgeot. Tanya's Pidgeot was no exception. Sodto had seen it gasping for breath, clearly worn out. The Rocket Elite had just said they'd be resting for only 30 minutes. That meant this location wasn't the final destination. Another grueling flight likely lay ahead. So, for every participant, the most critical thing right now was helping their flying mounts recover stamina. Otherwise, if their Pokémon ran out of strength mid-flight, elimination would be inevitable. Combining the current situation with the one prior occasion he'd interacted with her, Sodto took less than a few seconds to deduce what she wanted. His Pokeblocks, the ones that could rapidly restore a Pokémon's stamina. But Sodto had no intention of helping someone who had ignored him before and now suddenly acted friendly when she needed something. So, before she could even speak, he cut her off with a clear rejection. "I'll admit I was in the wrong earlier. Please don't take it to heart," Tanya said, smiling sweetly as the irritation faded from her face. "Actually, I don't need that many Pokeblocks, just 50 would do. I'm willing to trade 5,000 points for them." Tanya, as sharp as ever, had clearly understood the meaning behind Sodto's earlier words. Her expression softened completely, and she lowered her tone with visible humility. This long-distance trial had made something clear to her. This fellow rookie from Pewter City was no longer the same person she once knew. Gone was the poor trainer who only had a pathetically low level Zubat. Now, she faced someone she had to regard as a formidable opponent. When Tanya saw Sodto again, she had been deeply shocked. She had assumed he'd died during the Viridian Forest trial. It never crossed her mind that he had actually gone out on a mission. To her and to most others from their rocket intake class, it was normal to assume Sodto had perished in that forest. Over the past month, aside from occasionally missing the efficiency of his Pokeblocks during training, she had all but forgotten him. But now, not only had his Zubat evolved into a powerful Crabat in just over a month, that Crabat had even managed to rival her painstakingly trained Pidgeot in terms of flight speed during this grueling trial. His growth was terrifying, and as shaken as she was, she couldn't help feeling a deep pang of jealousy. That was exactly why she had acted cold and distant during the flight. Now, however, seeing Sodto summon a Bellossom capable of healing him, and sensing that this Bellossom's aura was on par with Crabat's, her shock turned to pure dread. As for that brief flicker of jealousy earlier, Tanya had already shoved it aside. She was a pragmatic person. When facing someone of equal strength, she would show them due respect. And now that Sodto clearly had at least 2 Pokémon at level 40 or above, he was undeniably an opponent deserving of it. Especially since she needed his help. So, Tanya had no problem lowering herself temporarily and offering enough sincerity to not only obtain the Pokeblocks but also rekindle a trace of their past friendship. Offering 5,000 rocket points in exchange for 50 medium-grade Pokeblocks, Tanya's proposal was indeed sincere. For context, in Team Rocket's internal economy, 1 rocket point could be exchanged for 1,000 Poke Dollars. That made 5,000 points equivalent to 5 million Poke Dollars. Buying 50 mid-tier Pokeblocks for that much was an extremely generous deal. Most others would have jumped at the chance for such a profit. Unfortunately for Tanya, today she was facing Sodto, the man who currently held more than 130,000 rocket points. He had no interest in such a small sum. In fact, if giving up 5,000 points meant he could easily eliminate a powerful competitor like Tanya, Sodto would be more than happy to make that trade. So, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. He flat out rejected her. In this situation, helping a rival was out of the question. Of course, if the benefits were high enough, Sodto was not entirely above doing so. And when Tanya gritted her teeth and pulled out a certain item from her person, Sodto's mind immediately changed along with the hasty decision he'd made just moments earlier. In the end, what made Sodto change his mind wasn't Tanya's coaxing, nor her beauty, but a lump of black clay sealed inside a glass jar. At first glance, the black lump looked no different from ordinary soil. But under the dim light of night, even the naked eye could catch a faint purple shimmer slowly flowing across its surface. Yes, after running it through the system's appraisal function, Sodto could confirm it without a doubt. This was the toxic essence he had once acquired from a mook. The only difference was that the one now before him was slightly larger than the one he had obtained before, around 30 G. From the system's analysis, Sodto had learned that toxic essence was the key ingredient in crafting the poison-type treasure item, Black Sludge. With 100G of toxic essence, plus a few auxiliary materials, one could create a poison pearl, a priceless item. Originally, Sodto had hoped to exchange his piece of toxic essence for some poison-type training knowledge from Janine. Unfortunately, he had quickly realized that Janine was not someone one could communicate with in any normal way, and so he'd given up on the idea. As a result, he had assumed that the toxic essence in his possession would end up collecting dust in storage long-term. But now, upon seeing the 30G chunk of toxic essence in Tanya's hand, a spark reignited in Sodto's mind. He currently had about 25G himself. If he added Tanya's 30G, that would make 55G total, meaning he was now very likely to gather enough to eventually craft black sludge. Just 45G more. If I had a black sludge, both Krabat and Arbok would experience a massive power-up. Especially Arbok, its biggest weakness, endurance during the 3-pattern strategy, would be dramatically improved. Staring at the treasure Tanya had reluctantly produced, Sodto's eyes locked onto it, and he couldn't help the flood of thoughts that followed. It looks like Mr. Sodto recognizes this item. Yes, it's a 31G piece of toxic essence used to craft the poison-type treasure black sludge. I believe its value is more than enough to restore our friendship, Tanya said with a dazzling smile. Her observational skills were sharp. Though Sodto kept a calm and indifferent expression, the eyes were the window to the soul. She'd seen the flicker in his gaze. He was clearly interested. So she smiled sweetly as she pushed forward. I'm interested, Sodto said simply. So, go on, name your price. He smiled, seeing there was no use in pretending. She'd seen right through his aloof act. Instead of playing games, he handed the ball over to Tanya. Let her make the first offer. Tanya's eyes lit up at his words but quickly fell into troubled contemplation. The value of toxic essence was self-evident. This was a rare material that money alone couldn't buy. If she traded it for only 50 medium-grade poke blocks, the loss would be astronomical. But Tanya also knew that value was never absolute. In this current situation, Sodto's poke blocks were practically life-saving items. Their worth had skyrocketed manyfold. It was like water in a desert, usually worthless, but during life or death moments, priceless. Plus, these poke blocks could very well be the deciding factor in upcoming matches. Quality recovery items could significantly raise a trainer's win rate. And Tanya knew exactly how effective Sodto's poke blocks were. They were the best recovery items she'd ever seen. In her opinion, they had played a huge role in Sodto's rapid growth. But perhaps because she knew how vital the poke blocks were, she found it hard to ask for too many. From the way Sodto had acted earlier, it was obvious he wasn't interested in supplying his rivals. After all, they were still competitors. Who knew when they might face each other in the tournament? Giving a future opponent a boost was foolish. Yes, toxic essence was rare. But right now, it was like oil in the desert, valuable, sure, but not nearly as life-saving as water. How about 1,000? Tanya finally asked with a deep breath, her voice sweet as ever. But the moment the words left her mouth, her smile froze. Because Sodto immediately looked away from the toxic essence and turned to stare at her like she was an idiot. Then 500. No less? I'm already losing a ton here. Tanya bit her lip and glared at him, holding up 5 fingers with a small, rough hand. To her dismay, Sodto simply held up 2 fingers shamelessly. 2 or 3 minutes later, Tanya, clearly in a foul mood, stormed off clutching a colorful pouch of poke blocks. Her pretty face twisted with frustration and clenched teeth. After an intense round of haggling, she had been forced to accept Sodto's tyrannical offer, trading her 31G of toxic essence for just 300 medium-grade poke blocks. Without a doubt, Tanya had taken a catastrophic loss. A complete explosion of value, as if her trade had spontaneously commusted on the spot. The atmosphere on the beach was quiet and heavy. With only a few lamps, mostly kerosene lanterns, lighting the area, even their soft conversation managed to attract attention from the surrounding Team Rocket members. Especially when some of them recognized the toxic essence in Tanya's hand and watched her storm off holding a pouch with a dark expression. Curious glances quickly began to circle the two of them. Still, both Sodto and Tanya had performed impressively during the long-distance flight challenge, earning the respect of many on the beach. So even though people were curious about what Tanya had traded for, no one dared to approach and question the clearly irate and powerful female trainer. That said, a few sharp-eyed observers did notice her feeding some of the poke blocks to her Pidgeot shortly after and were stunned by how quickly its stamina recovered. It didn't take a genius to figure it out. Tanya had traded for some kind of high-efficiency recovery item for Pokémon. And based on the results they saw, it worked far better than any standard supply they had on hand. All at once, the nearby Team Rocket members turned blazing eyes towards Sodto. As for Sodto himself, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and a tight clench in his seat. In the following 10 or so minutes, Sodto moved like a messiah among the crowd, warmly welcomed by over a dozen strangers in succession, each one enthusiastically offering him items that, to his surprise, turned out to be quite decent. Unfortunately, almost every single one of them left in high spirits but returned shortly after with faces like they'd just attended a funeral. However, once they realized their flying Pokémon mounts were rapidly recovering their stamina, their expressions changed instantly, eyes lighting up with renewed hope and joy as if they'd found a way to survive. There was no doubt that these people were currently experiencing a strange blend of pain and delight. At that moment, Sodto, acting like the heartless merchant he was happily tucked away in some secluded corner, carefully counting the fine wool he'd just sheared off a flock of fat sheep. The spoils were more than enough to knit himself a luxurious woolen coat. The members of Team Rocket who had made it this far in the rookie showdown were among the most elite of the new recruits. Without some form of special opportunity or background, they wouldn't have reached this point. In other words, while they weren't swimming in wealth, each one of them had considerable assets being worth tens of millions of poke dollars was the norm. But thanks to Sato's little fleecing session just now, their assets had effectively been halved. On the other hand, Sato made a handsome profit. All he had offered in return were a few hundred Pokeblocks items that could be cheaply manufactured from common berries. What's more, to avoid giving anyone the chance to power up for the upcoming matches, he intentionally limited each transaction to no more than 50 mid-grade Pokeblocks. Although the items these people brought were fairly valuable, none of them compared to the toxic essence that Maya had handed over. Because of that, Sato didn't opt for barter trades. Instead, he went straight for Alliance currency. At a ruthless black market rate of 200,000 Poke dollars per mid-grade Poke block, Sato sold around 800 in total, instantly netting himself over 160 million Poke dollars. His previously drained wallet emptied out by high-tech purchases and awakening agents now bounced back slightly, reaching over 200 million Poke dollars once again. Of course, Sato was well aware that doing something like this was bound to attract resentment. It was highly likely he'd become a target in the matches to come. That's why he made sure to disguise his appearance for every transaction. He even traded with each person one-on-one, changing his appearance after every deal to minimize the risk of getting ganged up on later. When the benefits of the Poke blocks, especially their stamina recovery, became apparent, word spread quickly. Soon, a new wave of wealthy sheep came flocking his way. Thanks to this second batch, Sato gained another 100 million Poke dollars, bringing his funds back to a near-peak level. Interestingly, even that icy-cold Team Rocket elite came to buy Poke blocks from him. Unfortunately, Sato didn't dare scam someone of that caliber and even offered him a few high-grade Poke blocks free of charge. Perhaps appreciating Sato's tact, the elite not only introduced himself but also secretly gifted him a directory containing profiles of some of the participants. All in all, Sato's black market dealings were but a small interlude in the second phase of the rookie competition. Half an hour passed in a flash, and the elite rocket member named Nogo, who was at the pseudo elite 4 level, set off once again. This time, their long-distance flight didn't take place under blue skies and white clouds. Instead, it unfolded beneath a moonless, star-scattered night sky. However, the Poke blocks Sato had distributed played a crucial role during this flight. No one fell behind. It had to be said, Sato, all by himself, had subtly influenced the early dynamics of Phase 2 in this rookie competition. After over an hour of nighttime flight, Nogo led Sato and the others into a dense sea mist. The fog was so thick and the darkness so deep that the human eye was rendered nearly useless. Visibility was limited to a mere meter or two. What's worse, the fog also seemed to interfere with sensory perception, making it difficult for even Pokémon to navigate. Even Crobat's echolocation was practically useless. Thankfully, Nogo knew this area like the back of his hand and carried a special tool capable of emitting a powerful piercing light to guide the way. Without him, Sato and the others might have gotten hopelessly lost in this fog, trapped forever. This sea mist spanned hundreds of nautical miles. Sato and the others spent over 10 minutes flying through it before finally emerging on the other side, where a massive island suddenly loomed into view. Now under a magnificent, starry sky with not a single cloud above, the island stood serenely, untouched. Oddly enough, the thick sea mist that had enveloped the ocean for hundreds of miles couldn't even drift within 100 meters of the island. It was as if some invisible force kept it at bay, forcing the fog to linger at a respectful distance. It was unbelievable, but undeniable they were witnessing the raw, mysterious power of nature. As they drew closer, they noticed that the island was also surrounded by countless whirlpools. At the center of each vortex, water vapor was continuously rising, constantly feeding the thick fog that surrounded the island. Clearly, this vast fog was a direct result of the island's unique aquatic surroundings. What a hidden paradise! What kind of mysterious power could be protecting this island? It's like Pandaria from the Pokémon world. Sato couldn't help but marvel at the sight before him, quietly awestruck by the wonders of nature. Note, Pandaria is a continent in World of Warcraft long shrouded by sea mist. It is the homeland of the Pandaren. Before Sato could savor the moment any longer, the stoic Nogo bluntly urged him to keep moving. Eventually, they arrived at a small artificial island dozens of meters away from the main island. Team Rocket had already built a large, fortified base on this artificial island. It was brightly lit, and even from afar, Sato could tell it was under heavy security. Dozens of Rocket members were patrolling the perimeter. As Sato and the others approached, 2 teams of Rocket members on flying mounts immediately surrounded them. The 2 captains leading them were both pseudo-elite 4 trainers, their Pokémon radiating equally strong auras. All of them gave off a hardened, militaristic vibe tinged with the metallic scent of blood. It was clear these were battle-hardened Rocket elites. Even the usually icy Nogo obediently had his Pidgeot hover in midair and submitted to inspection. But before the security check could be completed, a loud alarm suddenly rang out from the base. Immediately, the Rocket elites who had been checking them abandoned their posts and flew off toward the base without hesitation. Startled by the siren and the elite's urgency, Sato and the others tensed up, turning to the one person who might have answers, Nogo. His expression was grim. Though he remained silent, he raised a hand and pointed toward the large island. Following the direction of his finger, Sato and the others looked. Under the faint moonlight, it only took a few seconds for them to see it, a dark cloud speeding toward the rocket base from the island. But as soon as Sodto saw what that cloud truly was, his whole body went cold. A chill ran down his spine as a powerful sense of impending doom took hold. The black cloud rapidly drifting toward the rocket base was not made of clouds at all. It was a massive flock of flying-type Pokémon, forming a dark, oppressive swarm that blotted out the sky. Most of them were Murkrow, Fearow, and Pidgeotto types commonly seen among flying Pokémon. It was clear these flying types came with hostile intent. They seemed to bear deep animosity toward the Team Rocket operatives stationed on the artificial island. Or perhaps they were under the influence of some kind of power. The bloodthirsty, scarlet glow in their eyes made that possibility hard to ignore. Don't just stand there. Get down to the lower base and find cover. No need to panic, this is just a minor-scale beast tide. It'll be over soon. As the black cloud of flying-type Pokémon closed in on the rocket base, Nogo, in a rare gesture, called out to Sodto and the others with a word of warning before commanding his Pidgeot to descend rapidly toward the rocket base. In truth, if not for the fact that their team leader Nogo had yet to make a move and they dared not overstep, Sodto and the other sharp-eyed rocket recruits would have already fled. Now, with his signal, Sodto and the others scrambled to urge their flying mounts down toward the Team Rocket base, landing and seeking shelter at breakneck speed. By this point, multiple squads of rocket members were emerging from various exits of the base, marching in orderly formation. Just like the elite Team Rocket operatives Sodto had seen earlier from the sky, these members exuded a disciplined, militaristic aura. Under the leadership of their commanding officers, they moved swiftly and in sync. Before long, 3 square-shaped battle formations of over 100 members each had formed outside the Team Rocket base. These 3 main battalions were arranged in a triangle around the base, protecting it from all sides. In addition to the large formations, scattered mid and small-sized units filled in the defensive gaps around the facility. Once fully assembled, these rocket members, like seasoned soldiers, began releasing Pokémon under the command of their squad leaders. Each square formation deployed a single species of Pokémon. These Pokémon had all undergone rigorous training. As soon as they emerged, they assembled on their own like veterans of countless battles. In moments, the field was home to 3 massive formations, one composed entirely of Magnezone, one of Alolan Golem, and one of Electrode. Note, Alolan Golem is the final evolution of Alolan Geodude, a dual rock/electric type. Due to Alola's unique climate, standard Geodude undergo mutation and evolve differently. Magnezone Army and Electrode Army commence assault. As the 3 Pokémon legions finished assembling, a one-eyed rocket executive in a commander's uniform lifted a megaphone and barked out orders. Zap Cannon. Electro Ball. The next moment, 2 of the large formations, the Magnezone and Electrode units, instantly obeyed. All their trainers shouted the same move command in unison. Hundreds of Pokémon launching the same move at once triggered a breathtaking, earth-shattering reaction. The destructive force they unleashed was overwhelming. The Magnezone Legion on the left flank of the triangle formation struck first. Hundreds of Magnezone fired Zap Cannon in unison, filling the sky with blinding electromagnetic beams. Under the influence of magnetic fields and their collective precision, the beams converged into a single, colossal energy cannon. The massive electromagnetic blast shot forward at incredible speed. It cleaved through the sky like a blade of lightning, splitting the dense black swarm of flying-type Pokémon in half. In the blink of an eye, the air was thick with the smell of scorched feathers and ozone. That's insane. This kind of standardized Pokémon Legion is practically a weapon of war. Watching from behind cover, Sodto was stunned into silence as he witnessed the Magnezone unit's overwhelming power. His eyes widened with awe. Meanwhile, the Electrode formation on the right flank began its own fierce attack. Electricity surged across hundreds of them, and one after another, they launched yellow orbs of energy each the size of a soccer ball into the sky. In an instant, the sky filled with a torrential rain of glowing Electro balls. With a base speed stat of 150, Electrode was among the fastest electric-type Pokémon. Most flying types couldn't hope to outrun them. As such, the barrage of Electro balls was devastating to the airborne attackers. Each projectile carried a base power exceeding 80. Note, Electro Ball is a special electric-type move. The faster the user is compared to the target, the stronger the attack. Under the relentless assault from hundreds of Electrodes, flying-type Pokémon dropped from the sky like rain-soaked leaves. Within 3 or 4 seconds, the majority of the Pokémon that had made it within 100 meters of the base were eliminated. However, this first wave was only the vanguard of the Black Cloud. A second wave of flying types swiftly followed. Even under such intense fire from the Magnezone and Electrode legions, the crimson-eyed Pokémon showed no fear, hurling themselves at the base with savage ferocity. Following the one-eyed commander's lead, the Magnezone unit focused on breaking enemy formations, while the Electrode unit provided wide-range suppressive fire. With their fierce bombardment and the support of rocket Pokémon from various smaller units, the 2 main legions successfully crushed 6 waves of flying-type attackers, wiping out more than half the invading force. However, the non-stop discharge of electricity began to wear down both the Magnezone and Electrode armies. Their output weakened as they grew visibly fatigued. Without sustained firepower, the remaining flying types, still numbering in the hundreds, broke through the defensive line and closed in, breaching the 30-meter mark outside the rocket base. Alolan Golem unit, prepare for battle, commence attack. At that moment, the one-eyed rocket commander, estimating that the enemy had entered optimal striking range, gave the long-awaited order to the final Legion Alolan Golem. Rock Blast. Instantly, the rocket members in the Alolan Golem unit issued the same command to their Pokémon. Hundreds of Alolan Golem, positioned at the spearhead of the triangular formation, launched volley after volley of rock-sized projectiles from their backs, each one crackling with electromagnetic energy. A storm of electrically charged stones rained down upon the advancing flying types. As dual rock/electric types, Alolan Golem's attacks not only struck with rock-type force but also carried electric charges. It was easy to imagine the devastation. Any flying type hit would suffer double punishment from both types. The assault successfully halted the enemy advance. Yet despite their raw power, the Alolan Golem unit couldn't match the firing frequency of the Electrode Legion. Before long, numerous wild flying types from the island's interior broke through and took to the skies directly above the rocket base. A brutal, close-quarters battle to defend the base was about to erupt. Compared to the overwhelming tide at the beginning, the number of wild flying-type Pokémon now breaking through the defensive lines of the three major Pokémon armies and reaching the airspace above Team Rocket's base had significantly dwindled. However, this dwindling was only relative. There were still over 1,000 wild flying-type Pokémon circling the skies above the base. As always, the principle remained: creation is difficult, but destruction is easy. Even though only 1,000 or so flying-type Pokémon remained above the base, they were still Pokémon working together. Destroying something was far too easy for them. Bursts of boom 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 echoed in succession as brief flashes of explosive energy flared outside Team Rocket's base. A colorful variety of moves were being unleashed by these wild Pokémon. In no time, the outer walls of the base, reinforced multiple times, suffered extensive damage. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before these 1,000-plus flying types could completely tear down Team Rocket's base, which had been constructed on an artificial island. Of course, this base was the only place all the Team Rocket members here could call home. Even though no one had asked them to help, not even newcomers like Sodto, they still stepped forward without hesitation. Growlithe, use Flamethrower. With Crobat guarding his flank, Sodto took cover against a sturdy wall. Seizing this as a valuable training opportunity, he began commanding Growlithe to engage the fearless wild flying types around them. Covered in blazing flames, Growlithe barked in response, opened its jaws, and released a giant column of fire that spread wide across the air. Instantly, several Murkrow that didn't manage to dodge were caught in the pillar of fire. Accompanied by their painful cries, the unlucky birds plummeted from the sky, trailing black smoke as they fell. But before Sodto and Growlithe could mount their next attack, 6 Murkrow with glowing crimson eyes abruptly stopped attacking the nearby structures and instead locked onto Sodto with killing intent. The very next second, Sodto's instincts flared with alarm. The 6 Murkrow, all around level 30, moved in perfect sync. Their feathered black bodies ignited with blue flames as they beat their wings fiercely and launched a coordinated Brave Bird attack, each carrying a whopping 120 base power, rushing towards Sodto from all directions. Their speed under the boost of Brave Bird was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 6 blue streaks hurtled towards Sodto, clearly intending to shred the seemingly vulnerable human to pieces. Crobat, protect. Growlithe, use Flame Charge. Despite the deadly charge, Sodto remained calm and issued precise orders without hesitation. The moment his voice fell, Crobat shot forward from Sodto's shoulder and used Protect, forming a bright green energy shield that enveloped both itself and Sodto. Moments later, thud thud thud, echoed as all 6 Brave Bird attacks slammed into the shield Crobat had created. The impact was tremendous. As a flying-type move and a stab, same-type attack bonus, move for Murkrow, the sheer power of Brave Bird was immense. Though the green shield was solid, under the relentless assault of 6 Murkrow at once, it began to crack rapidly. Within less than a second, the barrier was covered in spiderweb-like fractures, seemingly ready to shatter at any moment. Fortunately, Crobat's Protect had bought just enough time for Growlithe. Wreathed in flame, Growlithe leapt forward at an impossible angle, ramming into 3 of the attacking Murkrow and sending them flying. As for the remaining 3, 2 were instantly struck down by Crobat's cross poison, and the last one was kicked away by Sodto himself, his enhanced combat boots activating the Mega Kick technique with tremendous force. In the flash of an instant, the 6 attacking Murkrow were jointly defeated by Sodto and his Pokémon. But the battlefield outside Team Rocket's base was utter chaos. Just as Sodto had shaken off one wave of danger, another loomed. This time, the enemy was a Murkrow leader accompanied by 16 underlings, and it was a formidable one at that level 45 and clearly a mini-boss among wild Pokémon. After watching his subordinates get beaten down by Sodto's team, the leader Murkrow immediately abandoned his assault on the outer walls of the base and commanded his flock to charge straight towards Sodto. Shit. Seeing that he was about to get ganged up on, Sodto cursed under his breath. Without a second thought, he turned and sprinted toward a nearby steel door that had sustained heavy damage, with Growlithe and Crobat close behind. The reason he'd chosen to fight in this area was mainly because of the emergency escape passage located here. It was a precaution just in case something dangerous happened or if a certain important event occurred. The steel door barely had any durability left. After a barrage of moves from Growlithe and Crobat, it crumpled into a pile of scrap metal, revealing a passage wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. Without hesitation, Sodto dashed through the ruined doorway with Growlithe and Crobat and entered the passageway. However, he didn't choose to run straight through. After covering some distance, he came to a stop. The Murkrow leader and his flock didn't think twice. Seeing Sodto and his Pokémon disappear into the passage, they immediately gave chase at full speed. Let's go, Growlithe. Use them to complete your final evolution. Hit them with the most powerful flamethrower you've got. Sodto smiled as the Murkrow leader closed in. Once the enemies were within 5 meters, he tossed a crimson, crystal-like stone etched with mysterious runes toward Growlithe, whose eyes were full of fiery anticipation. It was the mysterious mutated fire stone. According to his system's scan, Growlithe had leveled up to 43 after defeating those earlier Murkrow, now the perfect time to evolve. Woof. The moment the crystal touched Growlithe, pale white flames engulfed its body. It let out a loud bark as blinding white light burst forth. Instantly, the temperature within the passage soared, and everything was bathed in the glow of evolution. From within the white light, a massive white pillar of fire surged from Growlithe's mouth, its body rapidly growing and changing form. The fire pillar expanded explosively the moment it left Growlithe's mouth, transforming into a scorching, pale wave of fire that filled the entire passage. Caught in the narrow corridor with nowhere to escape, the Murkrow leader and his underlings were instantly engulfed in the flame wave. Agonized screams rang out, but they were abruptly cut off moments later. Seconds passed. The pale fire and glow of evolution gradually faded. Then, with a burst of speed, Sodto shot out from the superheated corridor riding atop a majestic, powerfully built Arcanine. When Sodto discovered that Growlithe had successfully reached level 43, he had originally planned to let it evolve on the island. Unfortunately, things rarely go as planned. With no reinforcements in sight, Sodto had no choice but to let Growlithe evolve secretly within the tunnel and use the terrain to his advantage, allowing Growlithe to unleash a burst of powerful fire-type energy during the evolution process to purge their enemies. Rewinding to a minute earlier, in the tunnel that was now lit up as brightly as day, Growlithe was bathed in pale, high-temperature flames and the dazzling light of evolution. His body underwent rapid restructuring and transformation under the tempering of the flames and the blessing of the evolution light. Gradually, the mutated fire stone, which contained a trace of Groudon's primal essence, melted into a shimmering golden-red liquid that began to dye the light of evolution, engulfing Growlithe. As the process continued, Growlithe's originally slow-growing frame began to expand at a visible pace. The small Pokémon that had once stood only 1 meter tall and 1.3 meters long was transforming into a towering canine Pokémon over 2.5 meters tall and at least 5 meters in length. As Growlithe's body swelled, the crimson gold liquid formed from the mutated fire stone gradually diminished. Finally, it vanished completely as Growlithe's form stabilized. There was no doubt, the vast and pure fire-type energy within the fire stone had been entirely absorbed, fueling Growlithe's metamorphosis. In the end, a majestic Arcanine appeared before Sodto, flames of pale white burning atop his head, tail, and 4 paws. He padded forward on blazing feet and then obediently lay down in front of Sodto. Though the flames burning on Arcanine's body were clearly searingly hot, Sodto was surprised to find that the surrounding temperature was extremely comfortable, maintaining a steady 25 degrees Celsius. Even with Arcanine so close, he didn't feel any heat. I see now. You've gained a lot from this evolution, haven't you, buddy? Sodto quickly realized this phenomenon was likely the doing of his loyal partner. He immediately activated the system's scanning ability to examine Arcanine's status. Upon reading the results, he smiled with satisfaction, stepped forward, and fondly stroked Arcanine's large head. Pokémon, Arcanine. Level, 43. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Gender, Male. Known moves, Bite, Roar, Ember, Leer, Odor Sleuth, Helping Hand, Reversal, Fire Fang, Takedown, Flare Blitz, Agility, Retaliate, Crunch, Heat Wave, Outrage, Thunder Fang, Extreme Speed. Egg moves, none. Tutor moves, Stored Power, Flame Wheel, Flame Charge, Overheat, Flare Blitz. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Grass, Double Team, Fire Spin, Flamethrower. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 30, 31. Attack, 31, 31. Defense, 28, 31. Special Attack, 31, 31. Special Defense, 27, 31. Speed, 30, 31. Overall 4 rating, 177 gold tier. Special Fire-type ability. Thermal Control. A Fire-type Pokémon with this ability can manipulate the temperature of surrounding flames by consuming its internal Fire-type energy. The degree to which heat can be raised or lowered depends on the Pokémon's fire control prowess. From the data, it was clear that the pleasant ambient temperature was entirely Arcanine's doing. Not only had the mutated Firestone significantly enhanced his stats, but it had also awakened a powerful new Fire-type ability, Thermal Control. Although Sodto didn't yet know the full extent of this new ability's power, from its description alone, he could tell it was incredibly useful. Whether lowering enemy flames' lethality or amplifying the intensity of his own, Thermal Control was a game-changer. With this ability, Arcanine would hold a distinct advantage even against equally powerful Fire-type opponents. And just as importantly, Sodto would never again have to worry about being consumed by fire or burned, as long as Arcanine was by his side. Thanks to Thermal Control, flames could now be safely regulated to a comfortable, room-like temperature. Still, more than anything, what brought Sodto the most joy wasn't the new ability, it was that Arcanine had finally completed his transformation from an underdog to a true powerhouse. Once, Growlithe had been a blue-tier Pokémon with a total 4 of just 138. Now, he had become a gold-tier Pokémon with a total 4 of 177, a massive leap in potential. To Sato's delight and surprise, Arcanine had also learned 2 high-powered Fire-type moves during evolution, Overheat and Flare Blitz. Move notes. Overheat, Special Fire, Power, 130. Effect, uses all its strength in one blast. Harshly lowers the user's special attack after use. Flare Blitz, Physical Fire, Power, 120. Effect, charges while cloaked in fire, deals recoil damage, and may cause burns. Arcanine had high and balanced attack and special attack base stats, 110 and 100 respectively, making him a true mixed attacker. As a dual blade type Pokémon, he could fully unleash the potential of both moves. With these additions, Arcanine was now like a tiger with wings. His combat strength had once again soared. What's more, he had successfully learned both Outrage and Extreme Speed as planned. Sato could now confidently say that Arcanine's strength had definitively surpassed that of the team's former second strongest member, Crobat. If Arcanine could quickly master the synergy between Outrage and Extreme Speed, then even Swampert, the team's current powerhouse, might not be able to keep him suppressed. Wielding Extreme Speed, Arcanine had become a true guerrilla tactics expert, able to engage and retreat freely, and capable of pulling off devastating one-hit kills with surprise strikes. As long as his stamina held out, most opponents would be terrorized by his hit-and-run strategy and fearsome finishing power. After all, Arcanine was no longer the petite Growlithe of the past. He was now a mighty beast of a more than considerable size. With his current physical build, Sato no longer had to hold back. He could now let Arcanine freely use high recoil moves like Flare Blitz, Double Edge, and take down attacks he had once forbidden out of concern. Now, Arcanine wasn't just a skirmisher. He could go full berserker mode when needed, turning battles into decisive, high-impact clashes. Sato could already imagine the scene when Arcanine combined Flare Blitz with Extreme Speed, a vision that would surely leave a lasting impression on most opponents. Some might even be haunted by the memory for a long time. Let's go, Arcanine. Let's take a walk. The battle's probably not over yet. Now's the perfect time to test your new power. Sato casually climbed onto Arcanine's back, laying comfortably across the thick, warm fur that blanketed him. He patted Arcanine's massive head with a smile. Woof. As soon as Sato was on his back, Arcanine sprang to his feet. After letting out a mighty bark in response, the pale flames wrapped around his limbs suddenly flared up. A moment later, Sato felt himself being propelled forward. Everything around him turned into a blur. By the time he regained his bearings, he and Arcanine were already back on the roaring battlefield. When Sato rejoined the battlefield atop Arcanine, the previously chaotic situation had already come under control. Clearly, the Team Rocket members stationed at the base were well accustomed to handling sudden nighttime assaults. Apart from newcomers like Sato, who darted around like headless flies, fighting independently, most Team Rocket members worked in back-to-back pairs, coordinating efficiently. This not only improved combat effectiveness but also significantly boosted safety. Of course, such coordination was only possible because of mutual trust among members. Arcanine was undoubtedly a strikingly handsome Pokémon, especially Sato's, whose size far exceeded that of its kin. The moment he arrived on the battlefield, both allies and enemies turned their heads to look. Unfortunately, such attention, whether from friend or foe, was rarely positive. On a battlefield like this, seasoned Team Rocket members often saw drawing that much attention as a surefire way to get oneself killed. This proved true almost instantly. Simply by standing in a random spot, Arcanine's eye-catching presence attracted swarms of wild flying-type Pokémon, resulting in a barrage of attacks. But Arcanine was no longer the Pokémon it once was. Now that it had mastered Extreme Speed, it didn't fear being swarmed. On this battlefield, nearly no wild flying-type Pokémon could outpace it. Under Sato's command, Arcanine became a fiery blur, weaving nimbly through the battlefield. A single flamethrower or a sweeping flame charge was often enough to down several flying types at once. Even when surrounded and attacked en masse, Arcanine remained unshaken. One burst of Extreme Speed was enough to slip out of a coordinated assault, before spinning around to counterattack with another flamethrower. Not even powerful wild flying types several levels higher faced him. Although Arcanine had only just inherited Extreme Speed through its evolution, it was no longer the struggling underdog that had to train endlessly to master new techniques. Now blessed with innate talent, it was as though Arcanine had broken through its limits or unlocked its true potential. After using Extreme Speed once in the corridor, it had swiftly gained control over the move. Thanks to the overwhelming speed advantage Extreme Speed provided, Arcanine held its ground with ease against the wild Pokémon, even gaining the upper hand under Sato's command. Tanya was a practical person. She never did anything she considered a losing deal. So, when she noticed the Team Rocket veterans could handle the ferocious wild Pokémon on their own, she opted to quietly slack off. And when the situation was clearly under control, she made a stealthy retreat from the battle. Hiding behind a well-concealed structure, she managed to withdraw from the front lines unscathed. Still, even though she had escaped the attention of the death-defying wild flying types circling above, she didn't dare let her guard down, continuing to monitor the battlefield from afar. And because of that vigilance, she witnessed something that shocked her to the core. The same vile man who had extorted her not long ago was now effortlessly dominating the dangerous battlefield, right in the heart of the battle. Even in the vast chaos, Sodto commanding Arcanine in and out of combat stood out as a paragon of strength and strategy. Some veterans even began gathering around him, working together under his indirect lead. Just who is he, really? Tanya muttered, crouched behind cover. It hasn't even been that long, and he's grown this much? I looked into his background, just an orphan adopted by a farmer. Watching Sodto command Arcanine with such swagger and confidence, Tanya felt a flash of shame. But the moment she recalled how ruthlessly he had extorted her, she clenched her teeth in frustration. Still, she quickly schooled her expression. Mounting her Pidgeot, she emerged from hiding and charged toward the front lines, specifically, the chaotic fray now being rapidly encircled by a horde of wild flying types. At the center of that clash, Sodto was currently commanding Arcanine in battle against a powerful level 51 wild Yanmega. Note, Yanmega is the evolved form of Yanma, with a base stat of 515. Jessie of Team Rocket used one during the Unova region arc. This particular Yanmega had already run rampant across the battlefield for some time thanks to its speed boost ability. Its phantom-like agility made it a deadly assassin, appearing and vanishing at will. Unless one had a Pokémon just as fast, or one that had mastered techniques like Lock-On or Mind Reader, landing a hit on such an opponent was nearly impossible. But Lock-On and Mind Reader were extremely rare moves, and only a select few Pokémon could even learn them, let alone master them without being high-level. Some Team Rocket veterans had Magneton or Magnezone, both capable of learning Lock-On, but that required reaching at least level 49. As a result, many veteran Team Rocket members were helpless against the Yanmega, whose strength had already reached the pseudo Elite 4 level. Once it chose a target, death could follow. In just the past short while, this Yanmega had already taken down over a dozen Team Rocket members, several of whom were killed on the spot. With each round of speed boost, Yanmega had pushed its speed to the limit, allowing it to flash through the battlefield like a ghost, killing with impunity. But that ended the moment it failed to assassinate Sodto. Now, it was paying the price for its arrogance. Unable to flee thanks to Crobat's mean look, Yanmega found itself being hounded mercilessly by both Crobat and Arcanine. Death was closing in fast. As a pseudo Elite 4 level Pokémon, Yanmega was clearly one of the leaders of the wild flying types. But now, cornered and desperate, it was forced to seek help from its underlings. Unfortunately for it, the Team Rocket veterans it had previously terrorized were now actively blocking any potential rescue efforts, rallying around Sodto. Crobat, taunt? Don't give it a chance to escape. Arcanine hit it again with extreme speed followed by Flame Charge. As Yanmega once again used its blinding speed to narrowly dodge Arcanine's wide-area flamethrower, a bloodthirsty Sodto sheltered behind Swampert snapped out new commands without pause. Yanmega might be fast, but maintaining that speed burned through its stamina. Before, it had been able to alternate between ambushing and resting. But after getting hit by Mean Look, that option was gone. Now, after countless coordinated assaults by Crobat and Arcanine, it was barely holding on. Though it kept dodging, the physical toll was showing, its body aching, stamina nearing empty. As soon as Sodto gave the order, Crobat's eyes gleamed with dark light. The already fading black aura clinging to Yanmega's form suddenly flared back to life. Taunt had been reapplied. At the same time, flames exploded from Arcanine's legs as it burst forward in a blur, instantly closing the distance between it and the gasping Yanmega. A deadly sense of dread filled Yanmega's heart. With no way to dodge, it desperately tried to use the defensive move Protect, but to its horror, Taunt had sealed it off once again. In the face of death, Yanmega couldn't muster another surge of strength. And in the next moment, it was struck head-on by Arcanine, whose body was wrapped in blinding white flames. A massive crash rang out. Like a burning cannonball, Yanmega was sent flying across the battlefield. With a shrill scream, it smashed into the outer wall of the Team Rocket base with a deafening thud. As soon as the level 51 pseudo Elite 4 level Yanmega was defeated, the frenzied wild flying type Pokémon fighting all around abruptly snapped out of their rage. The red glint in their eyes quickly faded, and they scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. Seeing the enemy flee in disarray, the seasoned Team Rocket veterans finally let out a collective sigh of relief. None of them chose to give chase. Instead, they all gave a deep bow of respect to Sodto before immediately pulling out black Pokeballs to capture the nearby defeated wild Pokémon. Some rushed off to support other battle groups or assist injured comrades. Observing the veterans' actions, a glint flashed in Sodto's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he walked toward the fallen Yanmega with Crobat and Arcanine by his side, then took out a Pokeball and captured the defeated Yanmega. No one objected to Sodto capturing the Yanmega. After all, he had been the one to defeat it. Aside from envy, the only emotions reflected in the surrounding eyes were awe and respect. In terms of value, the pseudo Elite 4 level Yanmega was without question the most prized among all the wild Pokémon taken down in this battle. Most of the wild flying types involved in the assault were just underlings driven forward by some powerful force. Only Pokémon like this Yanmega pseudo Elite 4 level powerhouses could be considered true prizes. Sodto had already scanned the Yanmega's data using his system. Its stats were nothing short of impressive, with an individual value total of 162, making it a top-tier Pokémon in terms of potential. Even if he didn't plan to use it himself, it would undoubtedly fetch a high price if sold. Then again, it made sense. Without the help of any trainer, this Yanmega had survived and grown strong in such a harsh natural environment. Its aptitude couldn't possibly be low. Low-potential wild Pokémon were typically eliminated early in the survival of the fittest rules of the wild. Yanmega Pokémon information. Pokémon, Yanmega. Level, 51. Type, Bug/Flying. Ability, Speed Boost. Gender, Male. Known moves, Bug Buzz, Air Slash, Feint Attack, Bug Bite, Tackle, Foresight, Quick Attack, Double Team, Sonic Boom, Detect, Supersonic, Uproar, Pursuit, Ancient Power, False Swipe, Slash, Screech, U-Turn. Egg moves, Leech Life, Secret Power. Tutor moves, Protect, Shadow Ball, Aerial Ace, Steel Wing, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact. TMS, none. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 25, max 31. Attack, 29, max 31. Defense, 27, max 31. Special Attack, 28, max 31. Special Defense, 25, max 31. Speed, 28, max 31. Overall 4 rating, Purple, total 4, 162. From the data alone, it was easy to see that this Yanmega was formidable excellent potential, and a wide variety of moves under its belt. Especially noteworthy were Hyper Beam and Giga Impact in the tutor move category, both powerful moves that hinted at the Yanmega's strong intuition and battle insight. One major reason wild Pokémon struggle to match up against trained Pokémon is due to move diversity. A trainer's Pokémon can learn many types of moves simply via TMS, whereas wild Pokémon have to either imitate others or achieve mastery through long-term self-learning, a process that's far less efficient. For this Yanmega to have managed to learn Hyper Beam and Giga Impact either by imitation or self-study was a clear testament to its outstanding aptitude and intelligence. This Yanmega not only has Speed Boost as its ability, but it's also Pseudo Elite 4 level, likely with incredible stats. Ugh, I'm so jealous. What do I do? I really want it. Off to the side, Tanya, who had smartly chosen to withdraw from battle earlier, watched Sodto retrieve a Pokeball and prepare to capture Yanmega. Her eyes gleamed with deep envy as her small hands clenched into fists and her expression twisted with hesitation. As a trainer who specialized in flying-type Pokémon, Tanya understood better than most the true value of a pseudo-elite level Yanmega with Speed Boost. The raw power it displayed during the chaos was proof enough of its strength. If she had been the one to capture it, Tanya believed that with a bit of training, this bug/flying type could easily become a top-tier ace in any civilian trainer's lineup. Of course, that was assuming she could actually get it to follow commands. She had seen how bloodthirsty and unruly it had been. That kind of feral nature made it notoriously hard to tame. Forget it. A wild Pokémon this feral and aggressive is nearly impossible to tame quickly, and I wasn't even the one who defeated it. Making it battle-ready in a short time is unrealistic. What a shame. Watching as Sodto successfully captured the Yanmega, Tanya let out a quiet sigh and finally gave up, albeit reluctantly. Deep inside, she still felt a stab of bitterness. Watching Sodto walk away with such a rare and powerful Pokémon felt like a knife to her heart. After all, not everyone in this world had the ability to assess a Pokémon's potential like Sodto did. For most trainers, encountering a high-quality Pokémon was a matter of luck more than anything else. As someone who focused entirely on flying types, Tanya deeply craved this confirmed high-potential, high-power Yanmega. She was even willing to pay a steep price for it. The problem was, in its current state, the Yanmega wouldn't bring immediate returns, and that made her hesitate. Of course, a big part of it was also that she saw Sodto as an utterly shameless, greedy merchant. Sodto, of course, had no idea what Tanya was currently thinking. Even if he did, he'd probably chuckle to himself while plotting how much value he could squeeze from her using this Yanmega. The Yanmega was good, no doubt, but in Sodto's mind, it was just decent. He didn't like fully developed Pokémon all that much. He preferred to train low-level, high-potential ones from scratch. Because Pokémon raised this way were far superior in terms of adaptability, long-term potential, and most importantly loyalty. Loyalty was something Sodto valued greatly. It was also one of the main reasons why he hadn't brought Arbok with him this time. After capturing the Yanmega, Sodto took Crobat and Arcanine to assist other battle groups, not just to train his Pokémon further, but also to reap more rewards. About 10 minutes later, the chaotic melee finally came to an end. Team Rocket had successfully repelled this small-scale night raid by wild Pokémon. The battered base finally returned to calm. On the battlefield, only true strength earned respect. That Sodto had taken down a pseudo-elite 4-level wild Pokémon single-handedly made everyone acknowledge his power. And among the Team Rocket veterans, most of whom were candid and straightforward types, those who had been helped by Sodto during the battle offered him a portion of their own spoils as a token of appreciation. These spoils, of course, were some of the wild Pokémon they had captured during the battle. Each veteran gave Sodto at least 2 Pokeballs. Soon, a black satchel at Sodto's side was packed full of shrunken Pokeballs. A rough estimate put the count at over 200. To have suddenly acquired over 200 Pokémon, Sodto felt like he was dreaming. Still, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he had participated in a full-blown beast outbreak, and with his capabilities, this kind of haul wasn't that surprising. In fact, if he'd had more empty Pokeballs on hand, he could have captured even more. Sodto had also learned from the friendly veterans nearby that all the wild Pokémon captured during this operation would count toward merit. Whether or not he could advance in rank in the future would largely depend on this massive haul. The promotion system within Team Rocket, like most large organizations, follows a strict structure, and the primary factor determining a member's promotion is the number of merit points they have accumulated. Simply put, merit points were a form of organizational contribution. Team Rocket members must accumulate enough of these points to even qualify for promotion. Of course, accumulating enough merit points doesn't mean a Team Rocket member was automatically promoted. Once a member had gathered enough points to meet the promotion threshold, they could then apply to undertake a promotion mission. Only after successfully completing the promotion mission could a member officially advance in rank. To summarize, there were two core requirements for promotion. First, having enough merit points, and second, completing the promotion mission. Generally, merit points were obtained by completing missions. The amount of merit awarded depended on the mission's difficulty and how well it was executed. Within Team Rocket, missions were typically divided into three types. Routine missions, these include daily patrols, base maintenance, resource gathering, and similar tasks. Such missions offer very few merit points, were often tedious, complex, and time-consuming. However, they were relatively safe and low in difficulty. Most Team Rocket members relied on these to accumulate merit slowly over time. For example, many logistical staff within Team Rocket who rarely engaged in combat earned their promotions purely through routine missions. However, relying on routine tasks for promotion was an incredibly long process. Even after a lifetime of service, the highest rank one might reach this way was that of a squad/platoon leader with little power or influence. Bounty missions, these included tasks such as assassinating a specific enemy, infiltrating enemy organizations for intel, or retrieving rare items or Pokémon from dangerous zones. Unsurprisingly, these missions were extremely dangerous. Without considerable strength or unique skills, accepting one was tantamount to suicide. On the flip side, the rewards and merit points from bounty missions were immense. Successfully completing just one of these missions could significantly accelerate one's promotion process. Furthermore, the experiences gained often lead to a large boost in overall strength. Team Rocket members with ambitions of standing out almost always opted for these missions, though the risk of death was ever present. Mandatory missions, these were missions assigned by higher-ranking officers to subordinates. The difficulty of these tasks could vary wildly. They may range from high-risk infiltration missions to trivial errands depending entirely on the superior's discretion. Because of this system, it was unwise for lower-ranked members to offend their superiors. Otherwise, they could be deliberately assigned overly difficult tasks with no option but to comply. To ensure fairness, however, there were limitations. Generally, a superior may assign no more than 2 mandatory missions to a subordinate per year. Moreover, the difficulty of these missions must not exceed the subordinate's capability, and subordinates had the right to report unfair treatment to Team Rocket's internal supervisory body. Currently, the veteran Team Rocket members stationed at the same base as Sodto were undertaking a bounty mission. Their assignment was to defend this particular Team Rocket base. From the earlier chaotic battle, it was clear just how dangerous this mission truly was. Even seasoned veterans struggled to fend off waves of wild Pokémon that fought with suicidal tenacity under unknown influence. During that melee, Sodto personally witnessed several veteran members of Team Rocket get instantly overwhelmed and killed by those fierce, berserk Pokémon. Against wild Pokémon infused with mysterious power, ordinary humans were simply too fragile. What's worse, according to the veterans stationed here, the wild Pokémon assault they just faced was considered one of the most basic level threats. The strongest of those Pokémon was merely a Yanmega leader whose power was just at the early pseudo Elite Four level. Not a single actual Elite Four tier wild Pokémon had appeared. Rumor has it that this base nearly fell once in the past due to a large-scale wild Pokémon assault. During that incident, 6 fully established high-tier Elite Four level wild Pokémon attacked together, average level over 80. Had it not been for 2 exceptionally powerful Elite Four level Team Rocket officers risking their lives to defend the base, it would have been wiped out. Although they managed to hold the base and even killed 2 Elite Four tier wild Pokémon, heavily wounded 3 others, and captured 1, the cost was catastrophic. Over 70% of the personnel were lost. One of the defending Team Rocket officers was killed in action, all their Pokémon perishing with them, while the other Elite Four level officer suffered major losses in strength. That alone illustrated how dangerous this long-term bounty mission really was. But accordingly, the rewards were staggeringly high. As long as mission personnel managed to survive a single day guarding this artificial island base, they received 20 merit points and 100,000 Poke dollars, even if they didn't lift a finger. To put that in perspective, a routine mission that kept a Team Rocket member busy for over half a day typically earned just 1 merit point. And the promotion requirement for a rookie/grunt to be elevated to squad leader was 1,000 merit points. That means a rookie only needed to spend 50 days stationed here to qualify for promotion and walk away with a significant fortune. And if another large-scale wild Pokémon assault occurred like tonight's, then successfully defending the base would result in massive bonus merit points and cash as well. As for the wild Pokémon Sodto had captured from the battlefield and packed in his bag, those were treated as combat achievements. Veteran Team Rocket members could trade these captured Pokémon in exchange for merit points and other rewards. According to one of the veterans, the pseudo Elite Four level Yanmega that Sodto caught alone would be enough to earn 5,000 merit points and a large cash prize if submitted. The rewards really are tempting, Sodto thought, but that's only if you survive to claim them. The Pokémon attack earlier was just basic level. If we ever get hit by a full Elite 4 level strike, it'd be a coin toss between life and death. And now I've got to survive on this peril-ridden island for 3 full weeks and it's set to start at hell difficulty. No wonder Maya had that look like she was heading to her own funeral when she mentioned this island. It was easy to imagine that anyone who survived this so-called competition, regardless of their final ranking, would be heavily favored by the Team Rocket leadership. Rather than a competition, this felt more like a meticulously planned invasion. We the participants are clearly intended to be the vanguard of Team Rocket's future campaign on this island. But what on earth is hidden here, to make Team Rocket invest so many people and resources? As he listened to the chatty veteran beside him recount past events and explain the base's situation, Sato's mind began working furiously through the implications. But the more he analyzed, the heavier the pressure in his chest became. And then, suddenly he felt as though he had just realized something crucial. But he couldn't quite recall what it was. With the battle over, the next logical steps were treating the injured and, most importantly, cleaning up the battlefield. Unfortunately, none of that had anything to do with Sodto or the other Team Rocket recruits who had just arrived. No sooner had the fighting ended than Noga, the Team Rocket elite member, once again gathered up all the recruits who had participated in the battle including Sodto and led them in an orderly fashion back into the base. However, compared to the original number, their group was now significantly smaller, only 48 remained. As for those who were missing, there was no need to ask, it was clear they had either been unlucky or simply not strong enough to survive. Roughly 10 minutes later, Sodto was sitting in a large meeting room. Besides the new Team Rocket recruits like himself, there were other unfamiliar faces present, new recruits as well, but clearly not from their group. Sodto did a rough head count. Including the 48 newcomers, there were over 200 people in the room. Evidently, other Team Rocket recruits had arrived at the base before them. Among those unfamiliar faces, Sodto sensed a faint but definite sense of danger from 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. It wasn't overpowering, but the threat they radiated was markedly stronger than that of the others. Sodto couldn't help but quietly examine the 3 more closely. They all appeared quite young. Among the 2 men, one had a plain face but an exceptionally large frame, easily over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles, a square jaw, a buzz cut, and a neatly fitted black suit complete with a tie. Despite the oppressive pressure his physique alone exuded, his gentlemanly attire, honest face, and constant goofy smile somehow gave off an oddly approachable vibe. However, of the 3, this towering young man gave Sodto the strongest sense of danger. Especially when the man smiled at him with that goofy grin, Sodto felt like he was staring down a starving tiger pretending to be friendly. A smiling tiger, that was the first impression Sodto had of the burly young man. The second man was beautiful. And not just handsome, his face was so striking it would make most women green with envy. He had porcelain white skin and flawless features. But what really left an impression on Sodto was the man's outfit. The guy had waist-length black hair styled in a princess cut, wore an elegant black dress, sheer black stockings, and black heels. His lips were painted red, and subtle red and purple eyeshadow adorned his eyes. He looked more womanly than an actual woman. Yes, this was the first time since arriving in the Pokémon world that Sodto had encountered a full-fledged crossdresser, one so convincing that he could almost pass as a real woman. His voice was quite androgynous, too. If Sodto hadn't been paying close attention and noticed the Adam's apple, he might have genuinely thought he was looking at a gorgeous woman. This crossdresser's senses were just as sharp as the smiling tiger's. Even though Sodto had only been sneaking glances at him from the corner of his eye, the man turned his head as if sensing his gaze and smiled sweetly at him. There was no mistaking it, that flirtatious glance and smile were downright terrifying. Sodto, who had just realized the person was actually a man, instantly felt a chill down his spine and instinctively clenched his rear. At the same time, a wave of nausea welled up in his stomach so intense it nearly made him throw up the beef jerky snack he'd eaten not long ago. Terrifying crossdresser, that was Sodto's first impression of the beautiful man. As for the woman, Sodto immediately felt like he was facing a wild, dangerous beast. She was likely from the far-off Alola region. Even if not, she definitely had Alolan blood in her veins. Her skin was a deep bronze, her face was fairly attractive, and she wore nothing but 2 crudely fashioned garments woven from unknown plants, barely enough to cover her well-developed modesty. Her waist-length black hair was tied into braided twists, and she wore a polished necklace made from some kind of animal fangs. Aside from that, her exposed dark skin was painted with numerous tribal markings made of unknown pigments. There was no doubt about it, this dark-skinned beauty looked just like a tribal warrior. The only things that signaled she wasn't from some primitive jungle society were the Team Rocket wristwatch on her right hand and the belt around her waist holding 6 Pokeballs. Compared to the smiling tiger and the terrifying crossdresser, the dark-skinned wild beauty had even keener senses. The moment Sodto shifted his gaze to her, she snapped her head around and glared back with fierce eyes. Of the 3 threats, the burly youth exuded the most pressure, while the crossdresser and the wild beauty were about equal in terms of danger. Sodto didn't recognize any of the 3, but to give off such an overwhelming sense of threat, they were clearly no ordinary recruits. So far, only Maya, Janine, and Marlos had ever made Sodto feel like this. Because no one was leading the meeting, and none of the Team Rocket recruits were familiar with each other, most even saw each other as rivals, the room was filled with a tense and uncomfortable silence. Sitting in a secluded corner, Quietly sizing up his fellow recruits, Sodto suddenly remembered something Nogo had previously handed him: a roster. It was a fairly large but thin booklet, containing basic information about the participants. Even though the information inside was simple, just a photo and a short blurb for each trainer, Sodto had treasured it. He hadn't had the time to read it before due to how rushed things had been, but now was the perfect opportunity to get a better grasp of who he'd be facing. And sure enough, the 3 individuals who had caught his attention were in the roster. When Sodto found their profiles, his suspicions were confirmed. All 3 were direct protégés of high-ranking Team Rocket faction leaders, formidable opponents in this newcomer competition. Especially the burly youth. His entry in the roster was brief, just a few words, but enough to send chills down Sato's spine. Because the man was none other than the nephew of Sato's own boss. The burly youth's name was Tomoki. He was the biological nephew of boss Giovanni and was currently only 15 years old, about the same age as Sodto. In fact, Sodto had noticed that the roster he held in his hands was arranged in a deliberate order. Naturally, the most decisive factor in the ordering of the list was strength. Among the information about the trainers introduced in the roster, the most valuable detail was undoubtedly the representative Pokémon each one possessed. Perhaps due to having idolized his uncle since childhood, Tomoki not only joined Team Rocket but also specialized in ground-type Pokémon, just like Giovanni. And as someone born with a silver spoon in his mouth, Tomoki's representative Pokémon was far from ordinary. It was a Garchomp with pseudo-elite 4-level strength. Because of this pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Tomoki was ranked at the very top of the roster. Coupled with his distinguished background, he currently sat at the number 1 spot. As soon as Sodto opened the roster, he saw a photo of Tomoki standing shoulder to shoulder with his Garchomp. The description beside the image sent waves of shock through his heart. To put it simply, perhaps because he ranked first, Tomoki's profile was significantly more detailed than the others. It even specifically stated that he had once used his Garchomp to sweep a Team Rocket elite trainer who was at the early pseudo-elite 4 level in strength in a 1v6 battle. This tournament really is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, but then again, it makes sense. Tomoki must have been groomed as a trainer from a very young age. That Garchomp of his is probably his starter Pokémon. Although dragon types grow slowly, with almost a decade of meticulous training, that Garchomp has clearly become a terrifying powerhouse, Sodto thought grimly as he stared at the roster, his expression turning darker. He took a deep breath, then turned to discreetly glance at the burly, seemingly good-natured youth once again. Tomoki's perception was still as sharp as ever. He soon turned to glance back at Sodto, but this time, despite wearing the same hearty smile, there was a sharp gleam in his eyes. At the same time, a hint of amusement appeared on his seemingly honest smile, his lips curving slightly upward. For a brief moment, their gazes locked. In that instant, Sodto felt as though a heavy pressure was engulfing him, making him feel uncomfortable. But even so, he refused to be intimidated and met the gaze unflinchingly. A few seconds later, Tomoki gave him a small, knowing smile, then looked away. Every Pokémon trainer possessed a far stronger aura than the average person. As a pseudo-elite 4-level trainer born into privilege and power, Tomoki's aura naturally surpassed Sato's by a wide margin. That brief clash of gazes was also a silent battle of presence between the two. While Sodto managed to hold his own, there was no doubt he had somewhat lost at that moment. Without question, Tomoki was no pampered rich kid. After years of rigorous grooming by his family, he had become a truly formidable trainer at the pseudo-elite 4 level, someone who had been through real battles with real stakes. Though it was a bit disheartening, Sodto had to admit that there was still a considerable gap between him and Tomoki. If they were to face off now, his chances of winning would be less than 10%. Tomoki had been a trainer since childhood and possessed a fully matured pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Sodto, on the other hand, had not been a trainer for much long. The gap in experience and resources was enormous. Aside from the burly Tomoki, Sodto quickly located the profiles of the cross-dressing young man and the wild black beauty in the roster. The cross-dresser's name was Runa. He was a direct subordinate of Athena, one of the 3 major faction leaders within Team Rocket. 16 years old, Runa had originally been male, but according to the file, he had successfully shed his male identity through certain medical means. In other words, in a sense, Runa could now be considered a woman. Still, in Sato's eyes, Runa had simply transitioned from a cross-dresser to something akin to a drag queen at best. While Runa might be eccentric, her strength was nothing to scoff at. She was also a pseudo-elite 4-level trainer and a prominent member of the Athena faction. Her representative Pokémon was none other than the pseudo-legendary Hydreigon. As a result, for all the reasons listed above, Runa ranked highly on the roster, currently holding the 5th position. As for the wild black beauty, her background was just as extraordinary. She was a direct subordinate of Poseidon, another one of Team Rocket's 3 major faction leaders. Her name was stated as Vanna. Vanna was born in the Alola region, and her childhood was nothing short of bizarre. Orphaned at a young age, she was raised by none other than a wild Komodo. It wasn't until she turned 10 that Poseidon, who was carrying out a secret mission in Alola, discovered her in the forest and brought her out. He later adopted her as his foster daughter. Perhaps due to being raised by a wild Pokémon, Vanna possessed beast-like instincts and an uncanny ability to communicate with Pokémon. Her representative Pokémon was the Komodo that had grown up with her. It was worth noting that the bond between them wasn't one of trainer and Pokémon in the usual sense. Komodo saw himself as Vanna's older brother, having left his tribe specifically to protect her. As expected, I still lack the necessary foundation. If I want to challenge trainers cultivated by these major factions, I need to build up my own foundation. After all, their accumulation far surpasses mine. After reading the profiles of the three, Sodto let out a quiet sigh. However, he didn't wallow in self-pity, nor did he lose confidence in winning the upcoming rookie competition. After all, with his system, his growth rate far outstripped that of ordinary people. He already had a team of top-tier Pokémon in terms of potential. As long as he was given a little time and an opportunity-rich environment, he could rapidly improve. And that opportunity-rich environment was, without a doubt, the mysterious island that served as the competition's location. Sodto had already learned from veteran Team Rocket members stationed at the base that the Pokémon on the island were of a high level, and many untapped treasures still remained. If one could survive on the island for an extended period, their strength would increase significantly. The harsh environment on the island would force trainers to grow quickly. If they failed to adapt, the only outcomes were elimination or death. After reading about Tomoki, Sodto had already made up his mind to grit his teeth and train in seclusion on this perilous island for a while. As for the competition itself, he no longer placed much importance on it. Because he had fought alongside some of the veterans and helped them, one high-ranking Team Rocket veteran discreetly shared some details about the competition with him. For some unknown reason, the rules of the competition had changed slightly. While the overall format remained largely the same, the win conditions had shifted from capturing 10 number badges to surviving on the island for 3 weeks. In other words, the second phase of the rookie competition had transformed from a brutal elimination match into a hardcore survival trial. Of course, if participants wanted to unlock Pokémon that had been restricted due to the rules, they would still need to collect other contestants' number badges. Following the rule that one badge unlocks one Pokémon, a contestant would need to personally eliminate 5 others in order to regain their full team and improve their chances of surviving on the island. It was around 9 p.m. when Nogo finally walked into the conference hall through the open doors, flanked by 3 Team Rocket elites, all bearing traces of blood. The 4 of them stepped onto the stage together, and a middle-aged man, clearly a high-ranking Team Rocket elite, stepped ahead of the group. He stood at the front of the stage, casting a sharp, hawk-like gaze down at the new recruits, including Sodto. This man had a medium build, moved with the precise, predatory grace of a wolf, and had several fearsome scars marring his otherwise refined features. His hooked nose and piercing eyes gave him the air of a dangerous, cunning hawk. Whether from frequent late nights or constant battles, he looked rather gaunt, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. His long hair hung loosely and unkempt behind him. Despite his disheveled appearance, none of the Team Rocket recruits dared to underestimate him. Sodto himself, along with every recruit his eyes swept over, felt as though they were being targeted by a venomous serpent. A sense of unease gnawed at their hearts. This man was Shibata Toyo, a veteran trainer who had reached the Pseudo Elite 4 level, specializing in electric-type Pokémon. Within Team Rocket, he held the rank of a reserve cadre. He was also the commander of the Alolan Golem Corps, one of the 3 major Pokémon squads stationed at this Team Rocket base. The Alolan Golem unit that had fought earlier was under his command. Now, under direct orders from Team Rocket's upper management, Shibata Toyo had come to brief Sodto and the other recruits soon to enter the second phase of the rookie competition on the situation on the mysterious island. Shibata had been among the first elite Team Rocket operatives dispatched to scout the island. He'd survived there for over a month, a rare feat that made him an authority on the island's environment. Team Rocket's higher UPS brought him in specifically to pass on his field survival experience to Sodto and the others, so that they could adapt to life on the mysterious island as quickly as possible. In fact, the other 3 Team Rocket elites with Nogo were also veterans of the island. Their presence here was to aid in imparting survival knowledge. Once the recruits were silenced by his piercing stare, Shibata nodded in satisfaction. He then pressed a button on the podium. Immediately, a large electronic screen appeared mid-air, displaying a map. The map had clearly been meticulously drawn. It not only illustrated the terrain, mountains, rivers, and plains, but also marked the general habitats of various wild Pokémon across different regions. With such a map, the recruits' survival odds would greatly increase. At the very least, they wouldn't get lost. However, when Sodto studied the map closely, he noticed that it was strikingly similar to the one Marlos had shown him, though not nearly as detailed. The map Marlos had possessed not only depicted the wild Pokémon distribution in greater depth, but also highlighted several resource points, natural areas that could be utilized in the wild for survival. Such resources would be invaluable. This comparison underscored just how valuable the map in Marlos's possession truly was. Sodto couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If only he could get his hands on Marlos's map, his odds of survival would increase significantly. I'm Shibata Toyo. I'm here to brief you trash on the island's situation. My time is precious, and I'm only saying this once. How much you absorb is up to you. Look at the screen, let's start from here. As soon as the map appeared, Shibata began. With a cold expression, he walked Sodto and the other recruits through each key area on the map and what to watch out for. After experiencing the earlier wild Pokémon assault, none of the recruits dared underestimate the island's dangers. Their eyes stayed fixed on the screen. But as soon as Shibata began explaining the various regions and hazards, everyone quickly pulled their focus from the map and listened intently. Shibata may have had a vicious temperament, but his knowledge was the real deal. He had survived more than a month on the island and understood its workings intimately, even developing his own insights. For example, he described how certain wild Pokémon species cohabited the same vast grassland as the large Bellsprout colony. He explained which groups were easier to deal with, and where safe resting spots were likely to be found. He spoke of a violent, powerful Gyarados that lived in a certain lake, how it was best to avoid the area entirely, and what to do if entering its territory was absolutely necessary, including the best times and methods for crossing. He also talked about a large forest where a Spearow clan and a Pidgey clan constantly clashed over resources due to overbreeding. Shibata laid out the best routes to avoid being caught in their crossfire. In short, what Shibata shared was pure survival wisdom forged in hardship. To Sodto and the others, it was like receiving enlightenment. Their understanding of the island's ecology expanded dramatically. Even Sakeke Tomonari, who had initially looked unimpressed, quickly set aside his pride and paid close attention to everything Shibata said. There's a saying, one conversation with a wise man is worth 10 years of reading. That perfectly described what Shibata was offering the recruits now. Thanks to Shibata's detailed account, the new recruits gained a foundational understanding of the island and began to memorize key details not shown on the map. Roughly half an hour later, Shibata finished his presentation. Without waiting for questions, he turned and left the hall. While Shibata had survived on the island for over a month, his range of exploration was relatively limited. Thus, the area he covered on the map was only a small portion. Next, another Team Rocket elite stepped onto the stage. His role was similar to Shibata's. His presentation was somewhat less detailed, but he seemed to have covered a much wider range of the island. His broader overview gave the recruits a clearer picture of the island's geography and diversity. Like Shibata, this second elite spoke for about half an hour before departing, after which another elite stepped up to continue the debriefing. The survival orientation lasted a little over 2 hours in total. During this time, Sodto and the other Team Rocket recruits gained a great deal of invaluable insight, and the mysterious island no longer felt like a complete unknown. But the more they learned about the island's complex and unpredictable environment, the more deeply they feared it. Especially after discovering that the last elite scouting unit Team Rocket had sent to the island had a survival rate of less than 30%. Upon hearing this, Sodto and the others felt their hearts sink into the abyss. Now, Sodto was almost certain, this so-called rookie competition was about more than just selecting promising talent. There was undoubtedly another agenda behind it. While Sodto and the other new Rocket recruits were attending a mysterious island orientation organized by Team Rocket's internal management, similar orientation sessions were being held at Team Rocket bases in the island's other 3 sectors. In fact, the Team Rocket base where Sodto was located was on the eastern coastline of the island, just one of several bases Team Rocket had built along the coast. Team Rocket had established 4 heavily fortified coastal bases on the mysterious island's eastern, southern, western, and northern edges. Building these nail-like outposts had come at a steep cost. Among those costs were the lives of 4 pseudo-elite 4-level reserve cotters, one of whom had been a trusted general under Team Rocket's original boss, a seasoned veteran at the high elite 4 level. However, in return, Team Rocket had also gained staggering profits from the island. Just the high-quality Pokémon they captured annually from this island earned Team Rocket tens of billions of Poke dollars. It's no exaggeration to say that the secret to Team Rocket's explosive growth in recent years was this secluded, mysterious island. The benefits it offered were immense. With access to an abundant reserve of high-quality Pokémon from the island, Team Rocket had vastly improved its overall strength and combat readiness. The steady stream of powerful recruits and Pokémon allowed the organization's overall battle capacity to grow steadily. The average potential of Pokémon on the island was clearly a tier above those found elsewhere. In fact, Sodto's Crobat and Arbok both originated from this mysterious island. Now, thanks to advanced tech deployed across the 4 sea bases, Team Rocket had effectively established a surveillance grid over the entire island, allowing for shallow-level monitoring. The bases were tightly connected and supported by 4 powerful Psychic-type Pokémon personally trained by Sabrina that were at the Elite 4 level in strength. With their help, Team Rocket constructed 4 massive teleportation arrays. If one base ever faced a serious crisis, the other 3 could instantly send reinforcements. After the orientation meeting ended, Sodto and the others exited the conference hall and followed a few logistics staff to their assigned temporary accommodations. Personnel stationed at the island bases constantly lived under threat, but since the island was a massive treasure trove, Team Rocket's upper management spared no expense in ensuring the best possible living conditions for their stationed forces. Thus, even the so-called temporary quarters allocated to Sodto and the others were spacious and luxuriously decorated, furnished to a standard on par with VIP rooms in star-rated hotels. As soon as Sodto entered his assigned quarters, he immediately took out the island map and note materials distributed during the meeting. Based on the information from the map and his memory, he began jotting down notes. Naturally, he was writing down key details he had heard during the orientation. Although his memory had improved significantly after becoming a psychic, it wasn't flawless. So, while everything from the meeting was still fresh in his mind, he had to quickly record the most important information notes that would serve him well in the coming island challenges. After roughly 30 minutes of concentrated work, Sodto had filled the paper with the essential points from the orientation. Had Shibata Toyo or any of the other presenters seen Sato's notes, they would have been shocked. The accuracy of what he'd written was nearly identical to the key content they had shared. Once he finished writing, Sato released all 6 of his Pokémon and took out a stack of Pokémon canned meals to feed them. He and his Pokémon hadn't eaten all day. After so much activity, they were all starving, so now that they had a chance to rest, it was time for a feast to regain their strength. Tomorrow we're heading out, Sato said as he munched on his own meal, addressing the group. Eat well tonight. Over the next few days, except for Arcanine, the rest of you may be separated from me for a while. So you'll need to behave, no being picky or causing trouble. Truthfully, Sato was very worried about having to separate from Pokémon like Swampert for a while. Not because he was worried about their safety, but rather their diet. Especially Swampert, a big eater whose daily food consumption wasn't exactly cheap. Sato had specifically crafted personalized Pokémon food for him, far more expensive than normal meals and with far superior taste. He was genuinely concerned that he had spoiled their palates. Without him around, if they couldn't get used to the local food, they might go hungry. Naturally, all of Sato's Pokémon followed his commands unconditionally. Though they looked a little downcast at the news, they still nodded obediently in agreement. Don't worry. I'll bring you all back soon. For now, eat up and get some rest, Sato said warmly when he saw their disappointed expressions. In addition to survival advice, the orientation had also covered the contest rules in detail. As Sato had already heard, this year's trial had shifted from a brutal death match to a hardcore survival challenge. According to the rules, each participant was only allowed to take 1 Pokémon with them at the start. After obtaining their ID badge, Team Rocket staff would teleport the rest of their Pokémon to them using special methods. Until then, their other 5 Pokémon would be handed over to base staff for temporary care and feeding. Naturally, many participants were upset by this rule. However, after a few who voiced their complaints were publicly punished, no one dared raise their objections again. After finishing their hearty meal, Sato returned his Pokémon to their Pokeballs to let them rest. Then, he opened the door of his temporary room, grabbed a bulging black sack, and stepped outside. The earlier wild Pokémon ambush had nearly put him in danger, but in an unexpected twist, it also delivered him a valuable windfall, the sack full of Pokeballs he now carried. At this base, those Pokeballs represented both honor and a significant amount of Poke dollars. While chatting with the Team Rocket veterans stationed here, Sato noticed they made no effort to hide their interest in the Pokémon-filled bag he carried. If anyone knew the island best, it was these long-term veterans. Aside from acting as guards, they also doubled as Pokémon hunters, often venturing into the island together for treasure hunts. Sato's plan was simple: use this sack of Pokeballs to strike deals with the Team Rocket veterans in hopes of acquiring more inside knowledge about the island. But more than just information, what caught Sato's attention was the base's supply of medical products. He had personally witnessed a Team Rocket veteran whose chest had been punctured, seemingly fatally injured. But after receiving an injection of an unknown drug from another veteran, the man practically came back to life on the spot. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Sato never would have believed such a miraculous medicine existed. But now that he had, there was no way he wasn't going to try to get his hands on a few doses, for a potion like that was practically worth a life. After some inquiries, he learned that the miracle drug was called Revival Serum, Team Rocket's latest breakthrough. It was rumored to be formulated from the mythical Revival herb, said to bring recently deceased Pokémon back to life. This revealed just how exorbitant the drug's production cost was. Currently, only personnel stationed on the mysterious island were eligible to receive it. And even then, it wasn't available for redemption with points. It required a massive amount of military merit to acquire. Sato didn't head to the internal trading market within the base immediately. Instead, he first made a trip to the logistics center. The so-called logistics center was, of course, a unit dedicated to handling the base's logistical matters. In this Team Rocket base, it was the place specifically designated for veterans to submit captured Pokémon and exchange them for merit points, or to use merit points to trade for supplies. Although Sato was an unfamiliar face, the staff immediately understood his purpose upon seeing the large bag full of black Pokeballs in his hands. He was here to exchange for merit. Brother, you're something else? Most folks only come in with a few dozen at most, but you? This bag's nearly 300. My god, and one of them's even a pseudo-elite 4-level Yanmega. Unbelievable. For a veteran returning in full glory like Sato, the logistics officer naturally didn't dare show any disrespect. Before Sato even spoke, the man was already eagerly helping him tally his haul, tossing in a few flattering words along the way. Sato didn't respond. He simply smiled and lowered his head to examine the item exchange list the man handed over. He quickly located the pricing for revival medicine. Honestly, even without guessing, he had expected this kind of life from the dead potion to be absurdly expensive. A single dose of revival medicine required a whopping 5,000 merit points, and that was already a discounted rate, granted only because Sato held the status of a veteran in the Team Rocket base. Moreover, the name listed on the exchange sheet was actually just basic revival serum. As the name implied, its potency was far from the best among revival items. According to the notes, this basic level serum could only greatly stimulate the body's self-healing for about 1 minute, thereby achieving a temporary regenerative effect. However, the price for this revival came with steep side effects. Using even one dose could cost the user at least 1 year of their lifespan, and leave them physically weakened for several days. In essence, the serum worked by rapidly accelerating cell regeneration in the body to achieve rapid recovery. Sato also saw listings for intermediate and advanced revival serums on the exchange sheet. Compared to the basic version, these two were worlds apart. Their value was 5 to 6 times greater. Of course, their effects were also far more astonishing. Not only did they lack any side effects, but the advanced revival serum even extended longevity. It was worth noting that even the basic level revival serum was listed as a restricted item. For Team Rocket members of Sato's current level, he was only permitted to exchange 1 dose per month. Intermediate level serum required pseudo Elite 4 level strength and corresponding rank clearance at minimum to purchase. As for the advanced type, that was even further out of reach. Only Elite 4 level Team Rocket personnel were qualified to purchase it, and the price was ridiculously steep. After evaluating the Pokémon Sato had brought in, the staff meticulously assessed and calculated his haul, ultimately awarding him 12,000 merit points. Of that, the pseudo Elite 4 tier Yanmega alone accounted for half the total. 12,000 merit points. This was an enormous sum for someone still ranked as a mere grunt. As long as he completed his promotion mission, it would be enough to leapfrog 2 promotion ranks and become a platoon leader. Team Rocket's internal hierarchy consisted of 9 ranks: grunts, squad leaders, platoon leaders, battalion leaders, elites, cotters, senior cotters, regional commanders, and leader/boss. Aside from the boss, all other levels could be promoted through merit accumulation. Naturally, the merit required to advance each tier multiplied drastically, usually 7 or 8 times that of the previous level. The jump from elite to cotter was especially brutal, often requiring more than 10 times the previous merit total. Because of this, most Team Rocket officers without sufficient strength found themselves stuck at the elite rank. Advancing any further would either require a monumental accomplishment or a long, grueling wait. And if one failed a promotion mission, half their accumulated merit would be deducted. Starting over to gather enough for another promotion attempt could take ages. Take Sato's former superior, Caesar, for example. He had lingered at the elite level for 5 or 6 years, accumulating enough strength before finally succeeding in a promotion trial. Yet even now, Caesar was only a reserve cotter, still needing to pass the instructor phase and build a solid team under his command. Despite the high cost and harsh side effects, Sato didn't hesitate to spend 5,000 merit points on a single dose of the basic revival serum. After all, in a life or death moment, such an item was a literal second chance at life. When you're on the brink of death, who has time to worry about side effects? Unfortunately, due to his current clearance level, Sato could only redeem 1 dose. Otherwise, he would have traded all 12,000 points for 2 without a second thought. Since only 1 could be redeemed, Sato reconsidered and withdrew the Yanmega from the merit exchange, not using it for point conversion. This Yanmega was level 51, had the speed boost ability, and was a pseudo Elite 4 tier Pokémon. Sato figured he'd get far more value out of trading it directly with other Team Rocket veterans in the base. At the very least, its worth exceeded that of 1 dose of revival serum. If he offered it to trade for another dose, he was confident many people would be interested. With the rest of the Pokémon in the bag, Sato earned 6,000 merit points. After spending 5,000 on the revival serum, he was left with 1,000 points. Sato didn't let those go to waste. He spent every last one of them on 5 nutritional serums designed to be used in conjunction with the revival serum. These nutritional serums were packed with highly absorbable nutrients, ideal for patients recovering from serious illness or injury. Once administered, they rapidly replenished the user's vitality. With these on hand, even if Sato had to use the revival serum, he could bounce back quickly, no need to suffer through the long, grueling weakness that usually followed. After fully using up his merit points, Sato immediately set off toward the Team Rocket base's internal trading market without delay. Time was running out. He had to seize every moment, using the resources in his hands to prepare for what was to come on the island, his capital, for survival. Meanwhile, as Sato was making his way to the internal trading market, the place itself was already in full swing. More than 200 participants had now entered all-out shopping frenzy mode. They were furiously trading, exchanging all kinds of resources with Team Rocket veterans for rare and valuable items. Treasures that were hard to come by under normal circumstances now filled the stalls, gleaming and varied. Clearly, in order to increase their chances in the upcoming competition, many participants had brought out everything they had. Some groups had even banded together, already beginning to plan strategies for survival and communication on the island. None of these 200-plus Team Rocket recruits who had come with Sato were average. After learning the rules and format of the competition, they all understood what lay ahead. So, each of them was now racing against time, making final preparations for the survival battle in whatever ways they could afford. When Sato glanced at the bustling internal trade market before him, despite it being close to midnight, his expression naturally turned into one of unsurprised understanding. In truth, even when he left the temporary dormitory, he had already seen many contestants heading here in small groups. It was clear these people had weighed the difficulty and stakes of the upcoming competition. Tonight marked the final chance for pre-battle preparation. If they didn't use this time to exchange their useless items for things that might increase their odds in the competition, those items would likely end up collecting dust forever. Unfortunately, this competition allowed no option to voluntarily withdraw. The only way to exit was either by being defeated by other competitors or by the wild Pokémon inhabiting the mysterious island. As soon as Sodto stepped into the internal trade market, the stalls that caught his attention the most were the ones selling intelligence reports and maps of the mysterious island. At a glance, at least 7 or 8 out of every 10 booths were either selling intel or maps of the island. The market, after all, had a self-regulating nature. Wherever there was demand, supply always found a way to manifest quickly. The veteran rocket members stationed at this base were all seasoned and cunning. Naturally, they were well aware that the second stage of the rookie competition would be held on the mysterious island, and they were familiar with the rules. So, those with business acumen had long begun collecting intelligence and drawing detailed maps of the island to make huge profits from contestants like Sodto. Now, for Sodto and the other rookies about to head into the island for the second phase of the competition, competitor intelligence and accurate maps were invaluable. The former could help them better understand their opponents and avoid picking fights with monsters they had no chance of beating, thus improving their chances of progressing. The latter could prevent them from blindly stumbling around the island, significantly lowering the odds of walking into deadly danger and boosting their survival rate. So, to obtain these two critical resources, Sodto and the other rocket grunts were being ruthlessly exploited by the veteran rocket members, but in this case, it was a matter of mutual consent. Taking in the scene, Sodto inhaled deeply, then stepped into the feast where the sheep willingly offered themselves up to be slaughtered. However, once he truly joined the fray, Sodto realized he was facing merchants with truly black hearts. Hey there, little brother, take a look. This book here contains detailed profiles of the contestants in this competition. If you want it, you can trade items worth 5,000 merit points, or 10,000 credits, or 200 million poke dollars. As he passed by a stall selling information, a chubby rocket member shoved his fat face forward and raised a thick book in front of Sodto with exaggerated praise. At present, all Sodto had was a rough registry that gave a superficial overview of the contestants. Naturally, he was interested in the detailed intel this chubby merchant claimed to have. Even though the asking price was sky-high, it was still within Sodto's financial means. Still, before making a purchase, he naturally wanted to inspect the goods first. And the moment he did, Sodto was momentarily stunned. The thick profile book wasn't nearly as useful as even his own rough registry. Rather than calling it a book, it was more like a photo album. 80% of the content was just photographs. The actual data on contestants only included basic info like name, age, and height. Faced with such a bizarre intel book, Sodto lost all interest and immediately tossed it back to the merchant before heading off to the next information vendor. After making a full round through the bustling market, Sodto had to admit helplessly that the intel being sold here was extremely fragmented. Most of it was even less useful than the basic registry in his hand. At best, it offered vague background details. As for the truly valuable intel, the Pokémon each contestant had, such information was pathetically scarce. So far, the most detailed information Sodto had seen came from a mysterious seller cloaked entirely in a black robe. And even that so-called detailed profile merely listed each contestant's basic info and what Pokémon they owned, no explanations, no in-depth data. Yet this bare-bones book carried a staggering price tag of 500 million poke dollars. Daylight robbery, plain and simple. Still, even though they knew these veteran rocket members were extorting them, many contestants still sold everything they had just to get their hands on these books. Some were more clever. Though they were short on money, several teamed up to buy a single copy. As for how they would split the use of it later, that remained a mystery. At this point, Sodto was extremely grateful that he hadn't tried to extort Noga, but had instead offered poke blocks in goodwill. The registry that Noga had given him was far superior to anything these veteran rocket grifters were selling. That alone saved Sodto several hundred million poke dollars. With intel being so expensive, it was no surprise that maps of the mysterious island, something that directly increased one's odds of survival, were even more so. Fortunately, unlike the crude contestant profiles, the veteran rocket members here had a solid understanding of the island's terrain. Their hand-drawn maps were much more detailed than the ones distributed during the earlier briefing. However, since each rocket member had only explored limited regions, each map only covered a small section of the island, albeit with high accuracy and detail. Taken together, these maps resembled fragmented puzzle pieces of the island. Most of them only detailed the outer rim of the island. As for maps of the inner regions, Sodto had only seen 3 such examples during his sweep of the market. And these inner region maps were, unsurprisingly, even more exorbitantly priced. The cheapest one went for 1 billion poke dollars, an outrageous price. At that moment, Sodto witnessed what it meant to be truly wealthy. Tomoki, the contestant with the strongest background in this competition, made a move that stunned everyone. He bought all 3 inner region maps in one go, spending a total of 4 billion poke dollars without batting an eye. All Sodto could do was marvel at the man's absurd wealth. In the end, he gritted his teeth and shelled out 300 million poke dollars for a fairly detailed map of the island's eastern region. With that purchase complete, Sodto turned his attention to booths selling Pokemon-related items. Compared to intel and maps, what he was most interested in now were basic revival potions. Unfortunately, those life-saving items were treated like lifelines by the rocket veterans themselves. Even after searching the entire market, Sodto couldn't find a single person willing to sell one. In the end, he had no choice but to set up his own stall in a favorable spot, and the item he planned to sell was none other than that pseudo-elite 4-level Yanmega. At the logistics department, that Yanmega was valued at 5,000 merit points. But Sodto knew full well that its true value was far higher than that. He believed that once he displayed the Yanmega for sale, it would instantly attract the attention of many rocket veterans, so much so that someone might even be willing to trade a revival potion for it, a potion that was often seen as equivalent to a second life. To any trainer, a powerful Pokémon was the foundation of their strength and the key to growing even stronger. This was especially true for rocket veterans who faced deadly situations every single day. For them, the death rate of their Pokémon was undoubtedly higher than that of trainers in the outside world. If one of their hard-trained Pokémon died, even if it was brought back with a revival potion, the trainer would still likely fall in their next battle. So for these rocket veterans, one could never have too many powerful Pokémon. Sure enough, just as Sodto placed the pseudo Elite 4 level Yanmega on display and flipped up the signboard, several Team Rocket veterans reeked with the stench of blood immediately came over to inquire about the price. Though these rocket veterans were thugs to the core, notorious for their foul temperaments, they ironically adhered most strictly to the rule of strength above all else. That Sodto had the ability to capture a pseudo Elite 4 level Yanmega meant one thing: he was powerful. After all, while the veterans stationed at this Team Rocket base engaged in battles almost daily, their average strength only hovered around elite level. A trainer with a pseudo Elite 4 level Pokémon still carried significant weight here. So, after these Team Rocket veterans confirmed the Yanmega's data through their scanners, even if they could tell at a glance that Sodto was a fresh-faced recruit, none dared act unruly in front of him. Each of them asked about the price with an unusually polite tone. "Brother, you're really something else. That Yanmega from the mysterious island is downright vicious. Several of my comrades were killed by ones just like it. So, tell me, how do you want to trade?" One of the veterans who had his eye on the Yanmega first complimented Sodto, then smiled as he asked for the terms of the trade. Hearing that, Sodto frowned slightly. Though it sounded like flattery on the surface, it was actually a veiled attempt to bargain down the price. This Yanmega was a bloodthirsty brute with an extremely nasty disposition. Capturing it hadn't been easy. Very likely it really had killed others, as the veteran claimed. They deserved to die if they didn't have the skill to handle it. This Yanmega is at the pseudo Elite 4 level and possesses the extremely powerful speed boost ability. I don't need to spell out how useful that is in a chaotic battlefield, do I? My ask isn't high, just 2 units of basic revival serum, and this pseudo Elite 4 level Yanmega is theirs. Sodto's eyes gleamed as he calmly blocked the Team Rocket veteran's attempt to haggle and took the opportunity to hype up his product while clearly naming his price. Sure enough, after Sodto's pitch, more Team Rocket veterans began gathering around his stall. One after another, they eyed the black Pokeball containing the Yanmega with undisguised greed. In chaotic battles, fast Pokemon always held the upper hand. Speed could help one avoid being mobbed and taken down quickly, so a Yanmega with speed boost was without question an exceptional choice for battlefield combat. If one could successfully tame it, it would greatly enhance both survivability and spoils of war in any skirmish. In a rocket base like this, constantly under threat of mass wild Pokemon attacks from the mysterious island, only true strength could ensure continued growth and survival. Most trainers would inevitably lose a Pokemon or two in these chaotic clashes. Only a rare few could walk away without casualties. If you didn't have at least one Pokemon that could keep you alive in the chaos, even if you survived one encounter, the next could still be your last. On the battlefield, the strong got stronger and the weak kept falling. If you didn't bet your life, you'd end up dead eventually. To many rocket veterans here who were still teetering on the edge of survival, this pseudo Elite 4 level Yanmega was a golden key, one that could lift them above that line. You speak the truth, brother, but asking for 2 basic revival serums? That's steep. You know how it is here, no one's guaranteed tomorrow. A single revival serum is a lifesaver. How about just 1? If you agree, I'll hand it over right now. The veteran who first asked stiffened slightly at Sodto's response. Then, seeing Sodto's cold glare, he chuckled awkwardly and backpedaled. Yeah, 2 is too much. Exactly. 1 revival serum equals 1 life. Who can afford to waste that? Brother, you're being greedy. Come on, man, have a heart. My ace Pokemon died just tonight. I'm desperate for a powerhouse. I'll trade everything I have, but I seriously don't have 2 revival serums. At that moment, a few other veterans who were interested in buying the Yanmega but unwilling to pay 2 revival serums joined in, trying to pressure Sodto into lowering the price. Unfortunately for them, Sodto was no newbie. He was an equally shrewd and ruthless merchant. No matter how much noise they made, as long as they didn't try to force him, he remained unmoved, utterly unyielding. The Team Rocket veterans here truly did live on borrowed time. As a result, most didn't value material wealth much. What they valued was the ability to quickly grow stronger in this hellish environment and eventually escape it alive. They were willing to pay any price for that. These thugs were already openly selling overpriced intel and maps. Knowing this, Sodto was naturally eager to squeeze out every last drop of value from them. He owed himself that much. After another 10 minutes or so, a buyer who seemed genuinely serious finally appeared at Sodto's stall. He was a bald, burly man with a face full of scars and eyes like a tiger's. Just his presence radiated danger, clearly not someone to mess with. The bald man obviously commanded respect in the Team Rocket base. As he approached, nearby veterans all lowered their heads and stepped aside to make way for him. Move it, move it. You really think you can buy a pseudo Elite 4 tier speed boost Yanmega for just 1 revival serum? Shameless. But listen, brother, even I think 2 is a bit steep. I just want to boost my strength so I don't end up dead myself. But that Yanmega won't be easy to tame. It'll take time and time's something we don't have here. The longer it drags on, the more danger we're in. So, how about one revival serum and a map? I drew this myself after returning from the island. The coverage is huge, way better than the ones they sell at these stalls. Despite Sato's formidable capture feat, the bald man stayed courteous. He grinned and spoke while pulling out a vial of revival serum and a hand-drawn parchment map. Let me take a look at the map first. Deal. Sato narrowed his eyes slightly, giving the map a side glance before speaking in a probing tone. No problem. Have a look. Hearing that, the bald man knew he had a shot. He didn't believe Sato had a photographic memory anyway, so he cheerfully tossed the map over. He'd only just returned from the island not long ago, barely escaping with his life. His strength had taken a major hit. He urgently needed a strong Pokémon to reinforce his lineup, and this speed boost Yanmega was exactly what he was looking for. From the appearance and wear of the map, it was clearly a recently made partial map, an abridged version. But after a few careful glances, Sato could immediately tell that this map, even in its cut-down form, was far more detailed and expansive than the one he had just bought earlier. More importantly, it even included part of the mysterious island's interior zone. If the bald man wasn't bluffing, then he must have spent a significant amount of time on the island, which, in turn, spoke volumes about his strength. Deal. It's yours? After reviewing the parchment map, Sato made up his mind. He tucked the map into his storage gear and handed over the Pokeball from the stall. Ha ha ha. Then I wish you a safe return from the island, brother. The bald man laughed heartily, taking the Pokeball from Sato while handing over the revival serum with his other hand. After completing his trade, Sato didn't leave the internal trading market right away. Instead, he continued wandering around, hoping to see if he could pick up anything worthwhile. Right now, in order to obtain intelligence and a detailed map of the mysterious island, most of the contestants had resorted to selling off their personal collections, often at heavily discounted prices due to urgency. Sato knew this was an opportunity not to be missed. He had previously spent 300 million Poké-dollars on a map, but now that he had a much better one, he naturally wanted to exchange the old, now useless map for something else of value. That map still held some worth at the moment, but in a few days, its value would plummet. And after the second phase of the competition ended, it would practically be no better than a scrap of paper. To be honest, every contestant who had made it this far had encountered their own share of adventures. Many had rare and valuable items, including several high-grade Pokémon food ingredients that Sato had been desperately looking for. Take, for example, 2 key ingredients in the custom food recipe for Nidorino/Nidoking, black-spotted venomvine and purple toxoil. Sato had already obtained black-spotted venomvine, a high-grade toxic ingredient, from the Rocket Team's underground base in Pewter City. And now, he had unexpectedly come across the second ingredient, purple toxoil. Like the vine, purple toxoil was highly toxic and rich in concentrated poison-type energy. But unlike the vine, it also contained ground-type energy, making it even more valuable. Purple toxoil was far rarer and harder to produce. While the vine could sometimes be found in Nido family grave sites, purple toxoil was almost untraceable. It was said that this rare material could only be found in places where poison and ground-type energies converged. On the open market, purple toxoil was sold by the gram, each gram costing at least 200,000 Poké-dollars. And even then, it was often sold out. Now, this priceless material was sitting on a near-abandoned stall, and judging by its appearance, Sato estimated the lump to weigh at least 500 grams. A 500-gram lump of purple toxoil was more than enough for Sato to make multiple servings of Nidorino/Nidoking's custom food. After all, the recipe only called for 0.5 grams per serving. At market value, that chunk would cost at least 100 million Poké-dollars, and realistically, he'd need to offer 50% more to secure it. But since no one was interested, the seller had set the price incredibly low. Sato was able to buy it for just 50 million Poké-dollars, half the usual rate. With that, Sato only needed to purchase a few moderately priced supplementary materials to start producing Nidoking's custom food. Aside from the purple toxoil, Sato also discovered another exciting high-grade ingredient, electrowood leaves, a core material used to craft food for the Pikachu evolutionary line. Electrowood was a rare tree that formed when a withered trunk was struck by lightning. Due to its unique nature, it no longer absorbed nutrients through sunlight or water, but instead thrived on ambient electric-type energy. These mysterious trees only grew in storm-prone danger zones and were typically guarded as precious resources by electric-type Pokémon. Harvesting electrowood leaves wasn't just difficult, it was life-threatening. One had to avoid being struck by lightning and also escape the wrath of those powerful electric types who considered the tree their lifeblood. Surprisingly, the contestant selling this extremely rare ingredient was none other than a direct descendant of one of the major Rocket Team faction leaders. That person was Vanna, the wild, tan-skinned beauty whom Sato had met once before. Clearly, Vanna, who grew up among wild Pokémon, thought very differently from people raised in human society. She wasn't someone you could communicate with easily. Her method of selling items was also unusual. She would only trade with people she liked. If she didn't take a liking to someone, she would ignore them no matter how much money they offered. Isn't that chick the adopted daughter of Poseidon, one of the major faction leaders? Why does she look like she's struggling so much? Sato watched as Vanna laid out one expensive Pokémon item after another on her stall and couldn't help but feel confused. According to his intel, Vanna was listed as the adopted daughter of Poseidon, one of the rocket team's 3 major faction leaders. It was hard to imagine someone like her being strapped for cash. After all, not long ago, Tomoki, a second-generation rocket scion, had casually spent 4 billion poke dollars to buy 3 maps detailing inner regions of the mysterious island without even blinking. But it didn't matter. Whatever the reason for her financial troubles, it gave Sodto the chance to acquire those electrowood leaves. Of course, there was one condition: he had to be someone Vanna took a liking to. Otherwise, it was all just wishful thinking. Every item at Vanna's stall was rare and precious. Besides the electrowood leaves, Sodto also spotted a high-grade leaf stone and a reverse dragon scale. Using his system's appraisal function, Sodto confirmed that the reverse scale came from an Elite 4-level Baxcalibur. The item's effects were so mouth-watering, Sodto practically drooled. Reverse dragon scale. Item type: Pokémon equipment. Effect: increases growth speed of dragon-type Pokémon and enhances the power of their dragon-type moves. Description: this reverse scale, shed by an Elite 4-level Baxcalibur, is infused with the purest dragon-type energy. For any dragon-type Pokémon, it's an invaluable treasure. For any trainer raising dragon types, especially those raising pseudo-legendary dragons, the hardest part was always accelerating their growth. And it couldn't be rushed unnaturally. Raising a dragon-type Pokémon required an enormous amount of resources. If one could speed up their growth naturally, it would save a great deal of time and effort. More importantly, it meant the trainer could develop a fully trained dragon type much faster, increasing their strength and gaining access to more resources in turn. So the reverse dragon scale at Vanna's stall truly was a priceless item. Hey there, gorgeous. How much for the leaves on your stall? After calming himself and straightening his posture, Sodto put on a friendly smile and approached the wild, dark-skinned beauty. But the next second, his smile froze. Vanna glanced at him, sniffed the air a few times, then waved her hand dismissively, her face full of disgust. Scram, ugly freak. Her words nearly made Sodto combust with rage. Although Sodto didn't think he was particularly handsome, he was confident he was far from being called an ugly freak. So when an obviously wild girl called him exactly that, a nameless fury instantly surged up within him. Ha, you're really something. How much is this reverse dragon scale on your stall? But in the end, Sodto wasn't an ordinary person. As furious as he was inside, he still kept a calm appearance. He smiled at Vanna and asked about the price of the reverse dragon scale on her stall. Vanna had grown up in the vast tropical jungles, which had blessed her with an animal-like instinct. This ability allowed her to easily perceive another being's intentions, whether they were good or bad, hostile or dangerous. Because of this unique instinct, her way of seeing people was unlike anyone else's. All she needed was a few glances and a sniff, and she could roughly discern what kind of person she was dealing with. In Vanna's perception, Sodto was just like that man who had approached her earlier, Tomoki. He gave off the aura of a creature that was a mix between a cunning fox and a ferocious tiger, extremely sly and highly dangerous. The dragon elders had taught her, if such a creature came to strike up a conversation, the best solution was to drive them off. So, once Vanna judged what kind of person Sodto was, she immediately chose her most reliable tactic for chasing people away. However, Sodto's shameless persistence came as a surprise and an irritation to her. She hated people like him the most, the type who stuck around even when unwanted. Seeing that he wasn't giving up and still wanted to buy something from her stall, Vanna bared her teeth at him and released her Komodo to help drive him off. The dragon elders had also taught her, if a peaceful method doesn't work, then use intimidation. As her elder brother and personal bodyguard, the Komodo was naturally completely on her side. The moment he appeared and heard Vanna speak in dragon tongue, his expression turned fierce as he glared straight at Sodto. Being stared down by a terrifying dragon-type pseudo-legendary Pokémon was an incredibly unnerving experience. Sodto instantly felt a chill spread all over his body, and his scalp tingled. Without thinking, he immediately stepped a respectable distance away. A few nearby pedestrians were also startled by the sudden appearance of the Komodo and quickly moved away. In an instant, the area around Vanna's stall became a deserted zone. As for those who had previously been eyeing her goods with interest, they all disappeared without a trace. Sodto was speechless. Vanna was being completely unreasonable. She had actually released a level 52 Komodo with an individual value of 179 to deal with him. His heart was practically screaming with vile curses. This is a complete waste of kindness. Is this girl mentally off? I didn't even do anything to her. With no other option, Sodto decided to temporarily walk away. Vanna's Komodo was simply too powerful. It had clearly entered the high-speed growth stage of maturity. Sodto wasn't stupid enough to pick a fight over something so trivial. Besides, judging from the current situation, he likely wouldn't even be able to beat her. Pokémon information. Pokémon, Komodo. Level, 52. Type, Dragon/Fighting. Ability, Bulletproof. Gender, Male. Known moves, Clanging Scales, Sky Uppercut, Belly Drum, Autotomize, Tackle, Leer, Endure, Protect, Dragon Tail, Scary Face, Headbutt, Focus Energy, Screech, Iron Defense, Dragon Claw, Roar. Egg Move, Dragon Breath. Tutor moves, Draco Meteor, Dragon Pulse, Drain Punch, Double Chop, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Focus Punch, Iron Head, Iron Tail, Low Sweep, Outrage, Bulk Up, Hyper Beam, Brick Break, Earthquake, Flamethrower, Swords Dance, Giga Impact. TMS, Safeguard, Hidden Power, Bug. Held item, Dragon Fang. IVs. HP, 30 31sts. Attack, 31 31sts. Defense, 30 31sts. SP ATK, 29 31sts. SP Def, 28 31sts. Speed, 31 31sts. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total, 179. Looking at the Komodo Vanna had released and especially at the long list of powerful moves in its taught skills section, Sodto could only describe it with one word, monstrous. If he wasn't wrong, this Komodo must have received rigorous training from powerful members of its species since it was young. Otherwise, there's no way it could have learned so many strong techniques. Sodto finally believed the description he had seen of Vanna in the League registry. She really was a dragon tribe princess. This Komodo was probably the older brother who had grown up playing with her since childhood. Now, Sodto officially ranked Vanna as the most troublesome opponent in this tournament. Tomoki's Gar comp might be strong, but it had a glaring quadruple weakness to ice against a Swampert that excelled in Ice Punch and knew the devastating Earth-Ice Hammer combo. The outcome of that battle was still uncertain. But against Vanna's Komodo, Swampert would be at a serious disadvantage due to the level gap, with a high chance of being defeated. Komodo was a dual dragon/fighting type among all dragon types. They were known as some of the fiercest and most battle-hardened, especially in close combat. To put it bluntly, aside from legendary dragons, nearly any dragon-type Pokemon of the same level would get completely outmatched by them in melee. Sodto's ace Pokemon, Swampert, was also a close-range powerhouse. But even at the same level, it wouldn't have any clear advantage against Vanna's Komodo. In fact, due to the level gap, it might even get thrashed. Swampert's close combat prowess came from its monstrous strength. While Komodo might not match that brute power, Sodto believed it wouldn't fall far behind either. With its combination of dragon and fighting traits, Komodo possessed one of the highest physical thresholds among all dragon types. It wouldn't be surprising if its strength rivaled Swampert's. Unless Swampert completed its mega evolution and fought under rainy weather conditions, it would be difficult to suppress this powerful pseudo-legendary dragon in melee. What should I do? That piece of the reverse dragon scale is just too tempting. If I let this opportunity slip away, I might never see one again. But this damn girl is completely unreasonable. How am I even supposed to trade for it? Even though Vanna had driven him off, Sodto still couldn't stop thinking about that piece of the reverse dragon scale at her stall. Its effects were incredible. Having it would significantly reduce the time needed to raise his dragon types. For Sodto, time was the biggest obstacle to his growth. The system was somewhat of a double-edged sword. While it gave him great benefits, it also saddled him with a nearly impossible task. If he couldn't complete it, he would die. As it stood, he had less than 10 years left to grow strong enough. Dragon-type pseudo-legendary Pokemon were considered the strongest under legendaries. There was no doubt they would be crucial allies in Sodto's future, so he had to raise at least one of them. But their biggest weakness was how slow they grew. Even with the trainer's full support, they still required an incredibly long development phase. Otherwise, they'd just become inferior, underdeveloped versions of what they could be. In the future, Sodto would need at least one dragon-type pseudo-legendary as his trump card. Without it, defeating champions and Elite Four members who also had such Pokemon would be nearly impossible. Especially against Cynthia and Lance, they were like mountains, pressing down on Sodto's chest. If he wanted to surpass them, he needed extraordinary fortune. And that reverse dragon scale was exactly that kind of fortune. Whether or not he could get it, however, would depend on his own ability. Wait, if she was raised by dragon Pokemon and is known as the Dragon Tribe Princess, then she should also like certain things, right? Right, this just might work. Just as Sodto was racking his brain trying to think of a way to trade with Vanna, he casually glanced at a nearby stall and suddenly, inspiration struck. His eyes lit up with a gleam of cunning. Perhaps due to their innate nature, most dragon-type Pokemon are extremely fond of collecting shiny things, especially high-quality gold coins and gemstones, toward which they have a strong sense of possessiveness. It's often said that many powerful dragon types are incredibly wealthy, and if one were lucky enough to stumble upon their nests, they could make a fortune provided they managed to escape from an enraged dragon alive. Just now, Sodto had inadvertently spotted a vendor stall belonging to another contestant, where a variety of well-cut, dazzling gems were on display. The brilliant sheen refracted by the colorful gemstones momentarily dazzled him. It was only then that he recalled the peculiar hobby shared by most dragon types. With that thought in mind, an idea instantly formed in Sodto's head, but it was quickly followed by a wave of doubt. After all, even if Vanna had been raised by dragon-type Pokemon since childhood, she was still a human at her core. Sodto wasn't sure whether she had inherited this rather peculiar obsession of dragon types. Whatever. That reverse dragon scale is way too important to me. Even the slimmest chance is worth seizing. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I just hope this works. After pondering every angle and coming up short, Sodto clenched his jaw and steeled himself. He walked over to the vendor stall stocked with ancient gold coins and sparkling gemstones. In fact, Sodto originally had a stash of ancient coins and gemstones himself. Those were loot taken from the Sea Serpent gang members like Heiduo, but because he had prior knowledge of the competition's rules, he had already stored all those valuables in a private bank back in Cinnabar Island. Now, he had no choice but to buy them with cold hard cash. Whether it was ancient coins or premium gemstones, these rare valuables that held or increased their worth were always in high demand on the market. Even though the seller was clearly in need of funds and offering deep discounts, the prices still weren't exactly cheap. Just one shiny ancient coin cost 100,000 poke dollars, and the gemstones were even more expensive. After a prolonged and intense haggling session with the contestant seller, Sodto finally traded away the treasure map of the mysterious island he'd obtained earlier, valued at a whopping 300 million poke dollars, in exchange for a massive chest full of ancient coins and gemstones. He gave it a quick estimate. Inside the large chest were around 1,000 ancient coins and over 300 high-grade gemstones. Based on current market value, the whole lot was worth about 300 to 400 million poke dollars. So overall, the deal wasn't a total loss. Still, Sodto didn't feel like he'd made a profit at all. If he had the choice, he'd never use money, let alone the mysterious island treasure map, for something like this. At the end of the day, these items were just a flashy pile of junk that served no real purpose on the island. That money could have been better spent on rare Pokémon food ingredients unavailable anywhere else. With a mix of hope and nervousness, Sodto tucked the chest of ancient coins and gems into his storage equipment and made his way back to the area near Vanna's stall. Much like earlier, Vanna's odd way of evaluating people and the fact that her brother, the Komodo, stood guard like a stone-faced temple guardian meant that even though the wares at her booth were clearly valuable, no one dared approach. Every now and then, a particularly bold contestant would ask for a price, only to be scared off by her aggressive manner. "Scram, ugly freak. These aren't for sale to you." Before Sodto could even approach, Vanna had already glared at him, baring her teeth and rudely shouting him away. The moment Vanna spoke, the Komodo behind her narrowed his eyes at Sodto, folding his massive claws together and assuming a threatening battle stance, clearly ready to strike the moment Sodto stepped out of line. Naturally, Sodto didn't dare approach recklessly. He immediately released his strongest Pokémon, Swampert, and slowly walked toward Vanna's stall under its protection. Swampert's sudden appearance drew both Vanna's and Komodo's attention, their eyes locked onto the Pokémon, whose towering form and imposing aura radiated unmistakable strength. A glint of caution flashed in both their gazes. The strong are always respected. Perhaps because of the pressure Swampert exuded, both Vanna and her brother appeared more hesitant, not actively stopping Sodto from approaching. Of course, aside from Swampert's deterrence, another reason they didn't stop him was because their attention had just been forcefully seized by a few dazzling, radiant gemstones. As Sodto advanced, he clutched a few fine-colored gems in his hand. When he was about 2 meters from Vanna's stall, he tossed them gracefully onto her display. Sure enough, just like other dragon types, Vanna and her Komodo had inherited the species' infamous obsession with all things shiny. The moment their eyes landed on those glittering gemstones, their attention shifted completely. Their pupils practically sparkled in sync with the stones. There was no denying it, the power of money was simply incredible. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Sodto would never have believed that the originally hostile Vanna and Komodo would have such an immediate change in attitude just from a few gemstones. Granted, those gems were worth several million poke dollars, but still. Regardless, Sodto's plan had clearly worked. He'd won them over by giving them exactly what they liked. "Do you like them?" Sodto finally stood safely before her stall. With a grin, he pulled out a fistful of ancient coins from his storage and offered them to Vanna, who now held a gemstone in her hand and was smiling in pure bliss. "MHM, MHM." The moment Vanna saw the glittering ancient coins in Sodto's hand, her eyes sparkled even more. With reflexes that could shame a quick attack, she snatched all the coins out of his hand in one swoop. Then, realizing she might have been a bit too greedy, she gave a sheepish nod and spoke politely. "I'm glad you like them. Those coins and gemstones are a gift. You too, big guy." Seeing how enraptured Vanna looked, Sodto couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. As he spoke, he grabbed another handful of coins and offered them to Komodo, who had been watching with longing eyes. Hearing that Sodto was willing to give away these shiny treasures, both Vanna and her Komodo had an instant shift in opinion. The elders of their clan had always told them that people who gifted shiny treasures were good people, a lesson both Vanna and Komodo had taken to heart. Noticing that their hostility had completely vanished and that they now wore rather friendly expressions, Sodto knew this was his chance to strike while the iron was hot. "Looks like you two really like the gifts I brought. How about this? I'll trade this entire box of shiny treasures for that reverse dragon scale over there. What do you say?" As he spoke, Sodto took out the large chest filled with ancient coins and gemstones. He pointed to the reverse dragon scale displayed on the stall, smiling warmly at Vanna. With a gentle click, he opened the box. Immediately, a beam of golden light burst forth, spilling over Vanna and Komodo and illuminating them like divine statues. At that moment, both their eyes went wide and their pupils turned gold. Though Vanna had an animal-like instinct, her mind was pure and straightforward. She didn't have as many schemes and suspicions running through her head as Sodto did. To her, the reverse dragon scale was just something her mother had casually given her, something that hadn't shown any use even after carrying it around for so long. Now, as she saw the pile of shiny objects in the box, her attention and thought process were completely consumed by the glittering gold coins and the rainbow-colored gemstones. After a moment of mental math, she immediately felt like she had struck a great deal. Sure. You're such a good person." So when Sodto offered the whole box of shiny things in exchange for the reverse dragon scale, Vanna, who looked like a total little money grubber, didn't think twice. She eagerly nodded and agreed to the deal. Before Sodto could even respond, Vanna had already snatched the entire chest of treasures out of his hands and tossed the reverse dragon scale from the ground stall over to him. Clutching the box tightly like she was terrified he might take it back, she held onto it like her life depended on it. The moment the reverse dragon scale was in hand, Sodto didn't spare her another glance. He immediately stored it in his storage equipment. Then, flashing a faint smile at Vanna, who looked like she was guarding against a thief, he turned with his swampert and quickly vanished from her sight. Seconds later, Sodto was already strolling along hundreds of meters away from Vanna's stall, relaxed and at ease. He had used Ditto to disguise himself again, now appearing like a different passerby. Wearing a Team Rocket uniform, he blended perfectly into the crowd of identically dressed members. Even if Vanna regretted the trade now, tracking him down would be far from easy. Not that it mattered, Sodto had no intention of returning what was already in his hands. If he couldn't win a fight, he'd just run. Trading a box of gold and jewels for the priceless reverse dragon scale, Sodto was in a fantastic mood. Even though he tried to suppress it, the slight upturn of his lips betrayed his satisfaction. Didn't think it'd be that easy to get this lucky break. As expected, know your enemy and you'll never be defeated. Vanna's weakness is shiny things. She's almost half a dragon, so I might be able to use her in the future to obtain other rare items beneficial for raising dragon-type Pokémon. Not to mention those Electrowood leaves. I got so caught up buying the reverse dragon scale I completely forgot about that ingredient. Feeling pleased, Sodto began scheming once more, plotting how to extract even more benefits from Vanna in the future. Unfortunately, that good mood didn't last long. Not long after leaving the internal trading market, while walking back to his temporary dorm along a secluded path, he ran into someone who made his skin crawl. That's right, the one who unsettled him so much was none other than the drag queen Runa, whom he had previously seen once. For reasons unknown, this flamboyantly dressed drag queen had stopped him on the street. Sodto didn't want anything to do with this person. No matter how good Runa looked, once he'd discovered his/her true gender, Sodto had already made up his mind to stay away from them to protect his rear. To him, Runa was simply troublesome. Not everyone was comfortable with being around someone dressed like a drag queen, especially Sodto, who'd been raised in a rural village in this world. It did not help that Sodto instinctively felt that this person was extremely dangerous and definitely not the friendly type. Do you need something? If not, move aside. Suddenly stopped like this, Sodto naturally wasn't going to be polite. His expression darkened as he coldly asked. At the same time, his hand casually moved to the poke belt at his waist. Glancing around, Sodto was shocked to find that the area was completely deserted, and beyond that, it was also a blind spot for surveillance cameras. Clearly, this person hadn't chosen this location with good intentions. His wariness instantly skyrocketed. The faint joy in his eyes vanished, replaced with a cold, sharp gleam. He stared intently at the drag queen before him, who was still smiling radiantly, ready to strike the moment anything suspicious happened. Don't be so tense, Mr. Sodto. My name is Runa. I just wanted to become friends with you. Seeing Sodto's immediate vigilance, Runa mentally raised his evaluation of him a little. Still, he maintained that same dazzling smile and spoke in a soft, androgynous voice. As a trusted subordinate of Athena, one of the three major faction leaders within Team Rocket, Runa naturally had access to intelligence far beyond the average member. It hadn't taken much for him to obtain Sodto's profile and those of most other participants in this stage of the tournament. However, Sodto's true identity was top secret. Only a handful of people close to Giovanni knew it. So the information Runa had obtained was just the outdated one that labeled Sodto as a nobody with no background. Therefore, in Runa's eyes, Sodto was just a low-level grunt with a bit of skill but no connections. Naturally, he felt nothing but contempt for such a mud-footed commoner. But now, facing Sodto's poised and commanding presence and sharp reactions, even Runa had to re-evaluate him and rein in some of that condescension. As he spoke, Runa didn't forget to try and seduce Sodto, winking flirtatiously several times. This time, he had swapped his previous black dress for a flowing sky blue gown and wrapped a lace scarf around his neck to conceal his most obvious male features. To be honest, if Sodto hadn't discovered Runa's secret before, he would never have believed that the soft-voiced beauty before him was a man. But now that he knew the truth, watching Runa try so hard to seduce him just made Sodto clench his rear even tighter. So that's how it is. Brother Runa, it's an honor to make the acquaintance of someone as strong as yourself, ranking at the top among this batch of recruits. But it's getting late, and we're heading to the mysterious island tomorrow, so I think I'll turn in early. Suppressing his reaction, Sodto forced a thin smile and replied in a bland tone. Of course, despite his words, his eyes remained icy and alert, fully focused on the person in front of him. Runa could tell right away that Sodto knew both his true gender and his real identity. The dazzling smile on his face froze slightly as he thought of all the useless flirting he'd just done in front of him. No rush, no rush. We're not departing until noon tomorrow, after all. Mr. Sodto, since we're friends now, I'll get straight to the point. I came here to ask if you'd be willing to hand over the item you just got from Miss Vanna. Of course, in return, you'd gain my friendship and my guarantee that you'll pass this tournament smoothly. Still, Runa had nerves of steel, the kind of person who dared to shatter social gender norms. He quickly brushed off the awkward moment and returned to smiling as he laid out his actual reason for coming. The truth was, Runa had been eyeing that reverse dragon scale at Vanna's stall for quite some time. After all, he had a Hydreigon, a pseudo-legendary dragon-type Pokémon. Naturally, he had done a great deal of work to study how to raise such Pokémon, so he immediately recognized the value of that scale. Vanna's status within Team Rocket was equal to Runka's, and her strength actually surpassed his. That made it impossible for Runka to coerce her by force or threat. He had no choice but to try bartering with her. Unfortunately, Vanna's trading habits were far too eccentric, and someone like Runka couldn't fool her eyes. And Vanna, raised by dragons, was extremely blunt and straightforward. She wasn't as tolerant or accepting as Sodto and the others and didn't have as many considerations. She was visibly and verbally disgusted by Runka's gender-bending ways, and she flat out refused to trade and even called him a disgusting pervert. Of course, this absolutely enraged Runka, but there was nothing he could do. In both status and strength, he had no edge over her and had to swallow his pride and walk away. What he hadn't expected, however, was that shortly after he left, this nobody Team Rocket grunt named Sodto would trade a box of shiny trinkets for the reverse dragon scale. That changed everything. Runka couldn't handle Vanna, but he was confident he could handle someone like Sodto. Despite Sodto's impressive record repelling a pseudo-elite 4-level Gyarados at sea, Runka didn't take it too seriously. He believed that if he just flashed his credentials and dangled some benefits, Sodto would fall in line like every other grunt who wanted to curry favor. The reverse dragon scale was now Sodto's most prized possession. Its importance had soared to the level of his own King Erda's reverse scale. Faced with Runka's shameless and unreasonable demand, he naturally scoffed at it in his heart and was utterly furious. And what exactly was the reverse dragon scale? It was an irreplaceable treasure that could accelerate the growth of dragon-type Pokémon. Yet Runka had the audacity to spout such arrogance, attempting to get something for nothing to snatch this treasure from his hands without paying the price. Runka's arrogance and blatant disrespect made Sodto feel that he was severely underestimating him. The thought alone made his fury burn even hotter. Hey, you don't need to trouble yourself over that, brother Runka. You'd best worry about your own problems first. Sodto, seething, let out a laugh of disbelief. He fixed his cold gaze on Runka and replied in a voice equally icy. So what you're saying is you don't want to be friends with me, Mr. Sodto. I've heard this island is full of dangers. One careless step and you're gone for good. Treasures are nice, sure, but only if you live long enough to keep them. Don't you think so, Mr. Sodto? Runka's smile faded slowly after hearing Sodto's response. Narrowing his eyes, heavy with purple eyeshadow, he met Sodto's gaze with the same frosty gleam. His tone turned unmistakably threatening, no longer bothering to hide it. Runka sneered inwardly at Sodto's stubbornness. In this tournament, over 50 members of his Athena faction had joined the fray, and among these more than 50 Rocket members, each at least an early elite level trainer, more than half now followed his lead. With just one command, he could make sure Sodto suffered in every round of the tournament. When that time came, he'd show Sodto what it meant to be hopelessly outmatched. Sodto easily heard the threat behind Runka's words, but he didn't care in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, unless he ran into people like Tomoki or Vanna, the absolute elite prodigies of the new Team Rocket generation, he could hold his own against anyone on this island. And as for Runka, this 5th-ranked drag queen, gender-bending clown? Frankly, Sodto didn't even consider him a real threat. Sodto had found that there was actually a slight error with the info he'd received from Nogun on Runka. He'd overheard some rookies, who likely knew Runka, discuss how strong Runka was and how his Swillis was very powerful and extremely difficult to deal with. They'd said that it was likely close to evolving as well. Those guys obviously didn't have enough money to buy the info being sold at outrageous prices and had resorted to band together and share whatever little info they had about the contestants and the trial with each other for mutual benefit. Still, that had unexpectedly ended up benefiting Sodto as well. The guy's so-called pseudo-legendary dragon-type Pokémon was actually still just as Willis, and not a fully evolved Hydreigon, like he was thinking. That alone proved it hadn't yet reached full maturity. As Willis that couldn't even fly? Against his Swampert, it would be utterly crushed. Besides, Sodto was no longer some rootless drifter. His current boss was none other than the rocket leader Giovanni. So if Runka dared to mess with him, Sodto had no qualms about killing him right here on the island. Thanks to a few conversations with Joe Kondo, a trusted confidant of Giovanni, Sodto now understood that Team Rocket wasn't nearly as united as it seemed on the surface. The 3 major faction leaders were all founding veterans who had built Team Rocket alongside the previous generation's boss. Naturally, they had little respect for Giovanni, who had risen to power largely through connections. Time had proven that the former Team Rocket boss was a sharp judge of character. Her son wasn't just powerful, he'd become a feared trainer across Kanto, and under his leadership, Team Rocket had grown into the most powerful underground organization in the region. Even so, the 3 major faction leaders still disdained Giovanni, routinely undermining and indirectly ignoring his orders. Although Team Rocket seemed formidable, internal conflicts ran deep. If tensions continued to escalate, Team Rocket would undoubtedly fracture. Giovanni had been biding his time for years since taking over. He was a far-sighted man, steadily amassing power and strengthening his inner circle. Now, with strong lieutenants like Sabrina, Serge, Koga, and the 3 beasts, Giovanni's influence had reached new heights. He was no longer the leader others could afford to underestimate. Unknowingly, he had become the most dominant force within Team Rocket, and the pressure he exerted on the other three factions was beginning to show. This so-called rookie competition was, in truth, an experiment by Giovanni meant to promote talented recruits and suppress the influence of entrenched factions. Although each major faction had snuck in their own hand-picked candidates, clean background Rocket members like Sodto still made up more than 70% of the participants. That meant, no matter the outcome, potential field members like Sodto, those with no political baggage, would undoubtedly receive Giovanni's support. After all, anyone who had made it this far through sheer ability was already proving their worth. And for those like Sodto, who had already been absorbed into Giovanni's inner circle, there was no question they were priority targets for grooming. Which was why Sodto believed that even if he killed Runka on the island and the incident came to light, he'd not only be fine, he might even be rewarded by Giovanni in secret. Hiyo, I'm so scared. But let me make it clear, I won't be handing over the reverse dragon scale. If you want it, you'd better come with something of equal value. Or you can try to take it from me yourself. But remember, the island's full of danger. If someone dies here, no one will even blink. Having worked through the risks and benefits, Sodto sneered. With murderous intent in his eyes, he stared straight into Runka's icy gaze and retorted without flinching. At the same time, a black badge appeared in Sodto's hand. The dark emblem was the ultimate symbol of his status as a core subordinate of Giovanni, a black-green badge. You're one of the boss's people. Runka, as a direct subordinate of Athena, one of Rocket's three great faction leaders, was no fool. The moment he saw that black-green badge, all the arrogance drained from his face, replaced by shock. In that instant, all sense of superiority vanished from Runka's heart. Even though he believed he was still stronger than Sodto, none of that mattered now. In this tournament, the most powerful faction was clearly the Giovanni-led group. Compared to that, Athena's followers, no matter their numbers or strength, were simply overmatched. If he so much as tried to kill Sodto using underhanded means, Giovanni would have full justification to eliminate him using similar methods. Damn it. So this bastard is one of Giovanni's hand-picked inner circle? That means I can't touch him quietly after all. Runka's expression darkened as he stared at the conspicuous black badge in Sodto's hand. He could hardly believe that Sodto had been granted such an honor by Giovanni himself. In his mind, everyone who held a black badge was a heavyweight within Rocket's upper echelon, each more than capable of crushing him like an insect. I'll be waiting for you on the island, Runka. I'll keep the reverse dragon scale on me, so let's see if you've got the balls to come and take it. Sodto noticed every change in Runka's expression, and couldn't help but appreciate how great it felt to have real backing. He passed by Runka without stopping, and left him with one last parting shot. A backwater, nobody dares act so arrogant. Fine. If I can't kill you through trickery, then I'll make sure you die by accident. I'll make you suffer before you die. The reverse dragon scale can stay with you for now. Runka's face turned crimson with rage at Sodto's final remark. He spun around, glaring at Sodto's back like a venomous serpent, eyes full of murderous intent. Sodto walked past Runka, who was seething with hatred. His steps were light and steady, not fast, not slow, and he didn't glance back as he continued forward down the empty corridor. On the surface, he looked completely nonchalant, but in reality, his right hand remained firmly resting on the pokeball belt at his waist, staying highly alert in case that mad dog Runka suddenly snapped and attacked him. Runka's gloomy, hawk-like eyes never left Sodto's back. But seeing that Sodto remained on guard the entire time, offering no opportunity for a sneak attack, he was left with no choice but to watch as Sodto disappeared from sight. After Sodto left, several Team Rocket members wearing masks emerged one by one from the shadows. They approached Runka and bowed respectfully before him. Runka's face was dark as he stared at the subordinates who had been lying in ambush nearby. It was because of them that this small section of the base had been temporarily sealed off, allowing him to easily intercept Sodto. From the start, Runka had never intended to let Sodto leave alive. As long as Sodto handed over the reverse dragon scale, his fate would have been to die under the hands of these subordinates who were hiding their true identities. What threw Runka off, however, was that Sodto had seen through his true identity. He wasn't swayed in the slightest by Runka's seductive tricks and remained alert the entire time. But what ultimately made Runka hold back was discovering that Sodto was a direct subordinate of Giovanni. That identity, combined with Sodto's ever-present vigilance, forced Runka to abandon his plan to silence him completely. Runka may have been arrogant, but he wasn't a fool. He knew that if someone had earned Giovanni's favor and become a core subordinate, then that person must possess extraordinary strength. Such a powerful individual couldn't be killed so easily. If they really fought, Runka had no confidence in killing Sodto silently in this surveillance blind spot. And if too much noise attracted the attention of the higher UPS within the base, then no matter how strong Runka's backing was, he would still end up dead, and it would be a pointless death at that. Pass down the order. The moment anyone sees him on the island, I want to be notified immediately. I'll make sure he doesn't leave that island alive. Runka took a deep breath, forcing down his boiling anger. His delicate face returned to its usual calm expression as he gently ordered his subordinates. Yes, yes, yes. The masked Team Rocket members felt a chill run down their spines at Runka's current demeanor. But constrained by Runka's usual domineering and forceful personality, they still obeyed respectfully. Around 1 a.m., inside Sodto's temporary dormitory, Sodto lay on the soft bed, but he wasn't even remotely sleepy. In his hand was a shimmering scale that glowed faintly with a blue light in the dark. His eyes reflected both admiration and helplessness. All for this single reverse dragon scale. He had completely offended Runka. He could already foresee that during the upcoming island expedition, he would undoubtedly be hunted by members of the Athena faction that Runka represented. Still, Sodto felt no regret. The importance of the reverse dragon scale was self-evident. There was no way he would throw away the future just because he was afraid of stirring up trouble. Anyone who abandons the future will inevitably be abandoned by the future in turn. Of course, the bigger reason was Runka's behavior. That guy had wanted to reap the reward without paying the price and even plotted to kill him. Although the ambushers had concealed themselves well, the faint murderous aura leaking from them still gave them away. That was why Sodto had no choice but to reveal the black and green badge to intimidate Runka. When handing it to him, Oka had specifically reminded him, the fewer people who knew his identity, the better. Thankfully, Giovanni's name carried weight. Because of that, Runka didn't dare make a reckless move. Otherwise, even if Sodto didn't die in an ambush, he'd at least have been seriously injured. And such an outcome was unacceptable to him. After all, he was entering the island tomorrow. Entering injured would be a terrible choice. Runka, since you want me dead and already know who I am, then I'll have to eliminate you. Yeah, I need to come up with a good plan, can't leave any loose ends. Sodto stored the reverse dragon scale in his storage gear. With both hands behind his head, he closed his eyes and began thinking deeply about how to get rid of Runka and his subordinates on the island. Runka had become a threat to his life. Sodto naturally wouldn't let that go. His principle had always been, I don't strike unless provoked. But if I am, I strike back hard. And within Team Rocket, if you're provoked and don't retaliate, then you're dead meat. He would use Runka's death as a warning to those arrogant, entitled heirs and core members. People like Runka who abused their connections were everywhere in Team Rocket. The only way to deal with them was to hurt them, to make them understand that the one they provoked was someone they couldn't afford to mess with. Only then could he continue to hold his position in Team Rocket securely. Before long, drowsiness crept in. With a fuzzy, spinning head from overthinking, Sodto slowly drifted off to sleep. Around noon the next day, Sodto and nearly 300 other participants were gathered in a spacious plaza. At the center of the plaza, a large number of high-tech devices had been arranged. Several Team Rocket members in white lab coats were busy sweating profusely as they carefully assembled the machines and calibrated data with precision. Surrounding these machines were numerous psychic-type Pokémon capable of teleport. Leading them was a level 72 Alakazam. All of the psychic Pokémon present emitted overwhelming psychic energy. Especially that Alakazam, his entire body was enveloped in a glowing blue psychic sphere, and waves of psychic power rippled outward from him in constant pulses. Each of these psychic types wore a strange device on their head. The end of each device was connected to the central equipment via a specially manufactured cable. According to veteran Team Rocket members, these scientists were building a teleportation gate, and the psychic-type Pokémon were currently channeling their energy, psychic power, into it. Once the portal was fully calibrated and charged, the participants would be randomly teleported to the outer regions of the island. The function of this portal, built from various unknown high-tech components, wasn't just long-distance teleportation. It also drastically enhanced the teleport abilities of psychic Pokémon. Each participant would also be given a special device that served as a locator. After all, Sodto and the others were elite members of Team Rocket's new generation. As long as they grew steadily, they were all destined to become the backbone of the organization. Thus, each person's life was highly valuable. Team Rocket wouldn't discard them unless absolutely necessary. So, if a participant were to be eliminated or encounter an uncontrollable event, all they had to do was press the button on that device, and a psychic-type Pokémon would instantly teleport to their location and bring them back to safety. That said, every time the portal was activated, it consumed massive amounts of energy and could only remain open for a maximum of 3 days. After that, it needed 1 full day to recharge and undergo maintenance before reopening. In other words, participants had to constantly keep track of the portal's opening and closing times. When the portal was shut, it would be unwise to engage in anything too dangerous. Otherwise, if something went wrong during that period, even psychic types wouldn't be able to perform emergency rescues without the portal's boost to their teleport abilities. Roughly half an hour later, a portal radiating intense psychic energy opened at the center of the plaza. The moment of island entry had arrived. For reasons unknown, Sodto was the third to last person to enter the teleportation gate. By the time he stepped through, it was already past 3 p.m. Before entering the gate, most of Sodto's belongings were temporarily confiscated, and he was issued some standard issue equipment. These standard items included a numbered badge, a camouflage patterned storage backpack of about 5 cubic meters of space, a special device for spatial positioning, a scanner, and 6 black Pokeballs manufactured by Team Rocket. What Sodto was allowed to keep was minimal, just a few essential living supplies, like oil, salt, a pot, a tent, etc., his Arcanine, and some items that would be practically useful. 3 sets of specialized fabric suits, high-tech shoes, a high-tech sleeping bag, a small berry mixer, a map, and a roster. Of course, the valuable reverse dragon scale was also something Sodto kept on him. As Sodto passed through the teleportation gate, a familiar wave of dizziness surged through his mind. His vision went dark, and his consciousness briefly faded. A few seconds later, as he came to, he found himself in the middle of a dense, ancient forest, lying beneath the trunk of a massive tree so large that it would take 5 or 6 people to wrap their arms around it. Come out, Arcanine. Stay alert. As soon as he regained consciousness, Sodto immediately released Arcanine, his expression turning cautious as he stared up at the treetop. The moment he had rolled over upon waking, he'd already noticed 6 large, vividly colored Gyarados resting on the tree trunk above him, spinning webs. Besides the 6 Gyarados weaving their webs, there were at least a dozen smaller Spinarak scattered on the massive tree. At that moment, these Gyarados and Spinarak were glaring warily at Sodto, this unexpected intruder. Their compound eyes were filled with suspicion. Sodto also noticed that the nearby trees were similarly infested with large numbers of Gyarados and Spinarak. By sheer bad luck, it seemed that the moment he was teleported to the island, he had landed right in the middle of a venomous spider nest. Fortunately, these spiders were naturally cautious. Since Sodto hadn't landed on any of their webs and appeared physically unimposing, they didn't immediately attack him. Otherwise, Sodto might have already been bound up like a rice dumpling and stored away as emergency rations. However, the moment Sodto made a move and released Arcanine, the spiders immediately reacted. A barrage of slender venomous needles shot from their mouths. In an instant, a rain of poison needles poured down from the treetops, sending shivers down Sodto's spine. Thankfully, Arcanine's instincts were sharp. The moment he emerged from the Pokeball, he positioned himself to shield Sodto with his body. A layer of pale flames flared up, covering his upper body in a protective blaze. Despite the overwhelming number of venomous needles formed from concentrated poison-type energy, none of them could get close. The high-temperature flames incinerated them all to ash before they could reach Arcanine. Nice work. Use flamethrower drive them off. From beneath Arcanine's belly, Sodto immediately understood what Arcanine was doing. He smiled in approval and gave the command. The next second, Arcanine let out several blazing jets of fire, each aimed at the treetops above and the canopies of nearby trees. In a flash, the treetops' nests for the Gyarados and Spinarak were turned into blazing torches. The spiders, scorched and shrieking, instantly gave up any thought of resistance. They fired strands of silk at surrounding trees and fled in panic, swinging away like frantic acrobats. Of course, some Gyarados and Spinarak didn't escape in time. Those hit by Arcanine's flamethrower were knocked out on the spot, their scorched bodies dropping from the trees like dumplings. That's enough, Arcanine. Extinguish the flames. Sodto crawled out from under Arcanine and, seeing that the spiders had all been repelled, patted his companion's side and gave the order. Woof. Arcanine turned to nod at Sodto, then gave a loud bark toward the burning treetops. What happened next was incredible. The flames atop the trees, as if responding to Arcanine's call, transformed into blazing firebirds that flew down and were absorbed into Arcanine's body. Soon, the tree canopies were completely extinguished, leaving only wisps of black smoke drifting into the air. Since evolving, Arcanine had further developed his flash fire ability. Thanks to this trait, he could easily absorb the flames from small-scale fires, effectively extinguishing them. With the crisis resolved, Sodto didn't leave immediately. Instead, he used his system's scanning function to examine the Gyarados and Spinarak that had fallen to the ground, now unconscious. Currently, Arcanine was the only Pokémon on his team, and that left Sodto severely lacking in combat power. He needed to temporarily capture some Pokémon from this mysterious island to make up for the deficit. After scanning the fallen Pokémon, he found that the average aptitude of these Gyarados and Spinarak was shockingly high. Almost every one of them hovered just on the edge of a purple grade rating. One particular level 32 Gyarados had an individual value score as high as 159. Gyarados, data. Pokémon, Gyarados. Level, 32. Type, bug/poison. Ability, insomnia. Gender, male. Known moves, Swords Dance, Focus Energy, Venom Drench, Poison Jab, Bug Bite, Poison Sting, String Shot, Constrict, Leech Life, Struggle Bug, Scary Face, Nightshade, Shadow Sneak, Fury Swipes, Feint Attack, Sticky Web, Egg Move, Twin Needle, Tutor Move, Venoshock. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 27, out of 31. Attack, 26. Defense, 27. Special Attack, 25. Special Defense, 26. Speed, 28. Overall 4 rating, purple, total 4 score, 159. Unsurprisingly, after thoroughly reviewing all the data, Sodto swiftly pulled a black Pokeball from his belt and tossed it at the Gyarados with the highest rating. With a soft thunk, the Pokeball stilled on the ground, its red indicator light switching off. Just like that, Sodto successfully captured the Gyarados. After capturing it, he pulled out his map and compass and quickly identified his current location. His previous base was situated along the eastern coastline of the mysterious island, so Sodto concluded that he must have landed somewhere in the eastern region. According to the map, there was only one area in the eastern jungle heavily populated by Spinarak, the Spider Forest. From the look of it, this forest wasn't far from the eastern shoreline of the island. With his location confirmed, Sodto immediately mounted Arcanine and directed him to head east. The Spider Forest was just a small part of the eastern region of the mysterious island. To its east lay the Slaycoat Forest, to the south was Puluag Lake, to the west it was separated by a small river from the Shiftry Forest, and to the north it connected to the foothills of Tauros Mountain. Of course, while it appeared to be a small area on the map of the island's eastern region, the spider forest was actually quite vast. Sodto had already been riding on Arcanine's back, dashing at full speed through the forest for over 10 minutes, yet he still hadn't found any signs of Slaycoat in the nearby woods. The surroundings were still heavily populated with Spinarak and Gyarados. White webs could be seen everywhere, hanging between the canopy of towering trees, with many unfortunate creatures suspended in midair, tightly wrapped in silk. As a foreign intruder, one who had seriously injured several Gyarados and Spinarak, Sodto was naturally unwelcome in the domain of these spiders. Perhaps some lucky escapees had managed to alert others, because along the way, he and Arcanine had been warmly welcomed by wave after wave of Spinarak and Gyarados. Arcanine couldn't go more than a few steps without a barrage of white threads shooting out from the thick forest around them. This forced Arcanine to constantly dodge left and right, and their speed inevitably slowed. At this point, their journey through the spider forest was starting to feel like walking into a trap laid on all sides. Grimacing, Sodto yanked a sticky white thread off his face. He was already covered in them thick, sticky silk that clung to his body like an unfinished cocoon. He looked absolutely ridiculous. In contrast, Arcanine still maintained his majestic and heroic presence. This was thanks to his powerful fire control, which allowed him to ignite flames at any part of his body at will. That ability was the only reason Arcanine's speed hadn't been completely hampered by the threads shooting down from the treetops. Except for the fur on his back where Sodto was sitting, all the other threads that would have restricted movement were burned away. These sticky white threads were the result of string shot, used by the Gyarados and Spinarak. They weren't just sticky, they were incredibly tough. Once entangled in this kind of web, it was nearly impossible to break free without fire or a sharp blade. If your hands or feet got caught, you were as good as captured. Thankfully, Sodto had shown foresight in training Arcanine, a fire-type Pokémon, before coming to this island, and had even brought him along. If he had brought any other Pokémon instead and stumbled into this deadly spider den, he'd probably already be cocooned and hanging upside down from a tree somewhere. TCH, this is getting ridiculous. Since you all want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Arcanine, burn down the trees around us, let's see how they keep up with us then. Glaring at the continuous barrage of silk flying from the forest, Sodto's eyes filled with disgust. He had run out of patience. His expression turned grim, and he gave Arcanine the command coldly. He had realized now that these venomous Pokémon of the spider forest had grown far too arrogant. They had no intention of letting outsiders like him go. At this point, it was kill or be killed. But what these brainless bugs didn't know was just who they had messed with. Originally, Sodto hadn't wanted to go so far as to burn down an entire forest. After all, doing so would not only endanger countless innocent wild Pokémon, but it would also alert other competitors nearby. But now that these Gyarados and Spinarak were chasing them so relentlessly, clearly intent on hunting them down to the death, and with Arcanine's speed already declining as his stamina wore thin, what chilled Sodto the most was that the wild Pokémon on this island seemed extremely hostile toward outsiders. Even those that had previously been observing from afar had started attacking as well, covertly helping the venomous spiders block their path. Left with no choice, Sodto had to make this desperate move. He didn't want to die. He wasn't some saint, he couldn't afford to worry about everything. Hearing Sodto's order, Arcanine's eyes burned with fury. He had been holding back his fire for too long, chased non-stop like prey. If not for Sodto's restraint, he would have done this long ago. In the next second, Arcanine skidded to a halt and spun around. A massive white jet of flame erupted from his mouth, sweeping in a wide arc as he turned his head from left to right, setting the surrounding forest ablaze. In the blink of an eye, trees were ignited by the intense heat, and countless Spinarak and Gyarados hidden in the canopy began leaping out in a panic. However, some of the more hot-tempered Gyarados and Spinarak, seeing their homes set aflame, had their eyes turn blood red and launched a desperate attack against Arcanine. Unfortunately for them, they were fire-weak poison spiders. Their charge was doomed from the start. The silk they took such pride in was completely useless against a powerhouse like Arcanine. Know your place. Use Flame Burst. Give them a real lesson they won't forget, make sure they never try to mess with us again. Seeing the crazed spiders charging at them, Sodto's gaze turned murderous. He immediately ordered Arcanine to counterattack. He had come to understand that, on an island this hostile to outsiders, the only way to survive was through overwhelming intimidation. Otherwise, the wild Pokémon here wouldn't hesitate to kill them. This was about survival. When life is on the line, all moral codes take a back seat. Receiving the order, Arcanine didn't hesitate. He unleashed a massive white fireball from his mouth. As soon as the high-temperature fireball flew a short distance, it exploded violently into a cascade of white flames. Flame burst in full force. The resulting flame rain engulfed the area, scorching every venomous spider caught within. Note: Flame Burst, Fire-type special attack. Power: 70. Effect: if it hits a target, the resulting explosion damages adjacent enemies. In an instant, many lower-level Gyarados and Spinarak were knocked out. Those that remained standing were overwhelmed by a sense of mortal danger and fled in all directions. The fire in the surrounding forest continued to spread, rapidly expanding with the help of the wind. Countless wild Pokémon that lived nearby had to flee in a panic. Even the venomous spiders that had been chasing them relentlessly seemed to realize they'd kicked a hornet's nest. Fearing that further provocation would worsen the fire, they gave up the pursuit entirely. Sigh. That should be enough of a lesson for those bugs. Arcanine, let's stop the fire before it gets out of control. Watching the flames spread rapidly and seeing countless wild Pokémon fleeing from the inferno, Sodto finally calmed down. With a sigh, he asked Arcanine to stop burning the forest. Arcanine nodded and stopped his attacks. The white flames on his limbs flared dramatically as he dashed toward the heart of the blaze with Sodto on his back. Thanks to his flash fire ability, Arcanine absorbed the flames from every burning tree they passed. The raging fires along their path dissolved into firebirds and were drawn into his body. Before long, the wildfire in the forest began to die out. Finally, as a red streak burst out of the smoke-choked woods, the last flickering flame in the forest disappeared completely. The fire Sodto ordered Arcanine to unleash not only burned away the Gyarados' will to pursue them, it also established a strong sense of deterrence and intimidation from both Sodto and Arcanine. As they continued moving forward, apart from a few wild Pokémon with especially aggressive temperaments attempting foolhardy sneak attacks, their path remained unimpeded by the rest of the forest's Pokémon. Eventually, after traveling eastward for another 10 or so minutes, Arcanine brought Sodto to the border where Spider Forest met Slaycoat Forest. In this transitional zone, Sodto began spotting several Slaycoat lazily sprawled out on tree branches with dazed, indifferent expressions. As more and more Slaycoat appeared in the surrounding woods, the forest atmosphere gradually shifted into one of utter languor and listlessness. Slaycoat Forest, just as its name implied, was a place inhabited by a large population of Slaycoat. This forest was ruled by a tribe led by a powerful Slaking. There were two main reasons Sodto had chosen to head in the direction of Slaycoat Forest. First, according to the map, Slaycoat Forest was the most resource-rich woodland area in the eastern region of the mysterious island. It contained a vast expanse of naturally growing wild berry groves. Because of this, the biodiversity in the area was incredibly high, teeming with both plants and wild Pokémon alike. For someone like Sodto who needed to secure survival resources quickly, this place was ideal for gathering supplies. Second, as for the Slaycoat tribe that ruled over this forest, they were, by nature, lazy and simple-minded. They typically maintained a live-and-let-live attitude toward the world. As long as no one threatened their food sources by damaging the forest, they would generally ignore outsiders like Sodto altogether. This made the forest relatively low risk, giving Sodto a rare opportunity to rest with some peace of mind. Once he confirmed that they had fully entered Slaycoat Forest, Sodto had the panting Arcanine stop beside a small stream to rest. While Arcanine drank from the stream, Sodto quickly pulled out a fully charged solar-powered kettle. Using a small bucket, he scooped some clear stream water and poured it into the kettle to boil. Then, he retrieved a few gem-grade poke blocks for Arcanine to eat. With the kettle in hand, he and Arcanine settled under the shade of a large tree to rest. Arcanine had reached level 43 by now. Coupled with his massive physique and intense, fiery aura, weaker wild Pokémon, especially bug and grass types, scattered in all directions at the mere sight of him. Even those wild Pokémon with respectable strength regarded Sodto and Arcanine with deep caution. While they clearly disliked the two dangerous intruders, they didn't dare make the first move since Sodto and Arcanine hadn't acted aggressively. Instead, they watched warily from hidden spots nearby. As for the forest's rulers, the Slaycoat, they remained draped lazily on tree branches, either sunbathing, slowly munching food, or snoring away in deep sleep. They didn't seem the least bit concerned with Sodto and his Pokémon. However, their eyes often flicked toward the pair, lethargic glances tinged with faint vigilance. Their evolved forms, Vigoroth, made no attempt to conceal their hostility. They glared at Sodto and Arcanine openly. With their naturally irritable temperaments, the Vigoroth filled the surrounding trees with shrill, agitated cries, seemingly warning the two not to cause trouble in their forest. Vigoroth were the first evolution stage of Slaycoat. Unlike the perpetually lazy Slaycoat or their final evolution, Slaking, Vigoroth had the ability Vital Spirit and were known for being extremely energetic and combative. Except when sleeping, Vigoroth were in a constant state of hyperactivity, truly the embodiment of ADHD. Staying still for even a moment made them physically uncomfortable. Ironically, perhaps due to this intense energy, most Slaycoat evolved into Vigoroth with great ease, and in turn, many of them eventually grew into powerful Slaking. After some time, the wild Pokémon and Vigoroth nearby realized that Sodto and Arcanine were simply resting and weren't doing anything threatening. Their tension gradually eased. Finally, once a Slaking finished gorging itself on the mountain of food brought by wild Pokémon, let out a belch, and rolled over to sleep, the surrounding Pokémon who had been watching Sodto and Arcanine vigilantly also dispersed. Phew, finally some peace. Even though Slaycoat Forest is relatively safe, its rulers are seriously powerful. Definitely not the type to provoke. Glancing toward the giant figure that had rolled over to resume its nap in the upper left part of the forest, Sodto finally relaxed a little, though inwardly he adjusted the forest's threat level up a notch. That Slaking was level 52. The moment Sodto and Arcanine had stopped beneath the tree to rest, it had appeared without a sound, accompanied by a group of Vigoroth. It made no attempt to hide its presence and simply stared at Sodto and Arcanine while casually munching on food hand-delivered by the local Pokémon. Sodto understood what this meant. It was a warning. A silent but clear message from the forest's overlords: don't cause trouble here. When that Slaking and its escort of Vigoroth showed up, Sodto had been incredibly tense. These weren't the same as the Gyarados and Spinarak back in Spider Forest. They weren't afraid of Arcanine's flames. With their incredible physical strength and stamina, they could easily defeat Arcanine with a coordinated assault. In fact, if that level 52 Slaking had decided to attack, Sodto and Arcanine would have had no choice but to flee for their lives. Slaking, as the final evolution of Slaycoat, boasted a base stat total of 670 points higher than most Dragon pseudo-legendaries, rivaling even Groudon tier legendary Pokémon. Because of this, Slaking had earned the nickname pseudo-mythical beast. Unfortunately, due to its nature and ability, it was difficult for Slaking to fully utilize its stats. For trainers, the biggest challenge with Slaking was overcoming its laziness, both its personality and its truant ability. To date, very few trainers had ever been able to tap into Slaking's full potential. Most simply gave up on trying to work around its chronic laziness. Even so, there was no denying its Slaking's raw strength, granted by its incredible stats, made it nearly unbeatable in sheer power. If one of them were ever truly enraged, even Dragon-type legendaries or standard legendaries would think twice before crossing them. And in a forest environment, Slaking and Vigoroth weren't at a disadvantage in terms of mobility compared to Arcanine either. They were all expert climbers, capable of leaping quickly from tree to tree. If a fight broke out, even a full-strength Arcanine would struggle to escape with Sodto in tow let alone in its current exhausted state. Fortunately, true to its nature, the Slaking didn't bother issuing any further warnings after seeing how obedient Sodto and Arcanine were. It simply ate its fill, drank its water, and went back to sleep. All in all, Sodto and Arcanine were finally safe for now with a moment's peace to catch their breath. After earning a brief moment of peace, Sodto quickly pulled a small detection device out from his pocket and glanced at it. Seeing that the red indicator light wasn't blinking, the concern in his heart eased. Each contestant's badge had a miniature signal transmitter embedded in it, and this palm-sized detector was designed to pick up the signals emitted by those transmitters. The signal released by each badge was very faint, with a range of about 5 kilometers. If the detector picked up another badge's signal, the red light on it would begin to blink. Furthermore, the closer the detected badge was, the faster the red light would blink. According to the competition rules, contestants were prohibited from damaging or placing their badges into storage spaces. If a signal was interrupted, it signified that the contestant had been eliminated prematurely. Now, the detector in Sodto's hand was completely dim, which naturally meant that there were no other contestants within a 5-kilometer radius. This outcome made Sodto very pleased. After all, his earlier command for Arcanine to burn down the forest might have drawn attention from other nearby contestants. Currently, Arcanine had consumed a significant amount of stamina due to the long-distance running and intense battle, and the freshly captured Gyarados was still gravely injured. If they were to run into another contestant right now, Sodto would undoubtedly be in a dangerous situation. After confirming that no one else was nearby, Sodto put the detector away and took out several top-grade healing sprays from his storage bag. Then, he removed a black Pokeball from the belt on his waist, the one containing Gyarados. Come out, Gyarados. After a moment's hesitation, Sodto pressed the button on the Pokeball, releasing the severely injured Gyarados inside. In the next second, a flash of white light burst forth, and the burned Gyarados appeared in front of Sodto. Clearly terrified of Arcanine, Gyarados froze the moment it spotted the Fire-type Pokemon staring at it. Trembling, it dropped flat on the ground, not daring to make eye contact with Arcanine. Seeing how scared Gyarados was of Arcanine, Sodto relaxed. He had been worried that this Gyarados might be a tough nut to crack like some of its kin, difficult to tame. After all, Sodto had ordered Arcanine to burn its nest and beat it within an inch of its life. A more stubborn Pokemon would have come after both of them with vengeance. But with Gyarados cowering like this, Sodto knew the Pokemon didn't have a particularly bold personality. As long as Arcanine stayed close, he didn't have to worry about Gyarados trying any tricks behind his back. Taming a Pokemon isn't something that happens overnight. Before a bond is established between trainer and Pokemon, it's best to remain cautious. Otherwise, a misstep could lead to being attacked by the very Pokemon you just caught. Relax, Gyarados. You're now a companion to both me and Arcanine. As long as you don't betray us, we won't hurt you. We'll likely be living and traveling together for some time. If you ever want to leave in the future, I'll give you your freedom. Sodto picked up a healing spray and slowly walked forward, speaking to the wary Gyarados in a calm voice. As soon as he finished, he began applying the spray to Gyarados' injured body. Initially, Gyarados was filled with distrust. Had Arcanine not been keeping a fierce eye on it, it might have already lashed out at Sodto. However, upon hearing Sodto's words and realizing that the strange substance he sprayed on its wounds had significant healing effects, Gyarados' wariness eased slightly. From interacting with many Pokémon, Sodto had come to learn something crucial. If a trainer wanted to quickly bridge the gap with a wild Pokémon, the best method was through food. Most wild Pokémon spent their entire lives foraging, and many of them had experienced hunger multiple times. To them, food wasn't just sustenance, it was survival. In short, no matter how sweet a trainer's promises were, most wild Pokémon would take a good meal over empty words any day. And if that meal happened to be delicious, they'd definitely warm up to you. Wanting to taste that delicious food again, they might even choose to fight on your behalf. Sodto believed that if he could spoil a Pokémon's taste buds, get them so used to good food that everything else tasted bland, they'd naturally be more obedient. After all, who could resist something that tasted that good? Of course, Sodto also understood that if he truly wanted a Pokémon to listen to him, he needed them to respect him. The best way to earn that respect, make them realize he could help them grow stronger. For the vast majority of Pokémon, outside of finding food each day, the most important goal was increasing their strength. Living under the brutal law of the jungle, wild Pokémon deeply understood the importance of power. The drive to grow stronger was practically hardwired into them. So, Sato's plan for taming Gyarados was simple: feed it well and guide it through battle to help it get stronger quickly. Go ahead and eat. This stuff's top quality, it'll help you recover faster. Sato took out a beautifully packaged pouch of premium bug-type Pokémon food. He unwrapped it and handed the fragrant pouch to Gyarados with a bright smile. Cautious by nature, Sato never acted rashly. He had carefully planned out what he'd need after arriving on the island. Aside from essential gear and medicines, most of the contents of his small-capacity storage bag were top-grade Pokémon food of various types. These high-end foods came in compact packages, each about 2/3 the size of a fist, and with 5 cubic units of space, he could fit hundreds of them. Though small in quantity, their quality was unmatched. These foods were compressed for convenience, packed with flavor, nutrition, and calories. The only downside was their price. A single pouch cost 5,000 Poke dollars. The one Sato handed to Gyarados was specifically designed for bug-type Pokémon. He firmly believed that wild Pokémon who had grown up on the island wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of food so meticulously crafted in human society. Still wary, Gyarados didn't immediately dig in, even though the aroma was clearly getting to it. The way Sato smiled at it, it gave Gyarados the same feeling as being watched by a cunning predator. It couldn't help but think it was facing a big, bad wolf. But the allure of that bug-type premium food was too strong. Eventually, Gyarados couldn't resist and took a small bite. The moment it did, it was hooked. An overwhelming sense of bliss swept over it. It swore it had never tasted anything so delicious in its life. Within seconds, Gyarados had devoured the entire pouch bag and all. So, how about sticking with me for a while? Seeing Gyarados scarf down the food like a starving beast, Sato felt satisfied. He pulled out another pouch of bug-type food and offered it with the same cheerful grin. In truth, Gyarados really wanted to shake its head and say no. However, when it saw that Sato was holding a bag of high-grade bug-type Pokémon food of the same brand as before and caught sight of the menacing glare in Arcanine's eyes behind Sato, its head froze mid-shake. Then, it quickly nodded. Seeing this, Sato smiled in satisfaction. Under Gyarados' eager gaze, he opened the packaging of the high-grade bug-type Pokémon food and promptly rewarded Gyarados with the fragrant treat. This time, Gyarados didn't hesitate in the slightest. As soon as Sato handed over the bug-type Pokémon food, it began eating it with delight. It ate very slowly this time, savoring every bite, clearly not wanting to devour it all at once like before. As it chewed, a look of bliss spread across its face. Thanks to 2 bags of high-grade bug-type Pokémon food, spicy snacks, Sato had now more or less built a basic bond of friendship with Gyarados. Sato was very pleased with this. He knew that taking the first step was always the hardest, but once it was taken, the rest would follow more easily. Very good. Gyarados, return to your Pokeball and rest for now. I'll call on you when I need you. Once Gyarados had eaten every last bit of the food, Sato held up the Pokeball and spoke. As soon as he finished, he recalled Gyarados, whose injuries were now mostly healed, back into the Pokeball. As for this bug/poison type Pokemon, Sato was actually quite satisfied. Gyarados naturally knew the powerful stat-boosting move Swords Dance, which made it a formidable Pokemon in the early and mid-stages of a journey even if its base stats weren't high. As long as Gyarados had the chance to pull off a Swords Dance, and combined it with its web-based combat style, few Pokemon not counting fire types or Pokemon with fire-type moves could compete with it. In fact, the main reason Sato had managed to escape the highly dangerous spider forest so easily was largely because the Spinnerack species had a critical weakness: they feared fire. Gyarados' webs, both sticky and resilient, were incredibly useful in the perilous forest. As long as they weren't burned by fire, they could be used for hunting, laying traps, defense, and even ambushes. But what pleased Sato most about Gyarados was its ability, insomnia. As the name implied, this meant Gyarados could never fall asleep. In the games, this ability was considered fairly useless aside from countering sleep-based Pokemon like Darkrai. It didn't serve much purpose. But in the real world, especially in the wild, this ability was incredibly valuable. Pokemon with this trait were typically extremely energetic and capable of recovering stamina quickly, even without sleep. A Pokemon that didn't need to sleep in the wild was incredibly rare. It made Gyarados the perfect candidate for Night Watch, capable of staying alert 24/7 without issue. In Sato's plans, Gyarados' main role would be to serve as his nighttime sentry. All Gyarados needed to do was spin an intricate web near Sato's sleeping area. With its insomnia ability, even the slightest disturbance in the night would not escape its notice. The mysterious island was already teeming with danger during the day. At night, that danger only intensified. Numerous nocturnal, dangerous Pokemon would begin to emerge. What worried Sato most was that for reasons unknown the Pokemon on this island held a deep hostility toward him as an outsider. Without a vigilant, energetic Pokemon to keep watch, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. As for why he didn't choose Arcanine to be his night guard, that was simple. Arcanine was his only powerful Pokemon right now. If he spent his nights on guard duty, he wouldn't have the energy to fight during the day. Taking this into consideration, Sato would never assign Arcanine night patrol duty. As his main battler, Arcanine needed full rest. After drinking a few mouthfuls of cooled water from his solar kettle, Sodto rested on the spot for another half hour. Once Arcanine had recovered most of his stamina, Sodto got up and set off again with him. It was already after 4 p.m., and in a little over 2 hours, the sun would set. Before that, he had to find a temporary shelter that could serve as his dwelling for the night and gather enough food for both himself and Arcanine. Arcanine was a large Pokémon now, and his appetite had grown accordingly. Among Sodto's Pokémon, he was second only to Swampert in how much he could eat. A suitable shelter had to meet 3 criteria: concealment, proximity to a water source, and ease of escape. Following these principles, Sodto began searching through the Slaking Forest. Before long, he found an ideal location, a small hill near a stream. On the leeward side of the hill, there was a cave clearly expanded by human hands. Judging by the numerous Ursaring footprints on the ground and claw marks on the trees nearby, it currently belonged to a powerful Ursaring. Moreover, judging from how local wild Pokémon timidly left berries and fruit at the cave's entrance, it was clear this Ursaring was the tyrant of the area, with no small amount of strength. As Sodto had expected from his observations, the cave's owner was indeed a powerful and ill-tempered Ursaring level 44. As soon as Sodto and Arcanine approached the entrance and Arcanine let out a single bark, an angry roar echoed from the cave. Roar! Soon after, the ground began to tremble. A massive Ursaring twice the size of a normal one stormed out of the cave with great momentum. Standing upright, this Ursaring was over 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and battle scars all over his body. The most severe was a cross-shaped scar slashing through the sun pattern on his belly, a clear sign of a battle-hardened warrior. As the local tyrant, Ursaring was clearly furious at Sodto and Arcanine for blocking his cave. As he drew closer, a sly glint appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, an orange beam of light shot from his mouth. Hyper beam? Ursaring opened with a surprise full-power move. Unfortunately for him, Arcanine knew extreme speed. Just as the hyper beam was about to hit, the flames on Arcanine's legs surged, and with lightning-fast movement, he vanished with Sodto in tow, easily dodging the ambush. Hyper beam was a powerful move for Ursaring, whose type aligned with the attack. Its destructive force was overwhelming. The golden beam tore through a nearby tree in an instant, then pierced through several more behind it, finally crashing into the ground with a deafening explosion. Well, since he struck first, we don't need to hold back. Let's end this quickly. Use overheat. Seizing the brief moment while Ursaring was immobile after using Hyper Beam, Sodto leapt off Arcanine and ran to the side while issuing his command. At his trainer's words, Arcanine's aura instantly soared to its peak. A white flame burst forth from his body, erupting into a blazing inferno over 3 meters high. In the next second, under Ursaring's shocked gaze, a massive white pillar of flame shot from Arcanine's mouth straight at it. Roar! A pillar of white-hot flame engulfed the Ursaring head-on. In an instant, no matter how tough its body was, a searing pain pierced deep into its nerves, causing it to let out a howling scream of agony. Heat waves surged in all directions as the Arcanine's white fire pillar unleashed from its maw quickly vanished once its energy was exhausted. The white flames surging around its body also rapidly died down. Such an explosive use of firepower instantly triggered the side effects of overheat, weakening the fiery aura around Arcanine significantly. Meanwhile, the Ursaring standing at the cave's entrance now looked like someone out of a disaster zone. Its fur was completely charred, its skin was heavily burned, and a pungent smell of roasted meat wafted from its body. Even so, despite taking a full force overheat from Arcanine head-on, this Ursaring didn't fall. Instead, the pain only seemed to enrage it further. Its bloodshot eyes burned with madness as it struggled to its feet and charged recklessly at Arcanine. Perhaps it was due to its guts ability being triggered by the burn, combined with its unleashed rage, but Ursaring's aura didn't weaken. Instead, it surged wildly. Its speed became shockingly fast, almost unbelievable. This wasn't the behavior of a heavily wounded patient, it was the charge of a berserk, furious bear dragon. A terrifying pressure exploded from Ursaring's body, so overwhelming that creatures within a 100-meter radius collapsed to the ground, trembling. Even those who resisted felt as if a boulder had crushed their chest, making it hard to breathe. Guerrilla tactics. Don't engage head-on. Seeing that the Ursaring hadn't gone down and had even become more powerful, Sodto's eyes lit up sharply. He wisely refrained from ordering Arcanine to engage in close combat and chose the most rational strategy instead. At the same time, he released his Gyarados and commanded it to carry him up the nearest tall tree. Ursaring's base attack stat was a staggering 130, already incredibly high. Now, with the Guts ability triggered by its burn, its attack power received a further 50% boost. Note: Guts. When affected by burn, paralysis, poison, or sleep, attack increases by 50% and the burn's attack halving is ignored. There was no sugarcoating it. Ursaring's offensive capability was now explosive. Even a pseudo-legendary dragon type wouldn't come out unscathed from a direct clash. As Sodto's current only main force Pokémon, Arcanine was too valuable to risk in a physical brawl against this rampaging Ursaring unless Sodto had lost his mind. There was no way he'd allow that. Even though the rampaging Ursaring had become abnormally fast, it was still sluggish compared to Arcanine, who had mastered extreme speed. Obeying Sodto's commands completely, Arcanine immediately darted away, widening the distance, and then began kiting Ursaring with blasts of flamethrower. Rayarg. Unable to land a hit, and constantly pelted by Arcanine's flames, Ursaring roared in frustration, swinging its claws wildly at everything in sight. Boom, boom, Boom! A series of deafening crashes echoed out. The terrain around the cave entrance was soon completely destroyed by the frenzied Ursaring. Boulders and trees alike were shattered into debris by its massive paws. But this state of berserk fury couldn't last forever. Its injuries were grave, and repeated exposure to Arcanine's fire attacks only worsened them. After about half an hour, with a final cry of anguish, Ursaring, scorched black and bleeding all over, finally collapsed from exhaustion into a massive pit it had created itself. What a savagely resilient beast. Even with such severe injuries, he still managed to rampage for nearly half an hour. I underestimated you. Go, Pokeball. Seeing that Ursaring had finally fallen, Sodto quickly rode Gyarados down from the tree, approached the pit's edge, pulled out a black Pokeball from his belt, and tossed it at the fainted bear. Sodto had originally thought this level 44 Ursaring was simply decent, but the fact that it survived Arcanine's overheat and still held out for nearly half an hour proved it was extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, its willpower was terrifyingly tenacious. Without that kind of iron will, there was no way it could have fought like that while so gravely wounded and burned. With all that in mind, Sodto resolved to capture it even if this Pokémon wouldn't be battle-ready for a while and might become a burden. He had no regrets. Ursaring information. Pokémon, Ursaring. Level, 44. Type, normal. Ability, guts. Gender, male. Known moves, hammer arm, covet, scratch, leer, lick, fake tears, fury swipes, faint attack, sweet scent, play nice, slash, scary face. Egg moves, belly drum, double edge. Tutor moves, hyper beam, fire punch. Held item, none. IVs, out of 31. HP, 29. Attack, 27. Defense, 25. SPATK, 26. SP Def, 28. Speed, 30. Overall 4 rating, 165. Purple tier rating. With a satisfying thunk, the Pokeball clicked shut. The red light in its center dimmed. After a few shakes, the capture was successful. No sooner had he caught the Ursaring than Sodto released it again. He pulled out several burn ointments and 2 large rolls of medical bandages, and immediately began treatment. Ursaring's injuries were extremely severe, not just general trauma, but full-body burns. Without immediate care, it likely wouldn't survive the night. It took about 20 minutes. With sweat dripping from his forehead, and the help of Arcanine and Gyarados, Sodto finally finished treating Ursaring using 5 bottles of burn medicine and 2 full rolls of bandages. Whew, it's done. If only Blossom were here, this wouldn't have been half as messy or exhausting. Looking at the bandage-wrapped Ursaring lying like a big rice dumpling, Sodto wiped his brow and couldn't help but lament how important Blossom, the team's medic, was to the squad. Ursaring's body was indeed sturdy. Once given timely treatment, its life signs gradually stabilized. After Sodto poured a few potions into it, its vitality slowly began to recover. Seeing that the bear was starting to pull through, Sodto returned it to the Pokeball and then led Arcanine toward the cave Ursaring had lived in. This was a cave inhabited by a lone Ursaring, and naturally, its environment was abysmal. Rotting, half-eaten berries littered the floor, alongside piles of decomposing bones and both dried and fresh dung. The stench, a sickening blend of rotten fruit, decay, feces, and urine, was overpowering. Sodto and Arcanine couldn't last more than a few seconds inside before they both retreated, gagging. It was hard to imagine how Ursaring had managed to live in such a filthy place and still look so content. Arcanine, use your flames to purify all this filth. As soon as they stumbled out of the cave, Sodto shouted to the retching Arcanine at his side. Without hesitation, Arcanine forced down its nausea and unleashed a white pillar of fire straight into the cave. In an instant, the cave turned into a blazing inferno. Everything foul inside was consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes. After Sodto had Arcanine burn down the cave where the Ursaring used to live, he took advantage of the time needed for the temperature to drop and went hunting nearby with Arcanine and Gyarados to find food for the night. Arcanine had a huge appetite. The premium Pokémon food Sodto carried hundreds of packs meant for bonding with newly captured Pokémon was far from sufficient. So, they had to find enough food in the area to fill their bellies. The mysterious island was indeed a land rich in resources. With no signs of human destruction or overhunting, wild animals and Pokémon thrived here. As long as one was willing to make the effort and be careful, getting enough to eat wasn't a problem. Soon, Sodto found a herd of wild deer drinking by a stream near the Ursaring's former cave. With the help of Arcanine and Gyarados, he successfully hunted down 4 of them. Gyarados was particularly good at preserving food. The 2 fangs on its mouth could secrete a paralyzing toxin. Harmless to the body, the toxin induced a long-lasting paralysis in prey. By wrapping the paralyzed prey in its silk to form cocoons, Gyarados could trigger a state similar to suspended animation. Even after hanging the cocooned prey on its web for a full week, the prey would still be alive when retrieved. This ensured the meat stayed as fresh as possible. Sodto understood this food preservation method well. To avoid worrying about meals all the time, he continued hunting in the area with Arcanine and Gyarados until they had taken down more than a dozen wild animals. By the time night had completely fallen, the top of the cave had already become Gyarados' new home, with over a dozen large cocoons hanging from the massive web. Outside the cave, Sodto had built a fire and was carefully roasting 2 plucked and fatty deer. Even with just a light sprinkle of salt and pepper and a coat of barbecue sauce, the golden brown venison gave off an incredibly mouth-watering aroma. Besides the roast, he had also set up a large pot filled with venison stew, cooked with wild herbs and vegetables rich in nutrients and commonly found in the area. Both Arcanine and Gyarados were staring intensely at the roasting deer meat, unable to hide their anticipation. Arcanine, who had followed Sodto for quite a while and tasted all kinds of delicacies, was still able to maintain some composure. Gyarados, on the other hand, who was used to eating raw food and had never seen anything roasted before, completely lost its cool. Even though it was terrified of fire, Gyarados couldn't help but pace anxiously in front of the flames, its eyes greedily fixed on the two golden brown deer that were crispy and slightly charred on the outside and tender on the inside. When the roast was almost done, Sodto used his hunting knife to carve off a leg for himself as his main course. The rest of the meat was left to Arcanine and Gyarados for dinner. Arcanine, unfazed by heat and with a massive appetite, quickly devoured over half of a roast deer that, even gutted, still weighed more than 100 pounds. Gyarados, however, couldn't handle the piping hot meat. After a few failed attempts, it had no choice but to sit and stare longingly. Still, despite the delicious food, neither Sodto nor his Pokémon let down their guard. Their attention wasn't on the meal, it was on the figures lurking in the shadows around the cave. Looks like we'll have to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, it'll be hard to establish ourselves around here, Sodto muttered, slicing pieces of venison and putting them in his mouth, his eyes never leaving the suspicious figures hidden in the darkness. A dozen pairs of glowing eyes in the night stared intently at Sodto and his Pokémon. More precisely, they were fixed on the alluring scent of the meat by the cave entrance. The aroma of the food had drawn many wild Pokémon to the area, and they gathered several meters from the cave, their eyes locked on the roast deer and the pot of stew. Ursaring had clearly held a dominant position in this area, its fearsome reputation made it a local tyrant. Wild Pokémon nearby had long accepted its rule, which explained why they used to deliver offerings to its cave. Now, however, Arcanine had defeated Ursaring in broad daylight and openly occupied its long-held territory. By Pokémon standards, that meant Arcanine had become the new ruler of the area. That was why the wild Pokémon attracted by the scent of the food hadn't dared to make a move. After all, if even Ursaring had lost, the victor Arcanine must be even stronger. However, Arcanine was still a newcomer. Even though it had won a decisive battle against Ursaring, its deterrent effect wasn't yet as strong as Ursaring's, whose reign had been built over time and in blood. Ursaring's body was covered in scars, many of them near fatal, and its violent temperament had kept most wild Pokémon from crossing it. Arcanine, in contrast, had only just arrived. Its only credential was defeating Ursaring, and that alone wasn't enough to earn the respect of the local wild Pokémon, especially those who had always been dissatisfied with Ursaring's rule. Tempted by the aroma of cooked meat, 3 such wild Pokémon, who had long harbored resentment toward Ursaring, couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward. They were a Scyther, a Zangoose, and another Ursaring, this one bearing a visible claw scar across its face. Among the 3, the scar-faced Ursaring was the highest level, matching the one Sodto had just captured. Both were at level 44. However, its potential was inferior to the one Sodto had caught, and physically, it was at least a head shorter. Still, of the 3, the one that posed the greatest threat to Sodto was the level 42 Scyther. Normally, Scyther were pack Pokémon, but this one was clearly a lone wolf, appearing without its swarm. It was at least 1.5 times larger than normal and had broad, powerful wings. It remained airborne the entire time, flying silently and without a sound. Its scythe-like arms gleamed with a cold light. To Sodto, this Scyther felt like a deadly assassin, emerging from the shadows to strike. As for the level 43 Zangoose, Sodto wasn't particularly impressed. It seemed to be the weakest of the 3. None of the wild Pokémon had any intention of taking turns or issuing formal challenges. Instead, they attacked simultaneously, coordinating from 3 different directions. In an instant, a wave of danger swept over Sodto. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and goosebumps spread across his skin. Since Sodto became a psychic, although his own strength hadn't increased much, his heightened spiritual power had significantly improved his ability to sense danger. Now, with a sudden surge of lethal threat from behind, he instantly realized that the attackers this time were far more than just the Scyther, Zangoose, and Ursaring. There was no time to think. Sodto immediately pushed off with his feet and rolled forward. In the very next second, a mass of inky black shadow transformed into a sharp spike, stabbing out from the shadow cast by firelight behind a nearby rock right where he had just been. Had Sodto not reacted in time, that shadow spike would have pierced the back of his neck and exited straight through his throat. Gyarados, aim at the shadow under that rock and use spider web. Though his face was pale after narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, Sodto's killing intent surged to the surface. Without hesitation, he commanded the Gyarados by his side to attack. Sodto had sharp insight. He instantly recognized that the shadowy spike just now was a typical shadow sneak, a move commonly used by ghost-type Pokémon, which meant the enemy hiding in the shadow under the rock was very likely an invisible ghost-type Pokémon. Against such stealthy opponents, the best method was to use specialized moves to restrain them. Once immobilized, their invisibility would be rendered useless. Gyarados' webbing was sticky and extremely tough. Once a target was trapped in its spider web, unless they had mastery over fire-type moves, there was no easy escape. Even if the opponent did use fire to break free, traces of the white webbing would still cling to them, making it impossible to remain hidden. After witnessing Arcanine defeat Ursaring earlier, Gyarados had already thrown all its doubts to the wind. What's more, during the daytime, Sodto had led it to several easy victories. At this point, Gyarados followed his commands without question. As soon as Sodto finished speaking, a cold glint flashed in Gyarados' eyes. It gathered power in its mouth and fired a wide white web straight at the rock Sodto had pointed to, enveloping the shadow beneath it. In an instant, an invisible creature was caught in the sticky strands. It struggled furiously, but the more it moved, the tighter the web bound it. Eventually, a Kecleon, its red W-shaped belly stripe barely concealed behind a rock, was forced to reveal itself in panic. At the same time, Scyther, Zangoose, and Ursaring launched their attack on Arcanine. Wrapped in blazing white-hot flames, Arcanine charged forward. Scyther, who was in the lead, dared not engage in melee and instead flew high into the air, unleashing a barrage of air-slash attacks and rapid vacuum waves from its scythe-like arms. For a moment, countless white blades of wind and invisible slashes rained down from above toward Arcanine. However, these attacks from Scyther clearly couldn't keep up with the speed of Arcanine, who was now in flame charge mode. Boosted by this move, Arcanine became as swift as a storm wind. With a powerful leap, it dodged the rain of slashes entirely. Originally intending to return to assist Sodto, Arcanine spotted that he was safe and that Gyarados had already captured the hidden threat. With that confirmed, Arcanine activated extreme speed and instantly appeared behind Zangoose. Now imbued with the power of the mysterious mutated Fire Stone, white flames surged around Arcanine's body. A devastating combination of extreme speed and flame wheel slammed toward Zangoose's back. Though Zangoose appeared the weakest of the three ambushers, it was still a level 43 wild Pokémon that had survived many harsh battles. It possessed solid strength and excellent battle instincts. The moment Arcanine disappeared from its sight, Zangoose felt a chilling sense of impending death. Its survival instinct flared far more intense than even the last time Ursaring had nearly beaten it to death. Without hesitation, Zangoose activated the defensive move it had recently managed to learn by mimicking others, Protect. With its hands clasped together, a brilliant green energy shield surrounded its body just in time. However, since Zangoose had only just learned Protect, its current shield could probably block a strong blow from a typical Pokémon, but defending against Arcanine's combo of extreme speed and flame wheel was pushing it far beyond its limits. Not to mention, Fire-type energy is second only to Electric-type in terms of explosive power, and his Arcanine was no longer an ordinary fire user. Sure enough, when Arcanine's blazing charge collided with Zangoose's green shield, the barrier shattered within half a second under the stunned gaze of Zangoose. With a sound like shattering glass, the energy shield broke into fragments. The next instant, cloaked in high-temperature white flames, Arcanine crashed into Zangoose's exposed back. A painful howl rang out as Zangoose was turned into a flying fireball, slammed heavily into a nearby hill, and instantly fell silent. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the once feared loner known throughout the area was now defeated, his life or death uncertain. Seeing this, the wild Pokémon hiding in the dark who had initially planned to swarm with Scyther all froze mid-charge. Without exception, they retreated a long distance with terrified expressions in their eyes. In truth, many of the local wild Pokémon had not witnessed the earlier battle between Arcanine and Ursaring, most had only heard rumors. That lack of first-hand fear meant they had underestimated him. But now, with Zangoose's crushing defeat right before their eyes, the arrogance they had from numbers vanished. Their reverence for Arcanine skyrocketed. However, unlike those cowardly Pokémon who retreated upon encountering real strength, the scarred Ursaring was a true warrior. It wasn't intimidated in the slightest by Zangoose's swift defeat. Instead, its fighting spirit surged as it charged at Arcanine. Roar! With an enraged battle cry, Ursaring's entire body flared with white light. It was preparing to use takedown in a full-on collision against Arcanine. At this moment, Arcanine had just finished using his combo move and was in that fleeting gap between old power expended and new power gathered. Facing Ursaring's brilliantly timed charge, Arcanine had no choice but to brace for impact. Fortunately, Arcanine wasn't fighting alone. Behind him stood a powerful and competent trainer, Sodto. Gyarados used string shot to bind Ursaring's hind leg. In this critical moment, Sodto shifted his attention from the trapped Kecleon to Arcanine's situation. He abandoned the currently immobilized Kecleon and quickly issued a support command. Fueled by the intense battle, Gyarados didn't hesitate. It instantly spat out a strand of white silk that shot like a bullet, striking one of Ursaring's hind legs with precision. At the same time, Gyarados quickly darted beneath a large nearby tree, circling it several times. Clearly, this was a technique Gyarados had practiced many times. His movements were smooth and precise. As soon as the setup was complete, Ursaring's charge was disrupted. Gyarados' silk was incredibly tough. Even a power-type Pokémon like Ursaring couldn't break it instantly. His takedown attack was severely hindered by this single strand. With Ursaring's movement restricted, Arcanine gained the time he needed. He instantly sprang away, opening up a large distance between them. For a brief moment, Ursaring was stunned. It had been about to slash through the string with its claws, only to find Arcanine had already vanished out of reach. Ursaring was dumbfounded, but Arcanine wasn't. As soon as it widened the distance from Ursaring, it let out a stream of flamethrower in its direction. Startled, Ursaring instinctively rolled backward with surprising skill, not only dodging the bulk of Arcanine's flames but also conveniently using the fire to burn away Gyarados' restraining web. Then, shockingly, Ursaring curled into a ball on the ground and began rolling rapidly toward Arcanine again, intending to clash head-on with another double-edge attack. Woof. As a fire-type Pokémon, Arcanine naturally carried the pride of its kind. Seeing Ursaring recklessly charging again, its eyes flashed with a fierce light. With a roar, it charged forward as well, meeting the challenge with a full-force flare blitz. In an instant, white-hot flames erupted around Arcanine's entire body, turning it into a blazing beast. At the same time, Ursaring's body shone with white light, its momentum peaking. It was worth noting that Ursaring's Double Edge was a normal-type move with a base power of 120, and Arcanine's Flare Blitz, also with a base power of 120, was of its own type. Now, with these two powerhouses unleashing such high-impact moves simultaneously, it was like a meteor colliding with the Earth. The next moment, boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Ursaring and Arcanine slammed into each other, triggering a powerful blast. Both were engulfed in the smoke of the explosion, and the shockwave created by the impact surged outward in all directions. Sha-sha-sha. The trees around them rustled violently as the sudden gust swept through the forest. Meanwhile, as Ursaring and Arcanine battled intensely, the Scyther flying above didn't just stand by doing nothing. It gave up on Arcanine altogether and charged straight towards Sodto. With rapid flaps of its wings, Scyther's speed surged. It turned into a blur of green in the night sky, and its blade-like pincers gleamed with cold light as it aimed straight for Sodto's head. Sodto appreciated Scyther's decision to abandon Arcanine and go straight for him. It showed battlefield awareness, but he also knew the threat was real. Instantly, he crouched and pressed a button on his high-tech running shoes. The next second, the shoes activated. Light as a feather, Sodto moved with the grace of a martial arts master, weaving across the ground in blurring afterimages. In Scyther's stunned gaze, Sodto barely managed to dodge the sudden assault with a sharp sidestep, and in the blink of an eye, he had already widened the gap between them significantly. Clearly, the 30 million poke dollars he'd spent on his high-tech shoes were well spent. Gyarados used string shot to bind its wings. As soon as he was out of immediate danger, Sodto flushed and breathless wasted no time. He gave Gyarados, who had just completed a round of Swords Dance and Focus Energy, a direct command. At just level 32, Gyarados was at a serious disadvantage against the level 42 Scyther. But with Arcanine still locked in combat earlier, Sodto had no choice but to send Gyarados in. Of course, commanding a Pokémon to defeat another of equal or greater level wasn't much of an achievement. What made a great trainer was the ability to lead their Pokémon to victory despite a level or type disadvantage. Having just witnessed Arcanine's ferocity, Gyarados was now riding high on courage. Even when facing an opponent 10 levels above it, it showed no hesitation. At Sodto's command, Gyarados immediately shot out a strand of sticky white silk aimed precisely at Scyther's rapidly flapping wings. The silk was thin and long, and in the low visibility of night, Scyther didn't notice in time. Its wings were instantly tangled by Gyarados' sticky, resilient thread. With its wings momentarily paralyzed, Scyther plummeted from the sky. Its follow-up aerial pursuit of Sodto was abruptly interrupted. And to make things worse, it landed headfirst, crashing into the ground and leaving it dazed. Perfect. Use spider web, tie it down completely. Seeing Scyther land headfirst and enter a stunned state, Sodto's eyes lit up with glee. He ordered Gyarados to use spider web to fully bind the opponent. Gyarados weren't known for their raw power. Their greatest weapon lay in the terrifying webbing they could produce, an innate, sticky, and incredibly strong substance. To put it bluntly, unless faced with fire or a razor-sharp weapon/attacks, Gyarados' silk was like a budget version of a mythical binding rope, nearly unbreakable in the Pokémon world. Once entirely entangled, not even Sodto's Swampert with its raw strength could escape in the short term. And once a Pokémon was caught, Gyarados as a poison type had many ways to grind it down over time. Acting swiftly, Gyarados launched a wide net, catching the dazed Scyther precisely. To be extra cautious, it then began spitting even more silk. Especially around Scyther's razor-sharp pincers, Gyarados focused on binding them tightly behind its back, giving it no chance to retaliate. By the time Scyther recovered from its dizziness, it was already wrapped in silk like a cocoon. No matter how it struggled inside, the web held strong. It wasn't breaking free anytime soon. As Sodto finished commanding Gyarados to completely immobilize Scyther, the battle between Arcanine and Ursaring finally reached its conclusion. After their explosive clash, both were wounded. But in terms of condition, Ursaring was clearly worse off, its body covered in burns. Arcanine didn't come out unscathed either. Having gone all out, one of its front legs was now injured and severely swollen. Learning its lesson, Arcanine didn't go for another head-on clash. Instead, it switched tactics, using its superior agility for hit-and-run strikes, exploiting Ursaring's short legs. Though Arcanine's leg injury slowed it down somewhat, it was still faster than Ursaring by a wide margin. Eventually, burned and battered by Arcanine's relentless flames, Ursaring couldn't take it anymore. Choosing the smart path, it tucked into a ball and rolled away into the dark forest, disappearing in an instant. Seeing this, Arcanine wisely didn't give chase after all. Sodto still had Scyther to deal with. Once Ursaring was truly gone, it immediately returned to support its trainer. But by then, Sodto had already commanded Gyarados to fully subdue Scyther. All Arcanine had to do was finish the job with a single flamethrower. Bathed in flames, the cocooned Scyther wasn't as lucky as Ursaring. It was roasted into a charred mess, left barely breathing on the ground. As for the last one, the Kecleon that had ambushed Sodto, in the beginning it had only just managed to struggle free from Gyarados' webbing, after watching its teammates Zangoose, Ursaring, and Scyther fall one after another. Now, as the first wave attacker and at only level 28, Kecleon was terrified out of its mind. It tried to flee under the cover of its invisibility. Unfortunately, despite breaking free of the webs, its body was still covered in sticky white strands, rendering its camouflage nearly useless in the dark. In the end, Kecleon didn't escape Sodto's grasp. The small chameleon-like Pokémon was slapped half-dead by Arcanine, then trussed up like a roast by Gyarados' Silk. And thus, the intense battle in the night finally came to an end. Sodto commanded just 2 Pokémon to take on 4 enemies. Among them, his Gyarados was vastly outleveled by 3 of the opposing Pokémon, and yet, they still managed to win. To say this was a hard-earned victory would be an understatement. After this intense battle, the previously circling wild Pokémon finally backed off. Witnessing the defeat of Pokémon like Scyther, they swiftly scattered, no longer daring to test their luck. In that moment, the once stifling air of danger began to lift, and the oppressive tension in Sodto's heart eased considerably. Once the battle ended, Sodto quickly pulled out some healing sprays and medical bandages from his space backpack and began treating Arcanine, whose front limbs had suffered serious injuries. Thanks to a Pokémon's natural resilience, and with timely treatment and bone realignment, Arcanine would likely make a full recovery after a good night's rest. As for Gyarados, it had mostly played a supporting role in the battle and hadn't taken much damage. After treating his Pokémon, Sodto turned his attention to the prisoners of war. Right now, Zangoose, Scyther, and Kecleon were all tied up in Gyarados' webbing, looking thoroughly dejected. Among the 3, Scyther was clearly the strongest, followed by Zangoose, and lastly, Kecleon. But surprisingly, the one Sodto found most interesting was the weakest of the trio, Kecleon. And with good reason. This particular Kecleon had managed to sneak up on Sodto without a sound and ambush him. Its ability was an extremely rare hidden ability, Protean. Protean ability changes the Pokémon's type to the type of the move it's about to use. The change lasts until it uses a move of a different type. On top of that, Kecleon also knew a fascinating move, one that, combined with its ability, made it especially valuable in Sodto's eyes despite its otherwise mediocre stats. Kecleon data. Pokémon, Kecleon. Level, 28. Type, normal. Ability, Protean, hidden ability. Gender, female. Known moves, Thief, Astonish, Tail Whip, Lick, Scratch, Bind, Shadow Sneak, Feint, Fury Swipes, Sucker Punch, Psybeam, Ancient Power, Slash. Egg Move, Trick. Tutor Moves, Skill Swap, Trick, Role Play. Held Item, None. IVs. HP, 19 31sts. Attack, 26 31sts. Defense, 20 31sts. SPATK, 23 31sts. SPDEF, 20 31sts. Speed, 27 31sts. Overall 4 rating, Blue, total 4, 135. Clearly, this Kecleon's individual values weren't much to look at, but its Protean ability and knowledge of skill swap made it a rare and precious find. There was no need to overhype Protean. The ability allowed a Pokémon to completely circumvent type disadvantages if it knew a wide array of moves. It could seamlessly become the type best suited to counter the opponent. Currently, only 2 Pokémon species could have Protean as a hidden ability, the Kecleon line and the Froakie line. That alone made it extremely rare. As for skill swap, a psychic-type status move, it was just as precious. There were no technical machines for this move on the market. Just like Outrage, it could only be learned through teaching. From a value standpoint, it might not quite match Protean, but if used strategically, skill swap had the potential to completely flip a battle on its head. Note, skill swap psychic-type status move. Effect, swaps the user's ability with the target's. Now, with a Pokémon that possessed both Protean and skill swap, even if Kecleon wasn't the most gifted, Sodto knew she was worth her weight in gold. As he examined the data, Sodto's mind began racing with possibilities. His gaze on the Kecleon grew more intense with excitement. He knew just how powerful Protean was. Not only could it eliminate type disadvantages, but it also allowed moves to benefit from the same type attack bonus, stab, every time. A Kecleon with Protean and skill swap might not be a fearsome fighter on its own, but it could grant Protean to other Pokémon, drastically boosting their power. This is interesting, incredibly interesting. To think I'd run into such a peculiar Pokémon. Protean and skill swap? This could be the foundation of a game-breaking strategy. If this works, I might just end up with a Pokémon on PAR with a normal legendary. Sodto's eyes burned with anticipation as a bold training plan formed in his mind, one that, once conceived, became impossible to stop. Which type of Pokémon would benefit the most from Protean? As soon as the question popped into his head, the answer became clear: normal-type Pokémon. Yes. While normal types had no inherent strengths over other types, their advantage lay in their ability to learn a huge variety of moves, a perfect match for Protean. Combine that with Protean, and you had something downright terrifying. A normal type with Protean that knew many different types of moves wouldn't have to worry about type disadvantages. It could even switch its type mid-battle to counter its opponent perfectly. In fact, when Sodto realized this Kecleon had both Protean and skill swap, the first Pokémon that came to mind was none other than Slaking, a normal type with sky-high base stats. After all, he was currently in a forest known for housing a large number of Slaycoat. He had recently even encountered a particularly powerful Slaking. But up until now, he had always dismissed Slaking due to one huge issue, its truant ability. Still, Sodto knew there were ways around that. Slaking's truant ability could be nullified with either the Gastro Acid move or skill swap. The former removed the ability, while the latter could replace it entirely. Between the two, the latter was undoubtedly superior. It didn't just remove truant, it gave Slaking a whole new ability. And Slaking was a normal type Pokemon that could learn up to 14 different types of moves. Now, with this extraordinary Kecleon in hand, all Sodto needed was to capture a Slaking. Then he could use Kecleon's skill swap to grant Slaking the Protean ability, turning it into a multi-type juggernaut. A Slaking without truant and with access to 14 types through Protean, how strong would that be? Wouldn't that make it a kind of budget version of Arceus? Of course, just thinking about Slaking's lazy nature gave Sodto a headache. Truant wasn't even Slaking's biggest problem, its true issue was its deep-seated laziness. To be blunt, 99% of all Slaking could be considered extreme couch potatoes, and the remaining 1% were just slightly less lazy. Its inherent laziness was the real obstacle. Training a Pokemon like that to become strong would be a nightmare, the kind of challenge only a masochist would enjoy. Still, Sodto couldn't shake the thought, how could he raise a Slaking that had Protean but didn't suffer from laziness? That was the question that had taken root in his mind the moment he saw Kecleon's data and the foundation for a grand new training plan. Of course, how does one raise a Slaking that has Protean and doesn't slack off? It was just a plan for now. The difficulty of actually putting it into action was immense. This Kecleon, who currently possessed both the Protean ability and the move skill swap, was essentially a key, but for Sodto to find the treasure that matched this key would still take considerable time and effort. After all, what Sodto needed was a Slaking that either had a strong desire to grow stronger or simply didn't enjoy being lazy. That sort of Pokemon was likely rarer than encountering a shiny. Still, obtaining a Kecleon capable of granting Protean to other Pokemon was already a stroke of unimaginable fortune. Even if he could never proceed with the Protean Slaking training plan, Sodto could pivot to other plans, like perhaps a Protean Swampert. That didn't sound bad either, right? In fact, aside from Protean and skill swap, Sodto had also noticed that this Kecleon held yet another rare opportunity, the move role play. He had previously been so captivated by Protean and skill swap that he had momentarily overlooked this move. Now that his excitement had settled, he finally noticed the hidden potential of this technique. If Sodto remembered correctly, roleplay was also a psychic-type move, and its effect allowed the user to temporarily copy another Pokemon's ability. So, with Kecleon having access to both skill swap and roleplay, this meant that as long as it was willing, it could make a teammate acquire the ability of either an enemy or an ally. Abilities are one of the most vital components of a Pokemon's overall strength. However, not every Pokemon's default ability is best suited for it. If one could switch to another ability, its power would often increase drastically. Take Swampert, for instance. If its ability could be changed from Damp to Sapsipper, it would become a Pokemon without a single type weakness. Or, if it gained Swift Swim, then even without Mega Evolution, it could still reach astonishing levels of strength in rainy weather. Now Kecleon could help Swampert attain both of these abilities, with just one condition, the presence of a Pokemon with Sapsipper, and another with Swift Swim. In short, this Kecleon, armed with both skill swap and roleplay, effectively functioned as an ability converter. As long as the conditions were met, it could smoothly and easily swap abilities. Moreover, once the conditions were met, this ability converter could repeat the process indefinitely, allowing as many Pokemon as needed to gain the same ability. For example, Kecleon could use role play to copy Sapsipper from another Pokemon, then use skill swap to transfer Sapsipper to Swampert. Immediately after, it could use role play to copy the Sapsipper ability now on Swampert, then use skill swap again to give it to another Pokemon. In this manner, Kecleon could efficiently convert all nearby teammates to temporarily have Sapsipper. Amazing. I almost overlooked how good roleplay is. Now that I have Kecleon, I just need to catch a Pokemon with Sapsipper, and I can completely solve Swampert's problems in the tropical rainforest. And if I catch one with Swift Swim, I can fully unleash my rain-based tactics. As Sodto imagined the tactical combinations these two moves could provide, he was instantly stunned. His excitement, which had just calmed down, reignited with full force. At this moment, Kecleon's status in Sodto's heart shot up rapidly, almost on par with his Swampert and Pico. Of course, Kecleon had no idea that it had just been ranked among Sodto's most valuable Pokemon. All it saw was Sodto staring at it with a hungry, almost predatory look, and its heart pounded with fear. Just moments ago, it had tried to assassinate Sodto with Shadow Sneak. If not for Sodto's quick reflexes and vigilance, he would have been dead. So now, from Kecleon's perspective, this human's current expression likely meant he wanted to eat it. It had heard from other wild Pokemon that bipedal, half-hairless monkey-like creatures like Sodto were terrifying. They had the power to enslave Pokemon and were vicious, killing without remorse. Imagining itself about to be killed and roasted over a fire like that deer just now, Kecleon was terrified beyond belief. Woof. As it saw this terrifying human reaching out toward it with a monstrous grin, Kecleon nearly leapt out of its skin. It wanted to scream, but its mouth was tightly bound in Gyarados' web. It struggled with all its might, but the silk was just too strong. There was no escape. The moment Sodto's hand touched its head, a warm stream involuntarily trickled down from its legs. Don't be scared. I'm not going to hurt you. In fact, I'm going to treat you well, nurture and protect you. I'll raise you until you're chubby and healthy. Seeing Kecleon this scared and even wetting itself, Sodto couldn't help but feel a little speechless. But considering its enormous value, he still spoke in a gentle and friendly tone. Ironically, that smile made things worse. The moment he grinned, Kecleon's eyes rolled back, its head drooped, and it fainted from fright. Watching Kecleon pass out from sheer terror, despite having done nothing to it, Sodto was left in stunned silence. Still, being this timid wasn't all bad. It meant Kecleon had far less resistance compared to Gyarados. Once it woke up and heard that Sodto wasn't trying to kill it, but rather to make it work for him like Gyarados, it instantly gave up and sold itself out. After some intimidation and bribery from Sodto, Kecleon quickly adapted to its new role. In no time, it was sitting beside Gyarados, chatting away and munching on high-quality Pokémon food as if nothing had ever happened. After sharing some delicious snacks, Kecleon and Gyarados became sworn friends. No trace of their earlier hostility remained. Once he had easily captured Kecleon with a Pokeball, Sodto turned his attention to Scyther and Zangoose. Finding nothing particularly useful about either of them, he decided to release them both. Of course, he wasn't kind enough to treat the wounds of these wild Pokémon who had just attacked him. He simply cut away the webs binding them and tossed them into the surrounding forest. Whether they lived or died was up to fate. After Sodto commanded Arcanine and Gyarados to repel the attacking Scyther and other wild Pokémon, the area around the cave fell into complete silence. No wild Pokémon dared to approach within 10 meters of the cave entrance. However, Sodto didn't let his guard down. He had Gyarados with its insomnia ability stand watch at the entrance while Arcanine and Kecleon remained inside to protect him. Once he finished reapplying medicine to Ursaring's wounds, Sodto crawled into his high-tech sleeping bag and prepared to sleep. The expensive high-tech sleeping bag lived up to its reputation. The moment Sodto placed it on the ground, it instantly camouflaged itself, blending seamlessly with the terrain. Sodto slipped inside, covering himself up to his nose, leaving only his eyes exposed. To an outside observer, it was as if he had completely vanished. The sleeping bag's incredible concealment gave Sodto an extra sense of security. Thanks to its sleep-enhancing function, he soon drifted off. Though his first night on the mysterious island was somewhat restless, it passed without incident. At 7 a.m. the next morning, Sodto woke up to his alarm. He neatly folded the sleeping bag, stored it in his backpack, and after a quick wash, began preparing breakfast for his Pokémon. However, when he had Arcanine and Gyarados drag the 3 trussed-up wild deer out of the cave, he noticed a small pile of berries placed just beyond the 10-meter perimeter. Most were ordinary fruits, with only a few being actual berries. Sodto couldn't help but smile. Clearly, these were offerings from the local wild Pokémon, paying tribute to Arcanine, their new lord who had replaced Ursaring. The presence of these gifts also meant that Sodto and his team had gained some level of acceptance from the wild Pokémon in the area. Sure, this acceptance was achieved through force, and the wild Pokémon likely feared them more than respected them. But the result was the same. Sodto knew they had successfully established their presence in this territory. Without hesitation, Sodto collected the pile of fruits. Since he had just arrived on the island, the more supplies he had, the better. This way, he could sustain more Pokémon in his team. 3 deer and over 50 fruits. This was breakfast for Sodto and his Pokémon. Arcanine devoured an entire deer by itself, while Sodto, Gyarados, and Kecleon shared another. The last one went to Ursaring. Yes, Ursaring had woken up. Its physical resilience was extraordinary, and with the help of Sodto's burn heal and potions, its injuries had mostly healed overnight. Of course, its fur wouldn't grow back so quickly. Right now, Ursaring was completely bald, looking rather comical. Surprisingly, Ursaring held no resentment towards Sodto, its temporary master. It didn't even mind that Sodto had taken over its cave and territory. As a battle-hardened warrior and the former ruler of this area, Ursaring understood the law of the jungle. This cave hadn't originally been its, either it had taken it from the previous owner. Yesterday, it had lost a direct fight against Arcanine. Sodto had every right to kill it, and without intervention, Ursaring would have soon succumbed to its injuries. But instead, Sodto had spared it and even saved its life. Because of this, the straightforward muscle-headed Ursaring quickly acknowledged Sodto and expressed willingness to follow his orders. Of course, another major factor was the delicious roasted venison, something Ursaring had never tasted before. Sodto had specifically coated Ursaring's portion with some wild beedrill honey, instantly winning over the bear's stomach. Pokémon were simple creatures at heart. They respected strength, and if a trainer could defeat them fairly and treat them well, most would willingly follow. After breakfast, Sodto pulled out his map and began planning his next move based on the information it provided. The main task of this island trial was to survive for 3 weeks. Now that he had secured a foothold in this area, as long as he didn't do anything reckless, he could probably coast through the 3 weeks without issue. But Sodto knew that if he simply holed up in one spot, even if he made it to the end of the second phase, his chances of competing for the first place would be slim. In Sodto's eyes, the second phase was a free-for-all, a perfect opportunity for those aiming for a high ranking to exploit the chaos. By seizing the initiative or forming alliances, weaker competitors could potentially take down stronger opponents and climb the ranks. Winning the first place in the competition had been Sodto's goal ever since he gained Giovanni's backing. Even after witnessing top-tier competitors like Tomoki and Vanna, he hadn't given up on this ambition. Now that he possessed the reverse dragon scale, a treasure for raising pseudo-legendary dragon types, his desire for the top had only grown stronger. The grand prize, a pseudo-legendary Pokemon egg of his choice, was a one-time opportunity. He had to seize it. So instead of hiding in one spot, Sato's next move was to take the initiative, hunt down other competitors, steal their number tags, and quickly reclaim the Pokemon he had temporarily left at the Team Rocket base. At the same time, he intended to use this island filled with high-level wild Pokemon as a training ground. 3 weeks of intense battles could help him close the gap between himself and elite young trainers like Tomoki. In gaming terms, this mysterious island was a high-level grinding zone. Still, Sato also hoped to stumble upon more opportunities. From veteran Team Rocket members, he had learned that the island held many treasures capable of enhancing a Pokemon's strength. There were even rumors of someone once bringing back a pseudo-legendary dragon-type egg. In short, while dangerous, this island was a genuine treasure trove. With enough strength and a bit of luck, a trainer could rapidly grow stronger using its resources. Sato believed this wholeheartedly. He hadn't even been on the island long before capturing Kecleon, a Pokemon that could greatly strengthen his team. Alright, first I'll scout around Slaycoat Forest to see if there are any other competitors or special Slaycoat. Then I'll head south to Puluag Lake and try my luck at catching a Puluag with Swift Swim. After studying the map for a while, Sato finalized his plan. He had Kecleon climb onto his shoulder and turn invisible, acting as his hidden guard. Then he mounted Arcanine and dashed eastward into the forest. The nearby forest area was called Slaycoat Forest for a simple reason: it was home to an overwhelming number of Slaycoat. Just how many? Well, more than enough to be seen everywhere. Since Sato had left the cave on Arcanine's back, the Pokemon he had encountered most frequently were Slaycoat. Without exception, these lazy creatures were all either sleeping in trees or sprawled on the ground, their faces perpetually stuck in a drowsy expression. Even when hungry, with food right in front of them, most couldn't be bothered to move an inch. If not for the fact that they had the backing of a King's Rock-wielding powerful Slaking and were regularly cared for by their hyperactive Vigoroth counterparts, who never seemed to tire, half of them would probably have starved to death by now. Sigh. Slaycoat really live up to their name. Every single one of them is unbearably lazy. No wonder so few trainers bother raising them. A personality this sluggish is completely unfit for Pokemon battles. Maybe they'd work as pets. No, scratch that. Even as pets they'd be useless. They're just too lazy. Sato watched the countless Slaycoat around him with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. He was starting to regret his grand plan of raising a protein-powered Slaking. It seemed like a hopeless endeavor. But Sato wasn't one to give up so easily. As he traveled, he meticulously used his system's scanning function to inspect every Slaycoat he came across. To his surprise, these lazy creatures had shockingly high potential. Along the way, he had already spotted 9 Slaycoat with gold tier ratings, 3 of which even inherited some exceptionally strong moves. However, these 9 golden Slaycoat, likely due to being pampered by their colony, were even lazier than the rest. They lived like royalty, with food and care handed to them without lifting a finger. For Sato, talent was secondary. Personality was the real deal-breaker. As long as a Slaycoat wasn't lazy, he'd take it regardless of its potential. Unfortunately, finding a Slaycoat that actually wanted to train was easier said than done. So far, Sato hadn't seen a single one that engaged in any form of combat practice. The wild Pokemon in Slaycoat Forest mostly treated Slaycoat as invisible or mere mascots. Very few bothered to attack them, let alone see them as threats. With the forest's abundant resources and Slaycoat too lazy to consume much of it, other Pokemon had no reason to risk angering the Slaycoat tribe by fighting over food. As a result, these Slaycoat lived completely without fear, enjoying carefree lives every day. Under such heavenly conditions, their already lazy nature had zero motivation to change. This was why many of the Slaycoat Sato encountered were actually quite old, yet their levels remained pitifully low, around 7 or 8. It was a testament to just how deeply ingrained their laziness was. After circling most of Slaycoat Forest on Arcanine's back, Sato left with a heavy heart, speeding southwest in disappointment. Laziness is incurable. Maybe I should start fresh with a Slaycoat egg. The ones here are beyond saving. Raising them would just be a waste of resources. While nature is hard to change, with the right environment and training, a newborn Slaycoat might still have a sliver of hope to overcome its instincts. As Sato rode Arcanine, directing him southeast, he pondered how to raise a Slaking that wouldn't slack off too much. Suddenly, a white figure leaped down from a tree ahead, blocking their path. Another one of these hyperactive nuisances. Ignore it, Arcanine. Speed past. Sato frowned at the Vigoroth shouting and waving at them. Without hesitation, he ordered Arcanine to dash away. Compared to the unbearably lazy Slaycoat and Slaking, Vigoroth were the complete opposite, relentlessly hardworking. Aside from sleeping at night, they spent every waking moment laboring for their colony. Their days were spent either searching for food or delivering it to their lazy kin. Without them, the Slaycoat tribe would have collapsed long ago. If Slaycoat and Slaking were victims of their truant ability, then Vigoroth were prisoners of their vital spirit. Their relentless energy kept them in a permanent state of excitement. If they didn't burn it off, they couldn't sleep at night. Their heart rates were 10 times faster than normal, their blood constantly boiling. Unless they exhausted themselves, they couldn't stop moving. They were, in short, severe hyperactivity cases. And out of all the wild Pokemon Sato had encountered blocking his path, Vigoroth were the most frequent offenders. Used to bullying others in Slaycoat Forest, they were extremely territorial and xenophobic. The moment they spotted Sodto and Arcanine, who were clearly outsiders, they attacked without hesitation. At first, Sodto had considered battling them to grind some EXP for his team, but he quickly realized he'd poked a hornet's nest. These creatures fought dirty. If they couldn't win alone, they called for backup, leading to an endless swarm. Now, Sodto knew better than to engage. The best strategy was to run and avoid them entirely. Following Sodto's command, Arcanine's flaming mane flared, and he blazed forward like a crimson streak, leaving the Vigoroth far behind. But this particular Vigoroth was stubborn. Infuriated by being ignored, it let out an angry cry and gave chase. While Vigoroth couldn't match Arcanine's speed on the ground, its tree-hopping agility and perfect balance allowed it to keep up, leaping from branch to branch. Sodto gritted his teeth as the Vigoroth's shouts attracted even more of its kind, forming a small mob behind them. These pests just won't quit. Arcanine, let's teach them a wait. Just as he was about to order an attack, an idea flashed in his mind, cutting him off mid-sentence. A grin spread across his face. That's it. Why didn't I think of this earlier? This might actually work. Fight poison with poison. A few seconds later, Sodto's frustration melted away, replaced by excitement. He now had a plan. In truth, Sodto should have realized it much earlier. Slaking and Slaking's final evolution, Slaking, were completely different in temperament from Vigoroth, as if they were polar opposites, existing at two extremes. Of course, the reason Sodto even began to think this way was largely thanks to the Kecleon on his shoulder. If it weren't for this Kecleon, he might never have considered transferring Vigoroth's vital spirit ability onto a Slaycoat. Slaycoat's laziness was, to a great extent, due to its truant ability. Ever since birth, that ability had been influencing it every moment of every day. It could be said that laziness had seeped into its very bones, making it extremely difficult to change later in life. What Sodto wanted to do now was start with newborn Slaycoat, imprinting them right from birth by using Kecleon's role play and skill swap moves to inject the vital spirit ability into their bodies. By doing so, the newborn Slaycoat would be deeply affected by vital spirit, and would gradually become a hardworking, energetic Pokémon through constant exposure. Once a Slaycoat like that evolved into a Vigoroth and continued to be influenced by vital spirit, even if it eventually evolved into a Slaking with truant again, its hardworking personality might already be so deeply ingrained that it couldn't revert, no matter what. Sodto knew that any creature, when in its infant stage, is the most susceptible to external influences. Even a tiger, if raised like a pig from birth, might really turn into a creature that eats and sleeps all day. Of course, while this idea sounded good, once Sodto thought about it in depth, he realized there was a critical flaw. If he couldn't solve this problem, then the entire concept would be nothing but a pipe dream. But, the effect of skill swap is extremely limited in duration. Once the time runs out, the truant ability will return. And using role play and skill swap consumes a lot of energy for Kecleon. It's not feasible to do this non-stop, 24 hours a day. I'll have to find another method to fill the gaps between swaps and suppress truants somehow. As Sodto thought further, the excitement on his face gradually faded. The reality of the time-limited ability swap issue left him feeling helpless. If Vital Spirit couldn't influence Slaycoat for long enough and truant reclaimed dominance, the Slaycoat would ultimately revert to being lazy and all previous efforts would be wasted. Well, that's enough for now. Coming up with this approach today is already a major breakthrough. You can't eat a whole meal in one bite. Maybe in time, I'll figure out a way to overcome this hurdle. Sodto wasn't someone who got stuck on one problem forever. Unable to think of a better solution for the moment, he decided to set the idea aside for now and revisit it later. The Vigoroth simply couldn't keep up with the speed demon Arcanine. Before long, Arcanine had left the pursuing Vigoroth far behind. By now, they were nearing the boundary between the Slaycoat Forest and the neighboring woodlands. The decreasing number of Slaycoat in the area was the clearest sign. To the west of the Slaycoat Forest lay Spider Forest. To the south, Shiftry Forest was separated from it by a river. And to the southwest was Puluag Lake. Puluag Lake was one of the few large lakes in the eastern region of Mystery Island's forest zone, covering at least 2,000 square kilometers. This lake was home to countless water-type Pokémon. Several large groups of them made their home here, such as the Magikarp line, the Goldeen line, the Chinjo line, and the Puluag line. However, the strongest group in Puluag Lake was undoubtedly the Puluag evolutionary line. Thanks to their overwhelming numbers, as well as having a powerful Poliwrath and a Politoed, they had maintained dominance over the lake for a long time. Because of this, Team Rocket had dubbed the lake with the simple and straightforward name, Puluag Lake. Sodto had come to Puluag Lake with a simple goal to try and find a Puluag with the hidden ability Swift Swim. Ideally, it would have decent potential too. His rain team already consisted of Swampert, a shiny Pelipper, and Pico. Now that he'd discovered a lake teeming with Puluag, he couldn't let the opportunity pass him by. That's right, Sodto's next intended rain team member was a Swift Swim Poliwrath. Poliwrath's base stats were relatively balanced, and each stat surpassed the average Pokémon's. With 90 base HP, 95 defense, and 95 special defense, it had solid bulk. A base attack stat of 95 and the ability to naturally learn Belly Drum at level 37 gave it impressive offensive potential. Combine that with a rain-boosted speed stat of 140, and the muscular Poliwrath could become a low-cost version of Swampert. Within Sato's Rain team, Poliwrath would serve as the one to clear the path for Swampert. The reason Sato chose Poliwrath as a team member was largely influenced by the one he'd seen in Viridian Forest, a Poliwrath that walked through the rain like a shadow and another Poliwrath at the battle tower who wielded sword techniques. It was these two Poliwrath that made Sato realize Poliwrath might possess unknown potential. Among many Pokémon, Poliwrath was one of the few whose physique closely resembled that of humans. As a result, with the right training, they could learn many human techniques. Whenever Sato thought about Poliwrath, he couldn't help but wonder, just how powerful would a Poliwrath be if it could walk through the rain and wield human weaponry? Sato didn't know the answer, but he knew that if he could raise such a Poliwrath, it might just become another ace up his sleeve. Coming to Puluag Lake now was his way of chasing a long-held hypothesis. But before anything else, he needed to capture a Puluag with the hidden ability Swift Swim. For a trainer, finding a Pokémon with good potential and a hidden ability was no easy feat, anyone could tell you that. Even so, Sato was confident in this capture mission. He'd already seen how high the average potential of Pokémon on Mystery Island was. Most of them had blue tier potential, but they were at the peak of the blue tier, just a step away from purple tier quality. What's more, Sato had both a top-grade water stone and a mutated version of it that contained a trace of Kyugra's primal power. As long as the Swift Swim Puluag he found didn't have absolutely terrible potential, Sato was confident he could evolve it into a top-tier Pokémon with those stones. Before long, Sato, riding on Arcanine's back, burst through the woods and arrived at the shores of Puluag Lake. Pushing through the dense vegetation, he was greeted by the sight of a vast, seemingly endless lake. Under the sunlight, the lake shimmered with a million sparkles. At the lakeside, directly in front of Sato, two Pokémon groups were facing off, a group of the Puluag line and a group of the Seismitoad line. The air was thick with tension, as if a battle was about to break out at any moment. But before Sato could fully take in the scene, something in his pocket suddenly started to buzz. Sato's expression didn't change as he took out the detector from his pocket, which was vibrating lightly and emitting a faint warning sound. He glanced at the dim red light glowing on the device, and a trace of delight flickered in his eyes. Truth be told, the entire mysterious island was massive. Based on extensive field surveys conducted by Team Rocket, its total area was estimated at roughly 540,000 square kilometers, about the size of 3 Oklahomas. The eastern region alone made up a quarter of the island, meaning Sato would have to search within an area of 135,000 square kilometers to find other contestants. Unless he had a special method, relying solely on this detector, which could only scan a 10 square kilometer radius, made the task extraordinarily difficult. Moreover, he would need to traverse the territories of numerous wild Pokémon along the way, adding even more obstacles to his search. Being able to run into another contestant now was, frankly, a stroke of luck. Having finally picked up a signal, Sato naturally had no intention of letting this opportunity slip by. He quickly shelved his plan to capture the carefree Puluag and directed his Arcanine eastward. A distance of 10 kilometers was nothing for Arcanine. At full speed, it would take no more than 2 or 3 minutes. However, just after Sato had ridden Arcanine eastward for a short distance, he noticed the light on the detector rapidly dimming. Realizing what was happening, he immediately had Arcanine double back and head west instead. Sure enough, the light on the detector lit up again. So they're to the west, huh? Arcanine, let's go, don't let them get away. Seeing the detector's light return, Sato instantly understood that the contestant he'd accidentally encountered must be located to the west. He urged Arcanine into a full-speed sprint in that direction. To be precise, the contestant Sato was desperately searching for was currently located northwest of Puluag Lake, right where Sato had first landed on the island, Spider Forest. Meanwhile, while Sato was racing on Arcanine in pursuit of a contestant, the very target of his hunt, Saburo Aoki, was caught in a life-threatening crisis. Aoki wasn't some clean-slate Team Rocket rookie. He was actually a subordinate of Athena, one of the 3 major faction leaders within Team Rocket. Of course, compared to Runka, Athena's trusted right-hand man, Aoki's status as a regular subordinate was far lower. As such, Aoki currently answered to Runka's command. In fact, to climb the ranks within Athena's faction, Aoki had immediately chosen to submit when Runka attempted to recruit him. On the first day of arriving on the island, Aoki was relatively lucky compared to Sato. He had landed north of Spider Forest, at the base of Toro's Mountain, and had the good fortune of landing behind a large rock. What's more, while the Toros that dominated the area were hot-tempered, they were herbivores. So long as one didn't provoke them or wear bright red, they weren't especially dangerous even to a regular person. Thus, Aoki had an exceptionally smooth first day on the island. He even managed to capture 3 decent Pokémon at Toro's Mountain and passed the night without incident. Perhaps because things went too smoothly, Aoki got a little cocky. Without fully investigating the true nature of Spider Forest, he dared to lead his Pokémon team deep into its depths. The reason Aoki even decided to explore Spider Forest had a lot to do with Sato. After all, it was the massive blaze Sato had started there the day before that drew Aoki's attention. That's right, Aoki's goal in entering the forest was to find Sato. He was convinced that even if the contestant had somehow survived the inferno, he must have lost most of his strength in the process. Thinking he might easily snag Sato's number tag without lifting a finger, Aoki boldly brought his strongest Pokémon Scyther along with 3 newly captured Pokémon into Spider Forest. But things did not go as planned. Before he even caught sight of Sato, Aoki found himself in deep trouble on the brink of defeat before his plan even began. It was true that the fire Sato had set with Arcanine had temporarily driven the poisonous spiders from the forest. However, it also made them bear a grudge against humanoid creatures like Sato. When Aoki first entered the forest, the Gyarados and Spinarak were cautious around him. But after some probing, they discovered Aoki had no fire-type Pokémon and lacked the power to burn through their webs. That was all the confirmation they needed. Aoki was then treated to their enthusiastic hospitality to an even greater extent than Sato had been the day before. Suddenly, Spider Forest once again became a deadly battlefield. The Gyarados and Spinarak set an inescapable trap with their webs, turning the area into a hellish webbed labyrinth. Aoki was completely ensnared. He had never seen such a terrifying sight before and immediately tried to flee. But the entire forest seemed to turn against him no matter where he ran. Thick webs would shoot at him from the trees. At first, Aoki didn't take the webs too seriously. But once he saw his strongest Pokémon, Scyther, bound up like a dumpling in an instant, he was scared out of his wits and jumped on Tauros to escape. In his blind panic, Aoki rode his Tauros straight toward Puluag Lake. This was exactly why Sato's detector had suddenly picked up a signal from Aoki's number tag. Unfortunately, Tauros was no Arcanine. Though it had more stamina, its speed was no match for an Arcanine with access to extreme speed. Worse still, Aoki's newly caught Tauros was almost useless at channeling flame-based energy. As a result, Aoki had no way to break through the trap laid by the venomous spiders. Though Tauros charged forward with all its might, it couldn't shake off the relentless pursuit. Before long, Aoki was covered head to toe in sticky white webs, and his Tauros was so tightly entangled it couldn't charge forward anymore. It's over. I never should have been so reckless. I should have used the emergency button on my device. Now I can't even move. I'm done for. Oh God, someone save me. With his arms, legs, and mouth bound by webs, Aoki looked helplessly at the swarm of Gyarados and Spinarak surrounding him and Tauros. He began sobbing in despair. He knew that unless a miracle happened, he would soon become just like the many cocoons hanging from the nearby trees' food reserves for the venomous spiders. Just as Aoki was resigning himself to his fate, a pillar of flame suddenly burst from behind him, rekindling a flicker of hope. In that moment, tears of relief streamed down Aoki's face. Following the weakening signal on his communicator, Sato rode atop Arcanine and sped into Spider Forest, heading straight toward the direction where the signal was strongest. Both Sato and Arcanine were undoubtedly marked as the most hated targets by the poisonous spiders dwelling in the forest. So, shortly after they entered Spider Forest, numerous Gyarados and Spinarak immediately began screeching loudly to alert their fellow Pokémon throughout the forest. In no time, a large number of Gyarados and Spinarak surged from all directions, aiming to ambush Sato and Arcanine. Countless threads of web shot out like a giant net, attempting to ensnare the two. Unfortunately for the spiders, both Sato and Arcanine had already survived one ambush from them. They knew exactly how to handle these poisonous arachnids. With all four of its limbs wreathed in flames, Arcanine's speed remained completely unaffected by the webs. However, seeing these spiders unrepentantly obstructing his path again, Sato's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. After last night's battle, Sato had come to fully understand the law of survival on this mysterious island. Only the strong had the right to live on and grow stronger. Therefore, any action taken in pursuit of that goal should not be constrained by one's moral code. Of course, if one's strength was overwhelming, then one could afford to uphold some moral standards, perhaps even show mercy to one's enemies. But for enemies who never learned their lesson, death was the best outcome for them. Without hesitation, Sato gave the order again for Arcanine to set the forest ablaze. Arcanine, who obeyed Sato's commands without question, immediately used Flame Burst, a move capable of unleashing a large area of fire damage in an instant. A high-temperature fireball the size of a watermelon shot from Arcanine's mouth into the air. As soon as it emerged, the fireball rapidly expanded with the wind. In just seconds, it ballooned into a massive sphere at least 5 meters in diameter. With a loud boom, the massive fireball exploded, transforming into a fiery rain. In an instant, every tree and plant touched by the fire rain burst into flames. With the aid of a gust of wind, the flames roared to life and began spreading rapidly in all directions. Now, the poisonous spiders were once again gripped by the fear of Sato and Arcanine's overwhelming power. Threatened by the blazing inferno, they scattered in retreat, no longer daring to obstruct their path. Freed from interference, Arcanine picked up speed once more. It didn't take long before it brought Sato to a contestant who had nearly become food storage for the spiders. Arcanine, use Flamethrower to intimidate them. Seeing the large group of poisonous spiders and 2 nearly complete cocoons on the ground ahead, Sato frowned. He immediately commanded Arcanine to use Flamethrower for a show of force. In truth, if he wasn't worried that the contestant's number tag might get burned by Arcanine's intense flames, he wouldn't have bothered saving the guy at all. Now that he was here, he might as well go all the way and save the man's life. Arcanine followed the order. A jet of searing flames erupted from its mouth, and it swung its head side to side, sweeping the fire over the heads of the spiders like a flaming rope. When the Gyarados and Spinarak on the ground saw Sato riding on Arcanine before them, panic had already set in. After watching their poison stingers and webs once again prove useless against Arcanine, and feeling the oppressive power of its flames at close range, the spiders collectively chose to retreat. Saved. I can't believe, a miracle actually happened. Seeing the poisonous spiders withdraw, Aoki knew he was finally safe. His heart swelled with gratitude toward his rescuer. But the moment he saw that the one who saved him was Sodto riding on Arcanine, his expression twisted into something far more complicated. Aoki currently served Runka, and since Sodto had thoroughly embarrassed Runka earlier, Runka had made it clear to all his loyal followers, if any of them ran into Sodto, they were to signal him and the others immediately. So when Aoki realized his savior was none other than Sodto, any gratitude he felt vanished instantly, replaced with only one thought: how to send Sodto's current coordinates to Runka and the others. Aoki wasn't stupid. He knew Sodto had saved him only to snatch his number tag. While he had escaped with his life, being eliminated was inevitable. So why not make the most of it before he was out of the game? Runka had promised his loyal followers a reward of 100 million Poke dollars to whoever could help locate Sodto's whereabouts. At that moment, Aoki began scheming, thinking of how to earn Sodto's trust and convince him to swap backpacks, giving him the opportunity to send a signal. What Aoki didn't realize, however, was that his momentary look of surprise had already given him away. In truth, the moment Sodto saw Aoki bound in webs, he knew this contestant was already within his grasp. Originally, Sodto just intended to extort him, snatch some supplies and leave him a special device that could be used later to gain help from psychic-type Pokémon at the base. But that one fleeting look of shock and surprise when Aoki first saw him made Sodto suspicious. Though the expression only lasted a split second, Sodto's sharp dynamic vision picked it up immediately. That genderbender Runka. Sodto had never forgotten the threat that guy posed. With just a brief thought, Sodto began suspecting that the man in front of him might be one of Runka's people. Though he lacked solid evidence, Sodto had always been cautious in handling such matters. He had no ties to Aoki and now had him completely at his mercy. Since the guy was suspicious, there was no way Sodto would let him off easily. For the sake of his own life, he'd have to deal with Aoki, firmly. If Aoki really was Runka's subordinate, he likely carried some way to transmit information. If Sodto allowed that to happen, he might soon find himself surrounded by Runka and his men. With that thought, Sodto's eyes grew cold. He released Gyarados and ordered it to remove Aoki's storage backpack. What's your relationship with Runka? Start talking. Once Sodto confirmed there were no active devices in Aoki's backpack, he delivered a hard kick to the man's stomach and interrogated him coldly. A moment later, Sodto saw the flicker of panic flash across Aoki's eyes and he had his answer. The eyes are the windows to the soul. When interrogators question prisoners with yes or no questions, they often stare into the prisoner's eyes, trying to catch even the subtlest of changes. As long as the prisoner's will isn't firm enough, any hint of emotion or guilt will show in their eyes. From that, the interrogator can easily extract valuable information. Once they get a clear answer, all that's left is to apply pressure through force. Sodto's sudden outburst just now had clearly caught Aoki off guard. Coupled with the pointed question, Aoki, who harbored a guilty conscience, panicked. His gaze instinctively averted, no longer daring to meet Sodto's eyes. That one action played right into Sodto's hands. He immediately understood that the person in front of him must have some deep connection to Runka and absolutely could not be let go. MMPH. With his mouth still sealed shut by Gyarados' silk, Aoki wasn't stupid. He quickly snapped out of his panic and forced himself to feign confusion, shaking his head at Sodto in an attempt to convey that he didn't understand. He knew all too well that the relationship between Sodto and Runka was one of open hostility. If Sodto found out who he really was, he'd be dead for sure. Moreover, all his Pokémon had been wiped out, and his storage backpack along with the special device inside was now in Sodto's hands, which meant that his life was completely at Sodto's mercy. He could be crushed at any moment. The realization made sweat pour down Aoki's back. Unfortunately, it was already far too late. He had aroused Sodto's suspicion, and based on Sodto's usual methods, anything that could potentially threaten his personal safety if the conditions allowed he would eliminate without hesitation. Right now, with Aoki completely incapable of resisting, those conditions were more than met. Sodto's gaze flickered coldly. He retrieved the personnel dossier Noga had gifted him from his backpack and patiently flipped through it page by page. Still trying to lie? Take a look at this, Aoki. You're one of the Athena faction's people, and you expect me to believe you don't know Runka, Athena's most trusted rookie subordinate? You think I'm an idiot? Eventually, toward the back of the booklet, Sodto found Aoki's profile. He sneered and shoved the page in front of Aoki's face. The dossier clearly listed Aoki's name, photo, and his affiliation with Athena's faction. MMPH. Seeing his own face and description laid out like that, Aoki's face went pale. But he still refused to admit anything, vigorously shaking his head as if to say he didn't know Runka. He didn't dare admit it. If he did, he was as good as dead. It's fine if you don't admit it now. We've got plenty of time. Gyarados, wrap him up? Sodto saw that Aoki still refused to give in, but didn't press further just yet. Instead, he gave him a cold smirk, snatched the number badge off Aoki, and gave an order to Gyarados. Aoki still had value. If he could get some intel on Runka or the others out of him, that would be fantastic. Even better if he could obtain a way to contact them. He could use Aoki as bait to lure them in. Gyarados, having long since pledged loyalty after witnessing its former kin subdued by Sodto's overwhelming might, immediately got to work after receiving the command. MMPH. Aoki's eyes widened with terror the moment he saw Gyarados begin to demonstrate its web-spinning skills. He struggled with all his might, but under Gyarados' precision webbing, it was all in vain. Finally, when Gyarados gently bit down on Aoki's neck, the paralyzing venom kicked in. His entire body froze, and as Gyarados quickly wound webbing around his head, Aoki fell unconscious. In less than a minute, Gyarados had expertly wrapped him into a tightly bound cocoon. Once Gyarados finished, Sodto had it drag the cocooned Aoki onto Arcanine's back and secured it tightly with more webbing. Then, he recalled Gyarados, mounted Arcanine, and dashed off in the direction of Slaycoat Forest. He planned to stash Aoki somewhere safe for now, retrieve a Pokémon from base using the number badge, and then proceed accordingly. On the way back to the Ursaring Cave, Sodto began checking the contents of Aoki's storage backpack. Compared to Sodto's own pre-departure stockpile, Aoki's gear could only be described as pathetic. Both the supplies and healing items were limited. That said, Aoki clearly wasn't stingy. What he lacked in quantity, he made up for in quality. These were high-grade supplies and treatments. With this batch, Sodto could easily go another 3 days without needing to lift a finger. Of course, what pleased Sodto the most was the backpack itself. Now that he had an extra space backpack, he could carry even more items and no longer worry about running out of room when he found rare items on the island. Aside from that, the best loot from Aoki's backpack were 3 TM discs Hyper Beam, Thunderbolt, and Endure. Although none of the 3 TMs were exceptionally rare, they were still uncommon enough that they'd require a decent mix of luck and wealth to obtain on the black market. All 3 moves were quite useful. Hyper Beam and Thunderbolt needed no explanation, they were both powerful offensive techniques. Endure was more interesting. In the games, its effect was to allow a Pokémon to survive a fatal hit with 1 HP. In reality, it let a seriously injured Pokémon hold out for just a bit longer. This move worked especially well with techniques like Reversal or Flail, whose power scaled based on remaining HP. When a Pokémon was down to just 1 HP, Reversal and Flail could hit with a base power of 200, making them true comeback cards. Note, Flail is a normal type physical move. Its power increases the lower the user's HP, maxing out at 200. Endure, not bad. I could never seem to find this move before. And to think I'd stumble upon it like this, it really must be fate. Arcanine already knows Reversal, so if it learns Endure, it'll gain another layer of protection and a clutch move in a pinch. Staring at the Endure TM in his hand, Sodto gave it a spin and chuckled in satisfaction. Over half an hour later, Arcanine safely brought Sodto back to the entrance of the Ursaring Cave. By then, it was already 11:41 AM, almost noon. The moment Sodto returned, the first thing he did was release Gyarados and instruct it to properly hang up the cocooned form of Aoki at the top of the cave using its webbing. After that, Sodto had Arcanine and Gyarados stand guard nearby while he retrieved Aoki's number tag from his storage backpack, along with a special device that allowed the base's psychic-type Pokémon to teleport items. This device didn't just function as a distress beacon to call for emergency rescue by psychic types at the base, it also allowed participants to request material transfers. To boost the participants' enthusiasm, Team Rocket's higher UPS had put a lot of effort into these number tags. They even created an exchange list tied to the tags. This list featured a variety of rare and valuable items. As long as one had enough number tags, they could even end the current trial early. That made the number tags immensely valuable. For example, just 1 number tag could be exchanged for a basic revival serum. In other words, 1 number tag was practically equal to an extra life, allowing the participant to survive better on the island. Moreover, anyone who managed to collect 20 number tags would be granted direct entry into the next round, with the right to end their island journey early. Even more impressively, anyone who gathered 50 number tags would not only get a direct pass to the next round but also a guaranteed spot in the top 16. The device had 2 buttons, one red and one green. The red button signaled an emergency, while the green one requested material transfer. Once Sodto confirmed everything, he pressed the green button. The next second, the device activated, and a small crystal light on it began to glow, releasing a familiar wave of psychic energy. Less than 10 seconds later, space twisted 1 meter in front of Sodto, and a powerful Alakazam radiating intense psychic energy appeared. The moment Alakazam appeared, Sodto raised Aoki's number tag to show he had the currency for an exchange. Not bad mental energy for a human. What do you want? Alakazam, recognizing the number tag, confirmed its authenticity with a mental scan and then asked Sodto telepathically. Sodto had already decided beforehand what he wanted to exchange the number tag for, the Pokémon he had stored at the base before entering the island. That Pokémon was Bellossom. Bellossom was the core medic of Sodto's team. She didn't just have high healing capabilities, her offensive power was also solid. In terms of overall strength, she ranked 4th on his team. With Bellossom back in the party, Sodto could finally battle freely with his Pokémon without holding back due to lack of medical support. I'd like to retrieve my Bellossom's Pokeball, which is stored at the base. I'll leave it to you. Here's a little gift to show my thanks. Facing the high-level Alakazam level 59, Sodto didn't dare be careless. He took out 2 packets of high-grade psychic-type Pokémon food and handed them over along with the number tag, smiling politely. You're an interesting human. Wait here, I'll be right back. Alakazam, clearly pleased by the offering, cracked a rare smile. With a small flex of its telekinesis, it took the number tag and the food. Then it responded telepathically once more before vanishing in a flash of blue light. About a minute later, spatial ripples formed again in the same spot. Alakazam reappeared, this time holding a blue and white special handcrafted Pokeball that Sodto recognized instantly. This is what you wanted. I hope we meet again, interesting human. Using telekinesis, Alakazam gently floated the Pokeball over to Sodto, then disappeared again using teleport. What a convenient ability. Every time I see it, I'm amazed. I wish I could freely use teleport like that one day, Sodto thought, envious as he watched Alakazam vanish effortlessly. Come on out, Bellossom. It's so good to see you again. After daydreaming briefly about a future where he could show off psychic powers, Sodto returned to reality and focused on the Pokeball in his hand. He happily released Bellossom. Bell. Even though it had only been a day, Bellossom clearly missed him. The moment she appeared, she performed a graceful curtsy, then affectionately hugged Sodto's arm. Let me introduce your new teammates. I hope you all get along. Sodto smiled warmly, then released Ursaring, called over Gyarados and Kecleon, and introduced them one by one to Bellossom. Bellossom. Since her evolution, Bellossom had grown more cheerful and kind-hearted. She welcomed the new team members enthusiastically and even offered her flower nectar as a gift. Bellossom was undeniably beautiful. Combined with her medic role, her charm and friendliness among Pokémon were top-notch. Both Gyarados and Ursaring scratched their heads awkwardly, clearly flustered. Soon, after receiving Bellossom's attentive care, Gyarados and Ursaring became her loyal protectors. As for Kecleon, it quietly climbed back onto Sodto's shoulder, continuing to act as his stealthy bodyguard. With Bellossom now in the team, everyone's injuries began to heal quickly. Except for a few deeply hidden internal wounds that would take more rest, Bellossom used grassy terrain to fully treat Arcanine and the others. Unknowingly, noon arrived. It was time for lunch. Sodto began preparing food for himself and his Pokémon. Using Gyarados' webbing to hang up stored supplies, he cooked a rich meal and enjoyed it with his companions. After lunch, Sodto and his Pokémon took a 2-hour nap in the cool shade of the cave. Then, it was time to move again. He left the cave with his Pokémon and rode Arcanine, sprinting toward Puluag Lake. With daylight still available, he intended to finish what he hadn't done that morning. As for interrogating Aoki, he'd save that for nightfall. Now that he had Bellossom, it was the perfect time to take his team to various training zones. It was time to grind levels like crazy. The second time they headed to Puluag Lake, Arcanine was already well acquainted with the route. It brought Sodto to the lakeside with such familiarity that they arrived 7 or 8 minutes faster than the first time. By then, the minor skirmish between the Puluag and Palpitoad groups had already concluded. It was a little past 2 p.m. right when the midday sun was at its most intense. With hardly any clouds above Puluag Lake, the lakeside was scorching hot and unbearable. Aside from a dozen or so playful Puluag and Poliwhirl, only a couple of stray Pokémon lingered around, making the whole lakeside look incredibly desolate. Looks like I picked the wrong time to come. With the sun this harsh, even the Puluag in the lake don't want to come out, Sodto muttered helplessly as he stood under the shade of a tree, glancing at the empty lakeside and then up at the blazing sun overhead. Still unwilling to give up, he used the system's scanning function to check on the dozen or so Puluag playing in the mud near the lakeshore. But after that, he could only sit on the ground, slightly deflated, eating a mildly sour orange. Although the Puluag population was massive, actually finding one with a swift swim hidden ability was no small feat realistically. It required filtering through large numbers before one might get lucky. Relying solely on the handful of Puluag currently visible by the lakeside wasn't going to cut it. Unless Sodto's luck defied the heavens, he wasn't going to encounter one. And sure enough, after using the system's scan, he confirmed that the dozen Puluag by the lake either had the water absorb or damp ability. As for one with swift swim, not even a shadow of one. Given the scorching heat under the blazing sun, Sodto could easily guess that most water-type Pokémon wouldn't be coming up to the surface unless they wanted to become sun-dried fish. Screw it. I'll come back tomorrow morning, or maybe the best time is on a rainy day. For now, let's just go somewhere else to train. With no better option, Sodto decided to temporarily leave. He pulled out his map and began considering which place would be best to train his Pokémon. Beal. Just then, Bellossom, who had been helping with lookout duty, stepped forward enthusiastically and patted its chest, declaring confidently to Sodto that she had an idea. Right after, a sweet, alluring scent began drifting from the 2 vibrant blossoms on Bellossom's head. In an instant, both Sodto and Arcanine found themselves entranced by the aroma. Sweet scent? Why didn't I think of that? That's a great idea, worth a try. Seeing Bellossom's eager display, Sodto immediately understood what it meant and grinned in delight. Sweet scent might not be offensive in battle, but it was absolutely top tier for attracting wild Pokémon. Among those best at using sweet scent to draw in wild Pokémon were the Bellsprout family. Sodto still remembered the Victreebel he faced at the Saffron City Battle Dome. That thing had refined sweet scent into a passive ability. Moreover, that particular Victreebel's sweet scent didn't just lure, it came with a hypnotic effect. Any wild Pokémon with a weak will that inhaled it would unknowingly fall prey and end up in its stomach. Bellossom's version of sweet scent wasn't quite as potent as that Victreebel's in terms of hypnosis, but in terms of aroma strength, it was easily on par, perhaps even more potent. Just a whiff was enough for Sodto to tell that Bellossom's sweet scent might actually be more effective at luring Pokémon than the one used by that Victreebel. Beal. Bellossom cheered and twirled in place with joy when Sodto approved her idea. Sodto then led Bellossom, Arcanine, and Kecleon back to the lakeside, stopping under a large tree about 10 meters away from the water. Come out, Ursaring, Gyarados. Ursaring, you're good at digging, right? You and Arcanine dig a hole about 5 or 6 meters deep here. Gyarados, go with Kecleon and gather some dry branches and leaves nearby. Also, catch a flying-type Pokémon while you're at it. Standing under the tree's shade, Sodto released Ursaring and Gyarados and gave them instructions. Although Ursaring's fur hadn't fully regrown, its claws were already back in shape. Without saying a word, it began digging at a spot 1 meter ahead. Gyarados and Kecleon darted swiftly into the nearby forest. Before long, thanks to Ursaring and Arcanine's hard work, a massive hole 5 meters wide and 8 meters deep had been dug before Sodto. Gyarados and Kecleon returned shortly, carrying a large bundle of dry twigs and leaves. They also brought back a thoroughly tied-up Pidgeotto. Yes, Sodto was preparing to build a massive trap and use Bellossom's sweet scent to lure in unsuspecting Puluag like sitting ducks. Once the pit was ready, Sodto had Gyarados weave a sticky web at the bottom. Any Puluag that fell in would get stuck and find it very difficult to climb out. Finally, using Gyarados' silk, Sodto carefully covered the trap with dry branches and leaves, then topped it off with a thin layer of sand. The trap was now almost perfectly concealed. Not bad. This trap is about 70 to 80% as good as the ones the Rocket Trio built in the anime. More than enough for dealing with most wild Pokémon. Looking at the virtually invisible trap before him, Sodto felt a wave of pride. It was time to put their skills to the test. Bellossom cautiously stepped near the trap and began releasing a cloud of pink sweet scent. Your turn, Pidgeotto. Use your wings to blow the scent across the lake. Sodto then turned to the Pidgeotto, which had 3 large lumps on its head and was tied securely with a thick strand of Gyarados' silk. He smiled at it gently. Pidgey. Seeing Sodto's smile, cold sweat immediately broke out on Pidgeotto's brow. The painful swelling on its head throbbed anew. It quickly raised one wing in salute and let out a loud cry in compliance. The next moment, Pidgeotto began flapping its wings hard, channeling flying-type energy to generate a gentle breeze. Under Pidgeotto's breeze, the sweet scent released by Bellossom was carried swiftly toward the direction of Puluag Lake. In no time, the low air over the lake was filled with a mist of pink aroma. Since the scent was denser than air, it quickly began seeping into the lake itself. Glug glug glug. Boom! Within 10 seconds, a massive surge of bubbles burst from the lake's surface. Then, a blue sea serpent emerged first from the water, sending waves splashing high into the air. And that was only the beginning. As the blue serpent surfaced, a huge number of water-type Pokémon followed suit, all scrambling to reach the direction of Bellossom's scent. In mere moments, the section of Puluag Lake closest to Sodto and his group had exploded into chaos. Among the water-type Pokémon surfacing from the lake, the ones appearing in the greatest numbers were undoubtedly from the Puluag, Tympole, and Magikarp evolutionary lines. Under the alluring effect of sweet scent released by Bellossom, the lake's surface visible to Sodto was crowded with all sorts of water-type Pokémon. Apart from the Puluag and Tympole lines, most of the water-type Pokémon lacked the ability to move on land. Especially under the current blazing sun, they would quickly dehydrate upon leaving the water. Thus, under the lure of Bellossom's sweet scent, only members of the Puluag and Tympole lines managed to come ashore and quickly surged toward the direction of Bellossom. As for those water types without amphibious capabilities, most could only look on helplessly. A few overly naive ones scrambled out onto land and simply basked in the beautiful sunshine. The incoming Puluag line Pokémon were mostly Puluag and Poliwhirl, only a dozen or so were Poliwrath, and there wasn't a single Politoed in sight. The Tympole line Pokémon, however, were mostly Palpitoads, and their numbers were noticeably fewer than the Puluag line. But since the final evolution of the Tympole line didn't require special items, they had more advanced combat power on the field this time. The number of Seismitoads was at least double that of the Poliwraths. Both the Puluag and Tympole lines were among the largest populations in Puluag Lake, ranking within the top 3 just slightly behind the Magikarp line. Due to the difficulty of evolving Magikarp into Gyarados, combined with their naturally weak base strength and the fact that Gyarados, being extremely aggressive by nature, showed little sense of belonging to its own species and preferred to act alone even though the Magikarp line had long held numerical dominance in Puluag Lake, their social standing was only considered middle tier. If not for a few powerful Gyarados maintaining their presence, the Magikarp line might have already become the lowest-ranked group, bullied and devoured by other water-type Pokémon clans. The Puluag and Tympole lines were different. Their populations weren't just large, their evolved forms also had a strong sense of loyalty to their species. Because of this, both lines remained among the top 2 strongest factions in Puluag Lake. However, even though Puluag Lake was vast and rich in resources, the number of wild Pokémon it could support was ultimately limited. So whenever the population reached a certain threshold, a large-scale war over food and territory was bound to break out. In such conflicts, the Puluag and Tympole clans, each occupying the majority of Puluag Lake's territory, would inevitably clash the fiercest. Moreover, with more and more strong Tympole line evolutions emerging, and the Puluag line facing a bottleneck due to the restrictive evolution conditions, an imbalance in top-tier strength began to surface. The Tympole clan was no longer content to be runner-up. They had been increasingly challenging the Puluag clan's dominance in the lake. Thus, even in ordinary times, friction between the two groups was common. Over time, their animosity had reached irreconcilable levels. Whenever they met, even the slightest provocation would spark a full-blown fight. No greetings, no hesitation. Now, drawn to the same sweet scent emitted by Blossom, both groups' main forces once again encountered each other unexpectedly. Though they hadn't yet figured out the source of the aroma, seeing their rivals instantly triggered hostility. It only took a single excited seismitoad, riled up by the fragrance, accidentally ramming into a Puluag and injuring it for a massive clash to erupt. Within moments, the two clans began to brawl fiercely on the lakeside, seemingly forgetting why they had even left the water in the first place. What the heck is going on? This wasn't the plan. Can someone please tell me what's happening? Hiding in a tree, Sodto watched the sudden battle breaking out on the lakeshore with a bewildered expression. Since he wasn't aware of the history between the two groups, this escalation had completely taken him by surprise. Still, even though the traps Sodto had carefully set were momentarily useless, his initial goal had been achieved. Because the conflict was escalating, more and more Puluag-line Pokémon emerged from the lake. What had begun as a small skirmish had now turned into a full-scale battle royale. Seeing this, Sodto wisely instructed Blossom to stop using Sweet Scent, and he took a step back with his Pokémon to watch from a safe distance. Under the harsh sunlight, the battle conditions were poor for both species. But neither clan lacked members capable of using the move Rain Dance. Before long, as many of their members began using Rain Dance simultaneously, a dense mass of clouds quickly gathered over the lake and expanded outward at a visible rate. In just a short while, the dark clouds had blanketed an area several hundred meters wide. Then, after a flash of lightning cracked through the clouds, the rain came pouring down. Patter patter patter, the heavy downpour began. Now, with the perfect battlefield set, the fight between the two clans escalated dramatically. In the grand brawl, both sides were evenly matched, neither gaining a significant advantage. However, a closer look revealed that the Timpole clan was slightly at a disadvantage. Although they had more high-tier combatants than the Puluag clan, most of the latter's powerful members had the water absorb ability, which completely neutralized the Timpole clan's usual water-type attacks. They were forced to resort to ground-type moves instead. Fortunately, many members of the Timpole clan had the swift swim ability. In the rain, their speed skyrocketed, significantly boosting their overall battle power and preventing a quick collapse. Meanwhile, the true culprit behind all this, Sodto, was now hiding inside a tree hollow crafted by Blossom using secret power. He had already recalled Arcanine, who hated water, and Ursaring, who still couldn't get wet. Only Blossom, Gyarados, and Kecleon remained by his side on alert. As for Pidgeotto, who had completed its task, Sodto had rewarded it with some berries and sent it away. Never expected things to spiral like this. Looks like the grudge between those two lines runs really deep. Still, this might actually work in my favor. With this rainy weather, it'll be much easier to find Puluag with the swift swim ability. From his high vantage point in the tree hollow, Sodto used his binoculars to observe the chaos unfolding at the lakeside. As he watched, he simultaneously used his system's scanning ability to examine the Polywags in combat. Very soon, he found his target amidst the large-scale battle. But that wasn't all. He also discovered an unexpected surprise. A flash of brilliant gold stood out conspicuously in the midst of all the chaos. There were many Puluag caught in the chaotic brawl, and since it was a rainy day, Sodto, watching the battle through his binoculars, quickly spotted two Puluag that moved significantly faster than their kin in the rain. As for the sudden flash of gold in the chaos, that was an entirely unexpected discovery. If Sodto wasn't mistaken, it was a rare golden Magikarp, at least 3 times larger than an average Magikarp. It must have initially been lured to the lake's surface by Blossom's sweet scent, but it was clearly caught in the crossfire of the sudden battle between the Puluag and Timpole evolutionary line. The golden Magikarp now lay pitifully on the wet lake bank. Perhaps because of its flashy appearance and weak strength, it had earned the ire of both the Puluag and Timpole line. It was now battered all over, looking very much like a true, useless fish out of water. Still, the appearance of this golden Magikarp made Sodto's eyes light up. When he used the system's scan function on it, however, he was shocked for an entirely different reason. It wasn't that the golden Magikarp had some god-tier potential or special ability. What stunned Sodto was that it had actually reached level 25, and yet had not evolved. After all, Magikarp were infamous for being weak. Their growth was painfully slow. As bottom feeders on the food chain, most would be lucky to even hit level 10 or so in their lifetime. Even when raised carefully by a trainer, leveling them up was no easy task. So after reading its stats, Sodto was quite disappointed. Aside from its appearance, the golden Magikarp didn't seem special at all. Its potential was only average, and it lacked any unique abilities like a shiny Pelipper or shiny Beautifly. Pokémon, Magikarp, shiny. Level, 25. Type, water. Ability, swift swim. Gender, male. Known moves, splash, tackle. Egg moves, none. Tutor moves, bounce. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 23 31sts. Attack, 25 31sts. Defense, 22 31sts. SPATK, 24 31sts. SPDEF, 26 31sts. Speed, 22 31sts. Overall 4 rating, purple, total equals 142. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Sodto could only think, this shiny Magikarp is such a waste. Despite being a shiny Pokémon, it had no outstanding stats or abilities. But maybe the golden Magikarp sensed Sato's disdain, or perhaps it was furious at being beaten for no reason, or maybe it just felt the looming threat of death. Suddenly, under Sato's incredulous gaze, this fish on the brink exploded with an intense light of evolution. In an instant, the fierce battle between the Puluag and Tympole lines was interrupted as their attention was drawn to the dazzling light radiating from the golden Magikarp. One by one, they stopped fighting. A Pokémon mid-evolution was extremely unstable. Any external attack could interrupt the process, potentially causing irreversible harm. Even worse, it could trigger a violent energy explosion, with a blast radius exceeding hundreds of meters. So, the Puluag and Tympole lines didn't pause because of compassion but because their respective leaders had warned them in time. Soon, under the glow of evolution, the golden Magikarp began to rapidly expand in size, dozens of times bigger in a flash. Finally, an enormous red Gyarados, at least twice the size of an average one, emerged before Sato and all the wild Pokémon present. Just like any typical Gyarados, the newly evolved red Gyarados was violent and aggressive. Having nearly been killed earlier by the Puluag and Tympole lines, it was seething with fury. Its blood-red eyes blazed with rage. Roar. The moment it evolved, the red Gyarados let out an ear-splitting roar. A sound wave of invisible force blanketed the entire battlefield. At the same time, its Intimidate ability activated. Combined with the overwhelming killing intent and fury it now radiated, its menacing aura reached its peak. Under this pressure, many weaker Pokémon of the Puluag and Tympole line trembled uncontrollably, some even passed out on the spot, eyes rolled back and foam at the mouth. This was the terrifying power of a Gyarados in a rage. I swear, are these stats even real? How can they change so drastically? Is this the legendary Magikarp comeback people talk about? This is insane. With binoculars still in hand, Sato stared at the now rampaging red Gyarados by the lake, muttering in disbelief. Using his system's detection ability, he saw that the red Gyarados' data had completely transformed. Pokémon, Gyarados, Shiny. Level, 25. Type, Water/Flying. Ability, Intimidate. Gender, Male. Known moves, Splash, Tackle, Bite, Thrash, Leer, Twister. Egg moves, none. Tutor moves, Bounce, Hyper Beam. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 28 31sts. Attack, 31 31sts. Defense, 28 31sts. SPATK, 29 31sts. SPDEF, 31 31sts. Speed, 30 31sts. Overall 4 rating, Gold. Total 4 equals 177. Special ability, Tyrant. When Gyarados' Intimidate activates, it amplifies the fear effect and continually exerts mental suppression on all creatures within range. Any being whose will fails to resist the pressure will fall into a state of psychological unconsciousness. The difference was night and day. This evolution truly was a fish transforming into a dragon. As a shiny Pokémon, Gyarados had regained all the pride it had once lacked. However, the red Gyarados was still only level 25. Despite its Intimidate ability and the terrifying Tyrant effect disabling many Puluag and Tympole line warriors on the battlefield, it couldn't make the stronger elite members of either line submit. In fact, far from backing down, it enraged them. Seeing their kin devastated by the red Gyarados' sudden rampage, their eyes lit with fury. All at once, they stopped fighting each other and formed a temporary alliance, joining forces to take down the intruding Gyarados. Bubble Beam, Water Gun, Hydro Pump, rain-boosted water-type moves filled the air and rained down on the red Gyarados, completely submerging its once dominant form. Roar. As ferocious as it was, the level 25 red Gyarados was no match for a barrage from the combined forces of so many high-level enemies. It didn't stand a chance and was completely overpowered. Within seconds, it was seriously injured and collapsed on the lakeshore. Fortunately, just then its backup finally arrived. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, massive blue dragons burst from the lake's surface. When they spotted the fallen red Gyarados, their bloodshot eyes filled with savage rage. Roar, roar, roar. In the next moment, a chorus of earth-shaking roars echoed across the battlefield. A furious roar from the shiny Gyarados summoned no less than 16 Gyarados. With Sato's system detection ability, he saw that all 16 Gyarados were above level 40. One of them, nearly as large as the red Gyarados itself, was an intimidating level 53. 16 Gyarados appearing at once was not just formidable, it was downright terrifying. Why? Because Gyarados were never known for reason. Once ignited by rage, they would never rest until either their enemies were destroyed or they themselves were taken down. After letting out synchronized roars, all 16 Gyarados, led by the level 53 powerhouse, launched 16 blazing orange beams from their mouths, hyper beam straight toward the Puluag and Tympole clans by the lakeside. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted across the lakeside like an airstrike. The area was pounded relentlessly. Many Puluag and Tympole who couldn't escape in time suffered heavy casualties. Cries of agony echoed across the water's edge. Polly. Croak. The warriors of the Puluag and Tympole line were enraged upon seeing their kin brutally decimated by the Gyarados hyper beam assault. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and they charged forward to fight the Gyarados head-on. But these 16 Gyarados weren't on the same level as the newly evolved Red one. Their individual strength far surpassed that of typical Poliwrath and Seismitoad. Even when surrounded, the Gyarados didn't flinch. Once the aftereffects of their initial hyper beams subsided, they, under the command of the level 53 leader, retaliated with a sweeping counterattack Aqua Tail. 16 colossal blue tails made of swirling water smashed across the shoreline, scattering the Puluag and Timpole line fighters like leaves in a storm. The combined Aqua Tail created a tidal wave that surged from the lake and crashed violently onto the shore, blasting the remaining Puluag and Timpole even farther inland. Our chance is here. Let's go. Seeing the heavily injured red Gyarados flung far from the lake by the wave, Sodto realized his moment had come. He quickly led Blossom and the others out of the tree hollow and headed toward the lakeside. Even if the situation was a bit different than he originally expected, who cared? After witnessing the red Gyarados' magnificent rampage, Sodto had already made up his mind to capture this shiny Gyarados. If he let this opportunity slip by, he'd regret it for sure. Shiny Pokémon were rare enough, but a shiny Gyarados, one that was notoriously hard to evolve and incredibly powerful, was a prize among prizes. And this one had golden ratings. Sodto headed straight for the red Gyarados. But on the way, he was intercepted by several Puluag and Timpole line Pokémon who'd also been swept away by the wave. Compared to the red Gyarados, they were lighter, so they were thrown even farther inland. Now, spotting the unfamiliar outsider, they unanimously turned their aggression toward him. TCH, you've got some nerve. Come out Arcanine, Ursaring. Kecleon, use roleplay on that Timpole's water absorb ability. Then use skill swap to give it to Arcanine, Ursaring, and Gyarados. Blossom, grassy terrain, bombard them with energy ball. Arcanine, use hidden power. Gyarados, use Swords Dance and focus energy, then follow up with Poison Sting Barrage. Ursaring, stand in front and protect me. Furious that these small fry dared attack him, Sodto unleashed Arcanine and Ursaring and barked out commands to his team. Kecleon, perched stealthily on Sodto's shoulder, locked eyes on a Timpole with water absorb. Its eyes flashed red, and in a blink, it copied the ability. Then, with skill swap, Kecleon transferred water absorb to Arcanine. It repeated the process again for Gyarados and Ursaring. As Kecleon worked, 8 Puluag, around level 20, and 3 Poliwhirl, level 28+, charged forward. They aimed water gun and bubble beam attacks at Arcanine, trying to overwhelm him. Meanwhile, 6 Palpitoads also attacked from the flank, launching mud shot volleys. Fortunately, Arcanine had already received the water absorb ability. Although he couldn't dodge all the incoming water attacks, not only did he remain unscathed, he actually recovered HP, becoming even more energized. As for the mud shot from the Palpitoads, far fewer in number, Arcanine easily evaded them. But Arcanine wasn't going to take it lying down. He immediately countered with hidden power, grass. Just then, Blossom completed her grassy terrain, drawing on the surrounding lush energy and summoning a vibrant 5-meter field of revitalizing grass. Arcanine stood right on the edge of it. Empowered by the field, his hidden power, grass, became significantly more potent. One after another, green energy spheres formed around Arcanine before they fired off like a machine gun toward the oncoming Puluag and Timpole line. Overwhelmed by the level difference and type disadvantage, the enemy dropped like wheat under a sickle, losing their ability to battle in quick succession. Meanwhile, Blossom launched her energy ball barrage at the 6 Palpitoads. As water/ground types, they were 4 times weak to grass. Each energy ball she hurled contained an overwhelming force. The Palpitoads, all level 30+, didn't even get a chance to cry out before they collapsed into the mud. Gyarados, reassured by Arcanine and Blossom's devastating performance, jumped into the fray. After using Swords Dance and Focus Energy, it joined in with a barrage of Poison Sting. Thanks to the boosts, the Poison Stings not only hit harder but also occasionally landed critical hits or inflicted poison. Under this needle storm, both the Puluag and Timpole line struggled to dodge. Those who were hit reeled in pain. Soon enough, under the combined assault of Arcanine, Blossom, and Gyarados, the Lake clans could no longer hold their ground. Due to water absorb, their go-to water-type moves were rendered completely useless. Arcanine, with his blazing speed, became a force of nature. Every water move thrown at him just made him stronger. And Blossom? She was a walking turret. Boosted by grassy terrain, her energy ball machine gun mowed down everything. Puluag, Poliwhirl, Timpole, Palpitoad, even Seismitoad elites couldn't withstand a single hit. Realizing they'd run into an immovable steel wall, both clans decisively retreated, leaving behind their fallen. Now, with the enemies beaten back, Sodto finally made his way to the collapsed red Gyarados lying on the lakeside. But just as he did, a new set of eyes locked onto him, those 16 blue dragons, the Gyarados pack. They stared daggers at Sodto. But Sodto didn't spare them a second thought. They hadn't even come ashore yet, and the distance between the lake and him was at least 10 meters. They couldn't reach him in time. Confident in his team's protection, Sodto tossed a black Pokeball he'd prepared well in advance directly at the red Gyarados. It struck dead on. But just then, a beam of orange energy shot out of the mouth of the level 53 Gyarados still in the lake. Its target? The very red Gyarados it had just helped rescue moments before. Although Sodto knew that Gyarados were naturally ferocious, he hadn't expected it to mercilessly attack a fellow Gyarados that had already lost the ability to fight. He wanted to intervene, but it was already too late. Boom! The hyper beam from the level 53 pseudo elite 4 level Gyarados struck the red Gyarados head on, causing a violent explosion. The black Pokeball that had just been opened was instantly destroyed. In an instant, sharp shards of rock blasted outward in all directions. Fortunately, Arcanine reacted immediately, shielding Sodto with its body and using Protect to block the blast. Otherwise, he would have definitely been caught in the close-range explosion. Once the flames and thick smoke from the explosion were quickly washed away by the rain, what appeared before Sodto was a Gyarados with shattered scales and profusely bleeding wounds. Even though the red Gyarados was incredibly resilient, it had already lost its ability to fight. To take a Hyper Beam from a level 53 Gyarados head-on and still survive was nothing short of miraculous. However, the red Gyarados' life force was rapidly slipping away. Sodto could clearly see the light fading from those eyes, which were even larger than many Pokémon. Damn it! Bellossom, teach it a fucking lesson. Attack with a fully charged energy ball? Arcanine, Hidden Power? Gyarados, Poison Sting? Ursaring, Hyper Beam. Seeing the red Gyarados on the brink of death, Sodto's eyes filled with murderous fury. He immediately commanded all his nearby Pokémon to unleash a relentless assault on the level 53 Gyarados, which was momentarily immobilized due to the recoil from its own Hyper Beam. At the same time, he quickly pulled out another black Pokeball and hurled it at the red Gyarados. In the next second, Bellossom raised both hands as a terrifying surge of energy began gathering above her. The energy ball rapidly swelled to 3 meters in diameter before she forcibly condensed it down to just 1 meter. She did this in under 3 seconds. Then, she hurled the condensed orb overflowing with deadly power straight at the level 53 Gyarados. Meanwhile, Arcanine, Gyarados, and Ursaring had already launched their attacks, a barrage of bright green energy bullets, a flurry of purple toxic needles, and a half-meter-wide beam of energy all struck the target in quick succession. Another massive explosion rang out louder than the last. Bellossom's final energy ball hit the level 53 Gyarados dead on, triggering a massive blast across its body. A gut-wrenching shriek followed. The combined attack from 4 Pokémon, especially Bellossom's devastating energy ball, left half of the Gyarados' face a mangled mess. It wailed in agony, unable to stop screaming. On the other side, the black Pokeball Sodto had thrown successfully captured the red Gyarados. It didn't even have the strength to resist, and the red light at the ball's center dimmed instantly. Just then, the Kecleon perched on Sodto's shoulder acted on instinct. Without waiting for instructions, it extended its long tongue and snatched the black Pokeball off the ground, retrieving it swiftly. Well done, Kecleon. Use Role Play to copy the Swift Swim ability from that Poliwhirl in the lower right, then use Skill Swap to give it to Arcanine. Taking the ball from Kecleon, Sodto didn't even spare a glance at the battered level 53 Gyarados. He quickly recalled Gyarados and Ursaring with their Pokeballs and gave Kecleon new instructions. Once the command was given, Sodto climbed onto Arcanine's back along with Bellossom and instructed Arcanine to charge into the forest without looking back. The Puluag and Tympole groups weren't the kind of Pokémon to mess with. Previously, they had been easy to take down because their forces were scattered. But now that they had regrouped, their confidence was resurging. While Sodto was facing off against the Gyarados, they had already begun surrounding him. And now, seeing the level 53 Gyarados heavily wounded by Sodto's Pokémon, the previously hesitant Gyaradoses in the lake immediately identified Sodto and his team as enemies. A few hot-tempered ones even started gathering energy for Hyper Beam in their mouths. Kecleon moved fast. In less than 2 seconds, it had copied the Swift Swim ability from the Poliwhirl and transferred it to Arcanine using Skill Swap. With Swift Swim, the relentless rain pouring from the sky no longer hindered Arcanine's speed. In fact, it became his greatest asset. In a flash, Arcanine's speed skyrocketed under the rain. Combining that with extreme speed, Arcanine turned into a streak of red lightning, dodging the wild Pokémon's attacks before they could even fall. The next instant, before the stunned wild Pokémon could react, Arcanine had already carried Sodto, Bellossom, and Kecleon far from view. 1 minute later, at the border between Slaycoat Forest and Spider Forest, a panting Arcanine arrived with Sodto and the others and stopped beneath a large, empty tree. Bellossom, quickly use grassy terrain to heal Gyarados' wounds. You've done great, Arcanine. Here, drink some water and eat a few poke blocks. Take a rest. Come out, Gyarados, Ursaring. Stand guard around the area. As soon as Arcanine stopped, Sodto released the red Gyarados, Gyarados, and Ursaring onto the nearby open space. He then calmly issued orders to his team. The red Gyarados' injuries were grave. While the Pokeball had temporarily halted the deterioration of its condition, it couldn't provide treatment. The moment it was released, its life force began fading rapidly again. Fortunately, under Bellossom's grassy terrain, the red Gyarados' condition started to improve, and its life force stabilized. However, its injuries were far too severe, and one particular wound was especially deadly. The Hyper Beam from the level 53 Gyarados had pierced right through a segment of its massive body. Blood was still gushing from the hole, and not even grassy terrain could close such a large wound quick enough. As the red Gyarados continued losing blood, even the effects of grassy terrain couldn't stop its life force from slipping away. It was practically one step from the grave. This was a miscalculation. I didn't expect that Gyarados to be so ruthless to even strike down its own kind. Well, desperate times call for desperate measures. I hope this stuff works on Pokémon too, otherwise, I've really taken a loss. Watching the red Gyarados teeter on the edge of death, Sodto clenched his teeth and finally pulled out a vial of precious revival serum from his bag. Uncapping it, He poured every last drop of the rare liquid into the red Gyarados' mouth with Arcanine and Ursaring assisting. The effects of the revival serum were nothing short of miraculous. As soon as Sodto fed it to the red Gyarados, the medicine kicked in rapidly. In an instant, the red Gyarados erupted with a surge of vigorous life force. The dull, lifeless look in its eyes was replaced with a sharp and lively gleam. Roar! The red Gyarados suddenly lifted its head off the ground and let out a thunderous roar toward the sky. Immediately, its Intimidate ability activated once more. Enhanced by its innate special ability, Tyrant trait, the area within a 10-meter radius was instantly enveloped by its overwhelming aura. The wild Pokémon that had been cautiously approaching due to the scent of blood all shuddered at once. Their eyes filled with either fear or deep wariness, and many of them collapsed to the ground with foam at their mouths, eyes rolled back. The next moment, the sound of rustling bushes shasha shasha echoed through the forest. The surrounding wild Pokémon scattered like refugees fleeing a calamity. Shortly after, as though it had exhausted its last ounce of strength, the red Gyarados dropped its head back to the ground heavily, its eyes tightly shut. Under the stimulation of the revival serum, the red Gyarados' cells began to divide at an astonishing rate, and its natural regenerative abilities surged several tiers higher. As a result, the terrifying wounds all over its body rapidly sprouted new granulation tissue visible to the naked eye. These tissues intertwined, quickly stopping the bleeding and closing the wounds. Before long, all of the various wounds covering the red Gyarados' body had fully healed. Not a single drop of blood flowed anymore, and its life force soared swiftly to a state of robust vitality. This revival serum is absolutely insane. He was practically dead, and now he's alive and kicking again. It really is a miracle cure. Watching how the potion had yanked the red Gyarados back from the brink of death, Sodto couldn't help but marvel at its effectiveness. He made a mental note to always stock up on more of it in the future. However, just like its miraculous benefits, the side effects of the revival serum were also incredibly severe. The unnatural acceleration of cell division had put a massive strain on the red Gyarados' body. Once the effects of the potion wore off, the red Gyarados' body began to shrink rapidly. Within just a few seconds, it had diminished by nearly a third in size. Well, might as well follow through all the way. You owe me big, now be ready to work hard for me from now on. Seeing the red Gyarados in such a miserable state, Sodto immediately understood that its body couldn't keep up with the nutritional demand from the rampant cell regeneration. Gritting his teeth, he took out a nutrition potion and fed it to the red Gyarados. Nutrition potions were specifically formulated to complement revival serums, helping offset the severe nutrient depletion caused by the rapid healing process. As soon as the small nutrient vial went down, the red Gyarados' body stopped shrinking and began to stabilize. In fact, it even started to show slight signs of recovery. Finally stabilized. As long as it gets enough nutrients and rests for a few days, it should fully recover. Seeing the red Gyarados' condition stabilize, Sodto nodded in relief. He then took out its Pokeball and recalled the unconscious shiny Gyarados, along with a few other Pokemon. Then, he mounted his Arcanine, which had regained a fair bit of strength, and quickly set off toward his territory. About 10 minutes later, Arcanine successfully dodged several waves of pursuing Vigoroth and brought Sodto safely back to the cave entrance guarded by Ursaring. You've done well, Arcanine. Return to your Pokeball and get some proper rest. I'll call you out when it's time to eat. After giving Arcanine some gem-grade Pokeblocks and water, Sodto stroked its soft fur and returned it to its Pokeball. Next, he released Bellossom, Gyarados, and Ursaring. He instructed Gyarados to keep watch at the cave entrance while he led Bellossom and Ursaring inside. In truth, the reason Ursaring had chosen this cave as its home wasn't just because it provided shelter from the wind and rain, it was also due to a spring hidden within the cave. The spring was connected to a deep underground aquifer. The water it released only filled a small pool nearby and didn't leak elsewhere. Essentially, it acted like a natural underground well. Previously, Sodto had neither a water-type Pokemon nor the time, so he hadn't bothered modifying the spring. But now that he had the red Gyarados, a Pokemon with huge water demands, it became necessary to make adjustments. Although the red Gyarados had recovered from its injuries, the after-effects of the revival serum had left it weak and lacking in combat strength. Sodto wasn't comfortable leaving it in any of the nearby rivers. After all, every inch of this mysterious island was already claimed, including its rivers. If Sodto released the weakened shiny Gyarados into another river, there was a high chance it would be attacked and possibly killed by the wild Pokemon there. The cave spring, in truth, was just a small opening in the underground water system. As long as the aquifer remained active, the spring wouldn't dry up. That meant even if Sodto expanded the pool, it wouldn't be a problem. Of course, Sodto wasn't about to dig it himself. That kind of labor was perfect for Ursaring, the digging master he just discovered today. Ursaring had only launched one hyper beam at the level 53 Gyarados earlier and hadn't really participated in the rest of the battle, so it still had plenty of strength to burn. Digging was a perfect task to channel its unused energy. Sodto directed Ursaring to start by digging around the pool's edges to avoid complications from flowing spring water during excavation. With its thick, tough palms, sharp claws, and immense strength, Ursaring dug through the soil like it was tofu. The work progressed at a rapid pace, and soon large, interconnected pits began to surround the original pool. Finally, with one well-aimed hyper beam, Ursaring blew open the center of the pit. Water from the spring surged upward, flooding the surrounding cavities almost instantly. Before long, what was once a half-meter wide pool had become a 5-meter wide pond. Its depth also increased from just over a meter to nearly 8. Come out, Gyarados. You can rest and recover here for the time being. Once the sediment in the pond settled, Sodto released the red Gyarados into the water. Speaking to the now-awake Pokémon, he said calmly. As expected from its naturally ferocious nature, the red Gyarados still glared at Sodto with hostility the moment it appeared, baring its fangs and radiating intense caution. Still, it wasn't a mindless brute. Deep down, it understood that Sodto had saved its life. Plus, with Bellossom and Ursaring both capable of posing a serious threat by Sodto's side, the Gyarados chose not to act rashly. In the end, it followed Sodto's instructions, curled up its massive body within the slightly cramped pond, and closed its eyes to rest. Looks like my efforts weren't in vain. As long as it's not an ungrateful beast, everything else is manageable. Seeing that the red Gyarados hadn't gone berserk upon waking, Sodto let out a satisfied smile. The frustration he'd felt from using up such a valuable potion faded away. After finalizing the matter of the red Gyarados, Sodto looked up and realized it was already past 5 in the evening. The sun was close to setting. Glancing at the supplies strung from the cave ceiling by Gyarados' silk, and then thinking about the massive size of the shiny Gyarados, Sodto could only sigh and lead his Pokémon out of the cave again. The red Gyarados was at least 5 or 6 times larger than Arcanine. With such an enormous body, the amount of food it needed for a single meal was also 5 or 6 times greater than Arcanine's, if not more. Not to mention, the after-effects of the revival serum were still lingering in its body, meaning it needed even more nutrition. The limited food Sodto had on hand wouldn't last even a few meals for it. So, before darkness fell and the forest became more dangerous, it was wise to restock provisions and avoid running into a food shortage. As the sun neared the horizon, Sodto returned to the cave with Gyarados and Ursaring. At this time, 8 thick strands of spider silk wrapped around Ursaring's body. On the other end of each was a wild boar tightly bound in webbing. Wild boars were significantly larger than wild deer, and Sodto didn't have the energy to carefully roast 8 of them. So, he had Arcanine use its flames to quickly roast the boars, and then tossed them into the pool once they were roughly cooked. Although hastily roasted and lacking in flavor, the boars were incredibly rich in protein and fat. And the red Gyarados was clearly starving. It devoured the food ravenously, chomping down on half a boar at a time and swallowing it with barely a chew. Judging by the look of pure satisfaction on its face, it was very pleased with this dinner. It didn't even spit out the bones. Unlike the first night, tonight the wild Pokémon nearby were very well behaved. Even though the smell of food was just as tempting, not a single one dared approach. No wonder last night Sodto had only Arcanine and Gyarados available for battle. Now he had added both Ursaring and Bellossom, whose auras were on par with Arcanine's. Especially after the local wild Pokémon realized that even their former leader, Ursaring, had become a henchman of Sodto, their fear of him escalated to an entirely new level. In the quiet and peace, Sodto and his Pokémon enjoyed a hearty dinner. Then, just before bedtime, he got ready to tackle the last task of the day. That's right, Sodto was preparing to interrogate Aoki, the mysterious contestant whose identity was still unknown. Soon, at Sodto's command, Gyarados deftly removed Aoki, currently in a feigned death state, from the webbing near the cave ceiling and dragged him in front of Sodto. After unbinding the silk wrapped around Aoki's body, Sodto took out a paralysis recovery serum and poured it into Aoki's mouth. Then, grabbing a nearby bucket filled with cold water from the pool, he splashed it directly onto Aoki's face. Stimulated by the freezing water, and with the serum taking effect, Aoki quickly stirred awake. At first, he looked blankly at Sodto in front of him, then turned his head and saw Gyarados beside him. Don't come near me. The next second, it was like something triggered him. He scrambled backward in a panic, retreating a good distance, trembling all over with fear as he stared at Sodto and Gyarados. In truth, Gyarados' venom combined with its webbing could induce a pseudo-death state for a period of time. During that time, the victim was essentially trapped in a pitch-black prison, unable to move even a finger. Their thoughts were dulled, their awareness frozen. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. Aoki had no desire to recall the terrifying process of gradually falling into a death-like state inside a cocoon. The helpless, suffocating loneliness in that darkness was far more frightening than death itself. That he hadn't gone completely insane was a testament to his mental fortitude. Still, even thinking back to it now made him shiver uncontrollably. Eat. I have some questions for you later. If you answer truthfully, I might consider letting you go. Sodto looked at the clearly traumatized, half-delirious Aoki with a hint of surprise but didn't press for details. Instead, he tossed a roasted venison leg from beside the fire toward him and said coldly, "Since breakfast, Aoki hadn't eaten a single grain of rice or drank a drop of water. Although the pseudo-death state limited his bodily functions and reduced consumption, the torture he endured before that had left his energy reserves severely depleted. Now, seeing the golden, crispy roasted deer leg in front of him, saliva pooled in his mouth, and his stomach growled loudly with hunger. He didn't hesitate long, his eyes glowing green with hunger. Aoki snatched up the leg, brushed off the dirt, and started devouring it like a starving beast. About 10 minutes later, with food in his belly and his strength somewhat restored, Aoki curled up in the corner of the cave, still trembling and eyeing Sodto and Gyarados with fear. Sodto didn't immediately resort to violence or torture. Instead, he calmly began questioning Aoki about Runka, the other team members, and how they stayed in contact. However, Aoki was in no condition to answer. His mental state had clearly suffered. He drifted between lucidity and madness, sometimes speaking coherently, sometimes muttering and flinching. Throughout the interrogation, he either trembled constantly or kept repeating please like, don't let it come near me, referring to Gyarados. No problem. You can keep refusing to talk if you want. I'm not a fan of torture but my patience is limited. Your time is running out. Gyarados, web him up again and hang him. Seeing Aoki's condition, Sato guessed he had experienced something extremely traumatic, though he didn't know exactly what. He kept a cold expression and gave the order. But facing someone already half mad, Sato found it hard to push further. He knew all too well interrogating a madman was far more difficult than interrogating a sane person. I'll talk. I'll say everything, just don't let it bind me. Don't let it bind me again. Suddenly, Aoki sprang up from the ground like a spring, falling to his knees in front of Sato, eyes full of panic and desperation as he pleaded. Then tell me everything you know, honestly. Otherwise Gyarados will wrap you up from head to toe again. Sato's eyes lit up with understanding. Without missing a beat, he motioned for Gyarados to shoot out a strand of silk in Aoki's direction, then growled menacingly. Yes, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything, just don't let it touch me. As soon as Aoki heard what Sato said and saw Gyarados' movement, he scrambled backward into the corner in a panic. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Gyarados, and his speech became incoherent. It seems that Gyarados' method of storing food is a terrifying torment for living beings. I should try using this method for future interrogations, especially on those stubborn types. Seeing how terrified Aoki was, Sato immediately understood. The doubts in his heart vanished. He turned to glance thoughtfully at the Gyarados beside him. After letting Gyarados intimidate Aoki a few more times, the man quickly began to spill everything he knew, even admitting to wetting the bed as a child. Over half an hour later, Sato knocked Aoki unconscious. His face darkened, and a heavy seriousness settled over his expression. To think this guy went to such lengths to deal with me, joining forces with over 100 people from the base to ambush me. He sure thinks highly of me. And the fact that he's this powerful. Sitting by the campfire with his back against Arcanine, Sato looked over the intel Aoki had provided, muttering to himself. From the information he had gathered, Sato now understood just how petty Runka could be. For revenge, Runka had managed to contact over 100 participants in the base in a short amount of time and had even placed a massive bounty on Sato's head. There were 3 types of bounties. 5 billion poke dollars for the one who killed Sato. 2 billion poke dollars for anyone who assisted Runka in killing Sato. 3 100 million poke dollars for providing intel on Sato's whereabouts. Poke dollars were the standard currency in the Pokemon world, essential for acquiring resources to raise Pokemon. No trainer would ever complain about having more of it. There was no denying it. As one of Athena's core young protégés and a major figure in one of the 3 great factions, Runka was filthy rich. Offering 100 million just for intel was an absurd amount. It would undoubtedly tempt many of the participants, especially since they didn't know Sato's true strength. Sato could already imagine those who received Runka's bounty offers rushing to sell him out the moment they ran into him, or even attempting to kill him outright. And Runka's cunning didn't stop there. He had managed to smuggle in a set of simple communication devices onto the mysterious island without alerting anyone. Nearly every participant who had been contacted by Runka now carried a miniature communicator. These devices could only be used to contact Runka unilaterally. Once activated, the communicator would immediately transmit accurate coordinates to Runka's high-tech radar. Sato stashed the intelligence document into his storage backpack, then pulled out Aoki's own backpack. From it, he extracted what looked like an ordinary button. Who would have thought a simple button on a storage backpack could be a communicator? Runka's influence in Team Rocket must be enormous. In such a short time, he devised all of this just to deal with me. I definitely underestimated him. Sato carefully held the button up for closer inspection. When he noticed the tiny red button on its back, he couldn't help but feel that dealing with that drag queen Runka was going to be a headache. Moreover, according to Aoki's intel, Runka's true hidden strength was far greater than what Sato had thought. The man actually possessed both a Key Stone and Mega Evolution Stone. In fact, Runka's strongest Pokemon wasn't the Zwillis that hadn't yet evolved into Hydreigon, but an Agrin at high Pseudo Elite 4 level. No, more accurately, it was a Mega Agrin capable of Mega Evolution at any time. It was precisely because Aoki had witnessed Runka unleash this kind of terrifying strength that he so willingly submitted to him. In addition to Agrin and Zwillis, Runka also had a Venusaur, Honchkrow, Manectric, and Houndoom in his team. Though these 4 Pokemon were slightly weaker than Agrin and Zwillis, none of them could be considered weak. Each one was at least level 40 or higher. Learning all of this caused Sato to immediately reassess Runka's threat level. He now considered Runka a formidable enemy on the same tier as Tomoki and Vanna. If he were to engage Runka directly now, Sato wasn't confident he could gain the upper hand. At best, he might manage to avoid defeat. And that wasn't even the worst of it. Runka had 3 elite subordinates who were extremely troublesome. Each of these personal guards had a Pokemon at a high Pseudo Elite 4 level as well. The 3 of them rarely left Runka's side. Although they were currently scattered across the island due to the randomized teleportation, Sodto was certain that with Runka's means, they'd regroup soon. In other words, the next time Sodto ran into Runka, he might have to face all 4 of them at once. Facing 4 trainers, each with almost near elite 4-level Pokemon, no matter how fast Sodto had been training his team, his only outcome would be defeat, or death. This is such a pain. Over 100 contestants with direct contact with Runka, and all of them departed from the eastern base, just like me. In 2 days at most, I'll probably start running into other contestants who've adjusted to island life and begun exploring. When that happens, I'll be in real danger. This won't do. I have to come up with a viable strategy, fast. There's no way I can hide from this many people, and I definitely can't take them all out. As the potential threats ahead weighed heavily on Sodto's mind, he remained calm and began mentally crafting countermeasures. Wait, maybe there is a way. This guy Aoki only recently joined Runka. Knowing how arrogant and dismissive that drag queen Runka is, he probably doesn't think much of someone like Aoki. He may barely even remember who he is. If that's the case, then I might be able to work with this. Eventually, Sodto's gaze landed on the unconscious Aoki lying a short distance away. A glint of sharp intent flashed in his eyes, and the once clouded expression on his face began to relax. Sodto's plan to break through Runka's large-scale ambush wasn't exactly difficult, but it wasn't easy either. The most crucial element was luck. Without a little of that, the entire plan might collapse before it could even begin. But with Runka's meticulous scheme tightening around him, Sodto couldn't think of any better way to get himself out of this precarious situation. His plan was simple: impersonate Aoki and sneak into Runka's team. That way, he could hide in plain sight and, when the time was right, become the dagger that pierced Runka's heart. However, to successfully impersonate Aoki, Sodto first needed to retrieve Ditto as soon as possible. Then, he had to obtain Aoki's most recognizable Pokemon, Scyther. And lastly, he needed to learn everything he could about Aoki himself. The final requirement was that the drag queen Runka didn't have a deep impression of Aoki, who had only recently joined his ranks. Sodto was confident he could meet the first 3 conditions. The last one, however, was out of his hands and also the most critical. Of course, Sodto wasn't the type to leave his fate up to luck. If he got Ditto back, he could also disguise himself as other contestants, greatly reducing the chances of being targeted by Runka's forces. Still, he wasn't content with just running like a beaten dog. As long as that petty and vindictive Runka remained alive, Sodto's life within Team Rocket would always be under threat. Now, this mysterious island was the perfect opportunity to get rid of him. If Runka made it back to the Team Rocket base alive, killing him would become much more difficult. A gentleman doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall, and Sodto wasn't even a gentleman. There was no way he'd tolerate that venomous snake Runka constantly lurking nearby. Eliminating him as soon as possible was clearly the smart move. Sodto had no intention of simply surviving. He wanted to dominate this world without restraint. How could he allow a cross-dressing freak like Runka to defile his path? Absolutely not. Yes, his first plan carried some risk, but a manageable one. And if this was the most reliable way to eliminate Runka, then Sodto was willing to take that chance. Aoki couldn't be allowed to live. Sodto couldn't be certain whether he had some method of contacting Runka again once he returned to the base. He also didn't want to release a tiger back into the mountains. So, after extracting enough information from Aoki, the following morning, Sodto quietly ended the mentally unstable man's life to prevent any unnecessary surprises. Time waits for no one. After handling Aoki, Sodto shared a hearty breakfast with his Pokemon, then set out to begin a new day's journey. The red Gyarados was recovering remarkably well. Its tenacity from its days as a Magikarp was in full display. In just one night, its body had healed significantly, and its combat power was mostly restored too. However, what troubled Sodto was that the recovered red Gyarados was far more unruly than when it was injured. When Sodto tried to feed it breakfast, it almost smacked him with its tail. Had it not been for Ursaring stepping in just in time, that massive red dragon would have sent him flying with a single swipe. Looks like you still don't respect me. Fine. Let's have a one-on-one. If you win, I'll let you go, no questions asked. But if you lose, from now on, you follow my orders. Cold-faced and still recovering from a scare, Sodto stared hard at the red shiny Gyarados, his tone dangerous. He'd originally planned to tame it with gratitude. It was, after all, indebted to him for saving its life. But clearly, that approach didn't work on Pokemon as ferocious as Gyarados. The only way to command its obedience was to beat it into submission. Roar. The red Gyarados still didn't see Sodto as a threat, just a puny human with no power. In its eyes, only the strong deserved respect. And now that Sodto had issued a challenge, it roared in fury. It struck first, lunging from the pool and charging straight at Sodto like a missile. TCH stubborn beast. Ursaring, belly drum, then use fury swipes to suppress it. Thanks to his high-tech running shoes, Sodto dodged the ambush effortlessly, then issued a calm command to the hulking bear at his side. Roar. Following the command, Ursaring slammed its giant paw against its round belly with a thunderous thump and let out an even more terrifying roar than Gyarados had moments ago. Having used belly drum, it sacrificed half its health to max out its attack stat. Its muscles bulged instantly. It had transformed into a true powerhouse. The pressure it radiated overwhelmed even the fearsome red Gyarados, which visibly flinched. The next second smack, Ursaring's palm landed squarely on Gyarados' face, swelling up half its snout. Bang! With a miserable howl, the dragon easily 5 or 6 times bigger than Ursaring was sent flying by that single slap, crashing hard into the rocky wall. But it wasn't over yet. Now fully pumped, Ursaring charged and launched into a frenzy of fury, swipes smack after smack, all directed at its opponent's face. Thud 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 thud. The cave shook like there was an earthquake, and the air rang with the echoes of repeated impacts. Roar. Between the shockwaves, agonized cries echoed through the cave. Red Gyarados, now pinned beneath Ursaring's giant paws, wailed like a helpless child before a playground bully. There was nothing it could do. Ursaring's raw strength crushed it completely. Half its head was literally hammered into the rocky floor. At only level 25, the Red Gyarados had no chance against a level 43 Ursaring with maxed out attack. It was, in every sense of the word, a little brother. Its arrogance shattered with each heavy blow. Worried the cave might collapse, Sodto eventually ordered Ursaring to drag the disobedient red dragon outside to continue the beatdown. So Ursaring hauled the limp, fish-like body of Gyarados out of the cave and began swinging it around like a whip despite it being several times larger. Bang bang bang! Every time Gyarados' head or body slammed into the ground, a new crater formed. The surrounding terrain soon became a landscape of potholes and broken earth. Nearby, Sodto stood with a cold expression. He wanted this lesson to be unforgettable for Red Gyarados to remember for life who had the harder fists, and who the real boss was. The Red Gyarados was still very stubborn. It wasn't until Ursaring had beaten it to within an inch of its life and it once again felt the looming threat of death that it finally let out a pitiful wail of surrender. Sodto ordered Ursaring to stop, then slowly walked over to the battered, near-death Red Gyarados. First, he activated the high-tech running shoes beneath his feet and the next instant, he kicked the Gyarados hard in its already swollen face. Roar! With that kick, the Red Gyarados' head was sent flying again. Already badly injured, it let out another miserable howl. And when it looked at Sodto again, there was finally fear in its eyes. The Red Gyarados wasn't stupid. If Ursaring could beat it like a helpless child, and Ursaring himself obeyed Sodto without question, that could only mean Sodto could deal with it at will and take its life just as easily. Put away that arrogance. In front of me, you're no better than a bug on the roadside, something I can crush at any moment. If you ever dare pull that stunt again, I'll end you. Got that? Sodto walked up to the Red Gyarados again. Raising his foot slightly, he stared coldly into its eyes as he issued the warning. He felt no sympathy for the Gyarados' miserable state. It had brought this on itself. If it ever dared to attack him again, Sodto wouldn't hesitate to personally teach it a lesson again. Besides, with violent Pokémon like Gyarados, a soft approach was never an option. RRRR. Sensing death once again creeping close, the red shiny Gyarados finally lowered its proud head to Sodto in submission. What a stubborn fool. You really had to be beaten half to death before learning some fear and common sense. Bellossom, if you would go ahead and heal it. Seeing the Gyarados finally submit, Sodto was very satisfied internally, though he still wore a look of intensity on his face. After giving instructions to Bellossom, who had been waiting on standby to provide treatment, he turned and walked away. Compared to the gaping wound it had suffered earlier, the beating Ursaring gave it was mostly superficial, just flesh wounds. Ursaring had shown some restraint and avoided hitting its vital points, so the Gyarados hadn't suffered any lasting damage to muscles or bones. After about 10 minutes of treatment from Bellossom on a grassy terrain, the Red Gyarados' injuries healed quickly. However, due to Ursaring repeatedly slapping its face, that area was still badly swollen and would take at least a day or two to fully recover. Sodto had 3 main tasks today. First, he needed to find other contestants, defeat them, and take their number tags. That way, he could retrieve Ditto as soon as possible to prepare for his infiltration plan. Ditto was the core of that plan. The sooner he got it back, the better his chances of successfully impersonating Aoki. In fact, the current tournament rules worked in Sodto's favor for this plan. Due to the restrictions, Aoki couldn't have a full team of pre-trained Pokémon. Most would have been caught anew on the island. So even if Sodto's team included Pokémon like Arcanine and Bellossom, it wouldn't raise much suspicion. At worst, people would just be jealous of his luck. Second, he needed to find a well-qualified Scyther and train it quickly. Scyther was Aoki's signature Pokémon. If Sodto wanted to convincingly impersonate him, he absolutely needed a strong Scyther on hand. But Sodto was still Sodto. He didn't want a fully trained, inflexible Scyther. His rain team plan involved Scizor, Scyther's evolved form, who played a key role as a dual defensive asset. Even though Scizor's main role would be defense, with sword stance and agility, plus the potential to mega evolve, it could still serve as a powerful sweeper. Scizor's biggest drawback was its tendency to overheat during intense combat. Its steel-plated body had poor heat dissipation. Without frequent pauses to cool down, Scizor could essentially cook itself from the inside. But in a rain team, that was different. The constant downpour would actively help it cool down, greatly enhancing its endurance in battle. And with fire-type moves weakened in the rain, Scizor was a perfect fit for such a team. So, Sodto was determined to catch a young, high-potential Scyther on this mysterious island, not just to complete his disguise, but also to prepare for his future rain team. In fact, he had previously discovered a gold-rated Scyther on a deserted island near Cinnabar. He had planned to catch it after getting stronger, but now the situation had changed, so he had to give up on that one. Third, he needed to grind levels relentlessly. That was the only way he could build the strength needed for the battles ahead. Now that Bellossom was on his team, training had to be accelerated. Actually, just yesterday, Sodto had completed an intense training session. On his way to subdue the Red Gyarados, he'd led his team to defeat swarms of Puluag and Timpole clans. As a result, Arcanine, who had plateaued for days, finally reached level 44. Bellossom, who defeated the most enemies, reached level 43. Gyarados, who had played a supporting role throughout, rose to level 36. Even Kecleon, who had occasionally jumped in to finish off opponents with Lick and Shadow Sneak, leveled up to 30. Only Ursaring, who acted more as Sodto's personal bodyguard, didn't gain much. Its level remained the same. After considering these three objectives, Sodto decided to head northwest of Spider Forest to a place called Pinsir Forest. According to the map, a powerful Scyther clan had taken root there. Pinsir, being bug-type Pokémon with aggressive temperaments and strong territorial instincts, were just the kind of Pokémon Sodto strongly disliked, perfect training fodder for his team. Also, Pinsir Forest was over 100 kilometers away from Slaycoat Forest. With such a long track, the chances of running into other contestants were quite high. In fact, Pinsir Forest was famous for its many sweet trees that secreted delicious nectar. This nectar attracted many bug types who fed on it. Currently, 3 major bug-type clans resided in Pinsir Forest: the Pinsir clan, the Scyther clan, and the Heracross clan. The forest was named after the Pinsir clan because they occupied the largest territory and had even produced a Pinsir of about the elite 4-level strength. After beating up some nosy Vigoroth and escaping their pursuit, Sodto rode Arcanine from Slaycoat Forest into Spider Forest, then smoothly passed through to the border with Shiftry Forest. This river's seriously wide, what a pain. And it's crawling with aggressive carve. Crossing won't be easy. Sodto frowned as he looked at the river that split Spider Forest from Shiftry Forest. The map had labeled it a small river, which now seemed ridiculous. Even though he had Red Gyarados, he didn't dare let it carry him across, not after the brutal punishment he'd just given it. Knowing Gyarados' nature, there was no way it wasn't harboring resentment. And with so many carve in the water, one misstep could spell disaster. Sodto couldn't afford to gamble his life on the Red Gyarados just yet. Arcanine, head upstream and follow the river. After some thought, Sodto made his decision. Based on his understanding, river channels tended to narrow upstream. With Arcanine's speed and leaping ability, a narrower spot would allow them to cross in one jump. The river that separated Spider Forest from Shiftry Forest was actually called the Carve River, named for the large number of ferocious carve that inhabited its waters. Since carve were the pre-evolved form of the sea thug Sharpedo, it was only natural that quite a few Sharpedo could also be found in the river. As Sodto rode Arcanine upstream along the riverbank, he saw multiple dorsal fins cutting through the water's surface. Carve and Sharpedo were both aggressive and terrifying carnivorous Pokémon. With few natural predators in the water and a rapid breeding rate, their unchecked presence had a devastating impact on other aquatic and riverside life. Every year, countless wild animals and Pokémon became prey to carve after straying too close to the water's edge. As for aquatic species, the damage was immeasurable. These swarming carve were like locusts, leaving destruction in their wake. As a result, to curb the rise of this bloodthirsty carnivorous species, neither the river-dwelling water-type Pokémon nor those living along its banks hesitated to band together to cull the carve population. Of course, due to their rapid breeding cycle, completely wiping them out was impossible. The most one could do was limit their numbers. Thus, whenever carve populations grew too large, the river's water-type Pokémon and the Pokémon on both shores would launch a spontaneous extermination campaign. And sure enough, Sodto had only been riding upstream for a short while when he witnessed quite the spectacle up ahead. On the river's surface, under the command of a level 51 Golduck, a large group of water-type Pokémon were engaged in a fierce battle against the carve species. The fight had clearly been raging for some time, with both sides sustaining casualties. The nearby waters were faintly tinged red from the bloodshed. However, the sheer number of carve made the battle incredibly difficult. The scent of blood only sent them into a further frenzy, shifting the numbers dangerously in their favor. Fortunately, Golduck and its water-type allies weren't fighting alone. On both banks of the river, a large swarm of Gyarados and Spinarak, along with a herd of Mariup, Fluffy, and Ampharos, were providing support against the carve horde. The reason the Gyarados and Spinarak were helping was simple: food. Gyarados and Spinarak continuously fired volleys of pin missile at the carve. Since bug types had a type advantage against dark types, and carve were water/dark type, the needle barrage quickly took down wave after wave of them. In truth, only some of the spiders were attacking. Most focused instead on weaving webs to ensnare the already defeated carve. Due to the massive concentration of carve drawn by the blood, a single web could trap a large cluster at once. Unfortunately, their razor-sharp teeth often tore through the silk before Gyarados and Spinarak could pull the webs ashore. Even so, the spiders were highly efficient. Each web brought in 4 to 6 incapacitated carve, and soon, the riverbank was piled high with tightly bound fish. Former river predators turned into spider food reserves. On the opposite bank, the Mariup line, being herbivorous Pokémon, weren't interested in eating carve. They were simply helping reduce their numbers to make the riverside safer for drinking water in the future. To avoid harming allies, the Mariup family only used low-power electric-type moves, like Thunder Shock, and targeted areas where carve were most densely packed. Carve were classic glass cannons, high offense, low defense, with a special defense base stat of only 20 and HP at 45. Most were only around level 10. One thunder shock from a Mariup was enough to KO them instantly. Under the electrical barrage, dozens of Carve floated belly up to the surface, stunned or unconscious. That was when Gyarados and Spinarak would toss down their webs again and scoop up another net full of stunned fish. Alongside the spiders, other carnivorous wild Pokémon also took the opportunity to scavenge, using their own methods to drag up the motionless Carve. What started as an extermination effort quickly turned into a grand feast. The Carve infestation had become a valuable food source for the surrounding Pokémon. Wild Pokémon truly had their own ways of surviving nature's challenges. Sodto's arrival didn't disrupt the operation, but many Gyarados and Spinarak remembered him and his Arcanine, the troublemakers who had stirred up chaos in Spider Forest, causing a stir among the spiders. What a feast. Well, I might as well get a share too. Come out Bellossom, Ursaring, Gyarados. Bellossom, bombard the Carve in the water with Energy Ball. Arcanine, join the battle with Hidden Power, Grass. Ursaring, use Hyper Beam on the Carve, but don't try fishing them up. Gyarados, observe your kin's pin missile carefully. See if you can learn it. Seeing such a lively event, Sodto couldn't just stand by and watch. He immediately sent out his Pokémon and joined the extermination effort. The number of Carve in the river remained overwhelming. Driven into a frenzy by the scent of blood, they had no fear, only a relentless urge to devour, charging the battlefield in waves. To Sodto, this was an incredible opportunity for training. Missing out on it would be a shame. While the average level of the Carve was low, around level 10, they made up for it in sheer numbers. Whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Seconds later, a series of violent explosions rocked the river, sending geysers of water into the sky. In a grassy terrain, Bellossom was launching one energy ball after another like a machine gun, targeting the most concentrated sections of Carve in the river. With firepower fully unleashed, Bellossom became a veritable fish-blasting expert. The concentrated energy balls became powerful grass-type bombs underwater, stunning entire schools of Carve. In that moment, Bellossom alone delivered nearly half the damage output of the Mariup herd across the river. Seeing this, the wild Pokémon and Golduck's water types all shivered instinctively. They began to look at Bellossom with newfound awe. Carve were not completely emotionless or cold-blooded creatures, they too had fear. In fact, when there was only a single Carve, it was incredibly timid. As their numbers dwindled and they could no longer rely on a numerical advantage, their fear began to outweigh their bloodlust. This extermination operation lasted for over an hour. The river surface nearby was dyed red with blood, and even though the current was swift, it couldn't wash away all the blood immediately. The sheer amount of blood spilled indirectly attested to how significant the victory was. At least half the Carve population in the river had been wiped out. Now, even though the water was thick with the stench of blood, not a single Carve dared to approach. The once arrogant hunters of the river were now like rats scurrying across the street, living in constant fear. In fact, the moment one of the Carve gave into fear and turned to flee, the rest seemed to snap back to their senses. Within 10 seconds, the swarm of Carve in the nearby waters scattered in all directions. After the Carve army fled in panic, the water-type Pokémon led by Golduck, along with those on both riverbanks, erupted in cheers, celebrating their victory. But the moment the battle ended, the Pokémon, having achieved their respective goals, quickly grew wary of each other again. The Mariup clan, in particular, were especially cautious toward the nearby carnivorous wild Pokémon. Thankfully, a sense of camaraderie from the joint battle still lingered. And since the carnivorous wild Pokémon had gained a hefty amount of loot from the fight, no further bloodshed occurred. Eventually, they all left, satisfied. Sodto, too, departed in high spirits. Bellossom had truly stolen the spotlight in this operation and gained a substantial amount of experience. She had just leveled up the night before, and now she had leveled up again, reaching level 44. As for Arcanine and Ursaring, their results weren't quite as remarkable. The number of Carve they defeated combined didn't even amount to 1/3 of Bellossom's count. Gyarados, on the other hand, gained quite a bit this time. By watching its kin from the sidelines and learning by observation, it quickly picked up the basics of the move Pin Missile. Soon after, Gyarados joined the operation using its newly learned Pin Missile. With Swords Dance used 3 times and combined with Focus Energy, Gyarados' Pin Missile had power comparable to sniper rounds. Though the number of Carve Gyarados defeated still didn't match Bellossom's, it gained a large chunk of experience. Since its level wasn't particularly high to begin with, Gyarados leveled up twice in one go, reaching level 38. With the operation complete, Sodto continued riding Arcanine upstream along the river. The river's width hadn't changed much, it was still about 20 meters across. As they moved, without realizing it, Sodto and Arcanine exited Spider Forest and arrived at the northern Tauros Mountains. The foothills of the Tauros Mountain consisted of vast grasslands surrounded by hills. Thanks to the nearby abundant water sources, lush wild grasses thrived across the plains. Naturally, this attracted many herbivores and wild Pokémon, such as the Mariup clan that usually grazed here. Interestingly, Tauros weren't actually the rulers of this area. The region was called the Tauros Mountain simply because the Tauros herd was the largest group here. The true rulers were actually a pride of Litleo. A small Litleo group lived in the mountain, led by a Pyroar whose strength was nearly Elite 4 level. Aside from the carnivorous Litleo pride, several Poochyena packs also roamed the region. Compared to the few Litleo, the Poochyena were much greater in number. If not for the lack of a powerful Mytyena to unify these packs, the Litleo clan might have already been driven out of the Tauros mountain. As Sodto entered the region, the terrain grew flatter. The river current wasn't as rapid, and its width and depth gradually decreased. Looking out, Sodto saw an endless stretch of low grassland. Though it was still technically part of the mountain, the vast plains hidden between the surrounding hills were like fertile grazing grounds. At the moment, a large herd of Tauros was leisurely grazing not far away. Meanwhile, over a dozen Mytyena were stealthily creeping through the grass, inching closer to the herd. Aside from the wild Tauros, there were also herds of buffalo grazing nearby. But upon seeing Sodto riding in on Arcanine, the buffaloes scattered like startled deer. What a perfect place for hunting, Sodto murmured. So many slopes, plus a nearby river great for drawing water. Even my red Gyarados could thrive in the river. This place would be an ideal site for a temporary new base. Looking at the unique geography and the rich resources of the Tauros mountain, Sodto was already contemplating setting up a new base here. After briefly observing the terrain, Sodto continued upstream along the carve-infested river on Arcanine's back. He hadn't forgotten his objective to find a suitable place to cross the river. Before long, he came across a narrow section of the river. With a running start, Arcanine successfully leaped across with Sodto and landed on the opposite bank. However, what Sodto hadn't anticipated was the presence of a pack of Poochyena and Mytyena lying in wait in the tall grass on the other side. Arcanine's sudden arrival startled these local predators. Though Arcanine exuded an aura that warned others not to mess with it, these predators, emboldened by their numbers, showed no fear. At their alpha's call, they swiftly surrounded Sodto and Arcanine with coordinated movements. Awa, awa, awa. The Poochyena and Mytyena began to howl in unison as they circled in, trying to intimidate Sodto and Arcanine. Well, guess this won't end peacefully. Come on out Bellossom, Ursaring, Ariados, Gyarados. Prepare for battle. Seeing that Arcanine had leapt straight into a den of wolves, Sodto couldn't help but show a wry smile. But there was no fear on his face. He immediately tossed out 4 Pokeballs, releasing his main battle force. To him, this pack of not-so-high-level Poochyena and Mytyena was the perfect opportunity for his team to train and level up. This particular pack of Poochyena and Mytyena easily numbered over 100. Under the leadership of the pack leader, they had completely surrounded Sodto and his Pokémon with their backs to the river. As soon as Sodto made a move, several Poochyena and Mytyena who knew the move Shadow Ball simultaneously fired them from their mouths. In an instant, at least 20 dark, shadowy orbs hurtled towards Sodto, who was mounted on Arcanine. Arcanine, use Fire Spin on the enemies on the right flank, disrupt their formation. Gyarados, use Twister on the left flank. Buy as much time as possible for the others. Bellossom, Leaf Storm. Ursaring, Belly Drum, followed by Fury Swipes. Ariados, Swords Dance, followed by Focus Energy, and then Pin Missile. As soon as Sodto released all his Pokémon, he swiftly jumped off Arcanine's back. He positioned himself behind the just-summoned Ursaring and began calmly issuing commands to his team. Arcanine, upon hearing the command, instantly burst into a blaze of white-hot flames, his entire body cloaked in intense heat. The incoming shadow balls were instantly incinerated by the fire shroud surrounding him. He then opened his jaws wide, unleashing a massive fire spin from his mouth. Next, he turned into a red blur and charged straight into the enemy pack, weaving through the Poochyena and Mytyena with blazing speed and heat, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. Faced with Arcanine's fire spin, many of the Poochyena and Mytyena visibly panicked, choosing to abandon the right flank and avoid a head-on clash. But what awaited them was a monstrously large Arcanine cloaked in fire, easily several times their size. Arcanine charged through their ranks unimpeded. Every Mytyena or Poochyena that dared to challenge him head-on was knocked away and set ablaze. Within seconds, the right flank of the enemy pack was in chaos, its formation in shambles thanks to Arcanine. Ruar. On the other side, the moment the red Gyarados appeared, it let out a thunderous roar. Its Intimidate ability immediately activated, enhanced by its special ability, Tyrant, unleashing a strengthened intimidation field. In that instant, many of the lower-level Poochyena and Mytyena with weaker wills began frothing at the mouth, their eyes rolling back before collapsing unconscious. This red Gyarados, with both Intimidate and the special ability, Tyrant, was truly the bane of mobs. Even before the real attack began, he had already wiped out a large portion of enemies. Noticing the pile of unconscious foes, Gyarados' eyes glinted with smug satisfaction. But when it caught sight of Sodto's stern gaze, a chill ran down its spine. It immediately snapped back to focus and carried out the next command. A wave of pure dragon-type energy surged from its body. Within seconds, a 5-meter-wide twister materialized over the left flank where the enemy had chosen to attack. The storm, generated entirely from dragon energy, was fierce and unrelenting. The average-sized Poochyena and Mytyena, roughly the size of a mid-sized dog, were easily swept up by the violent vortex and spun around wildly within. With both the left and right flanks obstructed, the only direction left for the pack to charge from was the front. However, those charging head-on weren't in for an easy time either. At Sodto's command, Bellossom unleashed a terrifying surge of grass-type energy. In the blink of an eye, a dense swarm of vibrant green energy leaves appeared around her. Under her control, the leaves layered upon each other to form a giant leaf storm. Bellossom raised her glowing green hands high, shouted sharply, and then thrust them forward. Instantly, the leaves making up the leaf storm transformed into sharp arrows, raining down on the advancing Poochyena and Mytyena. A cacophony of wails echoed out as the front ranks were consumed by Bellossom's attack. After launching her leaf storm, Bellossom pulled out 2 long leaves from her leafy skirt. She channeled a dense wave of grass-type energy into them, instantly turning them into sharp, durable leaf blades. With her twin swords in hand, Bellossom began a graceful swords dance and engaged in close combat with any enemies that had managed to break through. At this time, Ursaring had completed the preparations for Belly Drum. His fighting spirit soared to its peak, and he once again transformed into a powerhouse, a muscular bear with explosive strength for the next 10 minutes. Roar! He charged howling into the horde, swatting aside Poochyena and Mytyena like ragdolls, each strike felling one with ease. Gyarados was a little slower to act, but with Arcanine, Red Gyarados, Bellossom, and Ursaring all drawing the enemy's attention, it finally completed both swords dance and focus energy. Then, the horn on its forehead and all its sharp limbs flared with blinding white light as countless white needle-like pin missiles launched from its body. In fact, in this mass battle, Gyarados, a bug-type Pokémon, was the true main damage dealer. Its bug-type move Pin Missile was doubly effective against the dark-type Poochyena and Mytyena. Now at full firepower, Gyarados' pin missiles rained out like machine gun fire, piercing into the enemy ranks. Boosted by both swords dance and focus energy, Gyarados' pin missiles were devastatingly strong and carried a high critical hit rate. At this moment, all the Poochyena and Mytyena struck by the attack howled in unbearable pain and collapsed, unable to continue fighting. The entire battle lasted about 10 minutes. After nearly half its forces were defeated without bringing down Sodto's team, the pack leader, who had been commanding from the rear, finally relented and gave the signal to retreat. In an instant, the once fearless Poochyena and Mytyena who had relied on their numbers to act so boldly turned tail and fled, vanishing into the endless grasslands in a blink. Phew, that was rough. If these wolves hadn't backed off, our little squad might not have made it out of this one. Seeing the enemy completely retreat, Sodto's tense expression finally eased. He took out a bottle of antiseptic and gritted his teeth as he poured it over a claw wound on his thigh. Though Sodto and his team had won the battle, it could only be described as a Pyrrhic victory. Under the pack leader's command, the wolf pack had coordinated attacks and used moves like Shadow Ball and Hyper Fang, inflicting quite the damage on Sodto's Pokémon. Ursaring and the lower-level Red Gyarados were the first to fall, gravely injured. If Sodto hadn't quickly recalled them into their Pokeballs, they likely would have perished. Arcanine was also badly battered. He had clashed directly with the pack leader using Flare Blitz. In fact, if Arcanine hadn't gravely wounded the leader, the order to retreat might never have come. Bellossom and Gyarados, however, emerged with only minor injuries. Thanks to the sunny weather, Bellossom was able to sustain herself with synthesis, and combined with her expert swordsmanship, she became a true Valkyrie on the battlefield. Gyarados, stationed safely in the rear and tasked with pure offense, naturally had the least damage. However, after releasing Pin Missile for nearly 10 straight minutes, it was now completely exhausted and collapsed in fatigue. After more than an hour of effort, a thoroughly exhausted Bellossom finally completed treating all the injured teammates. Right after that, Sodto mounted his fully recovered Arcanine and continued racing toward the Pinsir Forest. Perhaps because Sodto had successfully taken down an entire Mytyena pack by himself earlier, he encountered several smaller groups of Mytyena along the way, but they all wisely stepped aside without provoking him. Sodto kept a constant eye on the detector in his hand as he rode Arcanine. Unfortunately, reality didn't quite align with his hopes. Even as Arcanine carried him deep into the Pinsir Forest, the red indicator on the detector remained off the entire time. Pinsir Forest was home to a large number of sweet trees, although these trees generally only grew in the areas surrounding a central lake in the forest, forming a near-continuous patch. As a result, the bug-type Pokémon that relied on the sweet tree branches for food usually gathered in that central region. However, the dominant Pinsir population had completely occupied the heart of the forest. Due to their overwhelming strength, other bug-type Pokémon in Pinsir Forest didn't dare challenge the Pinsir clans. All they could do was retreat to other, less optimal parts of the forest where sweet trees also grew. But as the Pinsir population continued to grow, so too did their demand for resources. Eventually, they began invading the habitats of other bug-type Pokémon in the forest, attempting to seize the sweet trees these species relied on for survival. Upon entering Pinsir Forest on Arcanine, Sodto found himself unfamiliar with the terrain. To locate the Scyther clan, his only option was to wander the forest aimlessly. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon a one-sided battle, a desperate defense of a homeland. Right in front of him stood a dense cluster of sweet trees, their trunks riddled with gnaw marks. Fresh gouges still oozed fragrant, sugary sap. Tragically, no one was around to enjoy this sweet nectar. It simply dripped to the forest floor, wasted. The reason for that was simple: the SAP's rightful owners were engaged in a fierce battle against invaders. From the looks of it, they were completely outmatched. This grove of sweet trees belonged to a group of Heracross. Right now, these Heracross were being overrun by a large swarm of Pinsir. Despite their bravery and determination to defend their home, they were steadily pushed back under the sheer weight of numbers. Heracross are bug and fighting type Pokémon. Despite their fighting attribute, they're naturally gentle and avoid conflict when possible. Now, facing the violent and aggressive Pinsir, the Heracross who had little experience with combat were crumbling fast. Some of the more timid ones were already fleeing. The only reason they hadn't completely broken was because one particularly fierce Heracross was still holding the line. Unlike the others, who had relatively few injuries, this one was covered in scars from head to toe, a battle-hardened bug-type warrior. However, this Heracross was only about half the size of the others, very small by comparison. From this, Sodto surmised that it was either underdeveloped or simply very young and still growing. Using his system's scan function, Sodto quickly gathered data. Pokémon, Heracross. Level, 21. Type, Bug/Fighting. Ability, Moxie. Gender, Male. Known moves, Tackle, Leer, Horn Attack, Endure, Feint, Aerial Ace, Arm Thrust, Bullet Seed, Night Slash, Revenge. Egg Move, Focus Punch. Tutor Moves, Reversal, Stomping Tantrum, Rock Slide. Held Item, None. IVs, out of 31. HP, 19. Attack, 21. Defense, 18. Special Attack, 17. Special Defense, 21. Speed, 30. Overall 4 rating, Blue, total 4, 126. Likely due to its smaller size, this Heracross was nearly twice as fast as the others. It darted through the air using the insect wings on its back to hover and accelerate, flying like a fighter jet through the Pinsir ranks. Since Pinsir couldn't fly, they had no way to counter it. Aerial Ace was this small Heracross's most lethal move, especially combined with its Moxie ability, allowing it to grow stronger with each knockout. The longer it fought, the more ferocious it became. In just the 5 or 6 minutes Sodto watched from the sidelines, the little Heracross had already taken down 6 Pinsir that tried to surround it, some even higher in level. Unfortunately, its fellow Heracross were pathetic. Most of them were too timid, and as the few more courageous ones were defeated by Pinsir, the rest began fleeing in panic. The small Heracross was clearly nearing its limit. Though its fighting spirit remained unbroken, its body battered and outnumbered couldn't keep up much longer. Finally, a Pinsir managed to sneak behind the airborne Heracross and used Bind just as it faltered mid-flight. The Pinsir's massive pincers clamped around it tightly. If Heracross had more energy left, it could have easily broken free and retaliated with revenge. But now, that wasn't possible. This misstep left it vulnerable. Several nearby Pinsir seized the opportunity and unleashed their favorite move, Brick Break, all at once. Even in this dire state, the small Heracross refused to give up. It instantly activated Endure, gritting its teeth through the wave of brutal strikes. Wounds opened one after another, yet it uttered not a single cry of pain. Just as the Pinsir thought it was finished, Heracross's eyes suddenly snapped open. A terrifying surge of fighting-type energy exploded from its battered frame. With a single reversal, Heracross struck the 5 Pinsir surrounding it. Boom, boom, boom. All 5 were blown back like rag dolls, crashing into trees and snapping trunks. Only after skidding across the ground, half dead, did they finally stop moving. But the moment of triumph came at a cost. Having used up the last of its strength, Heracross's vision dimmed, and it collapsed where it stood. Seeing their tiny champion fall unconscious and possibly lifeless, the remaining Heracross completely lost morale and scattered in all directions. The Pinsir, however, weren't about to spare the small Heracross. In fact, they hated it. If not for this lone warrior, their victory wouldn't have cost them so much. Beyond hatred, they feared that this terrifying, relentless foe might survive, recover, and one day return. Watching the other Heracross abandon their fallen comrade without hesitation, Sodto felt a pang of sorrow for the tiny Heracross who had chosen to fight to the bitter end to defend its home. A true warrior. Since your comrades have forsaken you, let me lend you a hand. A brave soul like yours doesn't deserve to be buried in the dust. Sodto's eyes narrowed. Arcanine used Flamethrower. Just as the small Heracross was about to be finished off by the approaching Pinsir, Sodto finally made his move. Flames had always been a bug's worst fear, especially intense flames. A single high-temperature jet of fire from Arcanine caused severe losses to the Pinsir group, instantly knocking out over a dozen of them. Seeing this, the remaining Pinsir shifted their attention from the small Heracross to Arcanine and Sodto. Noticing how outnumbered the two of them were, the Pinsir's fear of fire was immediately suppressed. Howling in unison, they charged at Arcanine, aiming for close combat. Ever since arriving on the island, Arcanine had been fighting while outnumbered. It had already grown skilled in handling such situations. Without hesitation, it immediately retreated a few steps to create distance, then launched another jet of flame as a counterattack. Arcanine's guerrilla tactics came into play. With its excellent mobility, the Pinsir could only eat its dust. Lacking long-range moves, they were completely at Arcanine's mercy. A few minutes later, the Pinsir finally realized they couldn't handle the blazing fire type that was running circles around them. One Pinsir buried itself into the ground to escape, and the rest quickly followed its example. Within seconds, the Pinsir who had been chasing Arcanine fled in droves. The few stubborn ones that remained quickly lost their nerve without the support of their companions and scattered in panic. Please, Blossom, heal him. Sodto wasn't interested in chasing the fleeing Pinsir. Once he saw they had retreated, he immediately rode Arcanine over to the small Heracross and released Blossom to heal it. The little Heracross was in extremely bad shape. There wasn't a single uninjured part of its body. Only its exceptionally strong willpower had kept it going. Any other Pokemon would have collapsed long ago. However, continuing to fight with a body in such critical condition only worsened its injuries and left behind many hard-to-heal internal wounds. As Bellossom began treatment, the little Heracross was barely clinging to life, teetering on the brink of death. The forest was saturated with grass-type energy. Under Bellossom's guidance, a grassy terrain formed beneath Heracross, created from pure grass-type energy. Grass-type energy contains the essence of life. It can awaken a creature's latent vitality and accelerate regeneration, essentially enhancing natural recovery. Controlled by Bellossom, the grass-type energy swirled like obedient little lambs, weaving around the Heracross's body. Soon, the little Heracross was tightly wrapped in bright green grass-type energy like a dumpling. Bug types are notoriously resilient, and this Heracross had a strong will to survive. Combined with the healing power of Bellossom's grassy terrain, his condition finally began to improve. His life force stabilized bit by bit. The small Heracross was well liked among his kin and also the strongest among them. Once Sodto drove away the Pinsir, several Heracross who had been observing from nearby approached after seeing that he hadn't harmed the small Heracross but was instead healing it. His condition is stable now. He'll need some time to rest. Take good care of your hero. Once the healing was mostly complete, Sodto had the exhausted Bellossom stop. He then turned to the surrounding Heracross and left them with those words. He had no fondness for these Heracross who had abandoned their home and comrades out of cowardice. Without another word, he mounted Arcanine and left. In truth, Sodto had considered capturing the small Heracross. He wouldn't have stepped in to help otherwise. But seeing how cowardly the surrounding Heracross were, he gave up on the idea. Given how Heracross had fought to the death to protect its home, it was clear he would never willingly leave it behind. Even if Sodto caught him, he would likely sneak back. And if Heracross wasn't there to defend his territory, these weak-willed Heracross wouldn't stand a chance against the next Pinsir invasion. Realizing both these things, Sodto gave up on capturing such a brave and responsible warrior. Forcing it would only backfire. After bidding farewell to the small Heracross, Sodto continued his search for the Scyther tribe deeper in the Pinsir forest. But the forest ultimately belonged to the Pinsir tribe and they bore grudges fiercely. Sodto hadn't gone far from the Heracross territory when he was ambushed by a Pinsir revenge squad. To reclaim their pride, the Pinsir had dispatched an elite group. These high-level Pinsir, all above level 30, lay in ambush underground. As Arcanine passed by unaware, they suddenly burst from the ground. Their Dig a Ground-type move was especially effective against fire types like Arcanine. Struck by 4 elite Pinsir using Dig in succession, Arcanine was clearly injured. Return, Arcanine? Come out, Ursaring, Gyarados, Gyarados prepare for battle. Gyarados, web the area to obstruct the Pinsir. Ursaring, use Fire Punch to counter. Gyarados, sweep them away with Aqua Tail. Kecleon, use Role Play to copy the ability of that Pinsir at your lower right, then transfer it to Ursaring and Gyarados. Seeing Arcanine hurt, Sodto was distressed. He quickly returned it to its Pokeball and sent out the rest of his team, issuing orders in rapid succession. In a surrounded battle like this, the red Gyarados' Intimidate and Tyrant abilities was perfect for crowd control. It was the ideal tool for taking down mobs. Although this batch of Pinsir was stronger than those that had attacked the Heracross earlier, the red Gyarados had grown a lot thanks to battles at Puluag Lake, sparring with Ursaring, and fighting the Mightyena pack. Now at level 30, it had learned Ice Fang and Aqua Tail. And as its strength increased, so did the pressure of its Intimidation field. Once activated, the Tyrant plus Intimidate abilities instantly knocked out 11 of the 31 Pinsir. The rest, those who weren't especially brave, were left trembling in hesitation. The Pinsir hesitated. But Sodto's Pokemon didn't. Ursaring had personally defeated the red Gyarados before, so Intimidate had no effect on it. Gyarados had witnessed that beating and now stood alongside Ursaring in battle. It feared Gyarados even less. As for Kecleon, it was the least intimidated of all. With shape-shifting powers and Sodto's solid backing to keep the red Gyarados in check, Gyarados held no threat to it. Soon, Ursaring clashed with a group of Pinsir. Fire Punch was devastating against them, though their Brick Break moves posed real danger to Ursaring's normal typing. Even so, Ursaring's superior level and raw strength were overwhelming. Not even 3 Pinsir could stop it. With a flurry of fire punches and wild strikes, it sent foes flying before they could get close. Meanwhile, Kecleon completed its task as a trait converter. With Sodto's system scans, it copied a Pinsir's Moxie ability and transferred it to Ursaring. With every Pinsir Ursaring defeated, Moxie activated again and again, its morale and strength snowballing, and the flames in its fists growing fiercer. The surrounding Pinsir were terrified. On the other side, Gyarados played a major support role. Its webbing trapped many Pinsir, severely disrupting their encirclement tactics. As for Gyarados, its massive frame let it sweep away 3 or 4 Pinsir at once with Aqua Tail, leaving them critically wounded. Like Ursaring, it too received Moxie. After defeating over 6 opponents, its momentum surged. Each move it made became even more powerful. But just like the Vigoroth in Slaycoat Forest, these Pinsir knew when they were outmatched and they began calling reinforcements. This was their territory after all. Pinsir support came quickly. Despite Ursaring and Gyarados growing stronger with every foe, they, like the small Heracross before, were still fighting alone. A few minutes later, the lowest level red Gyarados fell first. Then Gyarados. Just as Ursaring guarding Sodto was about to succumb to the swarm, a small blue Pokémon darted from the forest, flying at high speed. Using Aerial Ace, it plowed through the enemy ranks, knocking Pinsir away like bowling pins. It was none other than the small Heracross. Having just recovered, it rushed over after hearing from a clanmate that Sodto was under siege. You did well, Ursaring. Quick, Heracross, take me into the air. Overjoyed at the sight of Heracross, Sodto abandoned the idea of sending out the injured Arcanine for escape. He quickly returned Ursaring and called out to Heracross to fly him away. Heracross didn't hesitate. It grabbed Sodto, and its insect wings buzzed rapidly as it soared into the sky with him.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.